The Plea of Happy Hogan. In Hell's Kitchen, at 56 Blinn Street, a sign hung precariously, nearly falling due to a missing screw, emblazoned with the words Marvel Agency. The meaning of Marvel eluded the masses, yet the term agency was well understood. Creak. A piercing screech of brakes heralded the arrival of a sleek Audi sports car, halting just outside the door. A corpulent man emerged from the driver's seat, briskly pushing open the agency's entrance. Inside, the decor was stark and unadorned, with bare cement walls and floors, a dilapidated desk, and a tattered executive chair occupied by an Asian youth, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ah, if it isn't Happy Hogan, what brings you to my humble agency instead of joining our dashing playboy? The young man jested. Ed Lee, am not in the mood for jokes. You once claimed that you could take on any commission. Was that true? Indeed, I do not boast without merit. Now, do tell, what seems to be the matter? Tony is missing. I need your assistance to bring him back. A smile crept across the youth's face upon hearing the request. And the compensation? $10 million. Remember, we require him alive. Very well. Affix your signature here, and we shall accept this commission. We will ensure Tony's safe return within 3 days. The young man retrieved a parchment scroll from seemingly nowhere and slid it toward Happy Hogan, indicating for him to sign. After a brief inspection of the tea subsequently, Happy Hogan drove away, while the man in the room excitedly waved his fists and sang, "After waiting for so long, today has finally arrived. After dreaming for so long, the dream has finally been realized. Woohoo! I can truly activate the system. No, let's take off." Indeed, this young Asian was not a local, but an ordinary citizen from Huaxia on Earth. While watching the Marvel film Captain Marvel 2, he was so incensed by the film's utter lack of substance that it triggered a myocardial infarction, leading to his untimely demise. However, before his death, he was granted a system, which enabled him to traverse into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Due to the immense energy expended by the system in transporting the host to this universe, it could only bestow upon him a novice gift pack and leave one message before falling into a deep slumber. Host. The system can be fully activated when a commission involving key characters is presented. Please be patient. After that, the system fell silent, and the Asian youth, who is our protagonist Lee King called, only opened the novice gift pack, for which he acquired a shabby office, $10,000, mastery in combat, proficiency with firearms identification, and the perfect super soldier serum. Upon utilizing the perfect super soldier serum, he transformed into a muscular, handsome man, simultaneously gaining mastery in combat and proficiency with firearm skill sufficient for him to survive in the unrefined Hell's Kitchen, allowing him to manage the office until Happy's recent entrance, which completely activated the system. It was then that he learned the system's name, the office system. As the name suggests, Lee Ching-wei is required to manage the office before him, completing various commissions to upgrade the system. For each commission completed, he would receive not only the client's reward but also a system bonus, varying according to the difficulty of the task. Moreover, upon reaching a certain level of advancement, he could even receive commissions from other worlds, necessitating his traversal across dimensions to fulfill them. Of course, Lee Ching-wei could also hire employees, but this required system upgrades, the specifics of which were beyond his current permissions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for truly activating the office system and receiving Novice Gift Pack 2. Lee Ching-wei eagerly opened Novice Gift Pack 2, revealing 2 eggs, a note, a cloth bag, and a card. What is this? The host can use their consciousness to select the items, which will display detailed descriptions. Following the system's instructions, Lee Ching-wei focused on the 2 eggs and pointed with his mind. Unknown Egg X2. If placed in an environment at room temperature of 26 degrees Celsius for 3 days and nights, they can hatch and yield any 2 animated characters from the animation realm. Office Renovation Voucher. Upon using this voucher, the office will undergo a simple renovation. 10 renovation vouchers can be combined to form an intermediate renovation voucher. 10 intermediate renovation vouchers can create a high-level renovation voucher, and 10 high-level renovation vouchers can yield a perfect renovation voucher. Storage Bag. Upon using this bag, the host will obtain 10 storage slots, capable of holding 10 different items, while identical items can stack infinitely. Gunfighter Legacy Card. Originating from the world of the Dark Tower, utilizing this card grants one the legacy of the gunfighter, bestowing basic self-healing abilities, divine Western marksmanship, heightened senses, and an elementary mental barrier. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these items, Li Qingyue promptly utilized all but the 2 eggs. In a mere moment, a group of renovation workers forcefully kicked open the door and, right before Li Qingyue's astonished gaze, began wielding sledgehammers with fervor, demolishing walls and flooring, leaving the scant remaining furniture in utter ruin. Li Qingyue stood amidst the chaos, utterly bewildered, never having anticipated such a scene. The workers operated with remarkable speed, dismantling his office to the last remnant in less than 5 minutes. Subsequently, they conjured bricks and cement from thin air, commencing the reconstruction. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new office materialized, albeit with only the most rudimentary furnishings: a desk, 2 sofas, a coffee table, a bookshelf, a water dispenser, and an executive chair, nothing more. The cement walls were coated in pristine white, the flooring adorned with tiles, and while the bathroom and bedroom were furnished in the simplest manner, for Li Qingyue, who had endured a year of bare cement walls, it was more than sufficient. Ah, I have finally absorbed the gunfighter's legacy. Li Qingyue exhaled deeply, his tone nonchalant. Next, I shall select 2 suitable firearms, and then I can embark on my journey. Chapter 2. The purchase of dual pistols in a modest grocery store nestled within Hell's Kitchen. Li Qingyue pushed open the door, the bell chiming melodiously. An elderly man, adorned in a white apron and engaged in knitting, lifted his gaze and inquired, "Dear customer, how may I assist you?" "Hello, old Jack. It's me," Li Qingyue responded. Upon recognizing Li Qingyue's voice, the old man raised his head. Ed Li, what brings you here? You are not welcome in my establishment," he retorted coldly. "Oh, come now, old Jack. Did I not merely take a few of your customers? Must you be so incensed?" Li Qingyue replied. "Merely took a few." The old man stood up, shouting in outrage. "Calm down. With age comes the wisdom to temper one's anger. It's not good for your health." "I've come to make amends," Li Qingyue said, attempting to pacify him. "So, what do you intend to do? Do not speak as though I am the villain here. This time, I am here to recommend a business opportunity. I recall you have 2 Remington 1875 revolvers modified. Are they for sale?" Old Jack furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Li Qingyue. "Those are not inexpensive. Not to worry. I have brought cash, but I must first inspect the merchandise," Li Qingyue replied. Old Jack glanced at the 10 bundles of cash laid out on the table, then silently retreated to the storeroom. After what seemed an eternity, he emerged with a wooden box, placing it on the table before opening it to reveal 2 gleaming silver Remington 1875 revolvers. Li Qingyue picked up one of the pistols, examining it closely. The Remington 1875 retained its classic silhouette, yet its cylinder had been ingeniously altered to allow for external rotation and continuous firing, eliminating the need to cock the hammer. This was a heavily modified version of the Remington 1875, which had languished in old Jack's possession for quite some time, as enthusiasts deemed such modifications an affront to the original design. Conversely, those who did not favor this type of firearm saw no reason to purchase it. However, with Li Qingyue now inheriting the legacy of a gunslinger, these alterations suited his reloading style perfectly, prompting his desire to acquire both pistols. These weapons were crafted from exceptionally rare metals, rendering them entirely bulletproof, thus the offered sum was insufficient. Old Jack snatched the pistol from Li Qingyue's hand and returned it to the box, stating, "This won't do. Please, I have no more money on me. Allow me some ammunition, and I shall settle the remaining balance after my next job," Li Qingyue pleaded. "Very well, take it," Old Jack conceded, sliding the box towards him while simultaneously taking the 10 bundles of cash. "Old Jack, I am out of funds. Grant me some bullets," Li Qingyue implored. Rolling his eyes, Old Jack retrieved 5 boxes of compatible ammunition from beneath the table, each containing 30 rounds, totaling 150 bullets, ample supply for Li Qingyue's needs. Afterward, Li Qingyue proceeded to a tailor shop run by fellow Chinese immigrants, requesting the creation of a specialized ammunition belt according to his specifications, of course, on credit. Upon returning to the office, Li Qingyue methodically inserted each bullet into his ammunition belt and secured it around his waist. He then stored the remaining bullets in a storage compartment alongside a bottle of mineral water and some provisions. Once everything was prepared, Li Qingyue accessed the system panel and navigated to the commission section. With a decisive press of the teleportation button, He was instantaneously transported to the desolate expanse of the Afghan desert. Had I known, I would have brought a sun hat. The heat here is unbearable, he lamented, gazing up at the cloudless sky and the blazing sun. System, could it be that you've miscalculated the teleportation? Why is there no cave in sight? Host. The teleportation merely brings you to the designated commission location, not directly to the target's vicinity. It is intended to save you some travel time. The system explained with a hint of exasperation. This meant that Li Qingwei would still need to rely on his own efforts to locate Tony Stark's hideout. As he traversed the endless dunes of yellow sand, a sense of frustration began to envelop him. Suddenly, he spotted a truck filled with individuals, their heads wrapped in white cloth and armed with AK-47s. Ah, finally some signs of life. They must be terrorists, he mused, dismissing any further contemplation as he swiftly drew his weapon and fired at their tires. With 2 tires punctured, the vehicle lost control and, ensnared by the surrounding sand, toppled onto its side. Fortunately, the soft ground spared them from serious injury, leaving only a few scrapes. As they regained their footing, the armed men angrily searched for the perpetrator of their misfortune. "Hello, are you looking for me?" Li Qingwei called out from atop the overturned truck. Upon seeing him, the group readied their weapons, but one individual stepped forward and halted them. "Who are you?" he inquired in broken Chinese, which took Li Qingwei by surprise. He had expected them to communicate in English. "Ah, you speak Chinese. How intriguing. Which organization do you belong to? The Ten Commandments gang? The Taliban? Or perhaps the government forces?" "We are government troops. We have received assistance from your country, hence I know a bit of Chinese. May I ask why you fired upon us?" The Afghan replied, "My apologies. I merely wished to consult you about something, but I feared you might be terrorists. Thus I resorted to this drastic measure." Li Qingwei kept his hand firmly on the grip of his gun, revealing his lingering wariness. "What do you wish to inquire about? Are you aware of the territory held by the Ten Commandments gang?" "The Ten Commandments gang?" "Indeed, their emblem consists of 10 rings forming a circle. Are you familiar with it?" At that moment, a member of the government forces whispered something in the ear of the man, and then the soldier who spoke Chinese responded, "We have a map here that outlines the general areas of various organizations. You may take a look for yourself." As he spoke, he produced a map and tossed it to Li Qingwei, who deftly caught it. He then remarked, "Thank you, and I sincerely apologize for damaging your tire. I have left some supplies behind the large boulder as a gesture of my apology." With that, Li Qingwei departed with the map in hand. Upon hearing this, the government soldier immediately led his men to the boulder, where they discovered several boxes of bottled water, canned fruits, and meat. For them, having a hearty meal was a significant relief in their current predicament. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei realized that his situation was precarious, as he needed to traverse Taliban territory to reach the realm of the Shiji gang. Nevertheless, he resolved to commandeer a Taliban jeep and embarked on a nocturnal journey toward the domain of the Shiji gang. Chapter 3. Locating Tony Stark on the territory of the Ten Rings, a jeep roared down the road with an air of confidence. Suddenly, a checkpoint emerged ahead, and the vehicle was halted. An Asian youth, who was none other than Li Qingwei in search of Tony Stark, stepped down from the jeep. "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" demanded a terrorist at the checkpoint, brandishing an AK-47 and shouting in the local tongue. With no other choice, Li Qingwei raised his hands in a gesture of peace, feigning innocence as he called out, "Does anyone here speak English?" At that moment, a terrorist emerged, clad in sunglasses and exuding arrogance, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he scrutinized Li Qingwei from head to toe. "Kid, where are you from? A reporter? A spy? Or perhaps a diplomat?" "No, I'm merely here on a mission to find someone." "Are you the only one who speaks English around here?" "Indeed. After all, I am well educated and certainly capable of speaking English." "That's good to know." In the next instant, gunfire erupted as Li Qingwei swiftly drew his weapon, firing with precision. The bullets pierced the terrorists' eyes and exited through the back of their skulls, causing them to collapse without so much as a twitch. The English-speaking terrorist, taken aback, dropped his cigarette in shock. "Boss, I was wrong. Fear not, you need only answer a few questions, and I shall spare you, provided you do not deceive me." Please, ask away." The terrorist trembled in terror. Noting his demeanor, Li Qingwei furrowed his brow and inquired, You're not truly a terrorist, are you? I am. I have never encountered such a cowardly terrorist as you. Enough of this. Where is Tony Stark? The one you have captured? Who? Tony Stark. Don't tell me you are unaware of him. I know him, but I'm just a lowly grunt. I have no idea where that playboy has been taken, the terrorist stammered in fear. So, it seems you are of no use to me. Li Qingwei remarked with a smile, his hand subtly moving towards his holster. Wait, don't be hasty. Even though I don't know, my father surely does. He is a high-ranking member of the Ten Rings. He will know. The man quickly replied. Oh, is that so? Can you contact your father? Yes, absolutely. Starting now. You have 1 minute to inform me of Tony Stark's whereabouts. Delay, and my bullets are merciless, Li Qingwei said, drawing his gun and pressing it against the man's head. The terrorist, trembling, hastily retrieved his phone, fumbling as he navigated to his father's contact and dialed. As soon as the call connected, Li Qingwei interrupted, 30 seconds. The terrorist shouted frantically in the local language, and after a brief exchange, he turned back to Li Qingwei, speaking in English. I have the location. Just in time. It seems you have narrowly escaped death. However, I have one request. How dare you make demands? This is rather amusing. If that is the case, please enlighten me. The terrorist spoke. Why should I? I could work for you. I possess 3 doctoral degrees in engineering, physics, and computer science from MIT. I can. The terrorist faltered, unsure of how to continue. That is impressive, but why would you return to become a terrorist? My father deceived me into coming back. Upon my return, he realized just how perilous this place was. He does not want me to be in danger, so he has been trying to find ways for me to leave. However, this area is entirely sealed off, making even clandestine exits impossible. Just now, I mentioned that you could take me to America. And that is when he finally revealed our location. Very well then, are you certain that these doctoral degrees were earned through your own efforts and without any deceit? Absolutely. I swear. All right, as long as you guide me to Tony Stark, I promise to escort you to America. Li Qingwei extended his hand towards him. The terrorist let out a sigh of relief and clasped Li Qingwei's hand. With a surge of strength, Li Qingwei pulled the terrorist up. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Li Qingwei. You may refer to me as Boss henceforth. Boss, I am Hank Havija. Okay, Hank, lead the way. Li Qingwei replied with a smile. The 2 men then boarded a jeep, and under Hank's guidance, they traveled for another 10 hours. Finally, they arrived near a cave base as dusk fell, parking approximately 1,000 meters from their destination. Boss, that over there is where Tony Stark is being held. Hank pointed towards a flickering light. Li Qingwei took out his binoculars for a closer look and confirmed that the environment indeed resembled the location where Tony Stark was trapped. He instructed Hank, stay here and await my signal. What signal? When you hear the gunfire cease, look towards me with your binoculars. If you see me wave, that will be your cue to come. Hank nodded vigorously. With a deep breath, Li Qingwei retrieved bullets from his storage space, loading his guns before striding purposefully towards the flickering light. As the terrorists at the base became aware of Li Qingwei's presence, they prepared to retaliate. But it was too late. Li Qingwei swiftly drew his twin pistols, and the bullets, as if guided by an unseen hand, found their mark in the eyes of his adversaries. Inside the cave, hearing the gunfire, the terrorist rushed out, only to be met with a scene of carnage. As they searched for Li Qingwei amidst the chaos, he took a deep breath, stepped out from behind a stone pillar, and opened fire. His bullets pierced through the first man, striking the second, and thus he discharged 12 rounds before retreating back to the sanctuary of the stone pillar. However, this also provided the terrorists with a moment to react. They promptly aimed their guns at the stone pillar and opened fire. But it was evident that they lacked professional training. Their shots were fired simultaneously, leading to a swift need for them to reload. Even if not all of them were reloading, only a small fraction remained to cover their comrades with gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingwei peered at his surroundings and then shot at the stone with an unusual angle, causing the bullet to ricochet and strike one of the terrorists. How is this possible? Shouted a bald-headed terrorist. Under the threat of death, their intelligence momentarily fluctuated, and they resorted to using grenades. Seemingly unaware that Li Qingwei was a sharpshooter, with precision, he shot the grenade that had just been primed, resulting in an explosion that annihilated the surrounding terrorists. Ultimately, Li Qingyue emerged from his cover and methodically dispatched the remaining terrorists. After eliminating the last of them, he stood beside the flames and waved towards Hank's location. Upon hearing the sound of an approaching car engine, Li Qingyue ventured into the cave, swiftly locating the room where Tony Stark was held captive. He shot the lock off the door and kicked it open, declaring, "Tony Stark, you are free." "Who are you?" inquired a man clad in a white tank top, adorned with a glowing halo on his chest. "I've been sent by Happy Hogan to rescue you. By the way, the reward for this mission is $10 million. Knowing Happy Hogan, he probably doesn't have that much money, Li Qingyue replied. As they chatted, Hank rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, a group of people has arrived outside. What should we do now?" Li Qingyue furrowed his brow, surprised by the swift arrival of reinforcements. He promptly instructed, "You all hide well. I will handle them." With that, he confidently strode towards the exit. Tony Stark exchanged a glance with the other person in the cave, prompting them to hasten their efforts. Observing this, Hank approached to see what they were doing and discovered they were uploading some form of data. He then joined in to assist, knowing well that his 3 doctoral degrees were no mere FAAD. Chapter 4. The commission completed. Li Qingyue cautiously peered out from the edge of the cave, discovering that the area outside was teeming with several hundred individuals. They had even deployed 3 vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns, all of which were aimed directly at the solitary exit of the cave. Observing such overwhelming firepower, Li Qingyue could not suppress a deep breath. After all, he possessed the legacy of a gunslinger, yet fundamentally, he remained an ordinary individual. However, instead of succumbing to fear in the face of such terrifying might, he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. "Come out now, or we will commence bombardment," a voice echoed from outside the cave. Yet, Li Qingyue paid no heed, continuing to survey the situation until he discerned a critical opportunity. Suddenly, he lunged forth from the cave's entrance, drawing his dual pistols and aiming them at the 3 vehicles. The first bullet pierced their fuel tank, while the second ignited the flammable contents within. Li Qingyue's speed was astonishing. By the time the fuel tanks erupted into flames, the assailants had only just begun to react, instinctively retreating from the vehicles. Seizing this moment of chaos, Li Qingyue dashed outside, firing continuously, reloading, and shooting again. In a matter of seconds, he had discharged over 30 precise shots, each finding its mark in their heads. The explosion of the vehicles further decimated their ranks, leaving only half of the original force standing, many of whom were injured due to the violent blast. As they finally regained their composure to return fire, Li Qingyue emerged once more, continuing his assault. In a mere 3 minutes, he had vanquished the last of his foes. At that moment, a dark figure burst from the cave, Tony Stark, clad in Mark I armor. "You handled them all?" he exclaimed, astonished by the carnage strewn about him. It was incomprehensible how one individual could conquer so many. "No, not yet. Shoo," Li Qingyue softly replied, gesturing for silence toward Tony Stark. He then closed his eyes and slowly raised his weapon, aiming at a specific direction. Following the line of his aim, Tony Stark noticed a figure frantically sprinting towards a truck under the moonlight. Just as the individual settled into the vehicle and attempted to start the engine, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet shattered the glass, striking the target squarely in the head. "OMG," Tony gasped, utterly astounded by the precision of Li Qingyue's marksmanship. "It is truly pathetic that you cannot even utter my name correctly." Li Qingyue chuckled, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, not physically, but mentally. He had to amplify his sensory perception to locate enemies and evade bullets, akin to experiencing time dilation. Achieving such a level of focus required immense concentration, leading to severe mental exhaustion. "Are you all right? You look as if you're on the verge of collapse," Tony Stark remarked, a hint of concern evident in his tone. "I am quite well. A brief respite will suffice. There is sustenance and water in the vehicle. Should you feel peckish, feel free to help yourselves. Additionally, please hasten to inform your dear friend to come and fetch you." Li Qingyue found a spot to lean against the wall and seated himself slowly. Observing this, Tony Stark promptly instructed Hank and another individual to assist in removing his cumbersome suit of armor. The 3 then began to search the area and soon discovered a mobile phone. Tony Stark took the device and swiftly contacted someone, relaying their location before ending the call. You mentioned that Happy sent you? Indeed, Mr. Happy Hogan offered a bounty of $10 million for my assistance in rescuing you, with the stipulation that you be delivered personally to Miss Pepper Potts. Only then will my mission be deemed complete. Furthermore, he considers himself a participant in your rescue. Thus you are obliged to assist him in a matter, providing him with American citizenship and ensuring his safe passage to New York. Does that pose any issues? Tony Stark turned to Hank and remarked, "No problem. Though this lad may not possess my intellect, he certainly aided me significantly just now. Securing him American citizenship will be a trivial task. He may accompany me back to America." "What about you, Ethan?" "I shall also accompany you," came the response from another individual who could be regarded as one of Tony Stark's life mentors, Dr. Ethan. Subsequently, Hank retrieved some canned goods, biscuits, and fresh water from the vehicle. Upon seeing this, Dr. Ethan and Tony Stark approached, kindling a small fire and placing the cans nearby to heat. They gathered around, enjoying biscuits and refreshing water. Time passed, and the sound of helicopters filled the air. The four looked up to see 4 armed helicopters approaching their direction. Noticing this, Tony Stark quickly took out a flashlight and waved it vigorously. The helicopters soon hovered to a halt approximately 20 meters away, and a black officer disembarked, striding purposefully towards Tony Stark. Tony Stark moved to meet the officer, who, upon seeing Stark's disheveled appearance, inquired, "Did you have fun?" Tony Stark offered a wry smile, and the officer patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Next time, you'll come with me, all right?" The group then returned to the local base in America. As they disembarked from the aircraft, a woman clad in professional attire, her eyes red-rimmed, gazed at them. "Hello, are you Miss Pepper Potts?" Upon hearing her name, the woman quickly lowered her head to compose herself, managing a strained smile as she replied, "Hello, I am Pepper Potts. Greetings, I am Li Qingwei. Then you may call me Edley. I was commissioned by Mr. Happy Hogan to rescue Mr. Tony Stark and personally deliver him to you. Has my task concluded?" Li Qingwei inquired of Pepper Potts. "Your task is complete." "Very well. Please, Miss Pepper Potts, could you sign here?" Li Qingwei deftly flipped his hand, and a parchment scroll materialized in his grasp. The onlookers were taken aback, for they distinctly remembered that Li Qingwei had previously held nothing. Clad merely in a short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers, seemingly devoid of any hiding places. "Miss Pepper Potts?" Li Qingwei said, glancing at the bewildered Pepper Potts. Oh, right." Regaining her composure, Pepper hurriedly inscribed her name. As her signature was completed, it emitted a radiant orange glow. Suddenly, the parchment scroll ignited with fervor, unfazed. Li Qingwei tossed it into the air, where flames swiftly consumed it entirely. "Mr. Tony Stark, kindly inform Mr. Happy Hogan to deposit $10 million into my account by the end of today, lest he face dire consequences. By the way, here is my business card. Feel free to reach out if needed." With that, Li Qingwei distributed a business card to everyone present before waving his hand and striding toward the base's entrance. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, swirling up yellow sand and obscuring the view of those gathered. When the storm subsided, they suddenly realized that Li Qingwei's figure had vanished completely. At that instant, he had returned to the office in Hell's Kitchen, where a gift box awaited him on the desk, a token of additional reward from the system upon completing the commission. Chapter 5. A new commission. Li Qingwei gazed at the small gift box resting on the table, lifting it to examine closely. He shook it vigorously but heard no sound, then gently loosened the strap. The box unfurled automatically, revealing its contents, a card. Li Qingwei picked up the card and discovered a brief description, equipment upgrade card, upon use. It allows for the enhancement of the host equipment. Intriguing, I shall give it a try. He placed his dual pistols on the table and promptly utilized the equipment upgrade card on them. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light flashed, and the 2 silver pistols transformed once more, adorned with intricate golden patterns, accompanied by a new description. Roland's pistols, crafted from the broken sword of King Arthur. These dual pistols are formidable. They have transformed into Roland's pistols. How fascinating indeed. Li Qingwei could not suppress a chuckle, as these pistols belonged to the last gunslinger in the Dark Tower. He picked them up, ejected the magazine, and with a decisive flick, he reveled in the crisp sound of the rotating chamber, his smile widening uncontrollably. At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he found that the $10 million had been deposited into his account. He swiftly secured the pistols into the holster at his waist and donned a leather coat, concealing the holster entirely. Soon, he arrived at Old Jack's general store, where he produced his bank card and tapped it on the counter. Struck it rich? Old Jack stood up, casually retrieving the latest POS machine, swiping away $10,000. Upon glancing at the remaining balance, Old Jack's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You made $10 million in one go. Indeed, I told you my business is exceptionally lucrative, Li Qingwei replied, raising an eyebrow at Old Jack. By the way, I have a commission for you. Care to consider it? A commission? What sort of commission? Whose is it? I can only reveal that this matter is quite complicated. If you choose to accept, I shall send someone directly to you, Old Jack stated nonchalantly. Not a problem, I accept. There are no commissions our agency dares to refuse, Li Qingwei declared with audacity. Very well, I will relay your address to the client. Simply await their arrival. Now be on your way. Li Qingwei shrugged, purchasing some food on the way back to the agency. He also acquired a mat, placing it in the corner, where he set down 2 eggs. Thanks to the modest renovations, the agency maintained a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, allowing the eggs to hatch within 3 days and nights. After arranging the mat, Li Qingwei began to enjoy his lunch. Satisfied and ready to rest, a sudden knock interrupted him. Come in. An elderly man entered, leaning on a cane. Without preamble, he stated, Is it true that you accept any commission here? You must be the client Old Jack mentioned. Please, have a seat. Li Qingwei gestured towards the chair opposite him. The elderly man settled into the seat, retrieving a card from his pocket. This is an anonymous Swiss bank card containing my entire savings, 10 million. I realize this may not be a substantial amount, but it represents all I possess. Please, do not be too hasty. First, elucidate the matter at hand. Revenge. My son's entire family was slaughtered by a vampire. I require you to locate that fiend and bring it before me, the old man declared vehemently, his eyes brimming with fury. Wait a moment, did you say vampire? Indeed. Here is a video of my son's family being murdered, along with footage of those vampires. The elder produced a tablet, closing his eyes tightly, unable to bear witnessing the horrific footage of his family's demise. Yet, Li Qingwei remained unfazed. He activated the tablet, revealing a video on the home screen. He tapped to play, unveiling surveillance footage of a family of 5 enjoying their meal. Suddenly, a group burst in. The male head of the household reacted swiftly, drawing a gun to fire, but the intruders, seemingly impervious to bullets, charged toward the dining table. They removed their masks, and the man appeared to recognize something, his pupils narrowing in horror, attempting to utter a word. However, the assailants lunged for his neck, voraciously draining his blood. The same fate befell the woman, and even their 3 children were not spared. In a matter of moments, the family was reduced to lifeless husks, while the vampires surveyed their surroundings. Captured on the surveillance footage, 3 vampires in total, 2 men and 1 woman. After memorizing their features, Li Qingwei inquired, So your request is for me to capture these 3 vampires for you to deal with? Precisely. Very well, let us formalize the commission. With a flourish, Li Qingwei produced a familiar parchment scroll. After signing his name and sealing it with the client's blood, the scroll spontaneously combusted, vanishing into thin air. Client, I shall return in 2 days to collect them. 2 days, is it? Indeed. Good. I trust you shall not disappoint me. With that, the old man departed, while Li Qingwei secured the office door, subsequently heading to Old Jack's general store. What brings you here? Old Jack asked without lifting his gaze. Please prepare some silver bullets for me. You accepted that commission? Aren't you afraid of vampires? Fear them? Not in the slightest. How many? 300 rounds. $1,000. Come back in 2 hours for collection. Agreed. Li Qingwei promptly paid and left, driving to a blacksmith shop. Is Uncle Nas here? He called as he pushed open the shop's door. A towering figure, well over 6 feet and muscled, emerged, exuding an aura of intimidation. Li, what brings you here? I'm here to enlist your help in forging a weapon. What kind of weapon? A Yimling knife. Are you familiar with it? Li Qingwei replied. Nash furrowed his brow for a time before speaking. I remember now. It is a type of cold weapon that was prevalent during the Ming dynasty, correct? Indeed. Could you assist in forging one, ensuring it retains its hardness while incorporating pure silver within? Is that feasible? Pure silver? That would compromise the blade's quality. And it does not come cheaply. Are you planning to confront vampires? Yes, it is intended for that purpose. How soon can it be ready? Is it urgent? I have other orders to attend to, Nash replied. Quite urgent, came the response. Then come by tonight to collect it. I shall expedite the process for you. It will be $10,000. Very well, I shall pay by card. After completing the transaction, Li Qinghua departed from the blacksmith shop. His next task was to locate the whereabouts of the three vampires. Unable to utilize teleportation, he understood these three creatures were somewhere in New York. It would simply take some time to find them. However, he was in Hell's Kitchen, a haven for gangs and a wellspring of information. With sufficient funds, one could even acquire the itinerary of the president. Subsequently, Li Qinghua entered a bar, approached the bartender, and placed a $100 bill on the counter, stating, I am seeking 3 individuals. Not a problem. The precise locations require a payment of $50,000 per person, the bartender replied, taking the $100 bill. Li Qinghua promptly presented the bartender with images of the 3 vampires captured on surveillance footage. The bartender glanced at them and said, at 8 o'clock tonight, someone will deliver the real-time locations of these 3 to your doorstep. Please pay $150,000. Li Qinghua swiped his card and then stood to leave. Now, he simply needed to wait until the evening to obtain all the necessary equipment and the locations of the 3 vampires. Chapter 6. The Reward as Night Descended. Li Qinghua gathered the necessary equipment and information, embarking on this commission mission. He parked his dilapidated motorcycle in front of a bar, the very location of the 3 vampires. The informants, however, were blissfully unaware of the true nature of these individuals, perceiving them merely as ordinary humans. After all, this intelligence organization could be likened to a modern-day band of beggars, comprising the homeless, vagrants, and destitute souls of America. Those who provided information to the organization would receive compensation upon its utilization, granting this organization access to intelligence rivaling that of the entire American government. Gazing at the bar before him, Li Qinghua approached the entrance without hesitation. Just as he was about to push the door open, a voice resonated from behind him. If I were you, I would refrain from entering. Turning around, Li Qinghua beheld a figure emerging from the shadows. Clad in a black leather jacket and trousers, with an imposing katana slung across his back. Beneath his attire lay a suit resembling armor, and at his sides, 2 compact submachine guns were holstered. Blade, Li Qinghua remarked. You are familiar with me? Indeed, I am the owner of an agency, and I believe we may find common ground for collaboration. Are you aware of what lies within? The vampire's lair, I know. My client has tasked me with capturing 3 vampires from this place. The others are yours to deal with, but I assure you, their fate will be no less grim than what you have in store for them. Very well, let us proceed together. With that, Li Qinghua pushed open the door. Inside, the bar throbbed with energetic music as patrons swayed and danced wildly. Suddenly, the fire sprinklers erupted, dousing the room with an unknown liquid. Li Qinghua swiftly produced an umbrella to shield himself from the deluge. Those 3 over there are my targets, he indicated, pointing to a corner where 3 women were ensnared by a vampire. Without uttering a word, Blade drew his submachine guns, unleashing a hail of silver bullets upon the vampires, decimating their ranks. By the time the remaining vampires comprehended the assault, only a handful of the original 50 remained, with the survivors proving to be the stronger of their kind. Their attire was crafted from bullet-resistant materials. While it could not negate the impact of bullets, it ensured they would not penetrate, a sufficient safeguard. With a glimmer of crimson flashing in their eyes, the remaining vampires lunged at the 2. I truly wish to avoid confrontation, Li Qinghua remarked coldly. In the next moment, gunfire erupted, and a bullet pierced through the so-called bulletproof vest of one vampire, ending its existence. Blade cast a surprised glance at Li Qinghua before discarding his weapon and drawing his katana, charging towards the assailants. The 3 vampires, upon witnessing the chaos, rushed forward as well. Li Qinghua, fearing that the Blade warrior might eliminate them, swiftly kicked them away. He then turned his gun towards the remaining vampires and soon dispatched 11 of them. With a quick motion, he slid the gun along the ammo belt at his waist. reloading with ordinary bullets specifically designed to suppress the movements of these 3 vampires. Before long, the Blade Warrior had also dealt with his adversaries, leaving only the 3 vampires that Li Qingwei required. Now, the next steps are in your capable hands, Li Qingwei declared. The Blade Warrior nodded in response. Li Qingwei aimed a shot at the heads of the 3 vampires to ensure they would remain unconscious for the foreseeable future. He then retrieved chains to bind them, dragging them back to the office. Upon their return, the remnants of flesh were nearly stripped away, leaving only the stark visibility of bones and entrails. Li Qingwei carelessly tossed them into a corner and fed them a few blood packets to ensure they wouldn't perish immediately. He then turned his attention to contacting the client. "Hello, this is the Marvel Agency. Your request has been fulfilled. Please come at your earliest convenience." "Understood," came the elderly voice from the other end. Moments later, the sound of brakes echoed, and the elderly man entered, his eyes widening at the sight of the 3 vampires in the corner. He visibly trembled, struggling to breathe. Li Qingwei rushed to calm him. "Steady yourself. You wouldn't want to pass on before avenging your grievances. Breathe deeply." With Li Qingwei's guidance, the elderly man regained his composure. He gazed at the 3 vampires and instructed his companions to take them away, while inquiring, "The silver will be sufficient to vanquish them, correct?" "Indeed," Li Qingwei affirmed. "This is your reward." The elderly man handed him a bank card, which Li Qingwei accepted, retrieving a parchment scroll that he tossed into the air, whereupon it spontaneously ignited and vanished. After the elderly man departed, a gift box appeared on the table. Li Qingwei approached and opened it, revealing a floating card. As he picked it up, a figure materialized on the card, shadowed by a dark silhouette. Subhuman physique. Activation requires one to experience death. Li Qingwei raised an eyebrow, astonished that it was this particular ability. Without hesitation, he decided to use it. After all, possessing the subhuman physique would liberate him. As the card transformed into a shimmering light and entered his body, he felt an unfamiliar presence within him. As if something had changed yet also remained the same. He exhaled slowly and aimed the gun at himself, wrestling with the decision for an extended moment. Despite having taken many lives, this was different. It was an act against his own being. After a considerable pause, Li Qingwei raised his firearm once more, resolutely deciding to forego any opportunity for contemplation. He fired, and the bullet penetrated his skull, as vivid images began to flash before his eyes. Sensations of life gradually ebbing away. Li Qingwei collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his subhuman constitution having been activated. Aside from the bloodstains adorning his body, all other traces of his former self had vanished without a trace. "Ah, this sensation is truly unpleasant," Li Qingwei remarked, as dark phantoms emerged behind him. These specters resembled figures ensconced in countless bandages, possessing a total transparency that rendered them invisible to human eyes. Unless one was in a heightened emotional state, or summoned by Li Qingwei with a palpable intent to kill, ordinary humans could not perceive their presence otherwise. Furthermore, due to the limited IBM substance within Li Qingwei's body, he could only summon the dark phantoms for a duration of 8 minutes, and no more than twice a day. Yet, this was more than adequate. With the activation of his subhuman constitution, at the very least, his safety was assured. Chapter 7. Sudden Assault Marvel Agency. Ever since completing the commission involving those 3 vampires, Li Qingwei had not received a single assignment in the past fortnight. He found himself relying on past successes, which was a source of considerable frustration. However, his greatest vexation stemmed not from the lack of assignments, but from the 2 troublesome creatures before him. Do you remember the 2 eggs he had acquired at the beginning? They had hatched into the most renowned characters in animation, Tom and Jerry. Yes, the very duo from Tom and Jerry. Their days were filled with mischief. And what irked him most was their immortal nature. No matter how reckless their antics, they would never truly perish. Fortunately, the agency had the ability to self-repair, or it would have long ceased to exist in this world. Enough, you two. Stop causing chaos and go watch television. Remember, this is the last TV I will buy for you. If it breaks again, there will be no replacements. Li Qingwei admonished the bickering cat and mouse. Tom and Jerry exchanged glances before darting towards the television, transforming into a whirlwind of black and brown fur. They quickly landed on the sofa and simultaneously pressed the remote control. Jerry favored culinary shows, while Tom preferred programs featuring beautiful women. Thus, a playful battle ensued over who would dictate their viewing choice. Fortunately, as they were still in their infancy, their unlocked abilities were limited to immortality, boundless strength, speed, and creation, yet that was sufficient to wreak havoc. The ferocity of their struggle for the remote could have demolished a building. Ultimately, it was Li Qingyue's intervention that quelled their ruckus, allowing them to watch cartoons in peace. Observing them, Li Qingyue could not help but shake his head with a sigh. Upon hearing his exhalation, Tom and Jerry glanced back at him. "It's fine, you may continue watching," he waved his hand dismissively. The two resumed their attention on the screen, prompting another sigh from Li Qingyue as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. However, without their playful bickering, they would not be Tom and Jerry. Before long, they were once again vying for control of the remote. First, Jerry switched the channel to his beloved cooking show, only for Tom to snatch the remote and change it to a fashion show while Jerry was engrossed in the program. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry reclaimed the remote during Tom's distraction. After a dozen back-and-forth exchanges, the television suddenly emitted smoke and then went black. Li Qingyue sighed even more heavily upon witnessing this. For under normal circumstances, such incessant channel switching hundreds, even thousands of times should not result in such a malfunction. Yet, Tom and Jerry had managed to break it after just a few rounds, leaving Li Qingyue feeling utterly helpless, especially considering they had already destroyed numerous similar televisions prior. Suddenly, Li Qingyue felt a tug at his trousers. Looking down, he found the pitiful Jerry, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. Were it anyone else, under such relentless pressure, one would likely feel pity for them. However, Li Qingyue had endured this ordeal on numerous occasions and had become immune to it. With a cold huff, he turned away, refusing to cast another glance at Jerry. Seeing his own pitiful state was of no avail, Jerry, in a fit of frustration, approached Tom, who was napping in his nest, and gave him a swift kick. Just as Tom, enraged and ready to retaliate, was about to strike back, Jerry beckoned him with a finger. Confused, Tom lowered his head, only to hear Jerry whispering something in his ear. The more Tom listened, the brighter his eyes shone, and soon he was nodding vigorously. In an instant, the two little creatures dashed to Li Qingyue's desk, gazing up at him with their most sorrowful eyes. All right, truly, I owe you both this. I shall buy you 2 televisions, 1 for each, but please, no more fighting over them. Understood?" Li Qingyue sighed, smacking his forehead in resignation. The 2 little ones, upon hearing this, leaped onto Li Qingyue's shoulders and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. Li Qingyue then scooped up Tom and placed him on his lap, while simultaneously contacting old Jack to purchase the 2 televisions. Before long, the televisions were delivered by old Jack. "Ed, the televisions have arrived. Is yours broken again?" Old Jack kicked open the office door, followed by a towering man, resembling a brown bear, who carried 2 boxes. "Yes, could you please help me set them up?" Li Qingyue replied from his chair. "Tank, assist him with the installation, please." "Yes, boss," Tank replied in a deep voice. In no time, Tank, moving with surprising agility for his size, had assembled the televisions and even tested them. As the screens flickered to life, Tom and Jerry dashed out with lightning speed, snatching the remote from Tank's grasp and switching to their favorite program. "What are they?" Old Jack inquired, eyeing the duo with curiosity. "My pets, quite intelligent." With a slight touch of the extraordinary, Li Qingyue responded, and old Jack nodded thoughtfully before departing with Tank. "Now, you each have your own television, so please refrain from causing any more trouble, or I shall confine you," Li Qingyue warned. Yet, Tom and Jerry were already engrossed in the television programs, completely ignoring him. At that moment, the doorbell rang and a woman entered. "Hello, is this the Marvel Agency?" she asked. "Yes, may I inquire about your request?" Li Qingyue promptly stood to address her. "Can you truly accept any request?" The woman asked cautiously. "Of course. Please, share your concerns." Li Qingyue gestured for her to sit and began to engage in conversation. Once the woman settled into her seat and prepared to speak, Li Qingyue suddenly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he drew his firearm and fired a shot, startling the woman, who was about to unleash a tirade. In an instant, Li Qingyue slammed his palm on the table and moved to her side, forcefully pushing her down. The very next moment, a bullet struck the spot where she had just been seated. "Dear guest, it appears you have attracted quite the predicament," he remarked, before retrieving another gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the doorway. Each round collided with another, akin to the clash of sniper bullets, leaving the assassin utterly astonished that a mere handgun could counteract the might of a sniper's shot. However, the assassin soon realized that this assassination attempt was a failure. Acting swiftly, he stowed his weapon in a case, tossed a grenade inside, and swiftly descended the rope to the lower floor. With the ensuing explosion, all evidence was obliterated, and both Li Qingwei and the woman were engulfed in the thick, black smoke that billowed from the blast. "Now, dear guest, you may articulate your demands," Li Qingwei stated, holstering his handgun and fixing his gaze intently upon the woman. Chapter 8. The transition to ninja. Li Qingwei gazed at the woman before him and spoke calmly. "Dear guest, you may articulate your demands." After a prolonged silence, the woman finally replied, "I have provoked someone, and I wish for your assistance." "To eliminate him?" Li Qingwei interjected, his curiosity piqued. However, the woman shook her head in alarm, exclaiming, No, I do not wish for his death. Rather, I seek your help in negotiating peace to spare my family's lives. Would you be willing?" "Ah, I see. Truly, dear guest, might it not be more prudent to simply eliminate them for a permanent solution?" Li Qingwei remarked. "Absolutely not. I desire only a negotiation." With a resigned sigh, Li Qingwei conceded, "Since it is your request, I shall comply. However, what compensation do you propose?" "I can offer $100,000, if that suffices." "Perhaps you could first divulge the identity of this individual?" Li Qingwei inquired, circumventing her offer. "Jin Bing." "Jin Bing? Are you familiar with him?" Li Qingwei asked, intrigued. The woman nodded cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am aware. Given your knowledge of him, you must comprehend his vast influence. He is known as the Underground Emperor of New York, with illicit enterprises extending throughout America and even overseas. If you wish for me to negotiate, I fear $100,000 may prove insufficient," Li Qingwei observed, reclining in his chair. "I possess a crystal skull, a cherished heirloom from my grandfather. Might this serve as collateral?" "A crystal skull? What is your grandfather's name?" Li Qingwei inquired, his brow furrowing. "Dr. Indiana Jones. Do you know him?" "I have heard of him. If this is indeed a genuine crystal skull, along with the $100,000, I shall accept this commission." With that, Li Qingwei produced a sheepskin scroll and seal. As the woman inscribed her name, she pressed her thumb into the seal, inadvertently pricking herself on a concealed needle. Li Qingwei urged her to press her bloodied thumb onto the document. Despite the bizarre circumstances, the woman complied, and Li Qingwei rose, addressing her. "Come with me. I shall introduce you to Jin Bing. Tom, Jerry, I am stepping out. Remain here and do not wander." "Are we leaving now? Why delay?" "I have a rapport with Jin Bing. You should extend me a favor. Trust in my presence to ensure your safety." Observing Li Qingwei's unwavering confidence, the woman inexplicably followed him onto his motorcycle, heading toward Jin Bing's territory. Before long, they arrived at the base of Wilson Tower. The woman stuttered, I thought we were meeting Jin Bing? Why are we here?" "Because Wilson Fisk is Jin Bing. Come along." Li Qingwei parked his vehicle casually, unperturbed by the possibility of theft, for this was the domain of Wilson Fisk, where no one dared to act recklessly. At that moment, the woman was still absorbed in the sensational news of Wilson Fisk's prominence, when suddenly a Hummer halted behind them. From within emerged a bald man, toothpick in mouth, bearing a tattoo of a target on his forehead. "Ah, isn't that the owner of Marvel Enterprises? What brings you here today? Have you brought our prey along?" Target Eye remarked. "I am here to seek your boss, so do not compel me to take action," Li Qingwei replied, casting a sidelong glance at Target Eye. Upon hearing this, Target Eye's smile faltered, and a steel nail appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to act, a man clad in a tailored suit, exuding elegance, stepped forward. "Mr. Ed Lee, Mr. Fisk requests your presence." "Target Eye, the boss has stated that on his territory, you should not act without his command," the man announced. Seeing this figure, Target Eye's demeanor shifted back to jovial, and the steel nail vanished from his grasp. "Huh, why would I take action?" He chuckled. "Let us go." "Ignore him," Li Qingwei replied indifferently, entirely unfazed by the prospect of Target Eye launching a surprise attack. They soon arrived at the top floor, where a heavy steel door opened to reveal an office and the imposing figure within. What could the owner of Marvel Enterprises want here? Li Qingwei pondered. As he raised his head, the oppressive aura of the underground emperor bore down on them, momentarily stunning the woman, who stood frozen in place. Noticing this, Li Qingwei stepped in front of her to shield her from Fisk's overwhelming presence. Enough with the intimidation. I am here at the request of this esteemed guest to discuss peace. Li Qingwei waved his hand dismissively. Do you know why she wishes to negotiate with me? Fisk asked with a cold smirk. Li Qingwei shook his head. I do not know, nor do I wish to. I merely wish to understand what you require to reach an agreement with her. You will assist me unconditionally once, Fisk replied. Agreed. But aside from requesting my life or possessions, I will help you unconditionally, Li Qingwei responded without hesitation. Splendid. In that case, I shall inform my subordinates to lift her bounty, Fisk proclaimed as he rose. Let us proceed. The matter is settled. Is it truly that simple? Otherwise, do you expect me to engage in a battle with him and use his life as leverage? Spare me the jest. For me, accomplishing the task swiftly is paramount. As for the costs incurred, we shall address them later. Thus, the two departed with haste, while Fisk observed their retreating figures, a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to the office and confirming that Fisk had rescinded the bounty, the woman instructed her family to bring a crystal skull. Once the payment and the skull were handed to Li Qingwei, he produced a parchment scroll, which he tossed into the air, igniting spontaneously and vanishing. Witnessing this, the woman hastily exited the premises. Li Qingwei placed the crystal skull upon the shelf behind him, with no immediate intention of addressing it. After all, once he departed, he could not ascertain how long it would be before his return. The thought of missing a commission during his absence was a disheartening prospect, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Simultaneously, a gift box made its appearance upon the table, capturing the attention of Tom and Jerry. Before Li Qingwei could even reach for the box, the two little ones dashed to the table, eager to tussle over the ribbon adorning the gift. With a vigorous tug, the ribbon was freed, and the box consequently opened, revealing a shuriken within. Both little ones instinctively reached out to seize it, prompting Li Qingwei to shout a warning. But alas, it was too late. At the moment their hands made contact with the shuriken, a blinding white light erupted, forcing Li Qingwei to shut his eyes. When he regained his composure, he discovered that Tom and Jerry had donned a new set of attire and were now facing each other, their outfits strikingly familiar to Li Qingwei. Goodness, Uchiha Tom and Senja Jerry, what on earth is going on? He exclaimed instinctively. Chapter 9. The arrival of Hank Huaya. At that moment, Uchiha Tom's eyes transformed into the mesmerizing Mangeki Sharingan, surrounded by ethereal purple skeletal formations. On the opposite side, Senju Jerry was equally undeterred. With a clap of his hands, a colossal rodent crafted from wood began to rise from the ground, threatening to burst through the office ceiling. Just as the situation seemed dire, Li Qingwei urgently called for a halt. Enough. All of you, stop. Upon hearing his command, the two ceased their actions. Though their fierce gazes remained locked, revert back to your original forms. Gradually, the two figures began to undulate, eventually transforming back to their previous appearances. Li Qingwei opened their data panels and discovered that they had matured into their juvenile phase, leaving behind infancy, and had acquired their first profession, ninja. How long can you sustain your transformation? Li Qingwei inquired. Tom and Jerry exchanged glances before simultaneously extending their hands. However, Tom displayed 4 fingers while Jerry showed 3. Observing them with an impassive expression, Li Qingwei noted their confusion. They quickly exchanged glances, adjusting their finger counts so that Tom held up 3 while Jerry displayed 4. Li Qingwei sighed, placing his hand on his forehead. This is your final chance. How long? Sensing his growing irritation, the two eagerly extended all their fingers. Upon inspection, Li Qingwei found that they could indeed maintain their transformation for 10 minutes. Can this duration be extended? The two nodded vigorously, chattering away in a flurry of sounds. Although Li Qingwei couldn't decipher their words, he grasped the essence of their message. Their transformation duration could increase with growth, potentially allowing them to maintain the state indefinitely once they reached adulthood. Very well, but you must not transform without my permission. Understood? Jerry muttered a few words under his breath, prompting Tom to scamper over to Li Qingyue, eager to report. In response, Jerry quickly brandished a large black hammer inscribed with 10,000 T and swung it at Tom's head, sending him plunging into a deep pit. Li Qingyue, accustomed to such antics, chose not to intervene. When Tom finally emerged, the pit had vanished, and he conjured a hammer of his own. The two began to chase each other, with Jerry eventually leaping atop Tom's television to halt his pursuit, both keenly aware of Li Qingyue's warning. These televisions were their last remaining ones. In a silent agreement, they exchanged knowing glances and cautiously tiptoed away from the area. However, the moment they stepped outside the television's vicinity, they resumed their playful brawl. Li Qingyue had grown immune to the racket they produced when suddenly, the doors swung open, revealing Hank Huia with a cheerful smile. "What brings you here, young man? Where have you been all this time?" With a mischievous grin, "I found myself in the United States, courtesy of Tony. However, due to my identity, even with Tony's introduction, I inevitably faced scrutiny. I was recently released, and upon my freedom, I sought refuge with you. By the way, to avoid any unnecessary complications, I have adopted a new name, Walter O'Brien Huija. From now on, you may simply call me Walter. Do you have a place to stay?" Li Qingyue inquired. Walter shook his head and, with a hint of flattery, replied, "No, I don't even have $1 to my name. Could you possibly advance me a month's salary?" "Here," Li Qingyue said, handing over a package containing $100,000. "Consider what equipment you may need. I recall you possess 3 doctoral degrees, so you shall serve as the logistics for the office." "Thank you, boss." Just as Walter finished speaking, Jerry leaped onto his shoulder. Before Walter could react, a large blue and white cat soared through the air, wielding a hefty hammer, aiming to strike Walter with a resounding blow. Walter had no time to evade, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself. The impact sent him reeling, akin to a drunken stagger, as cartoonish stars swirled around his head. "Hey, boss. Look at the little stars," Walter exclaimed foolishly before collapsing. Tom and Jerry paused, realizing the trouble they had caused. They quickly lifted Walter onto the sofa where they watched television and approached Li Qingyue, bowing their heads in a posture of apology. "You two, go to the corner and reflect on your actions, each in a separate corner, until Walter awakens." Though they wished to protest, the sight of an angry Li Qingyue compelled them to sulkily comply. After an indeterminate time, Walter finally regained consciousness, only to find Li Qingyue dining alongside the 2 mischief makers responsible for his fainting spell. "Awake at last. Come, eat swiftly, and then I shall take you to procure your necessary equipment." "Oh." Walter nodded in acknowledgement, taking a moment to clear his mind before approaching the solitary table to enjoy a hamburger. "Boss, what are they?" "My pets. Do not underestimate them. Their combat prowess rivals that of the world's strongest armies. They may possess a mischievous streak, but fret not. Their antics are unlikely to cause any fatal harm. Merely a brief loss of consciousness." Walter was at a loss for words. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Qingyue instructed the two to guard the premises and led Walter to Old Jack's grocery store. "What shall we procure this time?" Old Jack inquired, glancing up as Li Qingyue entered. Walter surveyed the store and looked at Li Qingyue, silently questioning, "Are you sure this place has what I need?" "Speak freely. You can express any desire to Old Jack, for there is nothing beyond his reach." With no alternative, Walter could only articulate a series of technical terms. After listening, Old Jack remarked, "Aside from the slight complication with the supercomputer, everything else can be procured by tomorrow, excluding the supercomputer. These assorted items amount to $550,000. Please proceed with the payment." "Is it really that expensive?" "That is actually quite a reasonable price." "Do you wish to proceed?" Li Qingyue glanced at Walter, who sheepishly scratched his head. "Very well, have it delivered to the building next to the office. I have already purchased it. By the way, is the supercomputer truly essential?" The last inquiry was directed at Walter, who pondered for a moment before responding. "It is rather significant." Then, "Old Jack, is it possible to acquire the supercomputer?" "Indeed, but it will require $20 million. This is merely an estimate. The final cost may be higher." "Are you certain you need it?" "Absolutely. Also, please arrange for your team to establish a base according to my employees' requirements." Li Qingyue stated with a flourish. Old Jack raised his hand towards Li Qingyue, who, in a moment of distress, produced a card. With a chime, a substantial portion of his funds evaporated, leaving him in anguish as he grasped Walter's collar and departed. Chapter 10. Repaying favors. The following day, old Jack, accompanied by Tank and a renovation crew, arrived at the building adjacent to the office. This structure, a modest 4 or 5 stories tall, resembled an apartment building. Due to the inability to sustain operations, the owner had put the building up for sale. Upon seeing it, Li Qingwei decided to invest a small sum to purchase the edifice, intending to convert it into a dormitory for employees. After all, it was impractical for the office to rely solely on his efforts to fulfill its commissions. Such an approach would leave him with little chance for respite throughout the year. Thus, hiring additional staff was inevitable, and with limited space in the office, an extra building was essential for accommodating the employees. Suddenly, the unexpected sound of hammering awoke Tom and Jerry from their slumber. Both, grumpy from their abrupt awakening, retrieved a large firework and aimed it at the workers engaged in the renovation. At that moment, Li Qingwei too was roused by the cacophony. As he descended the stairs, he spotted the two and urgently shouted, "Stop!" However, his warning came too late. Nevertheless, the workers heard his voice and turned to see a massive firework hurtling towards them, leaving them no time to evade. Tragically, it struck the foreman, Walter, directly. With a resounding blast, Walter's front was completely charred, yet the rear was unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly opened his mouth, from which a plume of black smoke rose, before he collapsed to the ground. Old Jack and Tank stood in stunned silence until Li Qingwei intervened, swiftly seizing Walter and proclaiming, "Continue your work. He will be fine." He then returned to the office before the workers, leaving old Jack to regain his composure and instruct the crew, "Carry on. You too. Did I not specify that you must not lay hands on ordinary people?" Li Qingwei admonished, poking the heads of the two youngsters. However, the pair appeared quite aggrieved as they mumbled their protests. Li Qingwei understood that being awakened by the renovation noise was indeed irksome. Yet he felt powerless to change the situation. Ultimately, he decided to soothe the two, allowing them an exception to sleep in his room, which boasted excellent soundproofing. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei tossed Walter onto the sofa before stepping out to procure breakfast. Upon awakening, Walter looked around in bewilderment, struggling to recall how he had ended up in such a state. Just then, the door swung open, and a man strode in, announcing loudly, "Is Edley here? Are you seeking our boss? He seems to be absent. Do you have a commission?" Walter quickly inquired as he rose to his feet. "Who are you?" The man responded, "I am an employee here. Inform your boss that it is time to repay his favor." With that, the man produced a business card and nonchalantly tossed it onto the table, leaving Walter momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his bearings, the man had vanished without a trace. Half an hour later, Li Qingwei returned, laden with bags. Spotting the now conscious Walter, he instructed, "Quickly wash your face and join me for breakfast." The boss had just been approached by an individual who claimed it was time to repay a favor. With a casual flick, he tossed a business card onto the table, which, surprisingly, became lodged there. One might wonder if he possessed some supernatural ability or martial prowess. While Walter chattered away, Li Qingwei seemed unperturbed, as he appeared to recognize the newcomer. He strode over, retrieved the card, and instructed, "Stop eating, come with me." Walter was momentarily taken aback, but Li Qingwei, seizing him by the collar, pulled him along. Soon, they arrived at the Wilson building, proceeding smoothly to the top floor. "Jean Bing, so soon you require my assistance?" Li Qingwei announced as he pushed open the door. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. Not only were Jean Bing, the target, and Jean Bing's butler present, but also a young boy. "Ed, I need you to help me rescue Vanessa," Jean Bing stated, his gaze fixed on Li Qingwei. "Vanessa? Elaborate. Who is the enemy?" "The Golden Triangle Overlord, Misha. He orchestrated Vanessa's abduction to obtain my client resources. I require your assistance in rescuing her and, during this time, to care for my son, Richard Fisk." "That is manageable, but this Misha." "Boss, I have found him. Misha is the largest warlord and drug lord in the Golden Triangle, controlling approximately 80% of the opium cultivation in the region. It is estimated that he supplies about 60% of the world's drugs and is blacklisted in numerous countries. He commands an army of 30,000 and possesses an arsenal of heavy weaponry, capable of engaging in warfare akin to that of a nation. Most importantly, he has 2 decoys, both of whom have undergone cosmetic surgery to resemble him precisely, making it impossible to discern the true Misha. Walter raised his phone, simultaneously presenting Li Qingwei with the warlord's dossier. Where did you acquire this information? From the FBI database, Walter replied with a grin. Very well, affix your signature. Li Qingwei conjured a parchment scroll and seal from thin air. Without hesitation, Jin Bing signed his name and pressed the seal. To his astonishment, the resilient skin of his finger was pricked by the sharp point hidden within the seal, yet he nonetheless pressed his thumbprint down. As the signature and thumbprint emanated an eerie orange glow, Li Qingwei rolled up the scroll and stated, "Prepare a plane for me. Just one plane? That will suffice. Come, boy." The child glanced at Jin Bing, who stood and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Richard, go ahead. He will not harm you." The boy nodded obediently and approached Li Qingwei. "I will first settle him. Send someone to collect me in an hour." Understood. The 3 then returned to the office, where they were greeted by the sight of Jerry and Tom indulging in a hearty meal. "Brother, may I join them in play?" Richard's eyes sparkled upon seeing Tom and Jerry. "Certainly, Tom and Jerry, you are to protect him. If anyone intends to harm him, I grant you full permission to act decisively. Understood?" Tom and Jerry turned their bodies, donning police hats and uniforms, saluting Li Qingwei. Watching their comical antics, Richard's joy intensified, and he reached out to grasp Jerry. Yet, how could Jerry allow a boy to catch him? If it were a girl, he might indulge a gentle touch. But for a boy, that was out of the question, so he deftly evaded. With no other option, Richard redirected his efforts towards Tom, who welcomed the attention. Richard petted him, while Tom continued to savor his breakfast. "While I am away, you shall handle the commissions. But do inform them that I am not available and they will need to wait for a while." "Understood, boss. You can leave everything to me." Li Qingwei nodded in agreement, and just then, the personnel sent by Jean arrived. Li Qingwei donned his gear and set off. Chapter 11. The Massacre in the Golden Triangle. A helicopter descended slowly, and a rope was cast down. A figure swiftly slid down the rope. It was Li Qingwei come to rescue Vanessa. Once the helicopter departed, Li Qingwei retrieved a map, confirmed his direction, and commenced his advance. Meanwhile, atop the Wilson building, the marksman aimed at Jean and inquired, "Boss, are you certain that Ed can truly rescue Vanessa? You must have faith in him. I cannot conceive of a better alternative. Should we really surrender a client we have nurtured for years?" Jean retorted angrily, "Boss, please remain composed. However, I believe it prudent to prepare for contingencies," the marksman suggested. "You are correct. We must capture all of Misha's men within our territory. If he desires war, I shall deliver him a war," Jean declared darkly. One must not underestimate Jean's influence. He wields power across the globe, with a network of connections that is intricately woven, involving numerous high-ranking officials from various nations. This very complexity has garnered him a plethora of enemies. Should he indeed choose to wage full-scale war, he possesses the capability to instigate a third world war. This is no mere jest. Jin's power is formidable. It is precisely because the American elite cannot manage the repercussions of Jin's actions that they have refrained from taking action against him. Returning to Li Qingwei. Through his exceptional physical prowess, he finally arrived outside Misha's military camp as night fell. This was merely one of Misha's military encampments. His opium plantation sprawled across the entire Golden Triangle. To safeguard his cultivation, his military presence was extensive. Even a single garrison housed thousands of regular soldiers, complemented by a platoon of tanks and 4 to 5 armed helicopters, sufficient to deter warlords throughout the Golden Triangle from engaging them recklessly. Li Qingwei perched atop a towering tree outside the camp, leveraging his extraordinary vision and night vision capabilities to discern the troop distribution within the encampment. Once he had meticulously prepared, he eschewed Roland's handgun in favor of 2 silenced Glock 17 pistols, as Roland's weapon could not accommodate a suppressor. The hunt commenced. With a graceful leap, Li Qingwei free fell from the towering tree. Just before impact, he leaned forward, rolling to dissipate the force of the fall. While such a maneuver would likely result in broken legs for an ordinary person, Li Qingwei had undergone 3 enhancements, making this feat comparable to a mere 30-centimeter drop for him. Soon, Li Qingwei advanced stealthily under the cover of darkness, eliminating various hidden sentries nestled within the jungle. However, Li Qingwei was unaware that the sentinels were required to report their status at regular intervals to prevent the current predicament. Thus, when the sentinels received no response, the military camp immediately sounded the alarm, and all searchlights were activated, commencing a thorough 360-degree sweep. Observing the unfolding chaos, Li Qingwei ceased to conceal himself, drawing his twin pistols to fire upon the searchlights. With remarkable rapidity, he dispatched all the lights, but the flashes of gunfire revealed his position to others, who swiftly initiated suppressive fire. Yet, Li Qingwei, with extraordinary agility, evaded the bullets while counterattacking, swiftly eliminating the soldiers on watch. The soldiers below, engulfed in panic, could only hear the anguished cries of their comrades before the chilling sound of bodies hitting the ground ensued. Some among them shouted in fear, "There's a sniper! There's a sniper!" All soldiers scrambled for cover, granting Li Qingwei a moment to breathe. Yet, feeling this reprieve insufficient, he aimed the barrel of his gun at his own head. As the bullet was discharged, Li Qingwei met his demise, but his enhanced physiology allowed him to resurrect instantaneously, restoring his body to peak condition, and thus he resumed his lethal rampage. Particularly notable was his elusive marksmanship, utilizing various hard surfaces to ricochet bullets, striking enemies concealed behind cover. After nearly half of their ranks had been decimated, the surviving soldiers finally regained their wits and hastened to man tanks and armed helicopters. They had grown too accustomed to a life of ease, even forgetting the art of combat. Yet, now, spurred by the adrenaline of bloodshed, the dormant ferocity within their veins was awakened. However, even with tanks and armed helicopters at their disposal, they proved no match for Li Qingwei. Roland's pistol possessed formidable penetrating power, easily breaching the armor of tanks, let alone that of armed helicopters. After expending a full hour, Li Qingwei had eradicated the entire military camp, leaving only the commander standing. Yet, Li Qingwei had not emerged unscathed. His body was battered and bloodied as he advanced step by step toward the commander, who, paralyzed by fear, lost control of his bladder. "This feeling is quite unpleasant," Li Qingwei mumbled, then aimed his gun at himself. With the sound of the gunshot, he committed suicide once more, only to resurrect almost immediately. Walking toward the commander under his incredulous gaze, "Tell me Vanessa's location, or I will torment you piece by piece." The commander fell silent for a moment before tremblingly revealing the address to Li Qingwei. Subsequently, Li Qingwei turned to leave, but at the moment he exited the camp, he fired a shot without looking back. The bullet struck a shell in the ammunition depot with precision, engulfing the entire camp in flames. The commotion undoubtedly attracted the attention of other military camps. Not only Misha and his men, but other warlords also learned of the incident. Upon realizing that one of Misha's camps had vanished in the span of an hour, everyone was left astounded, speculating who could have executed such a feat. Upon learning of this matter, Misha's first instinct was to suspect Jean Bing. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that Jean Bing would not be so foolish, especially since Vanessa was firmly in his grasp. Thus, it was evident that someone intended to incite a mutual destruction between him and Jean Bing. "General, this is undoubtedly the work of Jean Bing. We should eliminate that woman immediately," Misha's adjutant asserted. "No, there is something rather peculiar about this situation. It is highly probable that the orchestrator behind this is aiming to instigate a conflict between Jean Bing and myself. Let us first apprehend the assailants who attacked the military camp," Misha commanded. "Understood, General," the adjutant replied, standing at attention before promptly commanding the troops. The nearby camps, particularly those under Misha's command, abandoned their original posts and converged here to ensure Misha's safety. Of course, whether this Misha was genuine or merely a decoy remained an enigma. Chapter 12. The Rescue of Vanessa in the Golden Triangle. Li Qingwei persistently evaded the relentless pursuit of his assailants, particularly the armed helicopter hovering above, which unleashed a barrage of gunfire, leaving him with no avenues for escape. It was not that Li Qingwei lacked the desire to retaliate. Rather, he had exhausted all his ammunition during the fray. His intent had been to rescue Vanessa swiftly and depart. Yet he found himself besieged by a frenzied mob that pursued him with unrelenting fervor. He had dispatched nearly 3,000 to 4,000 adversaries, Yet this only seemed to embolden his pursuers rather than instill fear. Now, Li Qingyue found himself devoid of resources, armed only with a specially crafted Yinling knife, which, despite its unique design, had begun to show signs of wear. "Stop! You have nowhere left to flee, do you?" A voice suddenly rang out. As Li Qingyue dodged bullets, he glanced back to see a middle-aged man atop a tank, addressing him through a loudspeaker. Upon seeing him, an idea struck Li Qingyue, prompting him to halt and raise his hands at surrender. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at the sight, and he immediately signaled his men to lower their weapons. However, they did not lower their guns. Instead, they trained their weapons on Li Qingyue, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of resistance. "You are Misha?" "Indeed. That is I." "You must be the Grim Reaper." "The Grim Reaper? You may not be aware, but that is your moniker. You have claimed nearly 4,000 lives, and thus they have dubbed you as such. I initially believed you to be part of a squad, yet I am astonished to learn that you are but one man." "Fascinating, truly fascinating. Pray tell, who sent you?" Misha inquired, casting a condescending gaze upon Li Qingyue. "Jean Bing, he sent me to rescue her." "Jean Bing? Do you presume I would take you at your word? I advise you to speak truthfully. Otherwise, despite my admiration for your prowess, I cannot restrain my men from taking action against you. I understand your skepticism, but allow me to meet Vanessa. She knows me," Li Qingyue replied, maintaining a steady gaze with Misha, unyielding in his resolve. Ultimately, Misha gestured with a grand sweep of his hand, and a contingent rushed forward, binding Li Qingyue with chains before unceremoniously tossing him onto a vehicle, which then sped off toward the military camp. Time became a blur as Li Qingyue acclimatized to the jarring motions of the vehicle. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt, and he was dragged out. Before him stood a disheveled woman. Through her matted hair, her striking features were still discernible. "Vanessa? It is I. You must be Ed, correct? How did Wilson send you here?" Vanessa stepped forward, attempting to assist Li Qingyue, but was barred by the enemies flanking her. "It appears you are indeed sent by Jean Bing. Does he not fear for what I might do to his wife?" Misha remarked darkly. "Madame Vanessa, I have treated you with utmost respect, yet your husband has treated me in this manner. Therefore, I shall grant you your due," Misha continued, his face clouded with menace. Vanessa cried out in terror, "No, please, don't." The adjutant, accompanied by several soldiers, approached Vanessa with lascivious grins, the adjutant assuring her, "Do not be alarmed, Miss Vanessa. We shall ensure your utmost comfort. Moreover, once you have satisfied us, over 3,000 soldiers await your service. It seems you shall be indulged for several days." Terrified, Vanessa retreated until her back pressed against the wall. Suddenly, Li Qingyue let out a cold chuckle, prompting Misha to sense the impending danger. "Shoot at him," she shouted. Yet it was too late. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dagger had appeared in Li Qingyue's hand, effortlessly severing the chains that bound him. He swiftly plunged the dagger into the throat of a nearby enemy and, utilizing the weapon, began to fire upon the others. Fortunately, Vanessa had already collapsed to the ground, sparing her from potential harm. Everyone present fell to Li Qingyue's wrath, and as the gunfire echoed, those outside began to rush toward the commotion. "Follow me," Li Qingyue commanded, tossing Vanessa into a jeep. He hastily gathered the weapons and ammunition from the fallen, some of which he stowed in a storage compartment, while others were placed directly onto the vehicle. "Contact Jean Bing and have him send reinforcements immediately." As he ignited the engine, he tossed Vanessa a satellite phone. Trembling, she input the number and soon connected with Jean Bing. "Wilson says it will take 10 minutes. I must head to these coordinates," she relayed. Li Qingyue glanced at the coordinates and instructed, "Hold on tight." Grasping the overhead handle, Vanessa braced herself just as a powerful force propelled them forward. Li Qingyue driving the jeep through the wall and into the open air of the military camp. As Vanessa exhaled in relief, she noticed Li Qingyue's grave expression. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind, sending her cowering beneath her seat. Li Qingyue deftly swerved the wheel, using the trees for cover, but the onslaught was overwhelming. Despite his efforts, a bullet pierced through Li Qingyue's head. Vanessa, paralyzed by fear, could hardly comprehend the scene before her until the vehicle began to careen toward the precipice. "No," she cried in terror. Yet the jeep halted perilously at the edge of the cliff, and a voice emerged, "Apologies for startling you, But you were shot. Vanessa stammered, bewildered. Consider it my superpower. After all, human resilience varies, Li Qingwei jested. However, they were soon surrounded, as this was indeed their territory. After surveying the area, Li Qingwei brought the vehicle to a stop, ushered Vanessa into a cave, and left her with essential supplies. Stay here. No matter what you hear, do not emerge. Do you understand? He instructed firmly. Vanessa nodded earnestly, aware that she was merely a burden to him. What Vanessa did not anticipate was that Li Qingwei had managed to procure a massive boulder, which he used to seal the entrance of the cave, ensuring their concealment. He then entered a mode of slaughter, marking his inaugural experience fighting alongside the Dark Phantom. Nervously gripping her pistol, Vanessa was suddenly startled by the sound of gunfire from outside, causing her to tremble and inadvertently drop her weapon. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, terrified of the possibility of making an involuntary sound. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the cacophony gradually subsided and the boulder began to shift. A figure appeared at the cave's entrance. Ed? It's me. Come out. It's safe now. Upon hearing Li Qingwei's voice, Vanessa exhaled in relief and approached the entrance, but when she beheld the scene before her, she was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by fear. Chapter 13. Homecoming. Vanessa stepped outside and was confronted with the sight of Li Qingwei, drenched in a torrent of blood, as if he had been doused from head to toe. Scattered around them were the lifeless bodies of their enemies. Ugh, this is a normal reaction. Just let it out. You'll feel better afterward. I need to freshen up. I feel so sticky. With that, he paid no further attention to Vanessa, as all pursuing enemies had been vanquished, rendering their current situation remarkably secure. Once Li Qingwei had casually washed himself, he swiftly led Vanessa to the evacuation point, where a helicopter had been awaiting their arrival. In no time, the helicopter whisked them away from the Golden Triangle. Meanwhile, Misha suffered a significant blow to his power due to the battle, prompting other warlords to seize the opportunity and ignite conflict, snatching vast territories and resources from him. Misha realized that he lacked the strength to retain his current holdings. Thus he had no choice but to relinquish excess land, hoping for a dog-eat-dog scenario that would allow him to remain in the shadows. However, it seemed that these factions had already conspired. After dividing the territory, they fell silent. Misha could only begrudgingly accept this loss, but his misfortunes did not end there. The repercussions of his actions were escalating, particularly since he had abducted Vanessa, a significant thorn in Jin's side. Consequently, Misha's external influence would face unprecedented repercussions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qingwei and his companions had returned to the Marvel office in Hell's Kitchen. Upon entering, Vanessa spotted Richard engrossed in a game of the King of Fighters 97 with Tom, and it appeared that he was at a disadvantage. Richard, Vanessa called out, unable to contain herself. Upon hearing her voice, Richard dropped the controller and rushed into Vanessa's embrace. Mom, you're finally back. Are you okay? I'm fine, Richard. What about you? Are you hurt? No, but Mom, I want to introduce you to my friends. This is Tom, and this is Jerry. They've saved me several times. Richard pulled Vanessa behind Tom and Jerry for the introductions. Just then, as Richard discarded the controller, Jerry executed a slick slide tackle, catching the controller midair and resuming his battle with Tom. However, it seemed Tom had the upper hand, ultimately knocking Jerry out. When the two boys turned around, they finally noticed Vanessa, but her appearance was less than ideal, particularly the odor emanating from her, prompting Jerry and Tom to instinctively cover their noses. Vanessa felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to speak when suddenly, Tom conjured a curtain encircling Vanessa and proceeded to produce a showerhead, shampoo, and other toiletries, while Jerry assisted her in washing up. In quick succession, Tom tossed Vanessa's soiled clothes into a basin that had mysteriously appeared, beginning the laundry process, followed by ironing. Within a mere 2 minutes, Vanessa's dirty garments were transformed, and Jerry had completed his task as well. As Vanessa emerged, donned in fresh attire, she found herself still in a state of bewilderment. What is this? You see, the physiology of mice differs from one another, much like cats, Li Qingwei explained. But, all right, Jean Bing is still waiting for you all. I shall escort you there, Li Qingwei interjected, cutting off Vanessa's attempt to speak. Very well then. Tom, Jerry, farewell. Richard said, waving at his companions. Jerry, perched on Tom's shoulder, waved back at Richard, and then Li Qingwei transported the two to the top floor of the Wilson building. In the presence of Jean Bing, he tossed the parchment scroll before departing. "Are you all right, Vanessa?" Once the outsiders had left, Jean Bing embraced Vanessa tightly and softly inquired. "I am fine, Wilson." Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, Vanessa couldn't help but shed tears, yet she stifled her sorrow and forced a smile. "I apologize. It was my fault. Rest assured, those who have harmed you will certainly face retribution," Jean Bing whispered, his tone laced with a chilling resolve. Observing the affectionate exchange between his parents, Richard found himself grappling with feelings of inadequacy. "However, I must express my gratitude to Ed. Without him, I might not have returned. And you cannot fathom how powerful he truly is." "Oh, in what manner is he powerful?" Jean Bing inquired with keen interest. Vanessa, without hesitation, divulged the abilities demonstrated by Li Qingwei. The more Jean Bing listened, the more astonished he became, particularly by the notion of immortality, which he committed to memory. "Wilson, could we reside next to the office? It would significantly enhance both Richard's and our safety." "Of course. I shall arrange for the purchase of the land surrounding the office immediately," Jean Bing replied with a smile. "All right, I shall take my leave to rest. I am utterly exhausted." Vanessa pecked Jean Bing on the cheek and then entered the secret chamber within his office. Inside lay a grand bed, constructed from solid metal and iron pillars, designed to support Jean Bing's formidable weight of over 400 pounds, for ordinary beds could hardly bear such a load. Watching Vanessa sleep peacefully, Jean Bing gently closed the secret chamber door and beckoned Richard over. "Richard, have you faced any more attacks these past days? Speak honestly." "Yes, but Tom and Jerry have thwarted them all." "How many waves of attacks were there?" "2 waves, Richard replied, his head bowed cautiously. "Who are Tom and Jerry? Are they Ed's employees?" "No, they are Ed's brother's pets. They are incredibly powerful. They are ninjas who can not only breathe fire, but also spray water. And Jerry can even summon a wooden dragon," Richard exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing Richard's words, Jean Bing felt a twinge of disbelief. But he understood Richard's character well. He was not one to lie, at least not to him. In other words, Richard's claims were indeed true, prompting Jean Bing to reassess Li Qingyue's prowess. Jean Bing swiftly finalized the purchase of the land surrounding the office, with the exception of the building itself, as it was Li Qingyue's territory, leaving him unable to acquire it, yet it was more than sufficient. Simultaneously, another renovation crew commenced work on the adjacent side of the office, and the outcome was strikingly evident. Tom and Jerry, in a frenzy, clamored for fireworks and explosives. Fortunately, Walter was present in the office at the time, and through persuasion, he managed to calm them down. Nevertheless, their ire remained unabated as they perched by the window, fixating intently on the other renovation team. This unnerved the latter, yet they could do little but feign ignorance. Chapter 14. The upgrade package. What is happening again? Li Qingwei inquired upon waking. "The boss, another renovation crew, has arrived next door. Tom and Jerry have been unable to sleep because of it," Walter explained. "I see. Let them be. By the way, have you seen the gift box on my desk?" After completing the commission yesterday, the system had initiated an upgrade, which is why the gift box had not yet been given to him. Exhausted from fatigue, Li Qingwei had chosen to sleep rather than attend to the system's upgrade. It was only upon waking in the morning that he noticed the upgrade had been completed, revealing not only the commission gift box but also an upgrade package. "Yes, but I didn't dare to touch it, as it belongs to you, boss. However, I placed 2 gift boxes in the drawer," Walter replied. Li Qingwei approached his desk, opened the drawer, and unwrapped one of the gift boxes, from which fell a small jar filled with a multitude of round, transparent pills. NZT-48, a drug from Limitless. Consuming it grants the user an impeccable memory, heightened linguistic abilities, boundless energy, clarity of thought, and agility in action, even allowing them to reassemble and deduce overlooked details and information in an instant, significantly enhancing their personal charisma. Setting it aside, he opened the other gift box, which contained the more substantial items. After all, it was the upgrade package. As he opened it, 3 items tumbled out: 2 employee badges and a miniature model of a vending machine. Employee badge X2, upon signing a contract with specific individuals. One may become a formal employee of the agency, gaining partial agency privileges. Agency vending machine. This machine offers a plethora of items from various realms. Available for purchase with points, exclusively for the agency's owner and employees. Walter, it's time for your formal employment status, Li Qingwei called out to Walter. Ah, formal employment? Indeed. You have been a temporary employee thus far, but now you can officially become a full employee. However, I must clarify that if you sign this contract with me, you will remain an employee of the agency for life. Are you certain about this? Li Qingwei asked, his gaze serious and earnest. Walter was taken aback by Li Qingyue's solemn demeanor, but soon his resolve solidified, and he replied with determination, Boss, I am certain, and I will join the agency. Very well, then sign your name. Li Qingyue placed the badge on the table, but Walter looked around and noticed the absence of paper and pen. Boss, where's the pen? This ISNT signed with a pen. Walter seemed to recall something, drawing out a small knife to make a small incision on his fingertip, using his blood to inscribe his name on the badge. The badge then emanated a faint red glow, revealing his portrait, name, and position. Name, Walter O'Brien Havadra. Position, Junior Mercenary. Points, 0. Boss, what are these points? Curiosity piqued, Walter affixed his identification badge around his neck. In the next instant, a surge of information flooded his mind. He gazed at the badge as it transformed into a silvery liquid, coalescing around his wrist to form a watch. Impressive. It even has hidden features, remarked Li Qingwei, slightly taken aback. By the way, boss, you haven't explained the purpose of the points yet. They're for exchanging items. Li Qingwei replied, moving to a corner of the office, where he discarded a model of a vending machine. In its place appeared a vending machine towering 2 meters, measuring 70 centimeters in width and 1 meter in depth. You can come over and see what you can redeem, he said with a smile. Intrigued, Walter approached the vending machine, only to find it stocked solely with level 1 items, most of which were unfamiliar to him. Gold, silver, water, and canned goods I recognize. But what are those oddly shaped jars? Walter inquired. Those are living essences. You can think of them as alternative abilities, activated with magic salt, which you may consider as a form of unique magical power. Quite expensive, these abilities. But what exactly do they do? Haha, explaining that is rather complex. You can watch the introductory video below. Upon seeing this, Walter clicked on the video. After familiarizing himself with the 8 types of living essences, he turned back to Li Qingwei, wearing a sycophantic smile. What are you up to? Boss, do you have any points? Could you lend me some? Don't look at me. I have no points either. You can only earn points by completing commissions, and the amount varies with the difficulty of each task. You'll have to accumulate them gradually. Li Qingwei replied, hands raised in resignation. After all, these abilities stemmed from the powers in Bioshock Infinite, which were not particularly formidable to him. Thus, their presence or absence was inconsequential. But, boss, as you know, I am just an ordinary person. How can I possibly complete your commissions? Just then, a pair of parents burst in, urgency etched on their faces. Hello, do you have a commission you wish to post? Yes. I need you to help me locate my daughter. Locate? Don't you want us to bring her back? Li Qingwei asked, intrigued. No need. Our people will safely return her. You just need to provide us with her location. Understanding this, Li Qingwei retrieved a scroll. The man seemed familiar with Li Qingyue's methods, signing the scroll with a thumbprint stained with blood. Li Qingwei then handed the scroll to Walter. Walter, smiling, led the couple to the adjacent room, where an array of computer equipment awaited. They refrained from asking further questions as Walter began utilizing various cameras to locate their daughter. Before long, Walter, through the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the streets, pinpointed the girl's location. Upon seeing where his daughter was, the father erupted in rage, pulling out his phone to make a call. After relaying the location to the person on the other end, he commanded, "Bring her back." He abruptly hung up the phone and then handed a check to Walter. After a brief glance at the check and confirming its validity, Walter tucked it away. However, he did not notice that his points had increased. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up the parchment scroll and, under the gaze of the 2 individuals, tossed it into the air. The scroll hovered momentarily before igniting spontaneously. Ah, merely a small illusion, my dear lady. Should you have any further commissions, do not hesitate to approach us. There is no task we cannot accomplish. Walter remarked with a smile as his points increased by 10. Although this was far from sufficient for the vital essence he wished to procure, it nonetheless marked a promising beginning. Chapter 15. Preparations to enhance NST 48. Walter sat on the newly acquired sofa in the office, gazing longingly at the vending machine in the distance. Come on. Just secure some more commissions and accumulate enough points to exchange for the elixir you desire, Li Qingwei remarked, somewhat exasperated. Boss, could you possibly lend me some points in advance? Walter inquired. Absolutely not. The rules do not permit it. Very well then. Observing Walter's despondent demeanor, Li Qingwei produced a vial of NZT 48 and stated, Here, take this. Walter accepted it, curiosity etched across his face. What is this, boss? This is called NZT 48, a novel substance classified as a drug. However, unlike typical narcotics, this compound unlocks every synapse in your brain, endowing you with an extraordinary memory and heightened intelligence, even enabling you to master a language you've never encountered before in a single day. This is classified as a drug? Walter asked, astonished. Patience, let me elaborate. If it merely had those effects, I would not label it a drug. NZT 48 possesses a time-limited efficacy of approximately 12 hours, which may vary based on individual physiology. It induces a dependency similar to that of narcotics. It is not merely addiction, but once you experience its effects, you will never wish to revert to your former self. Moreover, prolonged use of NZT 48, followed by abrupt cessation, can lead to excruciating headaches, vomiting, and dizziness. You may also find significant gaps in your memory. These are the side effects. This vial represents the last remaining NZT 48 in the world. Now, you have two choices. The first is to consume NZT 48. Rapidly acquire extensive knowledge in biology, and subsequently utilize that knowledge to enhance it into a version without side effects. Should you succeed, I will reward you with 1,000 points. The second option is to remain oblivious to this substance and gradually accumulate points through commissions. Regardless of your choice, I shall not hold it against you. But remember, if you opt for the first choice and fail to improve NZT 48, you will be forever bound to it. Choose wisely. Li Qingwei stated earnestly. I choose the first option. Are you certain? I am, boss. I have faith in my intellect. In fact, I once aspired to earn a doctorate in biology, but due to certain international circumstances in my country at the time, no research group was willing to accept me, which prevented me from obtaining my degree. My knowledge of biology is not inferior to that of any other doctoral candidate. Very well then. Seek out old Jack and transform the second floor into a laboratory. Once everything is prepared, you may consume it. Do you understand? Understood, boss. This pertains to my safety, and I shall exercise utmost caution. Good, as long as you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Go find old Jack. Subsequently, Walter mounted the dilapidated motorcycle belonging to Li Qingwei and set off towards old Jack's grocery store, while Li Qingwei remained in the office. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Richard's small head peeking through. Richard, what brings you here? Hee, Brother Ed. I came to invite Tom and Jerry to play at my house. Is that all right? Just as Li Qingwei was about to respond, Tom and Jerry rushed to his side, clasping their hands together in a plea. All right. But you must behave when visiting someone else's home, understood? The two quickly nodded, assuring him they would not misbehave. However, Li Qingwei was well aware of their nature and could only hope that their antics would produce minimal noise. Richard then led the two back to the neighboring house, informing Vanessa before entering the specially constructed recreation room. There, the three of them gleefully engaged in games, and Vanessa later joined them to deliver snacks and drinks, smiling with relief at Richard's evident joy. Meanwhile, Walter returned to old Jack's grocery store, but it appeared he had chosen an inopportune moment to arrive. Upon opening the door, he was met with a group of burly men standing inside. Walter swallowed nervously and said, there are so many of you. I won't disturb you any longer. As he attempted to turn away, a strong figure blocked his path and gently pushed him into the store. At that moment, old Jack emerged and remarked, If I were you, I would refrain from laying hands on this little fellow. Who is he? An employee of Ed. You should be aware that he is quite protective. Upon hearing Ed's name, the group of muscular men seemed to recall something and quickly parted, creating a path in the otherwise cramped space. Water did not hesitate and approached Old Jack directly. "I'm here. What do you need this time?" Old Jack, aren't you going to entertain them first?" Water inquired, glancing at the burly men. "No need. They have already completed their purchases and are merely waiting for the delivery." Nodding in acknowledgement, Water proceeded to list the items he required. Initially, Old Jack could keep up, but as Water continued to enumerate an increasing number of devices, he had no choice but to take out pen and paper to jot them down. When Water finished, Old Jack furrowed his brow and said, "The items you are requesting are rather expensive. It will cost at least $100 million. I recall your boss does not possess such a sum, does he? Is that truly necessary?" "I shall consult my boss," Water replied with a wry smile. The burly men, upon learning the total cost, were left astonished. "Boss," I inquired with Old Jack, "and the total for these devices amounts to at least $100 million. Do we have that kind of money?" Water asked cautiously. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Qingwei had said something that prompted Water to lift his gaze toward Old Jack and inquire, "Old Jack, would equivalent antiques or precious metals suffice?" "Of course, but as far as I know, your boss seems to lack such items, does he not?" The boss mentioned that it won't be long before he has what is needed. "If possible, I kindly request you, Old Jack, to commence preparations at once." "Very well. There are numerous machines here that require some time to set up, approximately a week. After a week, I expect to see the deposit. Is that understood?" "Rest assured, Old Jack. Our boss has never failed to honor his debts. He owes me quite a sum. Do you want me to recount them all?" Old Jack retorted, somewhat irked. No need for that," Walther awkwardly replied. He then exited the grocery store and returned to the office. As he pushed the door open, he discovered someone caressing a crystal skull. This crystal skull was not of human origin, as it was excessively elongated. "Boss, where shall we search for those antiques and treasures of gold and silver? The secrets cannot be divulged, but before we embark on our journey, we shall require some external funding," Li Qingwei remarked with a mysterious smile. Chapter 16. Earning money in the heart of the Amazon jungle, a group traverses a winding river. Led by Li Qingwei and composed of an intrepid expedition team. This diverse assembly includes an archaeologist, a biologist, a botanist, a survival expert, and a retired Marine. All united in their quest to uncover treasures lost to history. "Are you certain this path is correct?" inquired the biologist, one of the two women in the team. "The path is accurate. It merely requires more time to traverse," Li Qingwei replied without turning his gaze. "Does Victor truly exist? What do you think?" Li Qingwei turned back to pose the question to his companions. Silence enveloped the group as they pressed onward, swiftly emerging from the dense undergrowth into a desolate roadway. Flanking the road were vibrant, lush forests, yet the road itself appeared stark and devoid of life, marred by several conspicuous mounds of earth. Exercise caution. Stick to the jungle on either side and avoid the central dirt path, Li Qingwei advised. "Why is that?" "Army ants. Those mounds are their nests. If you prefer not to be devoured, refrain from disturbing them." Exchanging glances, the 5 members of the expedition ultimately heeded Li Qingwei's warning, opting to navigate the fringes of the jungle. Suddenly, a massive iguana swaggered onto the dirt path. The group paused, and in the next moment, swarms of army ants emerged from the mounds. The iguana, realizing its predicament, attempted to flee, yet it was too late. The army ants ensnared it, rendering it powerless and dragging it into their nest. The sight left the adventurers awestruck. Before long, they reached a precipice. Li Qingwei stood at the edge, gazing into the distance where 3 waterfalls cascaded majestically. He pointed towards them, declaring, "Do you see? As long as we navigate these 3 waterfalls, we shall reach our destination." "Then why do we not descend directly instead of coming here?" the survival expert questioned, puzzled. "Because I need to ascertain the route. If you believe this will delay us, we may opt for a more expedient method." "What method?" the 4 asked in unison. "A raft." "That is impossible, given the sheer drop of these 3 waterfalls. No raft could withstand such a torrent." "Then we have no alternative but to utilize ropes to descend and continue along the river. It is up to you whether you prefer a more aggressive or a more cautious approach," Li Qingwei replied, shrugging his shoulders. After deliberation, despite Li Qingwei being their employer. The stakes of their lives weighed heavily upon them. The two women, though physically adept, deemed the raft approach too perilous. Ultimately, they selected the more prudent course of action. They began to secure the ropes and slowly descended the cliff, repeating this process 4 times until they finally reached the base of the third waterfall. "Boss, what should we do next? We've arrived." "Follow me," Li Qingwei said, leading the way toward the waterfall. As the group passed through the cascade, they discovered a passage concealed behind the water, adorned with vibrant murals on either side. "The Oxians, this is their totem. It seems extraterrestrial life truly exists," the archaeologist remarked, studying the murals closely by the light of a torch. "Enough of this. We must continue. If you are serious about your research, use your camera to capture the murals here," Li Qingwei instructed. The archaeologist nodded and began to take pictures fervently. As they ventured deeper, Li Qingwei slowly spoke. "Draw your weapons. We have encountered natives." "How is that possible?" "Anything is possible. Draw your weapons. I am not jesting." Given Li Qingwei's demeanor throughout their journey, they understood he was not one to joke. They retrieved their weapons, primarily handguns, while the survival expert remained vigilant with a bow, scanning the surroundings. "We must quicken our pace. You two, stay behind me. You will guard the rear." Li Qingwei directed the two women to follow closely, while the retired soldier took up the back. As they approached a light ahead, rustling sounds emerged from behind, confirming Li Qingwei's seriousness. They hastened their steps, and upon exiting the passage, they found themselves facing a series of stone steps, descending hundreds of meters into a vast plain. At the center stood a stone pyramid, lacking a pinnacle and instead supported by 4 massive stone columns, intersecting and resting on stone platforms at each corner. Upon reaching the plain, a group of primitive people armed with stone spears surrounded them. "What do we do, boss?" the biologist and botanist whispered anxiously, clinging to Li Qingwei. With an impassive expression, Li Qingwei drew his gun and fired at the nearest primitive. The gunshot stunned them momentarily, but soon one of the primitives let out a cry, prompting the others to follow suit, charging toward them. Furrowing his brow, Li Qingwei revealed a crystal skull. Upon sighting it, the primitives recoiled in fear, retreating from their advance. "Let us go," Li Qingwei commanded, leading them to the apex of the pyramid. He then produced a device, pressed a button, and set it aside. The others, noticing the device, found places to rest, while the archaeologists continued to examine the patterns on the surrounding columns. Time passed, and helicopters suddenly appeared, causing the primitives to vanish. As the helicopters landed, a figure emerged. "Is this the place you mentioned?" "Indeed. Now that everyone is here, prepare yourselves. Ascend and do not descend," Li Qingwei instructed, ushering the group upward while he remained below, extracting a protruding stone from beneath the central column. As the stones were pulled away, a torrent of sand cascaded forth. The sand that had supported the central pillar vanished, causing it to begin its descent. As it fell, the 4 corner pillars were simultaneously erected, ultimately converging into a unified structure, thereby unveiling the passageway below. Observing this, the target immediately signaled to his subordinates to descend. "Let us proceed. It is time for us to go down as well," Li Qing remarked. The group passed through a door, and upon witnessing the scene within, they stood frozen in astonishment. Chapter 17. The pursuit of wealth. As the crowd passed through a door, they found themselves utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. The room was filled with an array of statues, sculptures, ceramics, bronze artifacts, ironworks, coins of various metals, and exquisite jewelry crafted from gold. "Esteemed guests, this is our objective. Let us commence the transportation," Li Qingwei proclaimed loudly, snapping everyone back to reality and signaling his subordinates to begin the task. "As part of your remuneration, you may each select 2 items from this collection. Naturally, you have the option to either take the artifacts or receive cash in exchange." Li Qingwei added with a smile directed at the 5 individuals. "I desire an artifact," the archaeologist exclaimed with palpable excitement. "We prefer cash," the other 4 chimed in unison. "Both options are available. Choose the artifacts you wish to keep, and for those opting for cash, I shall arrange for the equivalent amount to be deposited into your accounts. Rest assured, the provenance will be verifiable and no one will question it. As for your selected artifacts, simply provide an address, and I will ensure their secure delivery." If you prefer to transport them yourselves, that is also permissible. Once selected, affix the sticker and inscribe your name, Li Qingwei instructed, distributing stickers to them. Upon hearing this, the five eagerly sought out their coveted artifacts. Most relied on the archaeologist's expertise to assess their worth. Yet the sheer abundance of rare items, some of which were entirely absent from the market, rendered valuation nearly impossible. Consequently, they were compelled to select artifacts deemed most valuable by the archaeologist, affixing stickers and signing their names. At that moment, the target, with a toothpick in his mouth, noticed a door nearby and approached Li Qingwei, inquiring, "Ed, what lies beyond that door?" "An extraterrestrial being. I intend to liberate it shortly, for this place will be destroyed. Hence, you should depart swiftly after completing your task." "Why liberate it? After all, it has facilitated our substantial profits." "We cannot simply abandon it once it has served its purpose," he remarked. "Very well, if that is your preference." After a full day and night of labor, the group finally completed the transportation of all artifacts. Had they merely been moving bricks of equivalent weight, the task would have taken mere hours. However, these artifacts were fragile. Even the slightest mishandling could significantly diminish their value, necessitating careful handling, which accounted for the sluggish pace. "Are you certain you do not require my presence?" he asked. "No. You need only wait for me at the designated meeting point. The forthcoming scene may be too overwhelming for the uninitiated. It is best they remain unaware." Li Qingwei replied to the target seated in the helicopter. The target nodded and led his team away. Subsequently, Li Qingwei utilized the crystal skull to open the door, revealing 13 crystal skulls within the room, one of which was missing its head. Li Qingwei returned the head to its rightful place and stated, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, kindly have all the gold here melted down into ingots for me." Suddenly, a voice resonated within him. "Do you not desire knowledge?" "No, I do not." "Then, as you wish, and thank you for restoring my head." In the next instant, all the gold in the room was extracted, coalescing into a colossal ingot measuring 5 meters in height and width, composed entirely of pure gold, free from any impurities. After Li Qingwei took the gold ingot and departed without a backward glance, he remained oblivious to the gathering of 13 crystal skulls behind him, merging into a singular form. As more of the crystal skulls fused, the original visage became increasingly discernible, ultimately revealing an authentic extraterrestrial countenance. The being opened its eyes, gazing at Li Qingwei's retreating figure. Following Li Qingwei's exit, a spark ring manifested in the room, from which emerged a bald woman clad in a white monk's robe, who offered a slight nod to the alien. Accompanied by the resounding explosions reverberating from behind, a disc-shaped UFO materialized, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the vast pit as evidence of its prior existence. Li Qingwei swiftly returned to the town within the Amazon jungle, first journeying by vehicle to the city, and subsequently taking a flight back to New York. Once he disembarked, he hurriedly made his way back to the office, where Walter was once again at the vending machine. Having collaborated with Tom over the past few days, he had finally amassed enough points to redeem for Vital Essence. "What are you up to, Walter?" Li Qingwei's sudden voice startled Walter, causing him to shudder, further perplexing Li Qingwei. "Boss, you're back. I was just planning to purchase Vital Essence. Do you have any recommendations?" Walter replied. "Where did you get those points?" Li Qingwei inquired. "Hee, I completed a few commissions, and Tom helped me out," Walter responded. "You've done well. Just choose what suits you. After all, it's not limited to a single ability. With your points, you can redeem as many as you wish." Upon hearing this, Walter selected what he deemed appropriate for himself, the Killing Crow. As he made the exchange, a soft chime echoed, and a bottle emanating a pale blue glow appeared, its cap shaped like a crow's head, adorned with an image of a crow grasping a dagger. Taking a deep breath, Walter removed the crow's head and swallowed the liquid in one gulp. Instantly, the world around him spun dizzyingly, and suddenly, a crow alighted upon his arm. This crow possessed a crimson beak, and it appeared to have just fed, with blood dripping from its beak, creating a formidable impression. As the crow took flight, Walter regained his senses and comprehended the application of the Killing Crow. The first method involved unleashing a horde of killing crows to assail foes. Their power was such that ordinary individuals could not withstand their onslaught, and the summoned crows were immune to all forms of attack. They would remain until the time limit expired or the adversary was vanquished. The second method entailed summoning a crow's nest, should an enemy tread upon it. The nest would transform into numerous killing crows to attack. Overall, he felt quite satisfied, although the quantity of magical salt within him was limited, allowing for only about 10 skill activations with a notably slow recovery rate, requiring nearly half an hour for a single skill to recharge. What is the matter? You seem somewhat dissatisfied, Li Qingwei remarked. The magical salt within me is sufficient for merely 10 uses. How can I possibly be satisfied? You must have noticed that tall blue potion inside the vending machine. It possesses the ability to increase your magical salt capacity. If you purchase several, you shall enhance your skill usage frequency, Li Qingyu advised. It was then that Wood observed the blue potion, which bore no description save for the word potion. He also noticed the remarkably inexpensive magical salt elixirs, clearly indicating that consuming such a concoction would restore one's magical salt. Chapter 18. Li Qingwei under surveillance enough with the games? Has the money been transferred? On the rooftop of the office building, Li Qingwei halted Water, who was practicing his ability to slay crows. It has arrived, a total of $1 billion, our earnings. The funds have been allocated to me, and as you know, I am not well versed in the value of these artifacts, especially given their overwhelming quantity. That's fine, 1 billion it is. Anything beyond that can be considered a gift to them. Are the experimental materials ready? They are prepared. As soon as the funds are in place, we can commence the renovations. All right, you may proceed to handle the payment. With that, Li Qingwei tossed the card to Water. Riding his dilapidated motorcycle, Water made his way to Old Jack's grocery store, generously paying 150 million to settle the entire bill. Upon seeing the funds confirmed, Old Jack promptly dispatched Tank, the imposing figure who often accompanied him, to lead the renovation crew for the second floor. Divider, Washington, Triangular Wing Building. Director, I have a document I believe you should review. A female agent clad in a form-fitting suit, her figure accentuated, pushed open the door while holding a folder. Agent Hill, what information requires my attention? The chair slowly turned, revealing the bald, dark-skinned individual with an eye patch, none other than the renowned Nick Fury. It concerns a certain office owner from whom we have previously acquired intelligence, all of which has been verified as accurate. Initially, we assessed his threat level to be around 3, but following his latest assignment, I believe it is necessary to elevate his assessment. Agent Hill placed the folder on the desk. Nick Fury picked it up, but as he perused its contents, the speed of his reading slowed, and his brow furrowed in concern. Are you certain this isn't some jest? Such accomplishments are beyond even the resurrected Captain America. I regret to inform you, Director, that the intelligence herein is indeed authentic. Elevate his assessment to level 6 and arrange for surveillance. Director, are you certain? His instincts are remarkably sharp. It matters not. As an information broker, he should be aware of our existence. Proceed with the arrangements. By the way, where is Natasha? Director, do you require my assistance? At that moment, a striking red-haired woman made her entrance. Natasha, I need you to make contact with him. Nick Fury tossed a folder her way. Natasha, known as Black Widow, picked it up and, upon viewing her target, couldn't help but furrow her brow. However, she did not refuse. Just as she was about to leave, Nick Fury called her back. One more thing. If possible, make contact with this individual as well. Director, I only have one self. I cannot be in 2 places at once, Natasha replied with a hint of annoyance. Very well, I shall have Coulson reach out to him. Fine. Is he located in New York? In Hell's Kitchen, a boutique named Marvel Agency has opened, seemingly enjoying a certain prestige in the local community. I've got it covered. Leave it to me, Natasha declared before departing with 2 folders in hand. Agent Hill, observing Natasha's retreating figure, inquired, is it wise to entrust everything to the Black Widow? The documents indicate he has previously rescued that playboy. According to our psychological profiler's analysis, he will undoubtedly seek out that employer again. Hence, Natasha's proximity to the playboy will facilitate their interaction, replied her colleague. After hearing this, Agent Hill chose not to elaborate further, nodding slightly before turning to leave. Soon, Natasha seamlessly integrated herself into Stark Industries as an interview candidate and, due to her exquisite physique and angelic visage, was successfully appointed as Tony's secretary. Boss, we have a commission, Walter announced loudly as he pushed open the door to the agency. Tom, Jerry, and Richard, engrossed in their gaming, immediately turned to face him. Walter quickly donned a sycophantic smile and said, "My apologies for the interruption. Please continue." The trio resumed their game, having just concluded a match due to his sudden outburst. "Boss, a commission has arrived." Yawning, Li Qinwei descended the staircase and asked, "What commission?" "It's a task from Tony Stark. He wishes for us to uncover the mastermind behind his current predicament." "How much is it?" $1 million. "Is that all?" Li Qinwei responded with surprise. "Well, he provided a lead for us to investigate thoroughly." "Who?" "Obadiah Stane, his non-blood uncle." "Do you think further investigation is necessary?" "It's 100% him." "No. He insists on having evidence. Get him to sign the documents, then you can handle it yourself. The proof should be hidden in the computer he works on. Acquiring it should be a piece of cake." Hearing this, Li Qinwei found it uninteresting and slumped back onto the table, soon snoring. Walter, feeling exasperated, set out alone. For as a formal employee, he possessed certain privileges, including the ability to enter into commission contracts. Shortly, he arrived at Tony's seaside villa. As he approached the entrance, the door swung open of its own accord, catching Walter by surprise. "Greetings, Mr. Hargreaves. Please proceed inside. The master is in the basement, and I have already informed him of your arrival." "Who are you?" "I am J.A.R.V.I.S., the artificial intelligence created by the master." "Hello, J.A.R.V.I.S. By the way, do you have access to any employee's computer within your organization?" "Mr. Hargreaves, I possess access to most employees' computers. However, I do not have permission to view those of senior personnel unless instructed by Mr. Stark," J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. At that moment, Tony emerged from the basement, surprised to see only Walter. "Where's your boss?" "The employer has completely entrusted this matter to me. Now, Mr. Stark, please sign the commission contract." With that, Walter conjured a parchment scroll, a quill, and a seal. Tony glanced at the contents of the contract, picked up the quill, and inscribed his name. However, when he pressed the seal, he accidentally injured his hand. He looked at Walter, gritted his teeth, and pressed his thumb down. As his name radiated with light, Walter understood that the contract had been finalized. Chapter 19. Confronting the Iron Tyrant. "Mr. Stark, I would like to inquire." "Just call me Tony." "No need for such formality," Tony interrupted, addressing Walter. "Very well, Tony. Jarvis is authorized to access the computers of all Stark Industries employees, correct?" "Indeed. What of it?" "The evidence you seek is concealed within that individual's work computer. You can have Jarvis examine it." "Are you certain? Would he be so foolish as to hide such crucial evidence in his work computer?" Tony frowned, incredulous. "You may have Jarvis take a look. With its capabilities, it should take only a few seconds to validate my claim." After a lengthy silence, Tony closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Jarvis." "Yes, sir, searching now." "Would you like to view it?" Tony nodded, and a video materialized, revealing Obadiah Stane in conversation with members of the Ten Rings, plotting to capture Tony Stark. Upon witnessing this, Tony opened his eyes. "The task is complete. Remember to transfer the funds," Walter interjected, noticing Tony's discontent. "Jarvis, transfer $1 million to their account." "Sir." The transfer has been completed. Upon receiving the notification, Walter tossed the parchment into the air, gaining nearly 10 points, before departing from Tony's villa. However, as Tony contemplated how to handle Obadiah Stane, the latter entered the villa, having not yet been barred from access. This occurrence seemed to pull everything back onto its predetermined course, as Tony's arc reactor remained stolen. Having nearly perished due to the loss of the reactor, he managed to don his old arc reactor and suit, preparing to confront the Iron Tyrant. Fortunately, since he had enlisted Walter and others to seek evidence, Pepper was spared from danger. Yet, she learned of Tony's peril through the news and promptly contacted Li Qinwei, requesting assistance in defeating the Iron Tyrant. Due to the need for signatures, Pepper was obliged to wait near the battleground for Li Qingyue's arrival. Initially, she evaded well, but the clash between Tony and the Iron Tyrant soon encroached upon her vicinity. Upon spotting her, the Iron Tyrant let out a malevolent laugh. Tony, did you expect your little lover to be so foolish as to come here in search of you? Haha. He taunted as he lunged toward Pepper. Seeing this, Tony immediately soared into action, using his suit as a weapon to propel the Iron Tyrant away. However, the Iron Tyrant's mass combined with the insufficient energy of Tony's old reactor rendered him unable to sustain prolonged combat, and his armor was significantly damaged. Just as the Iron Tyrant's hand was about to reach Pepper, a voice echoed, "Get down." Pepper instinctively crouched down, and in that instant, a figure soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Iron Tyrant staggering backward several paces. Seizing the opportunity, the figure whisked Pepper away. "Miss Pepper, please hastily sign your name and affix your seal. Remember, the remuneration for this commission amounts to $5 million. After tossing the parchment scroll into Pepper's arms, Li Qingwei immediately plunged into combat. "Surely, you do not believe that two individuals can defeat me, especially with one of you being merely an ordinary person." The Iron Tyrant mocked from his position. "If we can prevail against you, why not test it?" Li Qingwei replied with a smile. The Iron Tyrant, infuriated by Li Qingwei's smile, raised his hand to strike, but Li Qingwei aimed at the joint and fired, the bullet striking a critical point, causing the Iron Tyrant's arm to momentarily falter. "This is impossible." "Nothing is impossible. Your Iron Tyrant is rather poorly constructed, it seems, as even crucial joints are inadequately shielded." "You deserve your defeat," Li Qingwei retorted. "I will not lose. I refuse." The Iron Tyrant bellowed, lifting his other arm, a machine gun aimed at Li Qingwei. Li Qingwei rolled to evade the barrage, then raised his weapon to shoot, severing the ammunition belt, rendering the bullets inoperable. The Iron Tyrant was momentarily dumbfounded, never having anticipated such a scene. Just then, Tony charged from behind the Iron Tyrant, causing him to lurch forward. Yet the Iron Tyrant managed to brace himself and rise again. Li Qingwei's assault followed swiftly, 12 bullets striking the same point, creating a fissure in the heavy steel plating. Inside the Iron Tyrant, Obadiah Stane locked eyes with Li Qingwei through the crack. As Li Qingwei offered a slight smile, the gunfire erupted, a lethal bullet piercing through the gap, striking Obadiah Stane squarely in the forehead. "Tony, the matter is resolved. Remember to transfer the funds to my account." "Resolved?" Tony approached Li Qingwei, astonished, but upon glancing at the Iron Tyrant, he too noticed the bullet hole. "Indeed, it is resolved. I've instructed JARVIS to process the payment." "Thank you, boss." Li Qingwei smiled, tossing the parchment scroll skyward as it turned to ashes. Tony then began contacting Happy to handle the aftermath. "Tony, are you all right?" Pepper hurried to Tony's side, concerned. "I'm fine, thanks to you," Tony replied, breathing heavily. After all, had Pepper not summoned Li Qingwei, he likely would have perished at the hands of the Iron Tyrant, and thus he was genuinely grateful to her. "The reporters are on their way. Let us return." "We can leave this to Happy," Pepper remarked, eyeing the approaching news helicopters. Tony nodded in agreement, and the two drove back to his seaside villa. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei returned to his office, where a gift box awaited him on the desk. "It appears my conjecture was indeed accurate. Only the tasks I complete yield rewards, while those accomplished by other employees do not. It seems they are deliberately preventing me from taking a break," Li Qingwei murmured softly. Although he spoke thus, he nonetheless approached and opened the box, from which a stack of dollars tumbled out. This outcome prompted Li Qingwei to roll his eyes in exasperation. Yet such is the nature of rewards, some favorable, others not. He could only cast the stack of dollars into the drawer. Subsequently, Li Qingwei locked the door and ascended to his room to sleep. At the moment he climbed the stairs, a shadow appeared at the doorstep, lingering for nearly half a minute before departing. Chapter 20. The Eerie Commission. The following day, Li Qingwei descended from the upper floor and opened the door to the office, only to be met by a woman wearing sunglasses who strode in with an air of confidence. "Good day, how may I assist you?" Despite still feeling somewhat drowsy, Li Qingwei forced a smile and inquired, "Is it true that you can accomplish anything here?" "Certainly," he replied. "But please, close the door first," the woman said haughtily. Rather than feeling affronted, Li Qingwei eagerly rushed to shut the door, well aware that individuals of her stature were often affluent patrons. "I seek your assistance in acquiring a man's seed." The woman removed her sunglasses, revealing herself to be one of the most renowned amphibious stars of the modern era, an actress who had clinched the Academy Award for Best Actress and a world-class diva. Rumored to possess a net worth of nearly $1 billion. Ah, it is you, the illustrious star. Which gentleman's seed do you wish to procure? Li Qingwei asked, perplexed. The seed of the current head of the Morgan family. Are you aware of what you are undertaking? I am. I need only to know if it is feasible. She replied, her tone laced with arrogance. Of course, it is achievable. However, you are cognizant that he is the sovereign of the Morgan family, surrounded by top-tier security. What compensation are you prepared to offer for such a formidable task? 100 million. That is far too little. The disparity between effort and reward is glaring. If you lack sincerity, I believe we need not pursue this commission. 500 million is the utmost I can offer. If you do not agree, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Very well, please inscribe your name. Following the customary procedure. Li Qingwei confirmed the name S-Illumination before instructing her to return in a week to collect the seed. Subsequently, the woman departed. Intriguing. However, with Walter preoccupied with enhancing the pills, I find myself without additional staff to assist. System, do you possess any solutions? Li Qingwei pondered silently. Apologies, host. But your permissions are too limited to activate the employee recruitment module. Please elevate your office's level to obtain higher privileges. Li Qingwei had merely intended to inquire casually, not expecting a response from the system, which seemed of modest intellect. Yet, the system had indeed replied, leading him to speculate whether a higher office level would enhance its capabilities, though this remained to be confirmed. With no other recourse, Li Qingwei decided to wander around Hell's Kitchen in search of suitable employees for this task. The outcome was predictable after a thorough exploration. He found nothing but a few unsatisfactory candidates, leaving him to undertake the commission alone. Completing this task was neither as simple nor as daunting as it appeared. It merely required ascertaining the schedule of the head of the Morgan family, abducting him, and compelling him to part with the seed. Thus, the first task for Li Qingwei was to meticulously investigate the schedule of the Morgan patriarch. For him, this was not a formidable challenge. A mere monetary expenditure would suffice to acquire the information. Before long, a detailed itinerary presented itself at the entrance of his office. After retrieving it, Li Qingwei scrutinized the routes depicted, pondering where to commence his operation. However, the Morgan patriarch's path was exceedingly intricate, closely adjacent to various police stations, and accompanied by an extensive security detail. Should an assault occur, the police could respond within a mere 3 minutes. Unless Li Qingwei could abduct the Morgan patriarch without alerting any security personnel, he would have no choice but to resort to a direct confrontation. After contemplating multiple strategies, Li Qingwei ultimately resolved to strike directly at the Morgan estate. After all, launching an attack elsewhere would likely generate excessive commotion. Once his decision was made, Li Qingwei remained in his office, awaiting the arrival of nightfall before embarking on his mission. As night descended, Li Qingwei found himself without any other assignments apart from this one, leading him to ponder whether his office was still lacking in notoriety. However, now was not the time for such musings. The imperative lay in reaching the Morgan estate. The Morgan family possessed estates in various states, and indeed, their holdings spanned the globe, ensuring they had a secure residence in any location, including New York City. Li Qingwei arrived on an aged motorcycle, halting half a kilometer from the estate. It was not due to a lack of desire to approach closer, but rather, the security measures in place were exceedingly stringent. Above him, a satellite continuously monitored the area surrounding the Morgan patriarch, assisting in neutralizing potential threats. From his storage compartment, Li Qingwei retrieved a specially designed suit, capable of enveloping the body entirely, lowering its temperature, and blending seamlessly with the environment. Most crucially, it absorbed light, a creation intended solely for infiltration. Consequently, this suit was rather costly, costing him a staggering $500,000. After donning the attire, Li Qingwei gradually slowed his breathing, utilizing his heightened senses. He pinpointed the locations of both visible and concealed sentinels before commencing his stealthy advance. In no time, he bypassed the human security measures, only to confront an array of cameras, infrared detectors, and other obstacles. Ultimately, after immense exertion, Li Qingwei successfully infiltrated the castle within the estate. Upon entering, He promptly stowed away the high-tech suit in his storage compartment. Before him stood a visibly perspiring Li Qingyue. The suit was stifling, with only a slight opening at the mouth for ventilation. Originally, the suit was intended to be paired with an Under Armour layer, but Li Qingyue deemed the additional expense unnecessary, unaware that it would prove so uncomfortably warm. As he wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to enter the castle, a sudden sound halted him in his tracks. With a swift leap, he ascended to the top, bracing himself against the wall with his legs until the maid had departed, at which point he gracefully descended back to the ground. What he needed to do next was locate the head of the Morgan family. However, this castle boasted hundreds of rooms, and the only way to ascertain the whereabouts of the Morgan patriarch was to capture someone for questioning. With this thought in mind, Li Qingyue ascended the stairs, navigating through the labyrinthine corridors until he finally arrived at a particular chamber. Hearing the melodious strains emanating from within, and confirming the presence of occupants, he surveyed his surroundings and gently turned the doorknob, only to discover that the door was locked from the inside. Yet, this posed no challenge for Li Qingyue. Utilizing his adept lock-picking skills, he swiftly gained entry, as mastering the art of unlocking doors was an essential skill for a firm owner. However, as he opened the door, the scene that greeted him left him momentarily stunned. Chapter 21. Successfully completing the commission, Li Qingyue pushed open the door, only to discover that the room was not as small as he had imagined. A lively party was underway, filled with a group of handsome men and beautiful women, all of whom halted in their revelry at the sudden appearance of Li Qingyue. It was indeed a surprising turn of events. Hello, everyone. You may not appreciate the forthcoming scene, but I implore you to refrain from screaming. Now, gentlemen and ladies, please stand apart. Who are you to command us? I have never seen you before. A girl stepped forward, questioning him defiantly. By virtue of this, Li Qingyue replied with a smile, drawing Roland's handgun from his waist. The sight of the ominous barrel rendered everyone speechless. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward the chubby DJ, who promptly switched off the music and organized the attendees into 2 lines as instructed. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, please form 2 rows and face away from me. Sir, we are all quite affluent here. Please do not harm us. You can have any amount you desire, a boy, seemingly around 16 or 17, spoke calmly. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. All you need to do is follow my instructions. Do not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Turn around and close your eyes. With no alternative, they complied. Li Qingyue then tore down the curtains, transforming them into strips of fabric to bind their hands. As he tied the girls, they trembled in fear, terrified of what might ensue. Once everyone was secured, Li Qingyue addressed the group. May I ask for the Morgans to step forward? Yet, no one moved. Being merely children, their glances converged on a particular girl almost simultaneously. Observing this, Li Qingyue approached and seized the girl. What is your name? Elena Morgan, she murmured, lowering her head. Elena, that is a lovely name. I have a question for you. You may choose not to answer, but the consequences of your choice are uncertain, so ponder carefully. Where is the Morgan family head located? At this inquiry, the room fell silent, as they could hardly fathom that someone would audaciously intrude upon the Morgan family's territory to assassinate their leader. I will not tell you, Elena exclaimed, raising her head defiantly. Oh dear, you are putting me in a dilemma. Is there anyone else who knows? Li Qingyue slowly aimed the gun at them, inquiring once more. Still, no one spoke. Despite their palpable fear, Li Qingyue felt a sense of helplessness. He was not one to engage in senseless violence. His intention was merely to intimidate. What, are you asleep? Boss, do you really think I'm asleep? Came What's irritated voice from the other end of the line. Enough. I need you to do me a favor. Find out where the Morgan family head's room is. Not an issue, but I need to access their private network. What replied? Subsequently, Li Qingyue extracted a data cable and connected his phone to the computer's port. In the next moment, the computer's screen turned blue, and a multitude of data began to upload. Before long, the voice of what was heard. The location has been sent to you, boss. Is there anything else? No. Has your experiment been completed? Almost. I have made some progress. It should be improved and completed within a week at most. Is there anything left? Yes. There is enough for my use. After hanging up the phone, Li Qingyue glanced at the location on his phone, then looked at the group of children. offering a faint smile that frightened them into huddling together for warmth. He approached them, prompting their instinctive desire to flee, but in their moment of distraction, they tumbled to the ground. As Li Qingwei neared a girl, she shut her eyes in terror, bracing for the arrival of death. Yet, after a considerable time, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. She opened her eyes to find that Li Qingwei held only a bundle of towels. "I do not take pleasure in taking lives. So you need not worry," he assured, before stuffing the towels into their mouths and segregating them into male and female groups in 2 corners of the room. "All right, everyone. Remain here. After I complete my task, your people will come to rescue you." With that, Li Qingwei departed, following the address provided by What until he ultimately located the Morgan family patriarch. Upon pushing open the door, he discovered a middle-aged man seated on a sofa, engrossed in a book. The man's only reaction to Li Qingwei's entrance was a slight furrow of his brow. "Who sent you?" the middle-aged man inquired. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose the guest's privacy," Li Qingwei replied with a smile. The middle-aged man said nothing further but suddenly drew his hand, only for a gunshot to sound as a bullet struck the pistol in his grasp. "Greetings, head of the Morgan family. Please refrain from any tricks. I never anticipated someone could infiltrate the estate so silently. May I ask if you have harmed anyone?" the man asked, rubbing his sore wrist. "Of course not. My commission does not involve killing." "Not killing? Then what is your purpose?" the middle-aged man asked, visibly taken aback. "To obtain your essence." The man was momentarily taken aback, having considered numerous possibilities, yet this was one he had never fathomed. "My essence? Indeed. Please cooperate, or the lives of those children may be in jeopardy." "What would you have me do?" Upon hearing about the children, the man could no longer remain seated. Li Qingwei smiled faintly and tossed a vial of blue pills towards him, saying, "I believe your wife is also here. Now, will you take the medicine yourself? Or shall I administer it to you?" The man took the jar himself, compelled to consume a single morsel before summoning his wife. Upon her entrance into the room, Li Qingwei discreetly withdrew, yet not before uttering a cautionary reminder: "Remember the safety of those children. Complete your task promptly, and do not entertain any notions of trickery. If I can come here once, I can certainly return." With that, Li Qingwei closed the door behind him, and shortly thereafter, he discerned the dulcet sounds emanating from within. An hour later, the man opened the door, clutching yet another jar, the very seeds that Li Qingwei sought. However, Li Qingwei did not accept it. Instead, he unfurled a bag and gestured for the man to deposit the contents inside. Having completed these actions, Li Qingwei departed from the estate. Though the man contemplated dispatching someone in pursuit, Li Qingwei seemed to evaporate into thin air, eluding all efforts to trace him. Ultimately, he could only pacify the children before utilizing Li Qingwei's likeness to track his whereabouts. Upon discovering that this elusive figure was the proprietor of an agency, he felt a wave of astonishment. Yet, as the head of the Morgan family, the fact that Li Qingwei had appeared before him in such an enigmatic manner incited a deep-seated rage. Consequently, he punished the security division and upgraded their equipment, preparing himself anew to confront the Marvel agency at its entrance. Chapter 22. The Bloodline of Demons Boss. A multitude of luxury cars has appeared outside. What is the meaning of this? Walter entered, striding directly to the table to retrieve his lunchbox, settling down beside Tom while inquiring as he began to eat. "It is likely the Morgan family has come, especially since I infiltrated their estate last night. Perhaps they have come to settle the score with us," replied Li Qingwei. "Should I take action? I have yet to test the efficacy of the killing crows," Walter exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Enough of your nonsense. Focus on completing your experiment. And you too, are you going to eat or not? If not, I shall dispose of your food." Li Qingwei called out to Tom and Jerry, who were engaged in playful banter. Upon hearing this, the two boys promptly returned to Walter's side, obediently consuming the contents of their plates. Tom feasted on a roasted chicken and milk, while Jerry savored cheese, milk, and a sandwich, enjoying a meal that surpassed that of an ordinary person. At that moment, the door swung open, and the middle-aged man along with the girl from the previous night entered. Upon stepping in, they spotted Li Qingwei, who was in the midst of his meal. "Good day, esteemed guests. Are you here to issue a commission?" "Indeed." "Oh. What sort of commission do you wish to propose?" Li Qingwei inquired with a smile. "Is any commission permissible?" Of course. Then, what if I were to ask you to take your own life? That is also feasible. However, I am curious about the compensation you are prepared to offer. The man was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that such a request could genuinely be made. What do you deem appropriate? Well, considering I am a human life. How about $100,000? That seems reasonable, does it not? Agreed. Very well, let us formalize the contract. As he spoke, Li Qingyue produced a parchment scroll, proceeding through the classic procedures. Once everything was prepared, he turned his gaze towards the girl. Dear guest, are you certain you wish for this young lady to witness my demise? Elena, please wait outside, the man instructed. The girl nodded, glancing back several times as she exited the office. Once she had departed, Li Qingyue swiftly retrieved his firearm, and in the next instant, numerous red dots appeared on his body. Do not be alarmed. I am indeed going to take my own life. A knife is no match for a gun in terms of efficiency. With that, he aimed the weapon at his own head and fired. As Li Qingyue collapsed to the ground, the man stood in shock, astonished that Li Qingyue was genuinely going through with it. Just as the man contemplated turning to leave, Li Qingyue abruptly sat up and exclaimed, Tom, come over here and clean up. Dear guest, please settle the payment for your commission. Witnessing the miraculous revival of Li Qingyue, the man struggled to contain his excitement and promptly transferred the funds. Li Qingyue then handed him a business card, saying, should you require such services in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. With a cold snort, the man turned and departed, while the girl, upon seeing that Li Qingyue was unharmed, visibly relaxed and followed the man out. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was clearly observed by the agents on surveillance. Upon learning that Li Qingyue possessed the ability to die and resurrect, they promptly reported this intelligence. Director Nick Fury, upon receiving the news, resolved to meet Li Qingyue in person, for such a being, capable of resurrection, had only crossed his path once before. He felt it imperative to assess the potential threat posed by this individual firsthand. Not only he, but Hydra, concealed within the Homeland Strategic Defense Supply and Logistics Agency, also received the information at once and immediately dispatched a special operations team to capture Li Qingyue, aiming to acquire his resurrection ability. Thus, a multitude of individuals had set their sights on Li Qingyue, yet he remained oblivious, as he was preoccupied with the unboxing of 2 gift boxes. Boss, what do these gift boxes contain? He inquired. I am uncertain. They are my rewards. You receive points for completing your tasks, while I obtain unknown rewards for fulfilling mine. And who provides these rewards? Walter asked, his mind racing to deduce the source of the rewards. Unfortunately, the information at his disposal was insufficient to arrive at a conclusion. 3 possibilities lingered in his mind: a powerful nation, an extraterrestrial civilization, and lastly, divinity. You need only to know that everything here is provided by that particular existence, whose presence is quite astonishing, Li Qingyue replied enigmatically, before proceeding to open the 2 gift boxes, from which 2 luminous orbs emerged. Walter, intrigued by the orbs, was taken aback when Li Qingyue casually grasped one and inserted it into Walter's body. Instantly, Walter's mind was flooded with a multitude of memories, those of a special forces soldier. From training to the chaos of battle, this orb contains the battle experiences of a seasoned operative. Once assimilated, you will gain his combat knowledge. Though your physical abilities may not yet be sufficient, be sure to engage in more rigorous training when time permits. Thank you, boss. Walter opened his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within them. Now, continue with your experiments, Li Qingyue instructed. Walter nodded and departed, while Li Qingyue turned his attention to the other orb, which contained a bloodline. Demon bloodline. This bloodline originates from the world of Devil May Cry, capable of evolving through acts of slaughter. Its apex evolution is the Demon Sword Master bloodline, also known as the Spartan bloodline. Li Qingyue pondered whether to merge with it, aware that the outcome of such a fusion was uncertain. Ultimately, he decided to consult the system. If I merge with this demon bloodline, will my body undergo any anomalies? Host, there will be no irregularities unless the bloodline is of a certain magnitude. The human body will not exhibit abnormalities during the merging process, the system elucidated. With this reassurance, Li Qingyue proceeded to merge with the demon bloodline. Following the fusion, he discovered a significant enhancement in his physical attributes. His strength increased by nearly a ton, his speed improved considerably, and most remarkably, his body gained immunity to sharp weapon attacks. Such a transformation took Li Qingwei completely by surprise, and he found himself increasingly eager for the enhancement of the demonic bloodline. The current demonic bloodline represented merely the most primitive form of demon, akin to entities like Impuzana, reminiscent of the insignificant, fly-like minions from Devil May Cry 5. He sighed, pondering how many souls he would need to claim in order to ascend to the next tier of evolution. Chapter 23, Custom Firearms. The office manager was taken aback as a dozen or so jeeps appeared. Li Qingwei sensed something amiss and forcefully kicked a table, sending it flying to crash heavily into the individuals entering the doorway, the tremendous force propelling them backward. Take Richard upstairs, Li Qingwei calmly instructed. Upon hearing this, Tom swiftly grabbed Richard by the collar and rushed upstairs, while Jerry perched himself on Li Qingwei's shoulder. No need for concern. I shall handle them. You go protect Richard, Li Qingwei reassured. Jerry nodded before departing. Meanwhile, Walter, having heard the commotion, peeked out and locked eyes with Li Qingwei. Li Qingwei shook his head, prompting Walter to close the window and resume his experiments. Without hesitation, Li Qingwei drew his twin pistols and commenced his slaughter. Before the intruders could enter, he had already fired, the bullets shattering glass and striking those outside. The assailants quickly retaliated, aiming at Li Qingwei's position, and soon the office fell silent, as they presumed he had been slain. However, the gunfire erupted once more. Regardless of their hiding places, the bullets found their marks, and soon, none remained standing outside. Thank goodness my office can self-repair. Otherwise, the renovation cost would be exorbitant, Li Qingwei remarked as he stepped outside to survey the scene of carnage. Just as he pondered how to address the aftermath, a figure approached. Sir, would you like to enlist our cleanup services? $5,000 per body. The newcomer offered with a smile. Very well. Please take care of it. But remember to collect the shell casings as well, Li Qingwei instructed. Understood, sir. After the cleanup, a specialist will come to collect the payment, the figure replied. Li Qingwei nodded and returned to the office, beginning to sweep the shell casings outside. Boss. Who sent those people? Walter inquired. I do not know, Li Qingwei replied. Then why not check their bodies? Perhaps there is information about their employers, Walter suggested. There is no need. Walter, remember, as members of this office, we will attract numerous assassination attempts. We cannot possibly cleanse every organization, individual, or nation of their transgressions. Let them be. They cannot harm me. The more they sinned, the more perish. We suffer no loss. Just consider who incurs greater costs, Li Qingwei reasoned. You make a valid point, boss. I shall continue my experiments, Walter concluded before departing. Li Qingwei reclined once more on the sofa as Tom and Jerry descended with Richard. Brother Ed, is everything taken care of? Richard inquired. All is well. Let us continue our fun, Li Qingwei replied. However, Richard did not move closer, instead fixing a gaze upon Li Qingwei that made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Why are you staring at me like that? Li Qingwei asked, puzzled. Brother Ed, could you teach me how to use a gun? Richard asked cautiously. Why not just ask your father? Surely you are not unaware of his true identity, Li Qingwei responded. I understand, but their prowess does not quite match that of Uncle Ed. Only Uncle Bullseye possesses a strength comparable to yours, however. He attributes his might to his innate talent, which others cannot emulate. Richard pouted as he spoke. Observing the 11-year-old Richard, Li Qingwei couldn't help but click his tongue. Well, if you find it challenging, I could issue a commission, he suggested. Of course, you may, but I believe you should have a thorough discussion with your father first. Richard remained silent, instead fixing his gaze on Li Qingwei. With a resigned sigh, Li Qingwei produced a parchment scroll, stating, the reward is $100,000. You should be able to manage that. Indeed. My allowance is sufficient to cover this fee, Richard replied. Just as he was about to inscribe his name, Li Qingwei interjected. Richard, think carefully. Once you sign, there is no turning back. Are you certain you wish to learn how to wield a gun? Richard nodded vigorously, then signed his name and pressed his fingerprint down. As the name glowed, the contract was sealed. Follow me. I need to find someone to custom make a gun for you. With that, Li Qingwei mounted his old motorcycle and took Richard to old Jack's general store. Upon entering, they were greeted by a throng of burly men. "Make way. Old Jack, your establishment could use an expansion," Li Qingwei remarked as he maneuvered past the crowd. Initially, the men pushed aside were displeased and attempted to grab Li Qingwei by the collar, but upon seeing his demeanor, they hastily parted to create a path. "What brings you here? I require your assistance with a matter, hence my visit. By the way, what are these men doing? They are awaiting delivery after purchasing some arms. Couldn't they wait outside?" Li Qingwei frowned. "The items they requested cannot be too conspicuous, so it's better for them to wait inside," old Jack replied. "Suit yourself." Just then, Tank emerged from within, carrying 4 long boxes. Noticing the symbols on the boxes, Li Qingwei expressed surprise. "Stinger missiles? How on earth did you acquire those? You must be aware of my reputation. Is there anything I cannot procure? With enough money, I could even secure a nuclear weapon for you," old Jack scoffed. Tank placed the boxes on the counter, and the group of burly men quickly took them away before departing. "Now, what do you require from me?" "I need a custom handgun for this child. By the way, Richard, what model of handgun do you prefer?" The M629 revolver. I find it quite stylish when the cylinder is ejected and the spent cartridges are ejected," Richard replied. Li Qingwei nodded in agreement and turned to old Jack. "Please craft an M629 revolver suitable for his hand size, and I'll also need 10,000 rounds of compatible ammunition." "No problem." "Tank, measure his hand." Old Jack called out. "Child, follow me." Tank addressed Richard, and noticing Tank's imposing stature, Richard glanced at Li Qingwei. "Go on," despite Tank's formidable height. "He possesses a tender heart towards children," Li Qingwei remarked with a smile, prompting Richard to approach Tank. Following Tank, Richard arrived at a workshop-like area filled with an array of gun grips, barrels, and various components. Tank placed a multitude of grips before Richard and instructed, "Choose the grip that you feel most comfortable holding." Richard nodded and began to select, swiftly making his choices. Subsequently, Tank proceeded to balance the weight, and upon determining the most suitable weight for Richard, he informed him to return the next day to collect his items. Soon after, Richard and Li Qingwei exited the general store. Old Jack observed their departing figures and remarked softly, "Do you know who that child is?" "Whose?" Tank inquired. "The child of Jinbing." Initially, he hoped to keep him away from all of this, but alas, fate has a cruel sense of humor. Old Jack lamented before resuming his work. Meanwhile, a man with a slightly receding hairline, dressed in a black suit and driving a vintage red car, appeared at the entrance of the office. Chapter 24. The Imposter Agent. "Hello, is the boss in?" A slightly balding man inquired politely as he stepped inside. "I am the boss. How may I assist you today?" Li Qingwei responded, already discerning the visitor's true identity. "Greetings. I am Agent Coulson from the FBI. I have come to inquire about the recent gunfight you experienced," the man stated while presenting his credentials. "I am aware of your identity, Agent Phil Coulson. You need not masquerade under the FBI banner. To be frank, I do not know who the assailant is, nor do I wish to. You should possess my records, and thus understand that I have made quite a few enemies over the years. It is likely that one of those factions has sent you." "You know who I am?" Phil Coulson asked, somewhat taken aback. "Of course. Do not forget that my agency initially thrived on the trade of information. By the way, I possess a piece of intelligence you would undoubtedly find intriguing." "What information?" "Captain America is still alive," Li Qingwei whispered softly. Upon hearing this revelation, Coulson was astonished. And even Director Fury, who was eavesdropping remotely, was rendered speechless. "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Coulson replied, his expression darkening. "Would you like more detailed information?" $1 million. If you lack the authority to agree, you may allow your eavesdropping colleague to decide." Coulson remained silent for a considerable time before finally agreeing, "Very well, I will meet your terms. Tell me his location." "Patience, let us follow the proper procedures." Li Qingwei produced a parchment scroll, and after a moment's hesitation, Coulson signed his name and affixed his seal. However, unexpectedly, the name did not illuminate. "What is happening?" Coulson queried, perplexed. "Because you deceived it. You must sign your true name. It appears you are not Phil Coulson," Li Qingwei surmised, eyeing the imposter before him. "Interesting." The imposter chuckled, then rubbed his face, revealing a high-tech mask teeming with mirrors, evidently designed to alter one's appearance through their reflection. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, greetings. Do you still desire this intelligence? As Natasha altered her name, it finally shimmered with light, prompting Li Qingyue to disclose the location where Captain America lay frozen. Fury promptly dispatched Agent Coulson to lead the mission. Natasha then transferred $1 million to Li Qingyue, but just as she was about to depart, Li Qingyue called out to her, I have additional information regarding you. Are you interested in purchasing it? What information? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. Instead of vocalizing it, Li Qingyue mouthed a single word. Upon perceiving this word, Natasha's pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal, and she coldly replied, not interested. She turned away abruptly. Yet Li Qingyue was aware that she remained quite intrigued. With a potential client in mind, he joyfully returned to his seat and opened the gift box, only to find a stack of Zimbabwean currency inside. Lacking any enthusiasm to inspect it, he tossed it into the trash bin. Brother Ed, my gun is ready. Can you teach me now? Richard exclaimed as he rushed in with a box. Of course, Li Qingyue replied. Right here? We don't need to go to the shooting range? Richard inquired, observing Li Qingyue's nonchalant demeanor. Why would we go to the shooting range? You don't believe your first lesson will involve shooting, do you? Forget that notion. Do you know the differences between a revolver and other handguns? What differences? Less ammunition capacity and more challenging loading, even with a specialized revolver magazine. It's far less convenient than other handgun magazines. Therefore, your first lesson is to learn how to load bullets, ensuring you can effortlessly load them under any circumstances, even with your eyes closed and in complete darkness. What level of proficiency are you expected to achieve? Can you demonstrate for me, Brother Ed? Certainly, Li Qingyue replied, retrieving his gun and placing it on the table. Richard stepped forward eagerly, inspecting the weapon. The silver body and the ivory grip captivated him, adorned with intricate patterns that held his gaze, and he reached out to gently caress the surface. Brother Ed, what material is your gun made from? The sword of King Arthur, of which only two exist in the world. This particular firearm is a modified Remington 1875, featuring both the original fixed loading mechanism and an external loading method. Thus, I can carry both a honeycomb magazine and individual bullets. Allow me to demonstrate the fixed loading technique first. Richard watched as Li Qingyue arranged the cartridge, pouring bullets into his hand before giving the gun a gentle shake, seamlessly returning the cartridge to the firearm. He then exhibited his loading technique, staring straight ahead while deftly sliding bullets into the cartridge with his fingers, accomplishing the task in a mere second. Impressive. However, your loading method seems singular. Now it's your turn to try. At first, I have little to teach you. Practice makes perfect. Understood? Of course, there are other loading methods as well. Let me show you. With that, Li Qingyue began a series of elaborate loading techniques that left Richard utterly mesmerized. Can I reach such proficiency? Absolutely. It merely requires practice. With enough diligence, you too can master it. Let's begin by practicing with your eyes open. And once you've gained confidence, attempt to load without looking. Richard nodded and then seated himself on the sofa, grasping his custom-made revolver as he began to load the bullets. Although he had even reduced the size of the ammunition, Richard still fumbled awkwardly with the task. Before long, he filled one magazine, only to empty it again. Resuming his loading, Li Qingyue observed his earnest demeanor and nodded in approval. Suddenly, Vanessa entered the room. Upon seeing Richard so engrossed, she refrained from interrupting him and instead approached Li Qingyue, whispering, "What's going on with Richard?" "Oh, he asked me to teach him how to shoot." Vanessa nodded thoughtfully, seemingly lost in contemplation. After bidding farewell to Li Qingyue, she hurriedly departed, leaving him scratching his head in bemusement at her flustered exit. Chapter 25, The Bloodlines Commission. On a remote ice expanse in the Arctic Ocean, a group of individuals clad in heavy garments was diligently excavating. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "I found it." Upon hearing this, a man hurried over, brushing aside the snow atop the ice, revealing a hidden figure and a shield beside him. At last, they had discovered their quarry. They urgently began to extricate their leader, cautioning each other to be careful. "Yes, Agent Coulson," came the reply. Indeed. The individuals present were none other than Coulson's team, dispatched specifically to ascertain the whereabouts of Captain America. According to their instruments, Captain America still exhibited signs of life, and all that remained was to elevate his body temperature, replenish his nutrients, and then awaken him, thereby restoring him to their ranks. Just as Coulson relayed this intelligence to Fury, he suddenly spotted several armed helicopters emerging on the horizon. Sensing an impending threat, Coulson shouted, "Enemy attack. Prepare to retaliate." "Phil, what is happening?" Fury inquired urgently upon hearing Coulson's alarm. "Unclear, Director. Several armed helicopters have appeared above us, and we attempted to establish contact. But they did not respond. If necessary, we can engage them directly," Fury replied grimly. "Understood, Director." Fury then began to use available resources to identify the armed helicopters. But regrettably, he could uncover no information regarding their origin. They seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Meanwhile, Coulson's team had already entered into combat. "What is taking so long? Have you not yet excavated him?" Coulson bellowed. "Sir, we require a bit more time. We cannot allow them to damage the equipment. Otherwise, the captain's body will be left unprotected. Do we have any portable anti-air missiles?" Coulson shouted. "Yes, sir, they're in the vehicle." An agent responded. Coulson then noted the vehicle mentioned by the agent, yet they could not exit, as several heavy machine guns were relentlessly firing upon them. It would not be long before even their cover was obliterated. Thus, Coulson's mind raced, ultimately leading him to a solution. He produced a grenade and hurled it towards a snow-laden area. With the explosion, a significant volume of snow was propelled into the air, completely enveloping their position and obscuring the pilot's line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, Coulson maneuvered toward the vehicle housing the portable anti-air missiles, retrieved one, and propped it against the vehicle door. As the snow settled, Coulson, with a solemn expression, pulled the trigger, launching the missile toward one of the armed helicopters. The targeted helicopter emitted a warning siren as the pilot attempted to evade. However, this portable anti-air missile was SHIELD's latest innovation, equipped with a secondary acceleration feature. As the helicopter tried to maneuver away, the missile accelerated a second time, crashing directly into it. The helicopter was struck, immediately spiraling out of control and, in its chaotic descent, inadvertently collided with another helicopter, causing that aircraft to lose its equilibrium as well. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Coulson and his team retaliated fiercely, directing a barrage of gunfire towards the fuel tanks and cockpit, ultimately bringing down several helicopters. As Coulson's hands naturally fell to his sides, the tautness in his nerves began to ease, yet he understood that rest was not an option. He promptly organized the remaining personnel to construct a defensive line to thwart any potential second wave of attacks, while dispatching individuals to examine the assailants' corpses in hopes of uncovering valuable information. Most importantly, he prioritized the expedited extraction of Captain America, aiming to vacate the area swiftly. Fortunately, they encountered no further assaults on their return to New York, opting not to return to Washington, as Coulson sensed an unsettling anomaly within SHIELD. It was not just him. Even Fury had long perceived something amiss. However, this group operated with profound stealth, and the crucial dilemma for Fury was distinguishing between those he could trust and those he could not. Consequently, he decided to temporarily shelter Captain America in New York while he himself departed Washington to strategize in the city. Segment break. At the Marvel office, Walter burst in, exclaiming to Li Qingwei, "Boss, I've achieved a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwei turned his attention to Walter, eyeing the transparent pill in his hand and inquiring, "You succeeded?" "Indeed, boss. The dependency has been eliminated, and with prolonged use, one might even acquire the ability to foresee future events." Foreseeing the future? Not quite in that manner. It's more about gathering information from the surroundings to deduce what will transpire in the next few seconds. This capability may seem trivial to ordinary individuals, yet for us, it could be pivotal in altering perilous situations. Would you care to try it? Li Qingwen nodded and promptly consumed one of the pills. Instantly, he felt a refreshing sensation surge into his mind. Upon opening his eyes, everything around him appeared to transform into data, and with a mere thought, he could accelerate his cognitive processes, creating the illusion that time itself had slowed down. In this heightened state, he was even capable of evading threats. This was the effect of the enhanced NST-48. However, after trying it, Li Qingwei found himself reluctant to consume it again, feeling as though the improved pill had altered his essence. Despite Walter's numerous explanations, Li Qingwei resolved not to partake in it further, leading Walter to eventually refrain from urging him. All right, boss, if you don't wish to take it, then don't. However, let us keep some on hand for emergencies. Agreed. Li Qingwei did not refuse and placed the item into the drawer. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious vehicle came to a halt outside. A man emerged, accompanied by a woman who sheltered herself under a black umbrella. They entered, surveying their surroundings before the man approached Li Qingwei directly. As he seated himself, the woman produced a white handkerchief, laying it across the chair. Esteemed guests, may I inquire what matters require our attention? Li Qingwei asked. Your establishment seems adept at fulfilling any request. Is that correct? The man inquired, elegantly brushing off the dust from his attire with an air of superiority. Certainly, esteemed guest. What commission do you wish to propose? I require you to eradicate every vampire in New York City, the man stated. Dear guest, this request is somewhat complex, yet not insurmountable. However, I am curious about the compensation you can offer, Li Qingwei replied. $500 million, the man declared. Esteemed guest, that appears rather insufficient. It is evident that you too are a vampire. Li Qingwei began, but the man swiftly interrupted him. We are not mere vampires. We are the bloodline. Do not conflate us with those beasts. $1 billion to exterminate every vampire in New York. Very well, we shall accept this commission. Are you familiar with the necessary procedures? Li Qingwei inquired. What procedures? With a smile, Li Qingwei remained silent, gesturing for the man to sign. The man took up a quill, signing his name with fluid grace, with Dracula. Upon seeing that surname, Li Qingwei paused momentarily but refrained from comment. As the man prepared to prick his thumb, a drop of thick, crimson blood appeared. Esteemed guest, press down quickly. Otherwise, you may find yourself needing to extract more blood, Li Qingwei urged. The man regarded Li Qingwei intently before pressing his thumb down. As the name glowed, he rose to depart. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei contacted Old Jack for 10,000 silver bullets and summoned Walter, preparing to commence the hunt for vampires. Chapter 26. The Twilight of the Vampire's Boss. I have arrived, Walter declared as he swaggered through the door. Walter, I need you to create a device that can distinguish between humans and vampires. Vampires? Indeed. Are you certain your mind is clear? Vampires are real. I have encountered them before. I have just received a commission from the Blood Clan to exterminate all vampires in New York, but their numbers are overwhelming. It would be best if you could devise something akin to a game map that allows me to swiftly identify who is human and who is a vampire. After contemplating, Walter replied, that is feasible, but I will require a sample. No problem. First, help me locate an individual known as Blade. He rides a Harley, dons a black trench coat, and wears sunglasses while wandering the streets at night. Consider it done. Give me a minute. Gaia, please assist with the search. Understood, master. A feminine voice emanated from Walter's being. What is this? An artificial intelligence designed to assist me in my tasks. Master has been located. Here is the precise location. An address was sent to Li Qingwei's phone. Upon reviewing it, he discerned it to be an abandoned factory and remarked, Old Jack will soon deliver 10,000 silver bullets. Please handle the reception. Before long, Li Qingwei arrived at the factory, and based on the faded number on the door, he confirmed it as Blade's lair. Striding directly towards the entrance, suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He abruptly looked up and spotted a surveillance camera nearby. I am here to find Blade. He knows me. After a brief interval, the main door swung open, and Li Qingwei stepped inside to find an elderly man munching on a sandwich while a shadowy figure engaged in physical training nearby. You are the head of the Marvel Agency? The elderly man inquired. It seems you are familiar with me. May I ask your name? Call me Whistler. The old man replied. What brings you to seek Eric? I wish to inquire if you know where I might find a vampire. I need to capture one for an experiment, and I am willing to pay $10,000 for a location. Whistler's eyes gleamed at the mention of money, and he extended his hand towards Li Qingwei. Li Qingwei produced a stack of cash from his pocket and tossed it towards Whistler, who caught it deftly and, after a glance, provided Li Qingwei with an address. Do you require my assistance? Blade had just completed his workout, glistening with sweat as he inquired. "No. Your aura is too intense. It may frighten them away." With that, Li Qingwei departed and made his way to the address Whistler had supplied. Upon arriving, he sensed that he was being watched. A subtle smile crept across his face as he veered into a nearby alley, prompting the group of vampires to follow suit. 1 minute later, Li Qingwei emerged from the alley, dragging a semi-conscious figure, which he placed on the back seat as he returned to the agency. "This is a vampire. See if you can construct the machine I desire," nodded as he gazed at the near-lifeless entity before him. He swallowed a refined NZT and drew a scalpel, preparing to dissect the vampire. However, Li Qingwei found the sight too revolting, especially with another one still present, and promptly dismissed it. After a night had passed, appeared wearing a pair of glasses. "Boss, this is the device you requested. By donning these spectacles, one can distinguish between humans and vampires. Those highlighted in red are vampires. Additionally, I utilized the satellite overhead to scan all of New York, and the situation is dire. There are a staggering 2,132 vampires. You must intensify your efforts. I have relayed the real-time positions of all vampires into the glasses. From here on, it is solely up to you. I shall manage the logistics." Li Qingwei, without hesitation, donned the glasses and noticed a small map in the upper left corner of his vision, populated with numerous red dots. Hell's Kitchen alone had nearly 100 red dots. He wasted no time and mounted his bike, pursuing the nearest red point. Soon, he arrived at a restaurant marked by the closest red dot. Upon pushing the door open, a gentle female voice greeted him. "Sir, we aren't open for business yet." Turning to look, he perceived her as a glaring figure in his line of sight. This establishment no longer served a culinary purpose. It was merely a place for consumption. The woman's expression instantly shifted to one of sharp intensity, but she quickly masked it, reverting to a harmless demeanor. "I apologize, sir. I do not comprehend what you mean." Growing weary of dialogue, Li Qingwei drew his firearm and fired, only to be astonished as the woman evaded the bullets with an ethereal swiftness. "You have enraged me, little one." Li Qingwei remained silent, charging forward with his blade. Utilizing his formidable physical prowess, he soon overpowered the woman. Their scuffle, however, attracted the attention of other vampires lurking in the kitchen, who rushed at him, baring their fangs without hesitation. Li Qingwei pushed back the female vampire and retaliated with 4 precise shots, eliminating the 4 assailants. He then kicked the female vampire away and hurled his knife, pinning her against the wall. As the silver began to take effect, she writhed in agony, gradually igniting into a pile of ashes. Following this, Li Qingwei set the restaurant ablaze. He then embarked on a massacre throughout Hell's Kitchen, dedicating an entire day to eradicating the vampires hidden within. "Few how many vampires remain?" he inquired, collapsing onto the sofa. 1982. "Boss, your pace is rather sluggish. You've only dealt with approximately 200 vampires in a day. That is quite swift indeed. The primary issue lies in their scattered distribution. Much time is squandered in transit." "Is that so? Unfortunately, I cannot assist you further, but..." Before could finish, Gaia's voice interrupted. The master, the boss, and the vampires began to converge at a specific location. "Where?" What asked, furrowing his brow. "The ant building. All the vampires are gathering there. Is it possible to hack into the cameras inside?" "I cannot breach it. Their network is isolated, unless I can gain access from within." Gaia replied helplessly. "I understand." Li Qing rose from the sofa, equipped himself with ammunition, instructed what to oversee the office, and then set off into the night. Chapter 27. The evolution of the demon bloodline. At the entrance of the Andy building, Li Qingwei arrived. However, the edifice appeared eerily silent, standing in stark contrast to the nearby structures. The towering building, with its numerous floors, was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illuminated lights, as though it had succumbed to a power outage. Li Qingwei first observed the building from a nearby CAF, ensuring that the vampires of New York had all entered the premises before he stealthily infiltrated. Utilizing his mobile device, he enabled Gaia to connect to the building's network, subsequently seeking assistance in navigating his surroundings. Through the surveillance cameras, he meticulously marked the locations of all the vampires, granting him a clarity akin to seeing through walls. Recognizing the necessity to forego his firearm, he carefully stowed it away, drawing instead a kukri knife, more famously known as the Nepalese military knife. This weapon was custom crafted for him, particularly effective for assassination, especially against vampires, as a single thrust would silence them forever. Before long, he found himself behind a vampire on a lower floor. With a swift motion, he covered its mouth and plunged the knife into its heart, watching as it spontaneously combusted into a pile of ashes. With the first slain, the second soon followed, as Li Qingyue efficiently dispatched the weaker, newly transformed vampires. Even a soldier seasoned by war could easily vanquish them, provided they wielded silver weaponry. As he ascended the building, the task of assassination grew increasingly arduous. This, however, did not imply that their strength could rival his. It was merely that eliminating them without sound became challenging. Thus, when he managed to slay a robust vampire, it broke free from Li Qingyue's grasp, unleashing a furious roar that alerted the others to the intrusion. "Gaia, how many vampires remain?" Li Qingyue inquired, taking refuge behind a support column. 1,800, came the response. An exact figure? Indeed, boss, 1,800 precisely. Understood. Please sever the nearby alarm lines. Affirmative, boss. The lines have been cut. The hunt commenced. Li Qingyue exhaled slowly, then abruptly thrust himself forward, rapidly squeezing the trigger. 12 bullets erupted in swift succession, catching the searching vampires off guard. His marksmanship was impeccable. Not a single bullet went astray, with some even penetrating the first vampire to strike those behind it. Thus, with 12 rounds, he dispatched nearly 20 vampires. Upon witnessing this, the remaining vampires swiftly scattered, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around him. Meanwhile, a group armed with firearms attempted to prevent him from exposing himself. Yet, Li Qingyue was adept at firing from various angles. The ricochet bullets proved far more elusive than straightforward shots, allowing him to break free from the encirclement. In relentless pursuit, the massacre of the vampire horde continued. As more and more the creatures vanished from nearby, the remaining vampires sensed an impending danger and ceased their pursuit of Li Qingyue, instead congregating together. In a corner of a certain floor, Li Qingyue breathed heavily. "Gaia, report the numbers." "Boss, there are only 150 vampires left." "How many are still left?" Li Qingyue lamented, having fought for 3 exhausting hours, yet still faced with such a considerable number of vampires yet to be vanquished. "Boss, the vampires have gathered and are searching downwards, having reached your upper level." "Understood. It's time to deal with them." With that, Li Qingyue sheathed his gun and grasped a kukri, stepping into the hall. As the elevator and stairs became swarmed with vampires, their crimson eyes glistened ominously in the dark. "So, you are the one who killed my subordinates?" A petite girl perched upon the shoulder of a 2.5-meter-tall brute inquired. Li Qingyue remained silent, merely beckoning with his fingers. The girl, in response, pointed directly at him, inciting an enraged charge from the vampires towards Li Qingyue. Armed with his kukri, he plunged into the fray, wielding immense strength and exceptional combat skills to systematically slay the vampires. However, he was still human, and inevitably, he would falter. Before long, a vampire sank its fangs into his neck, and as his blood was drained, Li Qingyue felt life ebbing away. In desperation, he plunged the knife into his own heart. The vampires were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom his act of suicide, just as they prepared to capitalize on this unexpected turn. Li Qingyue's eyes flicked open, vitality surging back within him. He resumed his massacre of the vampires, ultimately dispatching the girl and the brute after activating the Dark Phantom once and resurrecting himself thrice. "You are truly formidable. I can already envision your power when I transform you into a vampire," the girl said fervently. Yet, Li Qingyue offered no reply, instead closing his eyes to feel the tumultuous power within him. Indeed, through this carnage, his demonic bloodline had undergone an evolution, rendering him even more potent. He discarded the now-broken kukri and retrieved a new M9 bayonet from his storage compartment, gripping it firmly as he beckoned the last 2 vampires with a flick of his fingers. Observing this, the petite girl leapt down from the brute's shoulder and coldly commanded, "Seize him." The brute, responding with an unexpected burst of speed, charged at Li Qingyue. Rather than retreating, Li Qingyue surged forward, closing the distance and slicing the brute's throat with his knife as they brushed past each other. Once they regained their footing, the brute clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground as his body began to ignite spontaneously. At that moment, the girl's expression turned grim as she realized she was no match for Li Qingwei. Opting to flee, she soon discovered that no amount of speed could outpace a bullet. As gunfire erupted, she fell to the ground, and shortly thereafter, her form too succumbed to the flames. Gaia, are there any survivors? Boss, all the vampires in New York have been eradicated, leaving only one half vampire behind. I am aware of him. There's no need to concern ourselves. It is time to return home. Understood, boss. Li Qingwei stood before the glass window, gazing at the nocturnal landscape. He exhaled slowly, a look of weariness etched upon his face. Yet, upon spotting the police car approaching in the distance, he understood that it was time to depart. Chapter 28, Copper, Recruitment Notice at the Marvel Agency. The vampire who had previously issued a commission returned once more. Ah, esteemed guest, you have finally arrived. Your commission has been fulfilled. All vampires in New York have been eradicated. Behold, your remuneration. Li Qingwei remarked with a smile. Indeed, your efficiency is commendable. Please provide an account number, the guest replied. Li Qingwei glanced at Walter, who promptly provided the requested account number. Before long, the payment was deposited, and Li Qingwei casually tossed the parchment scroll into the air. As the scroll ignited, Wood Dracula could not help but comment. Your actions bear resemblance to certain entities. Demons, perhaps? I'm aware that it is not merely your opinion. Others share this sentiment as well. However, compared to demons, we embody greater integrity, do we not? You speak true. I have a new commission for you. Might you be interested? What commission? Are you familiar with the Dark Council? Upon hearing this term, Walter exchanged glances with Li Qingwei before speaking. The Dark Council. Isn't that a concept found solely in fiction? No, the Dark Council indeed exists. Formed by our kind vampires, werewolves, dark sorcerers, and demons. Our original intent was to resist the ecclesiastical authority in Kamartosh. Yet, as time has passed, the original members have been replaced, leading to a dilution of the Council's purity. Members have developed ulterior motives, even engaging in duplicitous behaviors. Thus, we were compelled to elect a leader, the most powerful figure within the Council. This leader is replaced every decade, rotating between vampires, werewolves, dark sorcerers, and demons. This year, it falls to us, the vampires, to assume this position. Consequently, we have chosen New York as the site for the transition, as it is human territory and hosts organizations from far and wide, ensuring their cooperation. This serves merely to elucidate the entities you will soon encounter. Our commission entails your provision of security during the handover, to prevent any chaos. What remuneration can you offer? Li Qingwei inquired, intrigued. Wood Dracula produced a small golden vial, stating, within this vial lies a single drop of the progenitor Dracula's essence. Upon consumption, one gains the strength of a vampire prince. Unlike common vampires, we possess the ability to refrain from consuming human blood, albeit at the cost of gradually diminishing our power. We harbor no fear of sunlight, silver, or garlic. Our unparalleled self-healing abilities are our greatest asset. As for the means to slay a vampire, I regret that I cannot disclose that information. Very well, we accept this commission. When shall we commence? Prior to the commencement of the handover assembly, I shall arrange for someone to come and escort you. For now, let this remuneration be yours. As Wood Dracula tossed the bottle to Li Qingwei, he received it and handed it over to Walter, casting a glance in his direction. Walter quickly accepted it. Understanding Li Qingwei's intent, to explore whether scientific means could replicate the ancestral blood of Dracula. Would this be feasible? It posed a challenge, for it bordered on the fantastical. And Walter was uncertain of the efficacy of technological methods. He scrutinized the golden bottle and remarked, I shall endeavor to do my best. With a nod, Walter departed with the bottle in hand. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei settled into the boss's chair and unwrapped a gift box that had just appeared on the desk. To his surprise, a copper token tumbled out, its center engraved with the character for recruitment. The copper recruitment token, upon its use, one could summon a copper-level employee from the myriad realms of existence. As Li Qingwei examined the token, contemplating the necessity of hiring someone, his hand trembled, causing the token to slip from his grasp and fall towards the ground. Instinctively, Li Qingwei kicked the token, which transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the ceiling. A vortex materialized above, engulfing the radiant token, and shortly thereafter, a figure descended. The newcomer, clad in a long coat with black hair, elicited an involuntary exclamation from Li Qingwei. Neo. Neo? Boss, I am not Neo. I am John Constantine, a demon hunter. Constantine? How intriguing. Are you aware of this world? Indeed, I am. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for the opportunity to be reborn, courtesy of the formidable beings behind you. What do you mean by that? I have already met my end, and it is those powerful entities you are associated with who granted me a second chance at life. I see. Sign your name here and affix your thumbprint in blood, and you shall become an employee of this establishment. Li Qingwei tossed the final employee certificate to Constantine, who accepted it without hesitation, signing his name and placing his bloodied thumbprint. With his likeness now on the certificate, he was officially a member of the office. Aside from myself, there is another employee. Allow me to introduce you to him. Li Qingwei rose and glanced at Richard, who was still practicing reloading. Constantine nodded, and the two proceeded to an adjacent apartment building, ascending to the laboratory on the second floor, where they found Walter engaged in experimentation. Walter paused for a moment. This is my new recruit, John Constantine, a demon hunter. I summoned him from another universe. He is quite the esteemed figure in the demon hunting realm. Please introduce yourselves. Assist him with his identification, and then show him to his quarters. With that, Li Qingwei left the two men to their introductions. As adults, they exchanged names without pretense. And while Constantine introduced himself, Walter had already infiltrated the government system to establish a new identity for him. Care for a smoke? Constantine gazed at his new proof, a smile gracing his lips as he tucked it into his pocket. He then produced a pack of cigarettes and inquired, Care for a smoke? No, I do not smoke. And I advise you to indulge sparingly as well. Excessive smoking may lead to lung disease. It matters little. I have already faced death once. Now, I seek only to save her life. Save her? You may be thinking too highly of it, Walter remarked with a chuckle, seemingly lost in thought. What do you mean? Walter turned, revealing a mysterious smile. Chapter 28. The new employee Constantine gazed at Walter's enigmatic smile, a chill running down his spine, prompting him to speak hastily. Please refrain from looking at me with such an unsettling gaze. If you have something to say, do so promptly. Haha, you mentioned that your profession is an exorcist, correct? Walter inquired. Indeed, what of it? Constantine replied. Then you must be quite adept at dealing with demons, malevolent spirits, vampires, and werewolves, yes? Well, generally speaking, I am quite proficient in handling demons. As for the latter three, I have encountered them only rarely, thus I am not particularly familiar with them, though I possess some experience. Why do you ask? You see, our employer has recently secured a significant contract, which entails us serving as security for the Dark Council. Surely, you are aware of the Dark Council? To Walter's surprise, Constantine shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the Dark Council. Consequently, Walter had to elucidate the matter. Upon learning that he might need to protect a cadre of such sinister beings, Constantine felt an urge to curse. After all, he was an exorcist. And now he was expected to safeguard his former adversaries. This was indeed a source of great distress for him. Enough of this overthinking. As our reputation grows, it is likely that our future clientele will include demons as well. We should not dwell on moral judgments. Our office's principle is simple. As long as the remuneration is adequate, we will assist anyone who approaches us. Constantine stood in contemplation for a while before finally responding. You are correct, but I require a moment to adjust my mindset. By the way, where is my room? Walter set down the test tube he had been holding, arranged the other instruments, and then guided Constantine to the living quarters, allowing him to select a room and affix his nameplate to the door. Are there no blankets or anything? Constantine queried, surveying the bare room. It contained only a stark bed, a table, a chair, a wardrobe, a washing machine, air conditioning, a separated bathroom, and a balcony. Essentially, it was devoid of any furnishings. Ah, those will need to be purchased by you. Perhaps the boss can take you shopping while showing you around. I must return to my experiments. Very well, Constantine replied. After bidding farewell to Walter, he sought out Li Qingwei. Upon entering, he found Li Qingwei instructing Richard, who was already proficiently loading ammunition. managing to load 6 bullets in under 3 seconds with flawless accuracy. Excellent. Next, you should attempt loading with your eyes closed. Once you master that, I will formally teach you combat techniques and marksmanship. Really? Richard asked, excitement evident in his voice. Absolutely, Li Qingwei affirmed, patting Richard's head before turning his attention to Constantine. Is there something you need? Boss, may I request an advance on my salary? Indeed, I had nearly forgotten. Your room is devoid of any belongings. Come with me. I shall escort you to procure some blankets and clothing, and since you are an exorcist, I will also arrange for some essential equipment. Subsequently, the two mounted the dilapidated motorcycle and returned to Old Jack's general store. Upon arriving, Constantine remained silent, for to him, the general store was a sanctuary, a primary source for his gear in his world. Old Jack, customers have arrived. Come and attend to them. Watch your tongue, you rascal, Old Jack retorted grumpily. All right. Enough with the banter. I need a complete set of daily essentials, blankets, pillows, toothbrushes, and then let us find him some outfits. Lastly, we shall gather the necessary equipment. Money is no object. Constantine, feel free to choose as you wish, Li Qingwei declared as he reclined in Old Jack's favorite armchair. Well then, I shall not hold back. Constantine replied with a grin. Buy as you please. The owner is affluent. Constantine had no particular preferences for the daily necessities, trusting Old Jack to assemble them adequately. As for the clothing, it was all of decent fabric, and since most of the garments were ill-gotten goods, the prices were remarkably low. Ultimately, they sought the requisite equipment, crosses, holy water, and gilded tablets inscribed with scripture. Upon seeing these, Old Jack immediately discerned Constantine's vocation. Are you an exorcist, young man? Yes, indeed. In that case, I shall introduce you to some business opportunities in the future, though I will require a 10% commission. Does that sound agreeable? Discuss it with our boss. I believe he will not decline. Very well. Should you need anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. I can procure nearly anything, even an original Bible. Provided your funds are sufficient, Old Jack asserted confidently. Constantine was taken aback by Old Jack's capabilities, yet he deemed such items unnecessary for the time being, as he was still unfamiliar with the demons of this world. Have you finished selecting? Li Qingwei inquired of Constantine. Indeed, I have. Excellent. I shall take you to customize a few suits. As my employee, it is essential that you possess appropriate attire, for we may occasionally find ourselves in high-end venues, and we must not tarnish our reputation. Follow me. Li Qingwei led Constantine to a tailor shop, the very one that had previously crafted gun belts for him. Aunt Yang, please customize 3 sets of casual wear and 1 formal suit for my employee. Do you require them to be bulletproof? A kind-looking middle-aged woman emerged to ask. Let them all be bulletproof. Money is no object. Very well, come here, child. I shall take your measurements. However, upon seeing Constantine, her expression shifted to one of surprise, which did not go unnoticed by him. Do you recognize me? What is your name? John Constantine, though I do not know you. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I am acquainted with. He is referred to as the Night Demon, though he has since retired. Aunt Yang explained while measuring Constantine's physique. The Night Demon? Is he also an exorcist? An exorcist? No, he is an assassin. Aunt Yang expressed her surprise at the mention of the profession of exorcist. Soon, she completed the registration of Constantine's bodily data. All set. In a couple of days, I shall deliver it to your office. Li Qingwei nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently escorted Constantine back to the office. Chapter 29. The werewolf Lucas. 3 days had elapsed since Constantine's induction into the agency, during which time his requisite equipment and daily necessities, along with 4 tailored outfits from the tailor's shop, had all been delivered. In these 3 days, Constantine had also gleaned a wealth of information about this world through online resources. Are you still not inclined to venture outside today? Indeed, I have acquired a substantial understanding. It is time to behold the authentic world. However, upon their arrival at the agency, they discovered what Dracula already seated within. Boss, you're here. The Dark Council is about to commence, so we must prepare now. Oh, I had intended to take Constantine for a stroll nearby, Walter replied with a hint of resignation. Once we conclude this task, you will have ample time for leisurely outings. Let us prepare, Wood insisted. What? We are all to attend? Walter exclaimed in surprise. Not just you. Richard is to accompany as well. Boss, Please don't jest. Setting aside other concerns, if a conflict arises, we would be unable to safeguard Richard. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. It is settled. We depart tonight, Li Qingwei interjected. With no alternative. The group gathered their gear and boarded the vehicle prepared by Dracula. Arriving at an estate that served as the territory of the Blood Clan and the venue for the forthcoming Dark Council meeting. Their arrival captured the attention of all within the estate, as the inhabitants were exclusively of the Blood Clan. The sudden entrance of a few humans compelled them to pause their activities, yet their gazes held no overt aggression typically associated with vampires regarding humans. Instead, they regarded Li Qingwei and the others as though they were rare treasures. Ladies and gentlemen, please indulge in the evening feast, Dracula announced, leading them to the dining room, where the table was lavishly adorned with an array of delicacies. Such opulence. Naturally, as I summoned you. Being a prince of the Blood Clan, I must uphold the utmost etiquette in your honor. Please, take a seat, Dracula said with elegance. Li Qingwei accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking a seat, prompting the others to follow suit. As Dracula began to speak, they all picked up their knives and forks. Not only they, but even Tom and Jerry found their places, perched on either side of Richard, eagerly feasting on roasted chicken. Once the guests had satisfied their appetites, they looked up to find Dracula partaking of the food on the table as well. What is this? Mr. Dracula, are you not of the Blood Clan? Why do you consume human food? Who told you that the Blood Clan cannot partake in human food? We are not the despicable breed of vampires. We, the Blood Clan, can enjoy human cuisine and savor various flavors. However, we cannot derive the nutrients we require from it. Nonetheless, it serves well to appease our cravings. Oh, I see. Becoming a member of the Blood Clan has its advantages, then. It is indeed true, but transforming into a bloodline is not a simple endeavor. Firstly, one must be converted by a bloodline. It is imperative to be of the bloodline. If one is transformed into a vampire, one shall remain merely a vampire. After the transformation, one must refrain from consuming human blood for 3 days and nights. Only then can one genuinely be considered a member of the bloodline, Dracula elucidated. Upon hearing this, Richard promptly raised his hand and inquired, "What if, Mr. Dracula, one is unable to resist? Should one consume human blood within the 3-day period of transformation? They would become a vampire, and the process of transformation is notoriously agonizing. Only those with resolute willpower can ascend to the noble status of the bloodline." Li Qingwei exchanged glances with the others, each perceiving the unique hues of apprehension in one another's eyes. Mr. Dracula, does the essence you provide also require a 3-day transformation? Not at all. The essence of the progenitor Dracula is a coveted treasure for all bloodlines. It bestows the strength of a prince without necessitating a 3-day transition. How precious. When shall the handover gathering take place? Tomorrow. However, as it requires the assembly of high-ranking individuals from around the globe, it may take a day or two for everyone to arrive. The handover will be swift. You will only need to remain here for a maximum of 4 days. I shall ensure your provisions for these 4 days are well taken care of. Rest assured, Dracula assured them. Li Qingwei nodded. And then Dracula escorted them to their respective rooms. Given Richard's lingering trepidation, as they were in the territory of the bloodline, Li Qingwei suggested that Tom and Jerry share a room with Richard, while the others, being capable of self-defense, each had their own quarters. Unbeknownst to them, while they were bathing and conversing, 3 Hummers entered the estate, followed by a group of burly men clad in vests. "Lucas, you have arrived," Dracula remarked as he stepped forward to assess them. "After all, it is your handover. I must come early. You are aware of their plans, are you not? I have heard whispers. Have you joined their ranks?" "Not officially, but I am somewhat involved. I maintain a neutral stance. I will support whoever emerges victorious." Lucas, you truly do not resemble the werewolf they describe," Dracula lamented. "There is little I can do. Ever since that war years ago, our wolf clan has dwindled significantly. Were it not for our formidable warriors, we might have long been consumed by other factions. Thus, for the sake of my kin, I have remained a fence-sitter," Lucas sighed. The other muscular men behind Lucas displayed melancholy expressions upon hearing this. Enough with such forlorn expressions. Once you successfully ascend to the council's leadership, We can seize this opportunity to thrive. Ideally, we will produce more wolf cubs, Lucas declared cheerfully. May all proceed smoothly, with Dracula sighed. Have you not prepared contingencies? Of course, I have devised plans. I am merely uncertain of their efficacy. If all else fails, you should awaken their ancestor, as long as he intervenes. Who would dare to act recklessly? Lucas encouraged. Do not dwell on it. The ancestor proclaimed before his slumber that unless the bloodline faced utter catastrophe, he must not be awakened. Hence, that detestable lot has refrained from launching a full-scale assault against our kin. Rest assured, once I ascend to the position of council leader, I shall exact my vengeance upon each and every one of them. Enough of this discourse. Have the rooms been prepared for me? Lucas inquired. They are ready. The same as before. You are more familiar with this place than I am. Ha. After a few boisterous laughs, Lucas and his entourage made their way into the estate. Chapter 30. The handover ceremony the following day. After Li Qingwei and his companions had completed their morning routines and tidied their appearances, they were escorted to the dining hall by a maid. Upon arrival, they discovered the presence of several individuals, all robust men with impressive physiques. Welcome. Please take a seat. These gentlemen are representatives sent by the Wolf clan. This is the current Wolf King, Lucas. Lucas, these are the reinforcements I have prepared, said with Dracula. Are you certain they can truly handle that group? Lucas scrutinized Li Qingwei and his companions, a note of skepticism in his voice, particularly given the presence of a child and 2 pets among them. Rest assured, I have thoroughly assessed their capabilities, what Dracula replied calmly. Then it is your prerogative, Lucas conceded. After their exchange, Li Qingwei began to sense an underlying tension. Mr. Dracula, from your conversation, it seems this handover conference may not unfold smoothly, he remarked. Lucas exchanged a glance with Dracula, who then stated, Indeed, it is likely that someone will attempt to compel me to relinquish the position of council leader ahead of schedule, but I cannot yield. Consequently, a fierce battle may ensue. If I am not mistaken, your blood clan should be the most formidable force within the Dark Council. You ought not to fear them, Li Qingwei suggested. Were it merely a singular faction, we, the Blood Clan, would indeed stand unafraid. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, aside from the Wolf Clan, all other factions have united against us. Furthermore, did I not previously convey the perilous circumstances surrounding the birth of our clan? As they conspire against us, our Blood Clan members continue to dwindle, what Dracula explained. I observe that your relationship appears quite amicable. Why not unite? Constantine inquired, perplexed. Lucas sighed and reiterated what he had shared the previous day. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwei could not suppress his curiosity. What war are you referring to? The Crusades. At that time, we had no intention of joining the conflict, but a child from our clan was inadvertently discovered by the church, and tragically, that child was ruthlessly slain. In response, the entirety of the Wolf clan was incensed and immediately allied with the opposing forces. With our involvement, the church dispatched a multitude of paladins to the fray. Unable to bear witnessing our plight, Wood, in his capacity as council leader, compelled the Dark Council to join the war. Thus, the conflict became the first direct confrontation between the church and our Dark Council. There were no victors, both sides suffered grave losses, while we paid a heavy price. The church also incurred significant costs. Consequently, we called for a ceasefire. Yet the scars from that war continue to afflict the Wolf clan to this day. Lucas recounted with a bitter smile. Li Qingwei and his companions nodded, astonished to uncover the intricate history behind what had seemed a mere conflict. Now, everyone, please enjoy your breakfast. The representatives from the demon faction will be arriving shortly, what Dracula urged. Demons? Constantine, do you have confidence? Uncertain, Constantine remarked. After all, in your world, the demons have physically descended, whereas in ours, they merely inhabit human vessels. I am unsure whether the knowledge I have acquired will prove beneficial. Fear not. We shall soon ascertain its utility. Mr. Dracula, would it be permissible for my employees to inscribe certain symbols around the castle? We need to conduct an experiment to determine if we can inflict harm upon the demons. Of course, do as you please, replied with Dracula, eager for their endeavor. Unable to refuse such an opportunity. Upon receiving with Dracula's consent, Constantine hastily consumed a morsel before seizing a chisel and an assortment of peculiar items. embarking on a task of engraving runes on either side of the castle's entrance. Simultaneously, he sketched a formation on the ground while burying strange objects beneath the surface. He toiled until noon, only pausing when a helicopter gracefully descended onto the helipad, from which emerged a man clad in a sharp suit. He was none other than the contemporary representative of demons, rumored to be one of the most formidable under Mephisto's command. His true name remained unknown, though he was referred to as Danny. "Would, it has been a while," Danny exclaimed, extending his arms towards Dracula. However, as he stepped onto the inscribed runes, he abruptly halted, his eyes flashing crimson. An energy wave emanated from him, causing explosions to erupt from the spots where Constantine had buried his objects. Moments later, Danny emerged from the smoke, his visage momentarily bearing demonic traits before swiftly reverting to a human appearance. "What have you done, Wood?" Danny inquired, irritation evident in his voice. "I did nothing, merely took precautions against some unruly demons who dared to disrupt my estate. Thus, I arranged for the exorcists to set up a few formations. They should pose no threat to you, merely a lesson in humility," Wood Dracula replied, feigning innocence with wide eyes. "Wood, you are quite impressive," Danny said with a smile. Yet his gaze was drawn to the runes at the entrance. His instincts warned him of their perilous nature, prompting him to decide against entering the castle and instead take a seat in the adjacent gazebo. "Danny, will you not come inside?" "No. Since you do not welcome our kind, we shall remain outside to avoid being ensnared by your traps. Should that be your wish, I shall not insist." "And what of the representative of the Black Sorcerers?" "He has already arrived," Lucas coldly responded. In the next moment, a group of individuals clad in black robes materialized upon the lawn, prompting Li Qing and his companions to brace themselves for confrontation. "Would it? I have come to assume the position of the council leader," stated the figure at the center of the robed assembly. "In that case, let us commence," Wood Dracula declared. Lucas, Danny, Wood Dracula, and the recently speaking robed figure formed a circle, ready to engage in their proceedings. In an instant, the four individuals unleashed their inherent energies. Wood Dracula radiated a vibrant red, Lucas emanated a luminous green, Danny shone with an orange hue, and the figure cloaked in black exuded an enigmatic darkness. These four energies intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped them. "Would Dracula please accept the staff symbolizing the authority of the council, along with the ring of your identity?" proclaimed the figure in black, his voice resonating. Would Dracula bowed slightly, raising his hands as the staff and ring descended into his grasp. At that moment, the energies merged into the ring, and a multitude of figures emerged around the castle, encircling Li Qingwei and the members of the Blood Clan. Chapter 31. Summoning the Great One Boss. What should we do next? What else can we do? We just go for it, Li Qingwei exclaimed, and in unison, he and Richard drew their pistols, aiming them at the encroaching crowd. "How long do we need to hold out?" Li Qingwei glanced at the wolf cubs Lucas had brought with him. The handover ceremony would last for 10 minutes, during which the four of them were immobilized until its completion. In other words, for those 10 minutes, they were like fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to any attack. "I understand. Are the Blood Clan members present?" Li Qingwei shouted. In the next instant, tendrils of black mist descended from above, coalescing into figures around Li Qingwei. "Protect your prince. We shall handle the rest," one figure asserted. "Can you truly manage?" Li Qingwei questioned. "Rest assured, Water," came the reply. Water produced an enhanced version of NZT and distributed it to Richard and Constantine. Upon consuming the improved NZT, their minds transformed instantaneously, surveying the encircled dark sorcerers and demons. Constantine retrieved a golden version of a tiger claw from his pocket, intricately etched with a miniature cross. Water, from behind, brandished an automatic rifle, its bullets infused with holy water. Richard instinctively drew his custom handgun as they focused on the approaching shadows. "Let us make our move," at Li Qingyue's command. They opened fire. Bullets flew toward their adversaries. Some shadows evaded the onslaught, while others boldly confronted the bullets head-on. It became evident to Li Qingwei that the ones dodging were undoubtedly the dark sorcerers, still bound by their human forms, while those who did not were surely demons. What took the demons by surprise was the realization that these bullets could indeed penetrate their bodies, eliciting agonizing cries from them. It's holy water. Eliminate them. One demon roared, revealing its true form. 30 demons, what a commitment they made, the wolf cubs remarked in awe. Before them stood demons adorned with spiral horns, their visages grotesque. Possessing slit pupils, sharp fangs, claw-like hands akin to those of a western dragon, and goat-like legs. Though seemingly diminutive, Li Qingwei was acutely aware of their remarkable speed. Boss, the bullets are ineffective. What should we do next? Water inquired, stepping closer to Li Qingwei. Constantine, do you have anything useful? Li Qingwei turned to him, shaking his head. Constantine sheathed the tiger claw and replied, it's futile. The damage is too minimal. The demons of this world differ vastly from those in mine. I apologize for disappointing you, boss. That's all right. Let your teacher handle them. Teacher? Where would I find a teacher? The one I sought for you. I believe your magical aptitude is quite high. I'm not certain about that. Hey, boss, stop chatting. They're approaching. Water called out. Li Qingwei smiled at the demons and dark sorcerers, now just a few meters away. What are you laughing at? It won't be long before we vanquish the Blood Clan and firmly secure the position of the council leader in our grasp. One of the demons questioned. Li Qingwei glanced at the beleaguered Blood Clan members, his smile fading as he produced a piece of paper from seemingly nowhere, murmuring, I hope your magical aptitude is sufficient. Constantine, or it will be a waste. With that, he tore the paper, and in the next moment, a circle of sparks materialized before him, from which emerged a bald woman clad in white monk robes. At the sight of her, all the demons and dark sorcerers fled in terror. Yet, with a mere gesture, the bald woman eliminated all the demons and dark sorcerers. This woman was the supreme mage Gui. You have arrived, Mage Gui. Where is the student you mentioned? Gui inquired with a smile. This is he, John Constantine, my employee. His magical talent should be commendable. Gui turned her gaze to Constantine, a glimmer of green light flashing in her eyes as she remarked, indeed, his talent is quite impressive, rivaling that of the great Vishanti. Child, would you like to learn magic from me? Constantine remained silent, turning instead to Li Qingwei. It's fine. If you wish to go, then go. If not, no one can compel you, and Mage Gui is not that kind of person. After a moment of contemplation, Constantine ultimately resolved to follow Gui to enhance his powers, thus better assisting Li Qingwei. Seeing Constantine nod, Gui opened a portal and took him away. Boss, I wish to learn magic as well. Another voice piped up. Don't even think about it. If you had that talent, Gui would have approached you to take you as her student. The fact that she hasn't means you lack that aptitude. Just focus on becoming a technological deity. Li Qingwei replied. Becoming a technological deity isn't that simple, Walter pouted. Time is nearly up, Li Qingwei addressed the four. At last, all the energy had entered Wood's body. He had finally become the council leader. They were all aware of the events transpiring here, yet rules were rules. During the transition, the four major factions could attempt to seize the position of council leader, but once the transfer was complete, they would have to respect him as the leader. Your plan has failed. How does that make you feel? Wood taunted. You actually colluded with Kamartosh. If the other members find out, do you think you can hold on to your position? The demon spat fiercely. Huh, do you really think we are fools? We knew all along that Kamartosh would ignore us unless we sought to bring about the world's destruction. They will only deal with you outsiders and your dark sorcerers. For the past 20 years, due to your actions, we have also been forced to engage in conflict with Kamartosh. Now, I decree the first law. We shall not provoke Kamartosh any further. Wood declared. Wood, do not go too far. The dark sorcerer shouted in anger. Am I being excessive? Or are you? Wood said coldly. This is the law. You may choose to disregard it, but should the enforcers discover your transgressions, do not blame me. Upon hearing this, the dark sorcerer, filled with fury, swept away in anger, and the demon hastily followed suit, apprehensive of an imminent return from Gui. I truly owe you my gratitude. Would address the crowd. No need for thanks. Now that the matter has concluded, please ensure the funds are transferred to our account and arrange for our return. Will you not stay a few more days? No. Should similar opportunities arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Certainly, certainly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they arranged for Li Qingwei and his companions to be escorted back to their office. Chapter 32. Unwrapping the gift boxes, time flies swiftly. Half a year has passed. During this period, the team has engaged in a myriad of tasks, varying in scale from the trivial, such as searching for lost pets, to the monumental, including assassinating a warlord and rescuing a mafia leader imprisoned unjustly. Through their relentless efforts, the agency has finally achieved a significant upgrade. Li Qingwei and Walter sat within their office, while Richard was engrossed in a video game alongside Tom and Jerry. After months of rigorous training, Richard had mastered the art of marksmanship, achieving perfect accuracy and the ability to reload his firearm in under a second without even looking. "Boss, isn't it time to unwrap the gift boxes?" Walter remarked, eyeing the pile of boxes nestled in the corner. "Must you incessantly dwell on my gift boxes?" Li Qingwei retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. However, when it came to the prospect of unwrapping gifts, not just Walter, but Richard, Tom, and Jerry were equally intrigued. After all, Tom and Jerry had acquired their ninja professions from these very boxes. They hurriedly gathered around the table, casting puppy dog eyes at Li Qingwei, while Richard curiously approached the stack of gift boxes. All right, go ahead and unwrap them. I am truly at your mercy. However, the red boxes are off limits. Only the others may be opened. I knew the boss wouldn't refuse us. Let the festivities begin," Walter exclaimed, sprinting towards the table to collect all the boxes, excluding the red ones, and handed them out for unwrapping. "Wow, an equipment upgrade card. Can I buy this from you, teacher?" Richard asked, brimming with excitement. "It's a gift for you," Li Qingwei replied, waving his hand dismissively. Richard promptly affixed the card to his custom card, and a gentle white light enveloped his gun. As the light faded, a brand new revolver materialized in his grasp. "Wow, teacher, this upgrade card is truly remarkable. Not only does it enhance bullet penetration, but it also amplifies power. Now, the bullets can effortlessly pierce through concrete walls." "Enough with the wows. The gift boxes will be exhausted soon," Li Qingwei interjected. At that moment, Richard noticed Walter and the others fervently unboxing. With a shout, he joined in, but once all the boxes were opened, they were left with a collection of snacks, cash, and ultimately 2 employee badges along with another equipment upgrade card. Naturally, Li Qingwei claimed the upgrade card for himself. However, the upgraded dual pistols lost their ability to load bullets precisely, now requiring a side-loading magazine instead. For Li Qingwei, it made little difference, as the penetration and overall attack power had significantly improved. As for the 2 employee badges, he handed one to Richard, urging him to contemplate joining the agency. After all, once one became a member, they remained so for life. He wanted Richard to consider this decision carefully. The other badge was set aside for the day a suitable candidate presented themselves for recruitment. After unwrapping the commonplace gift boxes, only 2 red boxes remained. One was a substantial upgrade package for the office, while the other was a reward from the resolution of a vampire commission, which Li Qingwei had not opened at the time. He first picked up the box related to the vampire commission and slowly opened it, revealing a small vial of crimson blood. "This can't be the primordial blood of Dracula, can it? If the boss gives this to me, I assure you that I can create a human enhancer without any side effects," Walter exclaimed with excitement. "No, this is not the blood of Dracula, but rather the blood of Cain. Furthermore, it cannot be analyzed by technology. This small vial contains enough essence for only one person to obtain the powers of Dracula. Do you wish to use it?" Li Qingwei inquired, looking at Walter. To his surprise, Walter shook his head, responding, "No, I prefer to remain an authentic human." "Richard, do you want it?" Richard also declined, explaining, "I too wish to remain a true human. My mother would be terrified to come near me if she found out I had become a vampire, so it's best to pass." "How about Constantine? Does he need it?" "Constantine doesn't require it. I've spoken with him before. Ever since he delved into those magical arts, he has looked down upon such matters," Walter replied. "Since none of you desire it, I shall bear the burden myself." With that, Li Qingwei consumed the blood of Cain in one gulp. However, upon entering Li Qingyue's body, the blood was immediately devoured by his demonic lineage, transforming into energy that facilitated the evolution of his bloodline. This energy was immense, allowing him to evolve twice in succession. Now he possessed remarkable strength and speed, capable of engaging in a reciprocal exchange with the Hulk in his normal state, while ordinary firearms could no longer inflict harm upon him. Ah, this feels delightful. Hey, boss, may I extract a vial of your blood for research? Walter inquired with a sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together. Absolutely not, Scram. Boss, don't be so heartless. Walter protested. Li Qingwei seized Walter by the collar and tossed him toward the door before opening the upgrade package. 3 orbs of light floated out and landed on the table, prompting Li Qingwei to activate them. Office upgrade voucher. Upon use, the office will undergo a complete upgrade. Vending machine upgrade voucher. Upon use, the vending machine will dispense higher-tier items. Office bulletin board. This allows for the collection of items from other worlds, accessible only to the staff of this office. After using the 2 vouchers, a group of burly men surged into the room, initiating a raucous renovation that startled everyone present. Boss, who are they? Renovation workers. Pay them no mind. They will be finished shortly, Li Qingwei replied without lifting his gaze. Curious, the onlookers scrutinized the workers, noting their identical appearances and immense strength. In no time, the renovations were completed, and the living room was adorned with an array of furniture, including a bar-like counter, though the shelves remained empty, indicating that it was Li Qingwei's responsibility to fill them. Upon gazing at the newly transformed office, Richard couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. After all, the entire renovation had been completed in just a few minutes, and it was executed with remarkable elegance. Furthermore, all the glass had been upgraded to be bulletproof. At that moment, Walter finally re-entered, and upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the office's stunning transformation. Goodness, boss, I was only gone for a few minutes. How did this happen so swiftly? Li Qing, shaking his head, chose to disregard Walter's exclamation and promptly utilized the vending machine upgrade voucher in his possession. Instantly, the vending machine began to tremble vigorously, and the audible clattering was unmistakable. Once the commotion subsided, the vending machine appeared unchanged, however. Walter noticed that it seemed to offer additional items for sale. Richard approached to investigate, but found nothing visible, only a blank vending interface. You can only see the vending options after becoming a member of the office, Walter explained. After hearing this, Richard decided not to ponder any further and swiftly became a member. It was at this moment that he finally beheld the array of astonishing items available within the vending machine, each one leaving him utterly amazed. Chapter 33, Commission from Other Worlds. Walter and Richard gazed hungrily at the items within the vending machine. Walter, at least, could afford to purchase something, whereas Richard had only just recently joined the ranks of employees, making any acquisition seem far-fetched. Boss, how formidable is this T-800 Terminator? Walter inquired, as it was the only item within his financial reach. The other models from the Terminator series were simply beyond his means. Even the T-800 required a staggering 10,000 points, nearly all of Walter's accumulated credits. It's decent enough. Its core is composed of a unique alloy skeleton, and its exterior mimics human skin. In other words, it appears indistinguishable from a human. Conventional weaponry is utterly ineffective against it, unless one resorts to missiles or the like. As for its combat capabilities, it could effortlessly decimate an army, Li Qingwei explained. Upon hearing this, Walter gritted his teeth and resolutely purchased the T-800 Terminator. In the next moment, a figure resembling the governor materialized beside him. Wow, what a physique! So robust. Wow, Brother Walter, you possess such a wealth of points. Haha. It's not that impressive, Walter chuckled. But Brother Walter, why not acquire the X gene? It seems superior to the Terminator, Richard suggested. What X gene? Walter turned to the vending machine, only to discover it had a flip page feature. As he flipped to the next page, he was utterly flabbergasted to find a plethora of offerings. X gene, mutant gene, T-virus, primordial virus, G-virus, blacklight virus, and more. After skimming through the details of these viruses, Walter slapped his forehead in disbelief. Oh no, boss, can I return this? Apologies, but all sales are final, Li Qingwei replied with a resigned shrug. I'm at a loss. Had I known, I would have examined the options more thoroughly, Walter lamented, realizing the impressive nature of these viruses. Enough of your lamentations. It's as if you could have redeemed anything. The only item you can exchange for here is the T-800 Terminator, Li Qingwei retorted, rolling his eyes at Walter. Walter sheepishly smiled. Right, I didn't pay close attention. Richard, Observing Walter's expression, couldn't he help but shake his head in amusement. "Boss, what is the purpose of that bulletin board?" Walter inquired, glancing towards the window. Just as Li Qingyue was about to explain, a notice materialized on the bulletin board. He hurried over to investigate and discovered it was a commission. Upon reviewing the details, he found the task to be relatively simple, prompting him to call Richard over. "Richard, this will be good practice for you. However, for your safety, take the T-800 along," Li Qingyue instructed. As Richard and Walter approached the bulletin board, they realized the commission originated from another world. Fortunately, the task was not overly complex. It merely involved assisting an organization in liberating a specific area. The reward was 500 points and the opportunity to formally learn the art of gunplay, which would be exceedingly beneficial for Richard. "Tear it down, and you shall be transported to that world. Unless you complete the commission or the commissioner is slain, you cannot depart from that realm. Do you understand?" "I comprehend, teacher. I shall return swiftly." Li Qingyue nodded, and then Richard grasped the T-800's hand and tore down the notice. In the next moment, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar world. Before him stood a landscape dominated by gray and white buildings, devoid of any other hues. This rendered Richard's blue attire exceedingly conspicuous. Passers-by, upon noticing him, immediately shouted, "There is an emotional crime offender here. There is a criminal." Soon, numerous individuals clad in helmets and black trench coats, wielding weapons, appeared. Richard hastily fled toward a narrow alley. "T-800, follow me." Upon hearing this, the T-800 obediently trailed behind him. However, before Richard could run far, a man emerged ahead, brandishing a samurai sword in his left hand and a handgun in his right. Wearing sunglasses, blocking Richard's path. Richard exhaled slowly and instructed the T-800, "You handle the enemies behind us." The T-800 remained silent and quietly turned to pursue another exit. Richard faced the man before him, and with a swift motion, his M629 revolver appeared in his grasp. The man, expressionless, aimed and fired. Yet, he was unprepared for Richard's swiftness. However, the man executed a peculiar maneuver, evading the bullet, which utterly astonished Richard. The man then returned fire, prompting Richard to evade. Yet, the alley was narrow. No matter how he dodged, he could not completely escape, and ultimately, a bullet grazed his face. Nevertheless, the man had exhausted all his ammunition. He discarded his firearm and raised the samurai sword to strike at Richard. Richard deftly unloaded the spent cartridges from his M629 revolver while evading the attack, swiftly reloading his weapon. Once completed, he raised his gun. Seeing this, the man immediately positioned his sword defensively. Had it been the previous iteration of the M629, he would undoubtedly have been able to block it. However, the upgraded M629's bullets effortlessly penetrated the blade, directly striking the man's head and ending his life. Huffing heavily, Richard gazed at the lifeless body. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, and Richard, startled, turned to aim his gun at the newcomer, only to discover it was the T-800, prompting him to exhale in relief. "What shall we do next, Richard?" T-800 inquired. Richard peered past the T-800's frame and noticed that their pursuers had already become corpses. "First, let us seize a vehicle and head outside the city, seeking a refuge while we await the commissioner's arrival." Just as Richard concluded his statement, a man clad in sky blue attire appeared. "Are you individuals from the Marvel Agency? Are you the commissioner?" "I am not, but our leader is," the man replied, swallowing hard as he beheld the ominous barrel of the gun. "Take me to your leader. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, the consequences for you will be dire," Richard stated, making a concerted effort to maintain an air of indifference. "Very well, please follow me," the man replied. Under the man's guidance, they descended into a space beneath the plaza, where Richard beheld an array of books, paintings, and vibrant fabrics, as well as numerous individuals engaged in various tasks. "At last, you have arrived. I am Jay Rajin, the leader of the resistance," proclaimed a man clad in a blue overalls, stepping forward. Chapter 34. The Riven Apocalypse. Greetings, Jay Rajin. I am Richard Fisk, and this is my bodyguard, T-800. Could you enlighten me about the circumstances of your world? "Certainly. Please take a seat." Jay Rajin led the two into a conference room. allowing them to sit before commencing his explanation. In due course, Richard gleaned the background of this world. It had emerged from the ashes of a nuclear war, with the surviving remnants of humanity congregating to form the city as it stands today. To prevent humanity from repeating its tragic history, the government developed a drug known as limonene, designed to suppress human emotions, reducing individuals to mere automatons. However, a faction of people deemed this approach profoundly inhumane, asserting that without emotions, one could hardly be considered human. Thus, they began to rebel, giving rise to the resistance movement. In response, the government trained a formidable army specifically tasked with exterminating these insurgents, labeling them as emotional criminals. I observe that your weaponry appears quite commendable. Is it not possible to confront that army head-on? The army is known as the clerics, who have undergone rigorous training in gun fu from a young age. Gun fu is a formidable discipline that amalgamates martial arts, firearms, and swordsmanship. It is crucial to understand that gun fu has been refined through extensive shooting experiments and statistical analysis. The trajectories of bullets and the positions of adversaries can be encapsulated by statistical models. Thus, a cleric adept in gun fu can take on 100 foes. Not to mention the existence of an even more potent entity, the Godfather, the instructor of all clerics, whose prowess is unparalleled. I comprehend. To liberate humanity, we must confront the clerics, the Godfather, and the upper echelon, correct? Primarily, the chairman must be dealt with. He serves as the spiritual pillar of the remaining human populace. Understood. Are there any places where we can engage in combat? Furthermore, if possible, please expose our location to them. I shall annihilate all the clerics in one fell swoop. Richard declared. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. I shall arrange for your transport shortly, and we will provide you with firearms and ammunition. We hope for your success. If we can draw a significant number of clerics, our remaining forces should be sufficient to deal with the chairman, correct? Richard inquired. Indeed, it will suffice. Richard nodded then. Accompanied by T-800, proceeded to the armory. After T-800 selected an ample supply of weapons and ammunition, they followed a resistance fighter to a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city. To make this location resemble the stronghold of emotional criminals, they had stored numerous books, photographs, and artworks here. From this point on, you must rely on yourselves, the departing resistance fighter remarked before taking his leave. Richard then addressed T-800. T-800, your task is to observe. When the enemy arrives, be sure to alert me. I shall take a brief rest. Understood, Richard, T-800 replied in a mechanical tone. With that, Richard reclined on the sofa, gradually succumbing to slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, T-800 roused Richard. Richard, the enemy approaches. T-800 extinguished the lights, preparing to strike once they entered. Yes, Richard. As the illumination faded, the advancing clergy halted, their movement slowing as they entered a combat stance. The moment the first individual stepped into the building, a barrage of bullets erupted, reducing him to mere fragments. Witnessing this, the remaining clergy swiftly sought refuge from the onslaught. It must be noted that their marksmanship was commendable, as they successfully evaded a significant number of projectiles. However, T-800's intellect rivaled that of a supercomputer, and he quickly deduced their next maneuvers, preemptively firing at their positions, ultimately leading to the obliteration of the clergy. Yet, it could not be said that they were entirely vanquished. At least one individual managed to flee. A decision orchestrated by Richard to elicit a greater response from the clergy and potentially draw their leader into the fray. Richard's intuition proved correct. As the clergy faced near annihilation, the vice president dispatched reinforcements, including more clergy and the leader alongside his partner. Soon, several vehicles came to a halt outside the dilapidated structure, and without hesitation, the clergy surged inside. T-800 had meticulously recorded their combat techniques, rendering their every advance predictable, and swiftly, the initial wave of clergy fell to T-800's firepower. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the leader and his partner resolved it was time for their intervention. The moment they entered, they sensed themselves being targeted and instinctively began to evade. It was indeed impressive that they, as leaders, could dodge T-800's precise shots. Not only did they evade, but they also retaliated, albeit to T-800, their bullets were as inconsequential as mosquito bites. With no other choice, they retreated upstairs. T-800 chose not to pursue but continued to intercept the incoming clergy. Upon reaching the upper floor, the leader and his partner encountered a scene adorned with scattered illustrations, books, and vibrant fabrics. To the leader's astonishment, his partner was inexplicably drawn to a particular book, delicately lifting it as though unearthing a treasure. "Patch, what are you doing? Did you not administer the sedative?" The leader inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "I apologize, John, but do you not find this utterly beautiful? Patch, I charge you with emotional treason and shall execute you on the spot." As the leader raised his firearm, Patch merely lifted the book to shield his eyes. Just as the leader prepared to pull the trigger, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. He abruptly rolled aside, aiming his weapon at the corner. After a prolonged silence, as he began to doubt his instincts, a gunshot rang out, striking the weapon from the leader's grasp. However, the Godfather possessed two firearms, and thus he immediately raised the other gun and fired at the location from which the bullets originated. Yet, nothing transpired, just as the Godfather was intently surveying his surroundings. Another bullet struck, dislodging his remaining weapon, leaving him with only a katana. "John, cease this. You are no match for him." The Godfather disregarded the warning and drew his katana, fixing his gaze ahead. In the next moment, Richard emerged from the shadows. Upon realizing that the newcomer was but a child, the Godfather momentarily paused, though it was but a fleeting hesitation. "It seems I was not mistaken. There are still some within your clerical ranks who have neglected their timely doses of that sleep-inducing medication," Richard remarked with a smile. Chapter 35, The Return of the Otherworldly Commission. "What do you intend to do?" the Godfather inquired gravely, casting a serious glance towards Richard. "What is the duration of this sleep-inducing agent you mentioned?" Richard disregarded the Godfather's question and turned to inquire of the Godfather's partner standing nearby. "For hours. There will be a notification to remind them to administer the agent before it is about to wear off," the partner replied. "How much longer until you must inject the agent?" 10 minutes. "It appears you hold considerable confidence in your own abilities, believing you can eliminate us in such a brief span of time." They fell silent, and at that moment, T-800 approached Richard and stated, "All enemies have been eradicated. Bind him." "Understood, Richard." T-800 advanced with heavy strides towards the Godfather. As T-800 neared, the Godfather suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at T-800's throat. However, he was unprepared for the realization that T-800 was reinforced with a core skeleton, rendering the impact akin to striking a wall, causing him to retract his hand in pain. "You are not human," the Godfather exclaimed in astonishment. T-800 wasted no time, seizing chains to completely restrain the Godfather. Even Captain America would struggle to break free from such bindings, let alone an ordinary man like the Godfather. "Now, we shall await the effects of your medication to subside. What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" The Godfather pressed once more. Richard ignored him, and as time gradually passed, he sensed the Godfather's breathing grow heavier. He glanced over and noticed the Godfather's eyes fixated intently on the mural before him. Unbeknownst to the Godfather, he seemed to be developing an interest in these objects. As the effects of the agent wore off completely, the Godfather gazed upon the vibrant items before him and instinctively rose to his feet. T-800 attempted to intervene, but Richard halted him. The Godfather began to approach one of the murals, drawn to the figures depicted, yearning to touch them, yet he was still bound by T-800. "T-800, release him." Without hesitation, T-800 complied, unfastening the Godfather's restraints. The Godfather observed the chains that fell to the ground, slowly removing his gloves before kneeling to gently caress the cold metal. The sensation was oddly unforgettable. He then turned his gaze back to the mural, placing his palm against it, closing his eyes to absorb every detail. Not only the mural, but he also explored the vibrant fabric, the scent-laden books, and the toys, touching each one in turn, finally collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "How do you feel, Godfather? Do you wish to revert to your former self?" Richard inquired, standing before him. "When did this all begin?" The Godfather responded, ignoring Richard's question, lowering his head instead. 6 months ago, while I was undertaking a mission, I unexpectedly fell into an ambush. Although I ultimately dealt with that group of emotional criminals, my overconfidence led me to neglect carrying an adequate supply of liminin, which resulted in my inability to administer it in a timely manner. This revelation unveiled the truth about the world to me. Since I ceased the injection of liminin, I have discovered a vibrant and colorful existence, and I find myself unwilling to revert to my former self, explained the Godfather's partner. I understand now. I shall assist you in overthrowing the chairman's regime, proclaimed the Godfather, rising with resolute determination in his gaze. Very well, then please lead the way. I believe they must have commenced their plans, and our arrival could prove beneficial, Richard said with a smile. Subsequently, the group drove back into the city. At that moment, due to the rebels' sudden attack and the deployment of numerous clerics to eliminate Richard and his companions, the city's defenses were woefully inadequate, allowing the rebels to seize substantial territory. However, as they entered the city, the rebels mistook them for clerics and opened fire. Had it not been for T-800's exceptional driving skills, they might have been riddled with bullets. Consequently, they had to display books, hanging them from the car doors to signal to the rebels that they were allies. Meanwhile, a large number of rebels were assaulting the government building where the chairman resided, with incessant brainwashing videos emanating from within. Yet, due to the remaining clerics' defense, the rebels, despite suffering heavy casualties, were unable to breach the stronghold. Once the regular army responded, they would find themselves caught in a pincer movement. However, the rebel leader, Jairgen, beamed upon seeing T-800 and the Godfather's arrival. You have finally come, and even brought the Godfather to our side. Now, it is our turn to take charge. Richard addressed Jairgen. Very well, we will hold off the enemies outside, but the foes within will be solely your responsibility, Jairgen informed the group. Exchanging glances, the Godfather spoke. Leave it to me. I have committed many wrongs, and it is time for me to atone. He was the first to charge into the government building, followed closely by his partner, Patchy. Richard and T-800 hastened to follow suit, only to discover that the Godfather had engaged the clerics within prematurely. With remarkable marksmanship, he effortlessly dispatched numerous adversaries and surged into the chairman's office, only to find that the chairman had long since perished. The one now wielding power was the vice-chairman. The vice-chairman had been employing technology to project the chairman's visage on the large screen, continuously brainwashing the populace. Through keen observation, the Godfather discerned that the vice-chairman had not injected liminin, indicating that he possessed emotions. How tragically ironic it is that while all of humanity is mandated to undergo the liminin injection, the individual holding the highest authority, the vice-chairman, has abstained. It appears he too recognizes that those who have been injected with liminin can no longer be considered truly human. Thus, the vice president was ruthlessly slain by the enraged Godfather, who simultaneously obliterated the incessantly looping video. Following this, he joined forces with the rebels to dismantle the limining factory. Mere hours later, humanity began to regain its emotions. At this juncture, Jairgen stepped forward, collaborating with the Godfather to restore human order. With this, Richard accomplished his commission and returned to the Marvel Universe with the T-800. So, the task has been completed, hasn't it? As Richard appeared, Li Qingwei inquired. Yet, Richard remained silent, his brow furrowed as if he were enduring some inner turmoil. Observing this, Li Qingwei hurriedly retrieved the enhanced version of N's tea, pried open Richard's mouth, and administered it. As the improved N's tea coursed through his system, Richard's tense brow gradually relaxed, and soon he opened his eyes. Teacher, this gun fu is astonishing. It encompasses an extensive array of knowledge. Indeed, it is a technique that enables ordinary individuals to evade bullets. Without such a wealth of knowledge backing it, how could it possibly be mastered by the average person? Are you capable of executing it now? Absolutely, teacher. Then allow me to witness your prowess. Consequently, the two commenced their duel within the office. Li Qingwei refrained from close combat, opting instead for ranged shots, all of which were BB pellets. Remarkably, Richard managed to evade every one of them, yet if Li Qingwei were to ricochet a bullet back, Richard would find himself unable to avoid it. It seems this gun fu isn't as formidable as it appears, Li Qingwei remarked. However, Richard shot him a disdainful glance. For who in the world could shoot in such a manner? Chapter 36, Richard's Daily Life. Richard returned home from the office, and as he pushed open the door, he spotted Jean and Vanessa. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Richard exclaimed, rushing to the refrigerator to grab a can of cola. Welcome back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. After we eat, there is something I need to discuss with you, Vanessa said. What is it? Can't you tell me now? Richard inquired. Well, it's not that I can't tell you now, but you'll be starting school in a couple of days, Vanessa replied, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of lobsters. School, Richard echoed, realizing the implication. Yes, you've forgotten. You are now a student and a child. Previously, you were preoccupied with Wilson S. enemies, but that S all resolved now, so it's time for you to return to school. Can I skip school? Richard pouted. That's not for me to decide. You need to talk to your dad, Vanessa said helplessly. Richard then turned to Jean, approaching him with a hopeful smile. But Jean shook his head. I can agree to many things, but this is non-negotiable. You must attend school. Realizing there was no room for discussion, Richard hung his head in defeat. I can't believe you're so eager to avoid school, Jean exclaimed. I'm not trying to avoid it. I've been engaged in several projects with my teachers and have broadened my horizons. I just don't want to sit in a classroom with a bunch of kids. Richard defended himself. Kids? Do you even realize how young you are? Regardless of your experiences, you still need to attend school, Vanessa said, poking Richard's forehead. Ultimately, under the pressure from both of them, Richard reluctantly prepared to go to school. Soon enough, the day arrived for Richard to return to school, although he was quite unwilling. Vanessa personally drove him to Washington Elementary School, arguably the best primary school in New York. Not only was it prestigious, but it also boasted exceptional security, catering to the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy elites, as well as some notorious gang leaders. Richard was among them. Yet due to Jean's careful concealment of their identity, Richard appeared to be merely the child of a philanthropic millionaire. It is not an exaggeration to say that the pocket money these children casually carried was equivalent to what a struggling worker might earn in an entire year. As Richard re-entered his classroom, he had barely settled into his seat when several girls gathered around him. Richard, are you all right? I heard you were sick and missed nearly a year of school. Do you need me to catch you up on what you missed? One girl offered. Richard, here's my notebook. You can borrow it, another chimed in. Hey, Richard, this is mine. If you're going to look at notes, you should look at mine. The girls nearly erupted into a squabble, all vying for Richard's attention, which naturally stirred discontent among certain others. A stocky boy approached, eyeing Richard with disdain. Well? If it isn't the sickly Richard. How is your health now? Felon, the teacher has warned you. If you continue to bully your classmates, she will speak with your parents. Remember, if you bring shame to them, they will certainly discipline you. A girl exclaimed loudly. Hey, Leah, do not forget that you are my sister. You should be on my side. The chubby boy retorted irritably. I stand with the truth. The girl shot back at the chubby boy, provoking his anger, yet he feared the repercussions of having his parents called. Actually, I have a tutor during my break, so I haven't fallen behind in my studies, Richard said quietly. I don't believe it, unless you explain how to solve this problem, a girl said, pulling a chair close to Richard. I don't believe it either. You have to tell me. Another girl quickly took a seat on Richard's other side. Observing this, the first girl wrapped her arms around Richard's neck and pressed her head against his face. Hey, enough. Boys and girls shouldn't be so close. Let me go. Richard protested, wanting to escape, but fearing that he might hurt them if he struggled too much, leaving him feeling quite helpless. It was only when the bell rang for class that the girls reluctantly released Richard, glancing back at him as they returned to their seats. As the teacher entered, she first announced Richard's return before officially commencing the lesson. Time swiftly passed until the end of school, while Richard waited idly for Vanessa to pick him up. A luxurious car suddenly halted in front of him. A girl leaned out, kissed Richard, and before he could react, the car door swung open, and she pulled him inside. All right, Leah, be a bit more reserved. Richard, Vanessa couldn't make it to pick you up, so she asked me to come instead, the woman driving said. Ah, I see. Thank you, and she. There's no need for such formality, Felon. Don't forget to greet her. The chubby boy sitting next to Leah reluctantly spoke. Hello, Richard. Richard returned the greeting and gently pushed Leah away, saying, Leah, you're too close. Too close? I don't think so, Leah replied with a smile, continuing to nestle against Richard. Despite his attempts to push her away again, she persisted, eventually causing Richard to lay back entirely, with Leah still nestled against him. Before long, the car arrived in Hell's Kitchen. Seeing the greedy gazes of the adults around, both Leah and Felon gulped nervously, with Leah pressing herself completely against Richard. too frightened to look up. However, Richard remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as he observed them. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, brandishing a submachine gun aimed at the car. Anne reacted instinctively, slamming on the brakes and swerving the car to the side. Richard promptly drew his own gun, aiming it at the assailant. The gunfire startled the three individuals inside the vehicle, prompting Richard to utter a brief warning before dashing outside. "Anne, stay inside and do not come out." As Richard emerged, he suddenly sensed something amiss, halting abruptly to evade a bullet that whizzed past him from behind. Without even turning his head, he aimed his firearm at the source of the threat and fired. A moment later, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. Subsequently, Richard unleashed a display of gun fu, characterized by a brutal elegance, evading the attacker's bullets with remarkable agility while they fell one by one at his hands. Just as he was in the throes of this violent ballet, an assailant on the rooftop brandished an RPG, aiming it at the vehicle. Richard realized he could not intervene in time. However, before the attacker could pull the trigger, a bullet struck him squarely in the head, ending his life. Upon recognizing the shooter, Richard exclaimed in astonishment, "Teacher." Chapter 37. Richard's routine to Marvel office after Li Qingwei rescued Anne and her companions. They followed his worn-out motorcycle to the office. "Teacher, how did you end up there?" Aiji inquired. "I received a commission to protect them," Li Qingwei replied, gesturing towards Aiji's group. "Commission? Who is it? Is it Canny Black?" Aiji seemed to recall something and asked excitedly. "Let me check." "Yes, it is indeed Canny Black. Where is he now?" Aiji asked eagerly. Li Qingwei shook his head, signaling her to remain calm. Aiji took a deep breath and slowly sat down on the sofa. Li Qingwei then spoke. "He paid me to protect you all and left quite swiftly. So I have no idea where he is now." "Mom, is it Dad?" Lia approached Aiji, her voice trembling. "Lia, it's not Dad, just a friend your mother knows." Li Qingwei noticed Lia was on the verge of tears and quickly called out, "Tom, Jerry." In the next moment, Tom and Jerry appeared before Li Qingwei. However, upon seeing Lia and Farron, they seemed to sense their impending fate and attempted to flee. Li Qingwei shot them, startling everyone present, except for Richard. "Uncle, why did you kill the kitten and the mouse?" Lia asked, suppressing her fear. "You called me uncle." Li Qingwei pointed to his own face, questioning her. This frightened Lia so much that she quickly hid behind Richard. At that moment, Li Qingwei approached Tom and Jerry, kicking them gently and saying, "Enough, stop playing dead. Take them to play video games." Tom and Jerry immediately sprang up from the ground, which was even more frightening. "Don't be afraid. Tom and Jerry are immortal." So they were perfectly fine just pretending to be dead. "Really?" Lia looked up, inquiring. Indeed. Under Tom's lead, Farron and Lia began to play with them. Subsequently, Li Qingwei approached Aunt Aiji and said, "The client mentioned that due to some grievances he caused, I am to protect your family until he deals with those individuals. Therefore, you will be staying here. But don't worry, the client assured me it would only be for a week at most." "Did he really say a week?" Aiji asked. "He did." "All right, where will we stay next?" "Tom, take them to find a house over at water," Li Qingwei called out. However, Tom ignored him, engrossed in a duel with Farron and the King of Fighters. Li Qingwei, seeing this, approached Tom with a stern expression. Farron, Lia, and Richard witnessed this scene, unable to suppress their gulping breaths. Richard and Farron cautioned Tom, but he remained entranced by the game. Finally, with a punch from Li Qingwei landing on Tom's head, he was instantly flattened. "Uncle, can Tom come back to life like this? Hasten to rise and lead the way, or I shall bestow your beloved fish treats upon Jerry today." Just moments ago, Tom, resembling a puddle of mud, sprang into the air, soaring for nearly 5 seconds before touching down. He guided Aunt Aiji and her family of 3 to the adjacent apartment building. After obtaining the key from Walter, Aiji's family selected their rooms, and once old Jack delivered their clothing and daily necessities, they temporarily settled in. With everything in place, Aiji turned to Fei Luan and Li Ya, saying, "All right, leave this to your mother. You may go play with Tom." Upon hearing this, the 2 children joyfully dashed towards the office. As soon as they opened the door, Fei Luan rushed to Tom and exclaimed, "Let us continue." Meanwhile, Leah approached Li Qingwei cautiously and inquired, "Uncle, do you know where Richard's house is?" "Uncle, given my youth, What should you call me then? He replied. How old are you this year? 25. Why? I'm only 10. You are 15 years my senior. How can you not be an uncle? Leah countered. With a resigned sigh, Li Qingwei reclined in his office chair, gesturing towards the villa next door. Richard's house is over there. You may go on your own. Having learned Richard's location, Leah bounced over eagerly. Upon ringing the doorbell, Vanessa approached with curiosity, but her expression shifted to surprise upon seeing Leah. Leah, what brings you here? Vanessa quickly stepped aside, allowing Leah to enter. Just then, Richard emerged, and Leah dashed towards him, leaping into his arms. Leah, what are you doing here? Richard asked, but she remained silent, captivated by Jean Bin, whose imposing stature was rarely seen by Leah. Even though he had reigned in his presence, it still intimidated her, preventing her from meeting his gaze. Richard, who is this little girl? Jean Bin inquired with a slight smile. Leah, my classmate. Someone commissioned protection for her family, so the teacher brought them here for a temporary stay. I see. Leah, have you eaten? If not, you are welcome to join us. Encouraged by Jean Bin's warm smile, Leah nodded and took a seat beside Richard to eat. After their meal, Leah became more comfortable with Jean Bin. She approached him and playfully poked his belly, but instead of the softness she expected, it felt as solid as a wall. All right, go play with Richard. Refrain from poking Uncle S' belly, Jean Bin remarked with a hint of exasperation. Leah stuck out her tongue and ran off to play with Richard, while Vanessa observed them with amusement. If Leah were to discover your true identity, I wonder what expression would grace her face, Jean Bin said, casting a playful glance at Vanessa before rising. I must return to preside over matters. Do not wait for my return tonight. Understood. Be cautious. Jean nodded and exchanged a few words with Richard and the others in the living room before departing. Richard and Leah continued their conversation until around 8 or 9 o'clock, and only when Aiji came to find Leah did she reluctantly bid farewell to Richard. Richard, do you have feelings for Leah? Mom, what are you talking about? I'm only 10. So what if you're 10? If you truly like Leah, I could speak to Aiji right now and arrange for you two to get engaged. I can't be bothered with you, Richard retorted, casting a glance at Vanessa before hastening upstairs to his room. Chapter 38. The Bounty in a Hotel atop the skyline of New York. A group of fully armed individuals stood resolute. Among them was a man clad in an impeccably tailored suit, surveying his comrades. Did the mission fail? He inquired. Indeed, sir. Since we cannot procure this money, we shall let others do so. Issue a bounty. Yes, sir. The group promptly departed, leaving the man in the suit standing at the edge, gazing over the nocturnal panorama. As his gaze ascended, he beheld a hotel with an unusual name, the Continental Hotel. Divider, boss, something is amiss, Walter exclaimed as he burst into the room, prompting Li Qingwei to furrow his brow slightly. What is it? No need for theatrics. They VE placed a bounty on us, $20 million. Leah and Farron each have a $5 million price on their heads. Walter shouted. What bounty? The Continental Hotel bounty. All the assassins in New York are on high alert. I've already dispatched T-800 to protect the Leah siblings. Next, we must safeguard Aiji. Aiji, isn't she here? Li Qingwei asked in confusion. She was just called away by a phone call. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Qingwei swiftly grabbed his keys, intending to ride his dilapidated motorcycle, only to have Walter knock them from his hand. Enough, boss. Don't take that old relic. Come with me. Walter ushered Li Qingwei into a sports car, speeding towards IGS location. During the ride, Walter managed to contact Constantine, hoping he could take the lead. However, despite Constantine's mastery of numerous spells, he could only open a portal to places he had previously seen. Regrettably, Constantine had not yet had the chance to properly observe the world before being taken by the Ancient One, rendering him incapable of opening a portal. With no assistance forthcoming from Constantine, Walter chose to move on, contacting Aiji to urge her to vacate her previous position. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of gunfire echoed through the air. Accelerate. I'm not keen on seeing our agency's success rate plummet from 100% to 99%. Step on it. Li Qingwei shouted. In response, Walter flipped open the red cover on the dashboard, revealing a button within. As he pressed it, an overwhelming force propelled them forward. the speedometer skyrocketing to a terrifying 450 kilometers per hour. Yet that was merely the beginning. With the aid of the enhanced NZT, Walter exhibited extraordinary control. Navigating through traffic at this breakneck speed, the sheer terror of their velocity prompting the police to attempt an interception. But it was too swift. So fast that even helicopters could not pursue. At such a frightful speed, they soon arrived at IG's corporate building. After bringing the car to a sudden halt, the two men dashed into the structure, the vehicle now rendered inoperable, a mere casualty of the quest for speed, its demise entirely expected. After two individuals burst into the building, police cars swiftly arrived, surrounding the premises. It was only when gunfire erupted from within that the officers began their meticulous search of the interior. Unbeknownst to them, the conflict unfolding inside was beyond their control. Li Qingyue and his companion reached the entrance of IG's company, only to be met with a scene of carnage. Bodies strewn about, accompanied by the echo of gunfire. They rushed inside, discovering a group firing at a door lock. Without hesitation, Li Qingyue dispatched the assailants. IG, is that you? After a considerable time, the door finally swung open, revealing IG, who emerged with a pale complexion. You're injured? Walter inquired, his brow furrowing as he noticed the blood streaming from her arm. IG nodded weakly. I've been shot in the arm. The bullet is lodged inside. Walter examined her wound and urgently stated, Boss, her condition is critical. She requires immediate surgery. Can this place accommodate it? Yes, it can, IG replied. Then proceed with the operation. I will hold them off. There is only one entrance, correct? Not quite. There are elevators and stairs in front, and another staircase in the back that serves as an escape route, IG grimaced, enduring the pain. Understood. You focus on the surgery. Walter supported IG into the adjacent room, clearing the table of its clutter before assisting her onto it. He gently pressed on a pressure point, causing IG to lose consciousness, then retrieved a dagger and ignited a makeshift fire with nearby debris, preparing to sterilize the blade before commencing the operation. Outside, a multitude of assassins launched their attack. Utilizing his heightened senses and exceptional marksmanship, Li Qingyue suppressed their efforts to escape. Ultimately, the assailants were forced to collaborate, yet still found themselves unable to breach his defenses. Who on earth is this person? I've never encountered him before. His aim is astonishing. One assassin exclaimed. Not only is his marksmanship precise, but his weapon has been modified. Those bullets can penetrate such thick concrete walls. What should we do next? Another shouted. If all else fails, we should abandon her. We can pursue the other two. They are merely children and should be easier targets, suggested a faction of the assassins, opting to retreat, yet many remained enticed by the allure of IG's 2 million. Boss, the surgery is complete. Understood. Now, it's time to unleash chaos. Remain silent. As Li Qingyue exhaled slowly, closing his eyes to amplify his hearing, he became acutely aware of the myriad breaths and heartbeats around him. He raised his weapon, aiming at the source of the sounds, and began pulling the trigger, shot after shot. Soon, only 3 heartbeats resonated in his ears, those of IG, Walter, and himself. Let us depart. The situation has been resolved. As Walter carried IG toward the elevator, he was met with the grim sight of nearly 20 corpses surrounding them, half having suffered gunshot wounds to the head, the other half pierced through the heart. Boss, we have no vehicle. Without hesitation, I shall procure a vehicle. Meanwhile, I will proceed to rescue the 2 children. You are more than capable of handling the remaining assassins, are you not? Rest assured, I am far from feeble. What assured Li Qingyue, encouraging him in the mission to save Farron and Leah. Nodding in agreement, Li Qingyue hailed a taxi and made his way toward Washington Primary School. At that very moment, outside the gates of Washington Primary School, a bus forcefully breached the entrance, and a group of armed thugs clad in suits surged into the premises. Chapter 39. The High Table's interference. Upon realizing the imminent threat, the security guards stationed at the entrance of Washington Elementary swiftly drew their weapons and aimed at the assailants. However, their bullets proved ineffective against the intruders' bulletproof vests. Despite being composed of retired military personnel, they fell victim to the ruthless assault of these enigmatic figures. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the school, prompting nearly all teachers to hastily close their windows and lock their doors. In light of the increasing incidence of school shootings across America, educational institutions had begun to prioritize safety measures, investing substantial resources to equip all windows and doors with bulletproof materials. Notably, affluent patrons had generously contributed to the costs of these upgrades, ensuring a secure environment. Yet, despite having secured all exits, the teachers were gripped by fear. They were ordinary individuals, now left to fervently pray for the swift arrival of law enforcement. Little did they know, even the police were reluctant to confront these formidable adversaries, hoping instead that the intruders would locate their target and depart without further chaos. Richard, upon hearing the gunfire, had already plunged his hand into his backpack, his focus unwavering as he gazed ahead. At that moment, he heard synchronized footsteps halt at the classroom door. The teacher urgently beckoned all students to her side, shielding them behind her as her eyes widened in terror at the doorknob, which was slowly turning. "I locked it. How could they possibly open it?" she muttered in disbelief. "Teacher, they came prepared. Finding someone skilled in lockpicking is rather simple," Richard explained, clutching a customized revolver as he positioned himself behind the door. "Richard, where did you get that gun?" The teacher gasped, a mix of fear and anger in her voice. "Just focus on drawing their attention," Richard urged. Before the teacher could respond further, the door lock clicked open, and the door swung wide. A figure clad in black tactical gear, complete with a helmet and armed with an assault rifle, stepped inside. "Where are Farron Black and Leah Black?" he demanded. "I don't know who you're talking about." "You must be in the wrong place," the teacher stammered, forcing herself to maintain composure despite her growing dread. With a menacing glare, the intruder raised his weapon, preparing to fire. In that instant, Richard struck, delivering a swift kick to the assailant's knee, causing him to collapse to one knee. Without uttering a word, Richard aimed his gun at the back of the intruder's head and pulled the trigger. The upgraded firearm penetrated the helmet, and blood began to seep through the cracks. "Teacher, secure the door. No matter what you hear, do not open it." With that, Richard stepped outside and slammed the door shut. The commotion attracted numerous adversaries, and Richard commenced his assault. However, the revolver's limited capacity proved a challenge. He found himself frequently reloading, and the specialized ammunition he had brought was scant, rendering standard bullets useless. Before long, he found himself bereft of ammunition. Though he had attempted to utilize their rifles, the recoil was simply too formidable for him to manage. As a throng of adversaries threatened to encircle him, gunfire erupted, with countless bullets striking them. Even their body armor could not withstand the might of the high-caliber rounds. "T-800. You've arrived," Richard called out loudly. Indeed, the newcomer was T-800, who, wielding an MG-42 machine gun, unleashed a torrent of suppressive fire upon the distant foes, simultaneously tossing a bag of ammunition to Richard. Richard hastily retrieved it and began reloading, soon coordinating with T-800 to eliminate every enemy within the school. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei hurried over and, upon witnessing the carnage that lay before him, swiftly led Farron and Leah away from the school, leaving the scene to be managed by the authorities. In no time, they returned to the Marvel office, where Aiji rushed to embrace Farron and Leah upon their return. "Are you both unharmed?" she inquired. "We're fine, Mom. Richard protected us exceptionally well," Leah softly replied, gently patting Aiji's back. "Thank you so much." "No need for thanks. After all, safeguarding you is my duty. For the time being, you should remain here," Li Qingwei instructed. "Certainly," Aiji responded, still somewhat shaken. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes reverberated through the air as Tony emerged from his vehicle. "Tony, what brings you here?" Li Qingwei asked, glancing at him. "What brings me here? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've stirred up?" Tony retorted, pulling out his phone to play a video showcasing Li Qingwei's rampage. This video had gone viral online, and many were sharing it, compelling the government to take public action against him. "Public action against me? They wouldn't dare." Li Qingwei replied with a cold smirk. "Are you certain?" "When I arrived, the joint forces of the police and military were already en route," Tony cautioned. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwei furrowed his brow and immediately dialed a number. "Are you about to breach the agreement?" he inquired as the call connected. "It's not that we wish to breach it, but the outcry from the public is overwhelming," and we are powerless to act. Moreover, I am not the one in charge at the moment, the voice on the other end lamented. It matters not who is in charge, however. If you truly desire mutual destruction, your scandal will make headlines internationally the following day. Furthermore, I am well aware of many of your past actions, and I believe the United Nations or other nations may find such information intriguing. Even if you assert that, we are still powerless unless you can eliminate the High Table. Their influence is not something we can confront. I am granting you 1 week. Within this week, either you dismantle the High Table or we will take action. There are no alternatives, even if it leads to mutual destruction. I understand. In a week, provide me with the address. Shortly thereafter, an address appeared on Li Qinghue's phone. What? Summon Constantine back, Li Qinghui said with a dark expression. Yes, boss. What could see that Li Qinghui was genuinely angry? A few seconds after what made the call, a spark circle materialized, and Constantine, clad in monk's attire, emerged. Tony, Aig, and the others widened their eyes, utterly astonished by Constantine's unexpected appearance under such circumstances. Boss, what is it? Constantine inquired as soon as he arrived. How is your magical studies progressing? Well, I have learned quite a bit. What is it, boss? I need you to protect them. I must step out to handle some matters. Ah, this. Constantine hesitated, his expression revealing uncertainty. What is the matter? Are you incapable of providing them protection? Li Qinghui asked, his face darkening. Constantine sighed helplessly. It's not that, boss, but I've recently drawn the attention of Mephisto, who is attempting to tempt me into joining hell. Therefore, these past few days, I've been either studying magic or combating demons from hell. If I leave Kamartosh, I fear Mephisto might personally intervene to drag me into hell. I see. However, my dear fellow, it seems you attract demons' favor in any realm. Rest assured, as long as the Ancient One remains, Mephisto won't dare to act so brazenly. The ones who come are merely petty minions. There is nothing to worry about. Very well. I shall stay here. Acknowledging Li Qinghue's words, Constantine felt he could not refuse. Meanwhile, Li Qinghui armed himself and departed, while Tony retrieved a briefcase from the vehicle, leaving it behind. Little did they know, just as Li Qinghui exited Hell's Kitchen, the special operations team of the High Table entered the area, and all the gangs received word that they were forbidden from assisting the Marvel Agency. Chapter 40. The Defeat of the High Table in the Continental Hotel. An Asian man entered the premises. Upon his arrival, a young black man approached him. Hello, my name is Karong. Are you a novice assassin? The black man inquired with a smile. I am not an assassin. By the way, may I sit here? The Asian man asked, gesturing towards a chair by the front desk. The black man, slightly puzzled, nodded in agreement. The Asian man took a seat, observing the bustling atmosphere of the Continental Hotel. Suddenly, he produced a firearm. Upon witnessing this, the black man swiftly moved to stand behind him. Esteemed guest, I believe you are aware of the rules of the Continental Hotel, which expressly forbid murder, he stated. I am aware, but I have come here to challenge the High Table. I give you all 10 minutes to vacate the premises. With that, Li Qinghui aimed his weapon at the ceiling and fired. The gunfire drew the attention of everyone present. The black man immediately summoned the highest authority in the hotel. The manager. The manager appeared, holding a glass of wine, and smiled as he addressed the Asian man. It seems you are the head of the Marvel Agency. I bear you no malice. I understand, yet the High Table behind you harbors significant grievances against me, and I have no other leaders to approach. Thus I am compelled to seek you out. I comprehend. Those who can negotiate have arrived. Everyone turned to the entrance, where a short-haired woman approached the hotel manager with an elegant stride. Producing a black and gold coin, she declared, I am the adjudicator sent by the High Table, Mr. Lee. We wish to propose a transaction. What kind of transaction? He queried. If you can survive the ensuing battle, we shall rescind the bounty placed upon you. Oh, and where will the battleground be? Right here. Winston will lift the prohibition in half an hour, and the High Table will assume responsibility for all losses. The short-haired woman stated coldly. Very well, esteemed adjudicator. As Winston issued the command, alarms blared throughout the Continental Hotel, prompting guests to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Li Qinghui found a place to sit, while Karong and Winston retreated to his office. The office was fortified with heavy steel plating on 3 sides, particularly reinforced at the entrance with a vault door that could only be breached with substantial explosives. The 2 men remained inside, monitoring Li Qingyue's every move through the surveillance cameras. "Kurong, do you believe he will prevail?" Winston asked. "It is uncertain. I have encountered the high-table special operations team only once, and his chances of success alone are slim," Kurong responded. "Indeed, whether he wins or loses, those named in the bounty are doomed, for I suspect the high table has dispatched operatives to eliminate the 3 individuals listed," Winston remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "Is that so, manager?" Kurong queried. "Certainly. If they failed to send someone, it would not be the high table I am familiar with." Suddenly, the entire Continental Hotel plunged into darkness as the electricity was cut off, shrouding the once bright hall in obscurity. However, emergency lights flickered on, casting an eerie green glow that intensified the already tense atmosphere. A number of large buses came to a halt outside the Continental Hotel, from which emerged a multitude of Special Task Force members, equipped with night vision goggles as they entered the establishment. However, the moment the first individual set foot inside, a bullet pierced through his bulletproof helmet, claiming his life instantly. The sudden onslaught instinctively prompted the task force to retaliate towards the origin of the gunfire. Yet, as they gathered their wits, they realized that their assailants were nowhere in sight. "Hello, are you looking for me?" came the voice of Li Qingyue from the opposite side. Yet they could not discern his whereabouts. In pursuit of his elusive presence, they dispersed, unwittingly playing into his hands. Gunshots echoed intermittently, yet Li Qingyue remained shrouded in mystery. In a mere 5 minutes, this squad was entirely decimated by him. In the office, 2 individuals watched in awe at Li Qingyue's ghostly marksmanship. "Manager, it seems the odds for the high table are now 0, one remarked. "Do you think we could ever master such shooting skills?" "Uncertain, manager," Kurong replied softly. They were now convinced that the high table had already lost, for Li Qingyue could eliminate the task force without revealing himself. Unless the high table was willing to expend countless lives to deplete his ammunition, it was inconceivable to sacrifice such valuable assets, each costing nearly $1 million to train. Thus, after 2 squads fell without even catching a glimpse of Li Qingyue, the Arbiter had no choice but to restart the utilities of the Continental Hotel and venture inside once more, while Li Qingyue emerged. "Have I won?" he inquired. "Indeed. You have," the Arbiter replied with resignation. Through the surveillance footage, she had witnessed the recent events, noting how they had perished without ever seeing Li Qingyue, particularly astonished by how his weapon could effortlessly penetrate their specially designed helmets. "By the way, may I inquire who placed the bounty on the Blake family?" "I'm afraid the high table does not divulge any client information," the Arbiter responded coldly. "Suit yourselves. By the way, the individuals dispatched to Hell's Kitchen should be recalled." "Shouldn't they?" The Arbiter paid him no heed, dismissively waving her hand as she departed. Yet before leaving, she added, "I have ordered a retreat." Sighing, Li Qingyue was about to take his leave when suddenly Winston and Kurong appeared. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" "Mr. Li, might we learn your shooting techniques?" they inquired. "Well, you would do well to study a bit more physics," Li Qingyue replied with a smile. The 2 exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. "By the way, here is my business card. Feel free to contact me if needed." Having spoken, Li Qingyue departed from the Continental Hotel, making his way back to the office. An inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped his heart, as if a significant event were unfolding at the office. His instincts proved accurate. The Marvel office was currently embroiled in a fierce battle. Richard, Walter, and Tony provided remote support, while Constantine engaged in close combat, tirelessly repelling the advancing Special Task Force. However, at an indeterminate moment, the nature of the Special Task Force began to shift. Their speed increased, and their eyes gradually turned a menacing shade of crimson. "What is happening?" Tony immediately sensed something amiss and inquired. "The power of hell, the power of Mephisto." As Constantine uttered this name, every member of the Special Task Force halted, and one individual stepped forward, his deep voice resonating ominously. Chapter 41, The Mutation of T-800. Constantine, at last, we meet. Before him, the Special Operations team shimmered, transforming into an elderly man clad in a white suit. "Mephisto, how dare you show your face?" Constantine exclaimed. If you were hoping for Ancient One to rescue you, I regret to inform you that she cannot come, Mephisto replied with a smile. You have laid hands on my mentor. Impossible. You cannot possibly be a match for her. It must be Dormammu. You have allied with him. Indeed, we have joined forces. And currently, the Ancient One has no time for me. Constantine sneered coldly. What of it? I suspect you are unable to wield your true powers. For should you do so, the Sanctum would detect you and expel you. Even if I cannot utilize my inherent might, these will suffice. Mephisto spread his arms wide. As the Special Operations team stepped forward, their eyes aglow with a crimson light, signaling that they were under Mephisto's control. Your inability to act is more than sufficient. Constantine's hands trembled, revealing the rings of Ragador, two small magical shields, a staple among all sorcerers. Demon, I wonder if my bullets can harm them, Richard murmured. In the next moment, he fired his weapon, the bullet striking one of the team members. Yet, it failed to penetrate, merely causing him to stagger back a step. Tom. Jerry, it is your turn, Richard shouted. In an instant, a rush of wind echoed through the air, prompting everyone to look up. Tom, with his 3 Tilmo Sharingan, wielded a folding fan and a katana. The current Tom was a far cry from the usual. His immense presence rendered those present unable to gaze directly at him. Not only him, but even Jerry descended from the air, donning a similar outfit, albeit with a giant wooden rat beneath his feet. Is this Tom and Jerry? Indeed. As the teacher mentioned, this is their ninja profession. It is said that upon reaching a certain level, they can reclassify as pirates, thus evolving additional abilities, Richard elucidated. Tony, observing the duo, whispered beside Richard, will you allow me to study them when the time comes? Little did he know, the moment he spoke, Tom turned and ensnared Tony in an illusion with his Sharingan. 3 seconds later, Tony emerged, his gaze filled with terror as he realized the extent of Tom's power. Enough of this banter. Let us usher Constantine into hell. With Mephisto's command, the Special Operations team, infused with demonic power, charged at them with such speed that they appeared as mere phantoms. Walter quickly tossed Richard an upgraded NZT. Upon ingestion, although he still could not discern their forms, he could calculate their movements and fire preemptively. Watts continuously unleashed lethal crows or crow nests to thwart the enemies, while Constantine found it significantly easier, effortlessly integrating the newly acquired magic. Tony relinquished control of his armor to Jarvis, who, utilizing formidable computational power, relentlessly assaulted the Special Operations team. However, this group, now infused with demonic power, exhibited a qualitative enhancement in their defenses. Not only were Richard's upgraded bullets ineffective against them, but even Tony's laser weapon merely grazed their skin. What should I do? My weapons are utterly incapable of harming them, Tony exclaimed anxiously. Sir, please observe that child. Jarvis's voice resonated. Tony glanced down and noticed Richard still firing, despite his bullets posing no threat. According to calculations, the child's bullet impacts are hindering their assaults. Please view the video, sir. A video materialized in Tony's field of vision, depicting a member of the task force attempting to ambush Constantine, only to be struck by Richard's bullet in the elbow. Despite their demonic powers, their forms remained human, and the force of the bullet disrupted the ambush, granting Constantine a moment to retaliate. So that's how it is. Jarvis, I leave this to you. Understood, sir. Commencing energy output reduction and initiating counterattack. As Jarvis spoke, countless minute lasers emanated from his palms, each striking with precision at the joints of the task force members. Fortunately, this group had lost their consciousness. Otherwise, they would likely be overwhelmed by frustration. What about T-800? Richard suddenly inquired. I sent him to inform the boss. He should return shortly. T-800, are you referring to this robot? Mephisto interjected, appearing beside them and inexplicably producing T-800, who now seemed to be in a dormant state. What have you done to him? Richard demanded. I have upgraded him. Such a creation ought to exist solely for slaughter. Don't you agree? Mephisto grinned wickedly, causing Richard to sense impending danger and promptly tackle Watts. In the next moment, T-800's eyes flickered open, now filled with a crimson glow, as he trudged toward Watts with heavy steps. Yes, just like that, eliminate them. T-800, I am your master. I command you to cease. Watts shouted. Within T-800's processor, Two distinct data streams were engaged in a lethal struggle, one blue, representing his original data, and the other red, embodying demonic power. These two streams battled for dominance, each vying for control of the body. Just as the blue stream appeared on the verge of defeat, an unfamiliar energy surged into it, causing the previously disadvantaged stream to expand and ultimately consume the red one. Protect what's, eradicate the demons. T-800 turned rigidly, and with a swift motion, struck towards Mephisto. Mephisto merely furrowed his brow, then vanished with a flicker, retreating outside. T-800 extended his hand toward the two. Walter and Richard exchanged glances and reached out to grasp T-800's hand. With T-800's forceful pull, the two rose to their feet. T-800, are you all right? Richard inquired. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, T-800 replied before rejoining the fray. Utilizing his immense strength, he delivered a crushing blow that shattered the skull of a special operations member. A crimson energy emanated from the corpse, which T-800 absorbed. Walter, have you noticed that T-800 seems somewhat different? Indeed, he appears to have become more intelligent, or perhaps more human-like, Walter murmured as he stared intently at T-800. Have I arrived just in time? The voice of Li Qingyue rang out, prompting everyone to turn towards him. Boss, you're back. Teacher, you've returned. They exclaimed with excitement. Li Qingyue, uninterested in idle chatter, plunged into the battlefield, swiftly dispatching the demon-possessed special operations members with his formidable strength. The hellish energy released from their corpses was also absorbed by T-800. Seeing this, Mephisto chose not to linger and vanished without a word. Are you all right? Li Qingyue asked the group. They all shook their heads, indicating they were unharmed. Richard, have your father send someone to repair this place, Li Qingyue suggested. Richard nodded and hurried off to find Jean. Chapter 42, The Evolution of T-800. Are you all unscathed? Tony, please fetch some delectable food and drinks. Li Qingyue inquired of Aiji and the others, before turning to Tony. Understood. Jarvis, please contact Happy and have him deliver 15 servings of food along with my prized collection of wine. Certainly, sir. Happy has been informed. Boss, do you think there's something amiss with T-800? Walter asked Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue glanced at T-800, noticing that his once green pupils had morphed into a vivid red, and his demeanor had softened considerably. Do you know how one might alter a robot's allegiance? Li Qingyue suddenly posed the question. By modifying its data. Precisely. Mephisto intends to employ such methods, manipulating hellish energy to alter T-800's data. However, T-800's origins are rather complex. All robots produced by the vending machine adhere to a singular principle, obey the commands of their purchaser. This is their only directive, and the data Mephisto seeks to modify has already triggered this principle, ensuring his failure. Consequently, T-800 has gained the ability to absorb hellish energy. What impact will this hellish energy have on him? Well, it may render him more human-like, while simultaneously fortifying his alloy skeleton. Most importantly, his skin may acquire self-repairing properties. Of course, there may be additional enhancements, but that is something you will need to investigate for yourself. I am not entirely certain, Li Qingyue elucidated. I understand. He then instructed T-800 to find a place to sit, just as Richard entered. How is it? Is the outside clean? It is all tidied up, teacher, Richard replied. Suddenly, he felt a rush of air behind him and turned to find Leah, who opened her arms in a welcoming embrace. Hey, Ed. May I borrow that mouse and cat for some research? Sure, as long as you can persuade them, Li Qingyue replied nonchalantly. Seeing this, Tony hurried over to the two youngsters. Tom, Jerry, if you cooperate with me on this research, I will gift you the latest gaming console. How does that sound? The two looked at each other, each sensing the spark of interest in the other's eyes. Just as Tom was about to agree, Jerry stepped on Tom's foot, causing him to hop around in pain, clutching his foot. Are you dissatisfied? Jerry shook his head and began chattering animatedly. Though Tony could not comprehend what was being said, he could grasp its meaning. One console isn't enough, is it? Then how about two? Furthermore, I can offer you an abundance of delicacies you've never tasted before. If that still doesn't satisfy you, I can build you a cheese villa, exclusively yours, and a candy house for Tom. Upon hearing Tony's proposal, Jerry could not help but swallow hard, and he reached out his hand toward Tony. With a smile, Tony reciprocated, grasping Jerry's small hand in a gentle shake. Teacher, Is this truly all right? Rest assured, he won't come up with anything significant, Li Qingwei remarked indifferently. The group continued their conversation until Happy arrived, parking a van at the door. He brought forth an array of delectable dishes and fine wines, prompting everyone to indulge in the feast. With the comfort of exquisite cuisine, the mood of the gathering was soothed, and accompanied by the fine spirits, they gradually became more familiar with one another. Meanwhile, T-800 observed them intently. Suddenly, he moved, reaching out to grasp a roasted chicken leg. T-800, what's wrong? You cannot consume human food, someone exclaimed. Yet, T-800 remained silent, placing the chicken leg in his mouth. As he chewed, he spoke. So this is the taste of food. T-800, are you all right? Walter inquired, rising from his seat. Walter, I feel as if I've changed slightly. T-800 responded slowly. What is happening to him, boss? Walter turned to Li Qingwei for clarification. Li Qingwei furrowed his brow, gazing at T-800, when suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound and exclaimed, a heartbeat. A heartbeat? Walter queried, puzzled. Li Qingwei nodded, affirming, indeed. It is a heartbeat. T-800 has likely evolved through the energy of the demons. Now he is akin to a human, possessing internal organs, blood vessels, and so forth, allowing him to consume human food. That can't be true, Tony shouted. If you doubt it, you can have Jarvis conduct a scan. Jarvis, please scan him, Li Qingwei instructed. As the blue scanning light swept over T-800's form, it took a while before Jarvis spoke. Sir, after scanning, aside from his metallic skeleton, battery heart, and processor brain, T-800 is quite similar to a human in other respects. Is this considered evolution? Walter asked, frowning. Isn't it? Without internal organs, T-800's vulnerabilities were limited to his neck, processor, and heart. Now, with the addition of internal organs and blood, he has numerous new weaknesses. Doesn't that qualify as evolution? Walter explained. I believe his evolution is far from complete. Once he absorbs a substantial amount of hellish energy, he should continue to evolve. There is no need to rush. Li Qingwei added. T-800, is it possible for you to evolve further? Walter inquired. That should be feasible. Do you dislike the idea of my evolution? If so, I can regress, T-800 responded. No, if you can evolve, then do so, Walter quickly shook his head. Very well, Walter, T-800 nodded. All right, I am weary now. Please clean up the mess. I shall retire for the night. Li Qingwei waved his hand and descended the stairs. However, he turned back momentarily to remind Tony. By the way, Tony, if you plan to study them, let's wait until this commission is over. They are indispensable combatants. I understand, Tony replied before departing with Happy. Seeing this, Aiji reluctantly began to clear the table of debris, and Richard quickly joined in to assist her. As I take my leave, I must also pursue the study of magic. Constantine bids farewell and opens a portal back to Kamartash. Richard, I am here to assist you. Lia quickly joins Richard in tidying up. In the depths of hell, Mephisto returned to his throne, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a demon rushed in. Lord Mephisto, the Witch King has made his way to Earth. How did he breach our realm? It remains unclear, but he is indeed on Earth, the demon replied. Understood. You may leave. As the demon departed, Mephisto clutched a seal in his hand and murmured, Old friend, it appears I must summon your power. Chapter 43. John Connor. The following day dawned bright and temperate. As Li Qingwei descended from the second floor, he discovered Walter and the T-800 seated across from one another. What are you two up to? Li Qingwei inquired, observing the pair. Boss, the T-800 has given itself a name, Walter responded. A name? What is it? Li Qingwei asked with curiosity. John Connor, the T-800 stated, maintaining its impassive demeanor. Upon hearing this name, Li Qingwei nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. What did you say? What is so significant about the name John Connor? Walter asked, perplexed. When the time comes to discuss that world, I shall reveal it to you. This name encapsulates the essence of the Terminator's existence. Li Qingwei feigned a sense of nostalgia. Existence? Connor, do you truly not recognize that name? Walter turned to the T-800. Questioning. I genuinely do not know it. I merely sense that it is exceedingly, remarkably familiar, the T-800 explained. Very well, from now on, you shall be called John Connor. By the way, now that you possess human organs, do you experience pain? Walter inquired, intrigued. Connor shook his head, uncertain of his capacity for sensation. Well, why not find out directly? Li Qingwei suggested. He then instructed Tom and Jerry to remain at the office while the three of them ventured to the shooting range that Vanessa had constructed for Richard, a facility not open to the public. After greeting the attendant at the entrance, the trio proceeded into the range. Let us first test the effect of a sharp weapon on your skin, Li Qingwei declared, retrieving a dagger from the side. Boss, allow me to handle this, Walter offered. Li Qingwei handed the dagger to Walter, who took it and aimed it at Connor's arm. If it hurts, you must inform us, understood? Connor nodded in response. Walter then slowly brought the dagger towards Connor's arm, only to be astonished when Connor's skin repelled the blade. Does it not hurt? Connor shook his head, saying, I seem to lack the sensation of pain. Let us use a gun, Li Qingwei suggested. Boss, are you certain? Walter asked. Connor, the choice is yours. Li Qingwei understood Walter's reluctance for Connor to experience injury, as Walter was, after all, Connor's master. Had Connor merely been an ordinary robot, Walter would have shown no hesitation. Trust me, I don't believe I will be harmed, Connor stated, locking eyes with Walter. Walter closed his eyes and nodded. Connor took the handgun from Walter's hands and aimed it at his palm, firing the weapon. The bullet struck his palm, flattening into a disc of copper. Is your skin truly that resilient? Walter exclaimed in astonishment. It appears my skin's strength is akin to that of my alloy skeleton. Allow me to try this. Li Qingwei said as he lifted an RPG from behind. Don't be absurd, boss. Watt shouted urgently, but it was too late. Li Qingwei had already launched the RPG. The projectile struck Connor, sending him hurtling through the air until he collided with the wall, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. As Watt gazed into the haze, a figure emerged. Once the smoke dissipated, Connor stepped forth unscathed, his only loss being his clothing. Quick, put on some clothes. Li Qingwei tossed a set of garments from his storage compartment, but they were somewhat small for Connor, who stood at 2 meters tall and possessed muscles that surpassed even those of Li Qingwei. The attire clung tightly to his form, accentuating his impressive physique. Connor, are you all right? I'm fine. I feel great. The strength of my skin matches that of my alloy skeleton. As long as I continue to enhance the alloy strength, my skin will similarly fortify, Connor replied. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed Li Qingwei and Watt regarding him with a peculiar gaze. What's wrong? Why are you speaking so coherently and managing to articulate so much at once? It seems I've evolved again, and I've acquired a multitude of concepts that I cannot comprehend, Connor said, a look of confusion on his face, observing Connor's increasingly human demeanor. Li Qingwei grasped Watt's arm and said, Listen, Connor is your responsibility, so ensure you guide him well. We cannot allow him to become a version of Skynet intent on world destruction, understood? What is Skynet? Li Qingwei briefly recounted the plot of Terminator 1. Upon learning that the T-800 was dispatched by Skynet to eliminate the past savior, Watt glanced at Connor, who met his gaze. Seeing the innocence in Connor's eyes, Watt nodded affirmatively. I will teach him well. Watt then took Connor back to his apartment, providing him with a computer. Without Watt's permission, Connor was forbidden from accessing the internet. After all, the online realm is known for its chaotic nature. In this domain, anonymity breeds a tendency for individuals to unleash their frustrations upon others, which was not a lesson Connor should learn, lest it define his character. Thus, Watt curated a selection of primarily uplifting information and various technological wonders for Connor's viewing. This continued for nearly a week, during which time Aiji's husband, Mr. Sirius Black, finally made his appearance. Not only did he arrive, but he also elucidated his profession. It turned out that Sirius was a scientist serving the high table, with research accomplishments that included, but were not limited to, the development of bulletproof materials for the high table's armored suits, one of his most renowned achievements. Logically speaking, such an individual should not have had his family targeted by the high table. At this juncture, it is imperative to elucidate the structure of the high table. The supreme leader of the high table is an elder, followed by 12 permanent council members, each backed by powerful families. Beneath them are the regional managers of continental hotels, and subsequently, the service stations. These service stations typically offer a myriad of services, such as the body disposal featured in John Wick and the presence of sommeliers, doctors, tailors, guides, and so forth in the subsequent installment. Sirius, on the other hand, belongs to the technological division, dedicated to the development of various assassination-enhancing technologies. Although his power is modest, it is not negligible, and he should not be the target of assassination attempts. Ultimately, Sirius took it upon himself to explain matters to Li Qingyue, recognizing his formidable strength and aspiring to cultivate a friendship with him. It was revealed that Sirius had enhanced bulletproof materials to achieve 100% bullet resistance, meaning that bullets could not penetrate, and their kinetic energy could be entirely absorbed. However, this efficacy is limited to projectiles with a caliber smaller than 5.62 millimeters. Larger calibers can still significantly mitigate impact. Such materials are indispensable for assassins. Yet, as Sirius sought to leverage this innovation for personal gain, a certain council member learned of it and immediately sought to seize it for himself, even resorting to his authority and substantial blood contracts to coerce Sirius into surrendering this technology. Naturally, Sirius was unwilling, yet he recognized that he could not contend with them alone. Thus, he approached the adversary of this council member and allied with him. However, this council member required some time to address the situation, prompting Sirius to enlist Li Qingyue to care for AIG and the others. Subsequently, he and the council member worked together to thwart the individual intent on usurping his achievements, ultimately securing a considerable compensation. This encapsulates the entire narrative. After clarifying the situation, Sirius departed with AIG and the others, leaving a minor detail unresolved. Chapter 44. Protecting Sarah Connor after a week of instruction. Connor has now become nearly indistinguishable from a human. One evening, as everyone gathered around the table for dinner, a sudden burst of white light emanated from the bulletin board, revealing a new mission. "Boss, there's a mission," Li Qingyue exclaimed, mouth full of food. "Protect Sarah Connor and John Connor. Defeat the T-800 and T-1000 Terminators. The reward is 1,500 points, Walter stated, his voice dwindling as he spoke. I can't believe we were just discussing this. Let us go. The entire office will embark on this mission together. You two can split the points," he continued. "What about Tom and Jerry? Let Tony take care of them." "Didn't T say you wanted to study them?" "I'll notify Tony," Walter replied, promptly instructing Gaia to contact Tony, who then took Tom and Jerry away. After Richard arranged for Vanessa to cover for him, everything was set, and the four accepted the mission. With a shift in their surroundings, they found themselves in Los Angeles. 1984. "Boss, where are we supposed to protect John Connor?" "Well, John Connor hasn't been born yet. So we must first safeguard Sarah Connor to ensure she successfully brings John into the world." Of course, the T-800 and T-1000 did not travel through time simultaneously. "So we must deal with the T-800 first, then figure out how to handle the T-1000, Li Qingyue explained. The group nodded in agreement and sought out a phone booth to obtain information about Sarah Connor's whereabouts. Just as Walter intended to head directly to find Sarah, Li Qingyue intervened. The group settled in a roadside diner, where Li Qingyue recounted the plots of Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 to his companions. Walter finally grasped why Li Qingyue had urged caution. "So, we need to wait for those two to finish their intimate encounter before we confront them, and join forces to eliminate the T-800. Is that the plan?" "Precisely. However, to ensure everything unfolds as intended, we will track Sarah Connor and follow her until she has her rendezvous with Kyle. Only then will we reveal ourselves," Li Qingyue affirmed. Once they appeared before Sarah, and Kyle, particularly Kyle, instinctively fired at Connor upon seeing him. The bullets struck Connor, merely sparking without causing any harm. "Hey, calm down. We're here to assist, not to harm," Walter quickly interjected. "And him? He is our robot, not the T-800, so you need not worry." As they conversed, the T-800 pursued them, brandishing a shotgun and firing at the group. Yet, the bullets were deflected by Connor, who then leaped into action, engaging the T-800 in close combat. The T-800 proved no match for the evolved Connor, who swiftly dismantled it. Was it really that easy to resolve? Kyle could scarcely fathom the formidable T-800 being so effortlessly bested at the hands of Connor. With such ease, they decided to depart now that the T-800 had been dealt with. The group, no longer lingering, turned away and left. When Kyle regained his senses, he realized that the others had vanished completely. However, Two of them exchanged a glance, revealing a smile of happiness, believing that the future had been altered, unaware that it was precisely the corpse of the T-800 that would give rise to Skynet. After leaving the motel, Li Qingwei and the others noticed a radiant glow emanating from the contract paper. Before they could react, they were transported to the year 1994, a time when John Connor was already 10 years old. In the decade that had passed, everything seemed to revert to its original timeline. During this span, Kyle, due to his previous skirmish with the T-800, had attracted the attention of the police and was imprisoned, ultimately meeting his demise in a riot within the prison walls. In contrast, Sarah Connor had not been committed to a psychiatric hospital. Instead, she had remained with John Connor. However, Sarah's incessant talk of doomsday and Skynet, coupled with her daily regimen of self-defense and marksmanship training, strained the mother-son relationship, leading to frequent quarrels. On one fateful day, Li Qingwei and his companions confronted the two. Upon seeing them, Sarah Connor nearly raised her weapon in alarm. "Do not be alarmed. It is us. Have you forgotten? We were the ones who protected you before." Walter quickly reassured her. Only then did Sarah calm herself, responding, "Your appearance indicates that yet another Terminator has been sent, correct?" Indeed, this time the Terminator is the T-1000, whose terror far surpasses that of the T-800. However, eliminating him is not overly complicated. We merely need to locate a steel mill. "I know where one is," she replied. "And John Connor? Where is he?" "He is likely at the arcade," came the response. "Boss, the T-1000 has arrived, along with another T-800, Connor reported. "Can you ascertain their location?" Connor shook his head in resignation. "If that is the case, Sarah Connor, please lead the way," Li Qingwei requested. Nodding, Sarah emerged from the room with an assault rifle and a shotgun, handing the shotgun to Connor while placing the assault rifle in the back seat. The two set off in a vehicle. Li Qingwei and his companions employed the quintessential tactics of a seasoned GTA player, effortlessly shattering the car window with an elbow, opening the door, and promptly starting the ignition in one fluid motion. The two vehicles sped toward the arcade, and upon arrival, the group split up to expedite their search for John Connor. To their surprise, it was Richard who first located the young boy. "Are you John Connor?" Richard inquired of the individual ahead. "I am. Who are you?" the 10-year-old John Connor asked, furrowing his brow. At that moment, Richard observed a police officer approaching behind John Connor. However, this officer exuded an ominous aura, prompting Richard to instinctively raise his weapon and fire. The bullet struck the officer. Yet instead of the anticipated wound, a silver-white indentation manifested instead. "Quick, follow me," Richard urged, grasping John Connor's hand as they made their way outside. The instant the gunfire erupted, chaos ensued among the crowd, allowing Richard and John to seize the opportunity to escape. As they fled, John glanced back and witnessed the police officer healing himself, realizing that the Terminator his mother had spoken of was indeed real. Unfortunately, due to Richard's unfamiliarity with the surroundings, they found themselves in a dead end. "How do we end up here?" John Connor shouted. "I don't know the way either," Richard replied loudly. With the relentless advance of the officer drawing near, Richard resorted to firing his weapon repeatedly to slow his approach. However, the T-1000, being a liquid metal robot, possessed the ability to continuously heal, rendering the bullets ineffective in eliminating it, merely slowing its pace. Just as the T-1000 closed in on them, a figure emerged, seizing the T-1000 by its collar and hurling it aside, declaring, "Follow me." "Who is he?" Richard explained. "T-800, modified though. He has been sent by your future self to protect you." He urged John Connor to leave the area swiftly. The trio boarded the T-800's commandeered vehicle, with Richard instructing it to head towards a steel mill. By the time the T-1000 regained its bearings, it too had commandeered a vehicle in pursuit. When Li Qingwei and the others arrived, they discovered that Richard and the others had already departed, and without further ado, they hopped into their vehicle to give chase. Chapter 45. Protecting John Connor at the steel mill. The modified T-800 escorted John Connor and Richard inside. However, they were promptly stopped by the workers upon entry. Without uttering a word, the modified T-800 aimed its firearm at them, coldly commanding, "Leave this place." The workers, without hesitation, abandoned their tools and fled. Just then, the T-1000 arrived. The modified T-800 immediately fired at the T-1000, shattering its form into fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the T-1000 managed to fully regenerate in mere seconds. "Knock him into the boiler. That's the only way to destroy him," Richard shouted. However, as soon as he finished, the T-1000 distanced itself from the boiler, demonstrating that it possessed formidable ranged attack capabilities. Raising a previously unused handgun, it aimed at John Connor. Observing this, the modified T-800 swiftly positioned itself in front of John, absorbing all the bullets. Furthermore, it charged at the T-1000, initiating a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, the T-1000's liquid state proved too overwhelming, quickly leaving the modified T-800 disoriented. Faced with this dire situation, Richard had no choice but to intervene. Fearing for the modified T-800's life, he hastily reloaded and fired, causing the T-1000 to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the modified T-800 retaliated with a series of powerful punches, pushing the T-1000 back. Just as Richard's ammunition was dwindling, Li Qingwei and the others finally arrived. In a swift motion, Li Qingwei kicked the T-1000, sending it tumbling into the boiler. The molten iron melded with the T-1000, preventing it from reconstituting its form. As more ordinary metal fused with it, the T-1000 was ultimately vanquished. "We truly owe you our gratitude," Sarah Connor gasped, breathless. "No need for thanks. If you genuinely wish to thwart the emergence of Skynet, you must seek out Miles Dyson. The T-800 we first destroyed was acquired by the government, inspiring the creation of Skynet through its chip. To alter the future, you must obliterate the arms and chips in Dyson's company. Moreover, Skynet has dispatched multiple T-800 units. So do not assume you are safe. Let him remain to protect you and your son," Li Qingwei instructed, gesturing towards the modified T-800. With that, Li Qingwei and his companions departed. Once Sarah Connor regained her composure, she rushed outside, eager to ask them many questions. However, upon reaching the exterior, she found no trace of Li Qingwei and his group. Even their vehicle remained. Perplexed, Sarah Connor surveyed her surroundings, utterly bewildered by their sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Li Qingwei and his companions had returned to their office, wasting little time. "How was it? Your first mission in another world?" Li Qingwei inquired with curiosity. "It was all right. I didn't feel much," Walter shrugged, responding nonchalantly. "Indeed, however, there is no need for haste. When you encounter the commissions from other worlds, you shall undoubtedly come across a myriad of peculiar realms, and at that moment, your worldview will be profoundly refreshed. When will such worlds make their appearance?" Walter retorted. "You ask me? I too am in the dark. It all depends on its whims," Li Qingwei replied helplessly. Richard and Walter exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads before returning to their respective abodes. Li Qingwei resumed his seat in the office chair. Yet the absence of Tom and Jerry rendered the office unusually quiet. On another note, within Tony's seaside villa, he sat in deep despair as he gazed at Tom and Jerry before him. He had just attempted every conceivable method to render them unconscious, including various anesthetics. But to no avail, it was as if they were completely immune to sedatives. "Has J.A.R.V.I.S. deduced anything?" he inquired. "I'm afraid not, sir. According to my analysis, they are merely ordinary cat and mouse." "Ordinary?" Tony exclaimed, grabbing a nearby sword and swinging it at the two. They evaded the attack effortlessly, continuing to devour their food with reckless abandon, and astonishingly, the blade severed them in two, only for the severed ends to vanish moments later. "My analysis remains unchanged, sir." J.A.R.V.I.S. replied with an air of resignation. "What on earth are you?" Tony asked the duo in exasperation. Throughout this ordeal, Tony had attempted numerous lethal methods to eliminate them, such as dropping heavy objects. They either developed a large bump on their heads that vanished shortly thereafter or were flattened into a puddle, only to miraculously restore themselves the moment the weight was lifted. He even tried administering poison, only for them to merely open their mouths and expel a green mist, complete with a skull and crossed bones, emerging unscathed. Their every action continually challenged Tony's understanding of reality, particularly their defiance of physical laws, for instance, when dropped from a great height. They flapped their arms like birds and soared into the air. Moreover, during Tom's pursuit of Jerry, the latter seemed to hover in midair until he realized his precarious situation, at which point he plummeted. Each of these events struck Tony with increasing bewilderment, and ultimately, in a bid to preserve his scientific integrity, he had no choice but to return the pair. Thus, when Li Qingyue encountered Tony, he was genuinely taken aback. Tony's eyes were sunken, with dark circles so pronounced that even foundation could not conceal them, and his stubble had grown to an unseemly degree. "What has happened to you?" Li Qingyue asked, perplexed. "I cannot comprehend it. I truly cannot fathom it," Tony muttered repeatedly, leaving Tom and Jerry behind in his haste to depart. "What have you done to him?" Li Qingyue glared at Tom and Jerry, chirping incessantly. After a lengthy explanation, Li Qingyue reluctantly accepted that Tony's appearance was not a result of their antics. "All right. Now that you've been returned, I expect you to behave yourselves. If you dare to wreak havoc again, all your little fish snacks and cheese will be confiscated." With this stern warning, Li Qingyue reclined in the boss's chair and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Tom and Jerry resumed their skirmish, albeit with an unusual caution, careful not to utter a sound. This led to their attacks on one another being so painful that they had to stifle their cries, or conjure glass bottles to contain their yelps. Soon, the floor was strewn with bottles, each filled with their muffled cries. Gradually, exhaustion set in, prompting Jerry to raise a white flag in surrender. Observing this, Tom ceased his pursuit, and the two returned to their sofa, collapsing upon it like liquid, slowly melting into its cushions. Chapter 46. The birthday party in the heart of Hell's Kitchen. Richard remained ensconced in his room, meticulously sketching the techniques of firearms combat that danced through his mind. This endeavor encompassed a vast array of disciplines, including data science, statistics, geometry, various forms of marksmanship, martial arts, and swordsmanship. The breadth of knowledge required was far beyond what a mere child like Richard could hope to consolidate. Despite possessing a wealth of information on firearms combat, he found himself incapable of articulating it fully. It was akin to a child, unversed in literature, possessing an understanding of a method for spiritual cultivation. When others learned of this, they sought instruction, yet the child, having never been educated or even able to read, could only convey the essence verbally, lacking the ability to elaborate on the intricacies of meridian channels. Richard found himself in a similar predicament. He yearned to document the entirety of firearms combat but lacked the intellectual foundation to do so. Consequently, he sought out Walter for a canister of an enhanced version of NST. With this aid, he believed he could rapidly assimilate the requisite knowledge. However, for a child, this undertaking proved exceedingly tedious and challenging. After all, even an ordinary person, after a lifetime of study, could scarcely claim mastery over a single discipline, let alone the multifaceted nature of firearms combat. As his mind teetered on the brink of overwhelm, Richard reluctantly turned to Walter for assistance. Upon learning of Richard's predicament, Walter readily lent him Gaia. With Gaia's support, Richard managed to document the training methods of firearms combat in just a few days. In truth, Richard had hoped to avoid seeking Walter's help, as he intended to present this method as a gift to Jean Bing. He aspired to accomplish the task independently, but ultimately overestimated his capabilities and was compelled to request assistance. Nevertheless, Richard did glean knowledge from the experience, acquiring insights into geometry, marksmanship, martial arts, and swordsmanship, subjects he believed he could grasp swiftly. Clutching the USB drive, Richard made his way to the Wilson building, where, under the guidance of a security guard, he entered Jean Bing's office. "Happy birthday, Dad. This is my gift to you," Richard declared, handing over the USB drive. Curiosity piqued, Jean Bing inquired, "What is this?" "Open it and see for yourself," Richard responded. Jean Bing connected the USB to his computer, clicking through the folders until he opened a video that showcased the efficacy of firearms combat along with a systematic training regimen. "Is this for real?" Jean Bing asked, astonished. "Yes, it is. I can perform firearms combat," Richard replied. "Could you demonstrate?" Jean Bing requested. "Let me gather some people, and we'll need BB guns, preferably smaller ones, as I cannot manage larger firearms just yet." Nodding in agreement, Jean Bing communicated with his butler, and soon after, 7 individuals clad in black suits entered the room, each armed with a handgun. The leader handed Richard 2 miniature pistols. Richard took the weapon, swiftly inspecting it for any issues, and then checked the ammunition. Confirming it was BB pellets, he remarked, "You will engage me as you would during routine training, treating me as your target. When the bell tolls, shoot without hesitation." Understood. Young master, the group replied, forming a semicircle around Richard, awaiting the sound of the bell. Jinbin glanced at the clock, and as the 3 hands aligned, the bell rang. Richard was the first to move, evading bullets with an elegant grace while countering. At times, he even fired without directly aiming at his adversaries. 5 seconds later, the 7 men stared incredulously at Richard, their bodies marked with various colored BB pellet impacts, while Richard remained untouched. "Father, you witnessed that, didn't you?" The art of gunplay is remarkably effective, though this weapon is lacking. Their firing rate is simply too slow. It should be quicker to better suit the art of gunplay. "I understand, Richard. I appreciate your gift. With this, my empire can continue to expand," Jinbin said, a rare smile gracing his lips. "I shall take my leave now. Not to disrupt your work. Remember to return early tonight. Mother has prepared a gift for you as well." Jinbin nodded, and Richard departed from the Wilson building. Standing by the window, Jinbin watched Richard's retreating figure, a smile tugging at his lips. Establish a special squad and train them using this method. Remember, their strength need not be the greatest, but they must possess unwavering loyalty. Do you understand? Jinbin addressed the butler, who responded with a slight bow, then took the USB drive. Upon returning to the villa, Richard informed Vanessa before heading to the office. "Teacher, it's my father's birthday today. Make sure to come to the party tonight." "Who else is coming?" Li Qingwei yawned and inquired. "Only the people from our office, my parents. And perhaps Uncle Butler and the target eye. As you know, my father's identity is rather special, so there won't be many attendees at the birthday gathering. If it's all familiar faces, just let me know when the party begins. Oh, and please inform Walter as well." Li Qingwei waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, teacher. Soon." Evening arrived. After Vanessa prepared the evening's feast, Richard hurried to notify Li Qingwei and the others. As they entered the villa's garden, Jinbin returned, accompanied only by Target Eye and his butler. After exchanging greetings, Vanessa led everyone in singing a birthday tune, and under her watchful gaze, Jinbin sliced the cake. To outsiders, they appeared to be an ordinary family celebrating a birthday, concealing their true identities. Suddenly, Connor sensed something amiss and approached Jinbin, quietly stating, "We have an uninvited guest." Jinbin was momentarily taken aback as he handed the neatly sliced cake to Connor, his gaze drifting outside. There, on the street, a vehicle had appeared, and a group of ninjas lurked in the shadows of the nearby skyscrapers. "Should I take action?" asked the sharpshooter, consuming the beef skewer. "No. They wouldn't dare cause trouble at this hour. Let's wait until the party concludes," Jinbin replied softly, pouring drinks for a few attendees. Aside from Vanessa, the others present sensed the presence of the ninjas outside, yet none dared to address it. They remained seated in the garden, engaging in light conversation, savoring delectable dishes, and enjoying their drinks, relishing the moment. Around 11 o'clock, Vanessa, feeling fatigued, stifled a yawn and said, "Yawn, my dear, I'm quite tired. I shall return to rest now. You all can leave the garden as it is, and I will tidy up in the morning." After planting a kiss on Jinbin's cheek, she playfully patted Richard's head as she ascended the stairs. Once Vanessa departed, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Li Qingwei turned to Jinbin and remarked, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. We are reasonable in our pricing." With that, Li Qingwei took his leave, accompanied by his employees, leaving only Richard behind. After their exit, a car slowly approached the villa's entrance, and an elderly Asian woman alighted from it, gracefully making her way to the door with the aid of a cane. "Jinbin, are you not going to welcome me inside?" she inquired. "Madam Gao, what brings you here?" Jinbin replied, his expression unreadable as he confronted her with a cold gaze. Chapter 47. Meteorite. "Madam Gao, what is it that you intend to do?" Jinbin inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded Madam Gao from his courtyard. "Is that woman your wife?" Upon hearing Madam Gao's words, Jinbin's gaze sharpened, and Richard even fired a shot, only for the bullet to be intercepted by a ninja clad in blue, standing beside Madam Gao. "Choose your words carefully. If you dare to lay a hand on my mother, I shall do nothing but keep a watchful eye on you, Richard said, his face darkening. The blue-clad ninja, displeased by Richard's remark, charged at him, prompting Richard to engage in combat without hesitation. Surprisingly, he held his ground against the ninja, even managing to gain the upper hand. Observing this, Madame Gao interjected, "Enough. I harbor no ill will. I am merely here to discuss a business proposition." No ill will? If that were true, you would not have come here. Jean Bing finally rose, his imposing stature emanating an undeniable pressure. Time is of the essence, and I am left with no choice. But I assure you, I mean her no harm. I do not trust your assurances, Jean Bing replied coldly. Madame Gao, in resignation, uttered a single word, "Dragabone." At the mention of this, Jean Bing's eyes gleamed, and he turned to Richard. "Richard, go back to sleep. You have school tomorrow." "Dad, trust me. They won't cause any trouble. Even if they do, isn't Mr. Li and his associates nearby?" Reluctantly, Richard holstered his weapon and departed, as Jean Bing instructed his men to tidy up the area before following Madame Gao out. Watching from the window as they departed, Richard couldn't suppress a disdainful snort. Madame Gao, sensing this, glanced back at Richard, a smug smile gracing her lips, which nearly incited him to draw his weapon against her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a meteorite resembling a hammer suddenly descended upon Mexico. Though it appeared small, it was extraordinarily heavy. The group that discovered it found themselves unable to budge it despite their numerous attempts. SHIELD soon took notice of the meteorite, mobilizing their forces to establish a temporary base around it, yet they too were unable to shift the rock, nor could their machinery identify its composition. With no other options, SHIELD sought external assistance, first turning to Tony Stark. Upon learning of the unknown meteorites landing on Earth, Tony set out immediately. However, even he could not ascertain the nature of the material. JARVIS could only confirm the meteorite harbored terrifying power. Realizing Tony was unable to uncover the meteorite's origins, they sought the help of Li Qingwei, hoping this renowned information broker might provide insight into the meteorite's background. Thus, when Li Qingwei's office opened, Natasha appeared at the doorway. Yawning, Li Qingwei remarked, "Is there something amiss?" "Why knock so early?" Natasha inquired. "Are you still trading in information?" "Indeed, though it differs from the past. You must pose your questions in the form of a commission, and each query costs $100,000, no negotiation." "Understood." Seeing Natasha's reaction, Li Qingwei hastily invited her inside and placed a parchment scroll upon the table. After completing the necessary formalities, Natasha produced an image of a meteorite and asked, "What is this?" Upon seeing the meteorite in the picture, Li Qingwei replied directly, "The hammer of Thor, MJ Ulner." "The hammer of Thor? Are you certain you are not jesting?" "I am not joking. The question has been answered. Please proceed with the payment." Natasha, with a dark expression, handed Li Qingwei a check, then took the parchment scroll from the table and went through the formalities once more, albeit with irritation. "Tell me how this hammer of Thor was forged," Natasha eventually queried after a lengthy pause. Li Qingwei could not help but praise, as expected of the Black Widow. "Truly astute. Very well, let me enlighten you. The head of the hammer was forged within a dying star, while the handle is crafted from the wood of the world tree. The artisan was the dwarf king from Nidavellir. Moreover, the hammer is imbued with Odin's enchantment, rendering it impossible for anyone unworthy to lift it. Do you have any further inquiries?" Having obtained the information she sought, Natasha tossed the check aside and swiftly departed, promptly contacting Carlson in Mexico to relay the origins of the hammer, integrating her insights from Norse mythology. She speculated whether Thor might also have descended nearby alongside the hammer. With Natasha's intelligence at hand, Carlson quickly identified the unfamiliar individuals recently spotted in the town, 4 in total, 2 men and 2 women, namely Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Daisy Louise, and a blonde man about whom no information could be found. Upon facial comparison, it became evident that this blonde man had never been recorded anywhere in the world. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with his birth date and age unknown. Thus, Carlson had reason to suspect he was indeed Thor, though the circumstances that rendered him an ordinary man remained a mystery. Upon learning of the blond man's attempt to breach the base, Coulson promptly informed all personnel to allow him entry. However, when the man grasped Mjolnir, to everyone's astonishment, he was unable to lift it. Coulson furrowed his brow as he observed the scene unfold. After a considerable pause, Coulson finally commanded, "Expel him." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a crowd surged forward, driving away the golden-haired man. At that moment, a researcher approached Coulson and whispered, "Sir, that individual may indeed be Thor, the god of thunder. Just moments ago, when he touched Mjolnir, the hammer's internal energy surged to its peak. However, for some unknown reason, that energy suddenly diminished and ultimately returned to a tranquil state. Is it possible to ascertain the cause?" The researcher shook his head, prompting Coulson to dismiss him. As he pondered the information provided by Natasha, Coulson stood in the room, gazing at Mjolnir in the courtyard, muttering, "Those unrecognized by Mjolnir cannot lift it. Could it be that Odin has forsaken Thor? This is inconceivable. What could be the reason? Is he truly the god of thunder?" Chapter 48. The thunder god. In a small town on the Mexican border, a golden-haired man sat in a car, his expression weighed down by sorrow. Accompanying him were two women and an elderly man. "Jane, he seems utterly dazed. Perhaps we should just leave him here." One woman whispered to the other. "Daisy, all right, doctor, can we eat first? I'm famished." "Very well, let us dine first." During this exchange, the woman named Jane continued to console the man in the passenger seat, yet he appeared oblivious to her words, his demeanor still steeped in melancholy. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the man seemed to catch a whiff of the food and finally spoke. "Are you all going to eat?" "Oh my, you finally spoke. We thought you were truly daft," Daisy retorted. "Daisy?" She shrugged, and Jane quickly moved to the man's side, softly saying, "Yes, we shall eat first, and afterward we can discuss your matters." "My matters?" Jane nodded and led them inside, where each ordered a meal. After they had satisfied their hunger, they returned to the house. "What is your name?" "Thorodinson," the man replied candidly. "Thorodinson? You don't mean to say you are the thunder god?" "I once was the thunder god, but now I am merely an ordinary Asgardian," Thor said, his head drooping in sorrow. "You truly are the thunder god," Jane remarked, astonished. The group then engaged in conversation about Asgard and Thor's age. Upon learning that Thor was over 2,000 years old, the three were taken aback. Yet considering the context of mythology, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Unbeknownst to them, as they conversed, a radiant multicolored light appeared outside the town, and four figures emerged, clad in medieval armor and wielding formidable weaponry, striding boldly toward the settlement. Their arrival caught the attention of Coulson and his team. "Hawkeye, take a squad and investigate the situation." A silhouette leapt from a tree, nodded, and promptly led an armed team toward the town. Just as Thor was preparing to rest, he was startled by the commotion outside. Curiously, he peered through the window and suddenly recognized a familiar figure. He dashed outside and reached for that person, only for his hand to pass right through them. "My dear brother, do you understand what you've done? Loki, help me." Loki shook his head and informed Thor of Odin's demise, a consequence of Thor's own actions. Overwhelmed by the revelation that he had inadvertently caused Odin's early departure, Thor collapsed in despair. Yet, the arrival of another individual interrupted his grief. "Thor, do not trust Loki. He is deceiving you. The All-Father has merely entered a state of slumber. He is unharmed." A stout man shouted, "Volstagg, what brings you here?" Loki cast a disdainful glance at them before vanishing into thin air. The four then approached Thor, elucidating the entire sequence of events. It turned out that during Odin's slumber, Loki had acquired the eternal spear, ascending to the throne of the God King, while simultaneously plotting to shatter the Rainbow Bridge. Upon hearing this, Thor was consumed by fury. Just as he intended to summon Mjolnir to thwart Loki's scheme, he suddenly remembered that he seemed unable to call upon the hammer. At that moment, the Rainbow Bridge reappeared not far away, but this time, it was neither Odin, Frigga, nor Loki who emerged. Instead, it was Odin's armor, the Destroyer, with Loki manipulating it from within. "Loki, do not err again," Thor shouted vehemently. However, Loki, controlling the Destroyer, straightened his posture and fixed his gaze on the five before him. Suddenly, the mask opened, unleashing a beam of orange laser towards them. The five quickly evaded and retaliated with their weapons, yet their efforts proved futile against the destroyer. Even when Hawkeye's team arrived, they were of little assistance. As Thor witnessed his friends on the brink of demise, he immediately positioned himself in the path of the destroyer. "Loki, I know you harbor hatred towards me. If slaying me would spare them, then come forth." Upon hearing this, Loki commanded the destroyer to halt before Thor. For a fleeting moment, Thor believed Loki was reminiscing about their past. However, in the next instant, Loki delivered a powerful blow that sent Thor crashing through the wall, burying him beneath the debris. Leaving only an arm exposed, Jane rushed over, grasping Thor's hand, crying out, "Thor, no. Thor, wake up." Yet, regardless of her pleas, Thor remained unresponsive, as did the three warriors and Sif, who could only watch helplessly. At that moment, Jane suddenly felt a tingling in her fingers and instinctively released her grip, noticing tiny arcs of electricity dancing across Thor's palm. In astonishment, she stood up. The others sensed a shift as well and turned to Thor. In the next instant, a crackling sound echoed, and they gazed skyward as a bolt of lightning surged towards Thor. Thor erupted with immense power, the debris around him flung away, revealing a scaly armor and a cloak manifesting upon him. Multiple bolts of lightning struck him, replenishing the divine energy within. Witnessing this, Loki immediately directed the destroyer to attack Thor, but the rejuvenated Thor shattered the destroyer with a single blow. Ignoring the debris at his feet, he approached Jane and embraced her. After a considerable pause, Thor released Jane and softly said, "Jane, I must go to Asgard to deal with Loki. Wait for my return. Will you?" "Yes, return swiftly," she replied. Thor nodded and, accompanied by the three warriors and Sif, ventured into the wilderness, calling for Heimdall, the one responsible for activating the Rainbow Bridge. Yet, no matter how loudly they shouted, the bridge remained unresponsive. Thor sensed that Heimdall might be in peril, realizing that only Heimdall or Odin could currently open the Rainbow Bridge. "Heimdall, I am aware that you possess the ability to see. You must activate the Bifrost, otherwise, no one will be able to halt Loki," Thor bellowed. In the next moment, the Bifrost materialized, enveloping the five individuals. As the radiant bridge faded, they too vanished from sight. What transpired in Asgard thereafter remained shrouded in mystery. Coulson and his companions prepared to depart, while Jane gazed at the starry sky, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 50. Lovers separated for years in the realm of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon the revelation that Norse mythology was not mere fantasy, particularly when a living deity appeared before him, Director Fury was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of dread. The scant information available suggested that a single being, Thor, possessed the capacity to effortlessly obliterate an entire nation. This concern was further exacerbated by the existence of Odin, the All-Father, and a formidable legion of Asgardian warriors. Moreover, it was known that Asgard's technology far surpassed that of Earth, rendering any potential invasion a dire threat with a zero chance of victory for the planet. This looming crisis compelled Fury to devise a counter-strategy. True to his reputation as the king of espionage, Fury swiftly conceived a plan. Recognizing that their current technology was inadequate to contend with Asgard, he resolved to harness extraterrestrial resources to engineer a weapon of immense power, one capable of annihilating a planet or even a galaxy, akin to a nuclear deterrent on Earth. With such a weapon in hand, not only would colonizing other worlds become feasible, but mere self-preservation would be assured. However, determining a starting point proved challenging for Fury. Just then, Coulson approached to report on Captain America's status. The mention of Captain America sparked a revelation in Fury's mind. He recalled the laser weaponry that had plagued their allies during World War II, developed from a mysterious object known as the Tesseract. If technology from that era could yield such advancements, surely their current capabilities could facilitate the creation of a weapon of unparalleled might. With this thought in mind, Fury promptly instructed his subordinates to commence clandestine research on the Tesseract. Simultaneously, he summoned Dr. Eric Selvig, a scholar well-versed in cosmic phenomena and aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Although Dr. Selvig was initially reluctant, his desire to study the Tesseract was undeniable, leading him to bid farewell to Jane and Darcy before entering one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret facilities to begin his work. Yet, Fury felt this approach was insufficient. In a bid to bolster Earth's defenses, he was compelled to initiate a project known as the Avengers Initiative. Seated in his office, he perused a dossier titled Avengers Initiative List. Several names graced the document, all of which he crossed out, leaving only one: Steve Rogers, the indomitable Captain America, who had risen during World War II, enhanced by the super soldier serum, and whose character was beyond reproach. Thus, upon launching this initiative, Steve Rogers was designated as its inaugural member. Beneath his name was that of Li Qingwei, yet this was also crossed out, indicating Fury's awareness that persuading Li to join this endeavor was a fanciful notion. Following that was Tony Stark, whose demeanor had shifted but remained somewhat cavalier. Thus, Fury placed him on hold, recognizing that genuine inclusion would require a series of trials. Immediately following were Hawkeye Clint Barton, Black Widow Natasha, and Agent Coulson. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to strike Coulson's name from the list, recognizing that Coulson excelled in diplomacy rather than combat. A few other names, less familiar, were also considered, such as Frank Castle, Bruce Banner, Daniel Thomas Rankai, and Luke Cage. These names were similarly crossed out, either due to their youth, which rendered them unfit for significant responsibilities, or their instability. Bruce Banner's abilities, for instance, were exceedingly unpredictable, posing a risk of harm to allies. Among these individuals was also a formidable figure, Frank Castle, the infamous Punisher, whose anti-heroic nature would likely clash with Steve Rogers' ideals, thus disqualifying him from joining the Avengers. After much deliberation, the final roster comprised only 3 individuals: Steve Rogers, Captain America, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, and Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Once the candidates were determined, Director Fury sought out Steve Rogers directly. In a boxing gym in Washington, now closed, Steve had purchased the establishment as an outlet for his frustrations. For Steve Rogers, awakening after 70 years was disorienting. The world had drastically transformed, leaving him feeling like a relic, having missed the most pivotal moments of life, including a significant dance. This overwhelming sense of loss fueled his agitation. As he sent a heavy bag flying with a powerful punch, he remained silent, replacing it with another to continue his relentless assault. After just 10 strikes, the bag was again propelled away. "What's wrong? You seem to be struggling to adjust. What brings you here?" Director Fury inquired. "I'm outdated. All I desire now is to live the ordinary life I once yearned for," Steve Rogers replied, without turning around. "Someone wishes to see you," Fury sighed. It was only then that Steve turned back, uncertain of who it might be. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he fell silent. Following Fury to the medical wing of the Triskelion, they entered a VIP room where a frail, elderly man lay. Upon seeing the aged visage, Steve struggled to contain his tears and lowered his head. He quietly took a seat beside the table adorned with photographs. "You've come, Steve." The elderly man slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Steve, he instinctively tried to hide his face but remained motionless due to his frailty. "Yes, I'm here, Peggy. You should be proud of yourself," Steve replied, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. The elderly figure was none other than Peggy Carter, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Steve Rogers' former love. At that moment, Peggy Carter noticed the gaze of Steve Rogers. Following his line of sight, she discovered he was looking at a photograph of her family. She spoke softly, "I have lived a full life, but my only regret is that you never truly lived your own." Upon hearing this, Steve Rogers slowly lowered his head. Peggy Carter smiled gently and inquired, "What troubles you?" "For as long as I can remember, my principle has been to do what is right, yet now I find myself at a loss as to what that truly entails. I have considered returning to the military, to follow orders and defend our homeland, but everything has changed since my enlistment." After listening to Steve, Peggy could not help but chuckle. "You remain as dramatic as ever, claiming you saved the world while we have made a mess of things. Do not jest. The reason I have not fully returned to a mundane existence is largely because I know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by you." Peggy took Steve's hand and placed it upon her abdomen, grasping it with her own. "The world has transformed, yet we cannot revert to what once was. We can only strive to do our best, and sometimes the best choice is to start anew." As she finished speaking, Peggy began to cough. Steve hurriedly fetched a glass of water for her. However, after she drank, her expression shifted, revealing a sense of vulnerability that was previously absent. "Steve, is it really you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "You're alive. You're back. It's been so long. I could never leave my beloved. I still owe her a dance." Steve replied earnestly. They continued to converse until the doctor entered, announcing that Peggy needed rest. Only then did Steve fall silent, holding her hand as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 51. Hail Hydra. After a conversation with Peggy Carter, Steve sought out Director Fury. "I concur with your plan. May I now ascertain the identities of my teammates?" "Well, including yourself, there are only 3 members in the current Avengers, 2 of whom are SHIELD agents. One is Hawkeye, and the other is Black Widow. They have arrived." Fury replied just as a man and a woman entered the room. Steve nodded at them, and they greeted him in unison. "Captain, it's good to have you back. Is there a suitable candidate?" 3 members seem rather scant, Steve remarked, unable to contain himself. "How did you know I had candidates? Here is a list of them. You may determine if you can recruit any. If successful, splendid. If not, consider it your first task," Fury said, handing Steve a folder. Steve nodded, and the trio boarded a Quinjet to the SHIELD division in New York. There, they procured a vehicle and opened the folder to commence their search for the first candidate. To their surprise, the first name listed was the Punisher, whom Fury deemed unsuitable. It seemed he wished to extend an olive branch to this former comrade. However, when they arrived at his location, they were met with a closed door. With no other option, they waited outside, but after an entire day passed without any sign of the Punisher, they were about to leave when they noticed a figure swiftly exiting and entering a vehicle. Without hesitation, they followed. All 3 were no ordinary individuals. They had undergone rigorous training, allowing them to trail the Punisher undetected. Although the Punisher sensed he was being followed, he could not identify them and dismissed the feeling, turning his focus to his grim task for the day. The trio witnessed firsthand how swiftly the Punisher dismantled an entire gang, even when he inadvertently harmed innocent bystanders. He merely glanced at them before collecting his payment and departing, leaving behind a trail of flames to erase all evidence. Observing his ruthlessness, Steve shook his head and crossed the Punisher's name off the list. They subsequently made their way to the Marvel office. As night had fallen, Li Qingyue and his associates were enjoying dinner. Upon the sudden arrival of the trio, Li's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Gentlemen, have you come with a commission?" "You are Ed Li, the proprietor of this office?" Steve asked. "Indeed, that is I. What brings you here?" Li responded after swallowing his food. "We wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers." "TCH, I thought you were here to present me with business prospects. Who would have imagined you simply sought to recruit me? Best be on your way." Li Qingyue, feeling exasperated, attempted to send the group away when suddenly a new mission appeared on the notice board. The group, disregarding the 3 individuals, approached the board and discovered that the task was quite straightforward. They were to enter Anaconda Disaster 2 and assist a group of researchers in obtaining the blood orchid while ensuring the survival of all involved. Completing the mission would yield 500 points, with an additional 100 points awarded for each person who survived, along with the technique for cultivating the blood orchid. "Boss, what kind of world is this?" Walter inquired. "You should take Connor with you to this world. It is not suitable for Richard to accompany you." "Allow me to explain the general events of this world and the adversaries you will face." Li Qingyue proceeded to outline the overarching narrative of this world in the presence of Steve and the others. After listening, Walter promptly instructed Gaia to concoct some potent snake-repellent medicine. Once everything was prepared, Connor placed his hand on Walter's shoulder, then tore down the parchment from the notice board. And in an instant, the 2 vanished like a fleeting light. This sudden turn of events startled Steve and his companions. Yet they restrained their curiosity to observe the unfolding scene. Noticing that Steve and the others remained, Li Qingyue urged them to depart once more. "I seek information. Is it still $100,000? Natasha spoke up. "Indeed. Please come in," Li Qingyue replied. After Natasha completed the formalities, she posed her question. "I want to know. Did your employee just head to another world to handle a mission?" "Precisely," came the reply, having acquired the information she desired. Natasha handed a check to Li Qingwei and then addressed Steve. Captain, continue searching for our teammates. I must return to report the situation. Steve nodded. After days of knowledge enhancement, he comprehended the significance of Li Qingwei's words and did not object. Natasha swiftly returned to the New York branch and contacted Director Fury, relaying the known information. Upon learning that Li Qingwei possessed the ability to transport individuals to other worlds, Fury's demeanor shifted noticeably. Understood. You all continue seeking suitable candidates to join the Avengers. However, unbeknownst to them, Hydra, concealed within SHIELD, had also received this information promptly. Alexander Pierce, a minister of the World Security Council and a leader within Hydra, immediately dispatched a rapid response special operations team from the New York branch to the Marvel office, comprised entirely of Hydra operatives. They were ordered to capture Li Qingwei alive and extract from him the method of traversing to other worlds if they were unable to obtain the information on-site. They were to take him to the Hydra base. Meanwhile, in the vault of a bank in Washington, a group sat quietly together. Leader, are you not aware of Ed Lee's capabilities? A rapid response special operations team could not possibly match his strength. I am aware. Thus I arranged for the Winter Soldier and the Centipede Soldier to proceed together, while that rapid response special forces unit merely serves as a stepping stone. Their sacrifice is indeed worthwhile. Hail Hydra! Upon hearing this, others rose in unison, exclaiming, Hail Hydra! Meanwhile, Li Qingwei remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of someone's watchful gaze. As he closed the door, intending to rest, a sudden spark circle materialized and Constantine emerged. Boss, I have returned, he announced. Oh? What brings you back today? Li Qingwei inquired with a hint of sarcasm. Didn't you ask me to study magic? Constantine retorted with annoyance. I've grown accustomed to it. By the way, what is your purpose for returning? Well, I've finished all the books and mastered every spell, so the Ancient One sent me back, Constantine replied. Did she not appoint you as the Sorcerer Supreme? No. She mentioned that the position has already been predetermined, even though my talents surpass his. Very well then. Since you are back, prepare yourself. It is time for you to accept some commissions. Now, go and rest. Constantine nodded and returned to his room, unaware that several vehicles had already come to a stop outside the office. Chapter 52. Human bomb outside the Marvel office, several vehicles appeared, from which emerged a group of fully armed individuals, the rapid response special forces dispatched by Hydra. They exchanged glances, and the commanding officer gestured forward, signaling the team to advance in a combat formation. Utilizing lock-picking tools, they opened the door, the sound of which caught the attention of Tom and Jerry. The two boys exchanged knowing looks, a sinister smile slowly creeping across their faces. As the group prepared to ascend the stairs, eerie music echoed in the air. Instinctively, they glanced back, but found nothing amiss. When they turned their gaze forward again, a ghastly white apparition flitted past, causing those present to swallow audibly in terror. Do not fear. This may be an illusion conjured by the target. Continue forward. After steadying their nerves, the team pressed on. Tom and Jerry, undeterred by the spectral figure, exchanged glances. Tom produced a wooden mallet and handed it to Jerry. Spitting on his claws for grip, Jerry vigorously struck the mallet, sending Tom's spirit soaring out of his corporeal form. Clad in Li Qingwei's attire, the ethereal Tom glided toward the group. Upon seeing the levitating clothing, one of the operatives panicked and fired his weapon, the gunfire alarming Li Qingwei, who sprang from his bed and opened the door, firing back at Hydra agents. Bullets struck them from various angles, and soon, Li Qingwei dispatched the group with ease. Tom, stop playing around. Clean this mess up. Understood? Li Qingwei called out, watching Tom float about in his clothes. After issuing his command, Li Qingwei retreated to his room, intending to sleep, when suddenly he felt a disturbance. He rolled swiftly to the ground just as a bullet shattered the glass, narrowly missing him. Following the trajectory of the bullet, he spotted an individual on a nearby rooftop, clad in long hair and a metallic mask, with a metal arm and an assault rifle in hand. Ah, so it is you wretches who dare to trouble me, Li Qingwei shouted, lifting his gun and firing at the Winter Soldier, who retaliated in kind, their bullets colliding mid-air. Li Qingwei's marksmanship far surpassed that of the Winter Soldier. However, The rapid-fire capability of the soldier's weapon forced Li Qingyue to return fire, matching bullets with bullets. Although these rounds might not breach his defenses, he preferred to keep his protective abilities concealed for the time being, lest they return better prepared. As they exchanged shots, both men dashed toward one another. Upon closing the distance, they holstered their firearms simultaneously. The Winter Soldier brandished a dagger, and Li Qingyue drew a claw knife as they engaged in close combat, neither able to gain the upper hand in the fierce confrontation. In terms of sheer skill, the Winter Soldier would undoubtedly surpass Li Qingyue. However, in numerous other aspects, Li Qingyue vastly exceeds the Winter Soldier. Much like the present moment, Li Qingyue adeptly utilized his claws to pin down the dagger before delivering a powerful punch to the Winter Soldier's chest. The immense force compelled the Winter Soldier to relinquish his grip, staggering backwards several paces until he finally steadied himself by forcefully stamping his right leg on the ground. At this juncture, Li Qingyue realized that, amidst their altercation, they had unwittingly found themselves in an alleyway. To complicate matters further, numerous figures had gathered at both exits. Without hesitation, Li Qingyue turned and charged forward, landing a punch on a man. However, to his astonishment, the individual managed to block his strike. Although Li Qingyue had restrained himself, using only 10% of his strength to avoid causing fatal harm. Even that minimal force was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. A superhuman. With renewed vigor, Li Qingyue forcefully pushed the man away, sending him hurtling through the air, akin to a bowling ball knocking down pins. In that fleeting moment, the Winter Soldier surged forward once more, compelling Li Qingyue to pivot and engage in combat again. Yet, those who had just been knocked down also rushed at him, seizing him in a bear hug. As Li Qingyue attempted to break free, more and more individuals clung to him, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, the Winter Soldier seized the opportunity to flee, and Li Qingyue sensed the urgency of the situation. With a furious roar, he unleashed his power, but it was a moment too late. The skin of those around him began to glow ominously, and with a resounding explosion that reverberated throughout Hell's Kitchen, 2 nearby buildings were reduced to rubble. The magnitude of the blast was unimaginable, echoing even in distant areas. Miraculously, the explosion did not claim Li Qingyue's life, but it left him grievously injured. Realizing the gravity of his condition, he resorted to self-destruction. Upon reviving, he found that all his injuries had healed, prompting him to hastily vacate the site. Shortly thereafter, the area was swarmed with police officers. Typically, law enforcement would not venture into Hell's Kitchen, yet this time they had no choice. The explosion's impact was too significant to ignore, even prompting the local gangs to acknowledge the situation's severity and permit police entry. The police commenced their investigation, and during this period, Hell's Kitchen fell into a hushed silence, wary of provoking the officers. Nevertheless, some speculated about the incident's connections, converging at the establishment of none other than Li Qingyue's agency. The explosion is related to you, isn't it? Jinbin inquired with a smile. In a manner of speaking. Last night, I was ambushed. They attempted to eliminate me using human bombs, but I discerned their plot in time. How many lives did that explosion claim? Over 50 dead. With more than 300 injured, though the majority were members of the Mexican gang, so you needn't take it to heart, Jinbin replied. I see. That is settled then. However, should any ordinary individual suffer injury or death due to this matter, I shall take responsibility for their medical expenses and support. Please assist me in keeping a record of this. Leave it to me. By the way, I have a commission to discuss with you. What is this commission? To locate the dragon bone. Is that feasible? Yes, but the commission fee is exceedingly high, and you may not be able to afford it. How exorbitant is it? Jean could not help but inquire. It would require an artifact of equal value to the dragon bone, or $100 million. You must understand that the guardians of the dragon bone are not entities that ordinary individuals can contend with, Li Qingyue replied. I will consider it. No problem. Chapter 53. Iron Fist at New York Airport, a scruffy man emerged, clutching a leather bag. Noticing his disheveled appearance, the surrounding taxi drivers showed little interest in picking him up. Undeterred, the man approached one of the cabs, revealing a wad of cash. The driver, upon seeing the money, promptly opened the door, eagerly assisting in loading the man's luggage before setting off towards Times Square. Before long, the man found himself at the base of a towering building. After settling the fare with the driver, he strode towards the entrance, yet his attire was clearly out of place, prompting two security guards to intercept him. The man glanced at them, a flicker of something like gold flashing in his eyes, yet he maintained his composure and politely introduced himself. "I am Daniel Rand. Could you kindly summon your chairman for me?" A more senior guard, taken aback by his words, approached and brushed aside the man's hair, exclaiming in astonishment, "Young Master Daniel, is that truly you?" "Indeed, it is I. I have returned," the man replied. "Please, allow me to enter. I need to inform the chairman immediately. Let me through." With that, the man was granted unfettered access and descended in the elevator to the rooftop, pushing open a door. "Daniel, you have finally returned," a middle-aged man said, struggling to hold back tears. "Yes, father, I am back. Go freshen up. I have arranged clothes for you. Your mother is on her way. We must not let her see you in this state." Nodding in agreement, the man entered a side room, first shaving off his scruff before taking a shower. As the dark water flowed toward the drain, his true visage emerged. He was merely a teenager. Once dressed in the garments prepared by his father, he slicked back his hair, transforming into a figure of nobility, charm, and grace. As he stepped outside, a woman rushed towards him, enveloping him in her embrace. My Daniel, you have finally returned." "Mother, I am fine. Thank goodness. Where have you been all these years? Why did you not contact us?" At her words, the boy couldn't help but let out a bittersweet smile. Just as he was about to respond, something caught his eye. Suddenly, he pushed the woman aside with a gentle force and dashed to the window, enveloping his hands in a layer of golden energy. He clenched his fists, striking the incoming bullets, shattering them into pieces. Without hesitation, he seized a nearby desk and hurled it out the window, where it collided with the rotor of a helicopter outside, causing it to plummet, taking the assassins aboard with it. "Father, I believe it is time to replace all the glass here with bulletproof glass." The man, still holding the woman in astonishment, turned to his son, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Daniel, what have you experienced?" "Father, we need to find a secure location where I can explain everything. However, before that, we must leave immediately. I sense that their next assault is imminent," the boy replied. Upon a cursory glance, one could easily perceive the potential within this young lad. An unfamiliar voice resonated, prompting the trio to turn in unison, only to discover a young Asian man standing at the doorway, wielding two gleaming silver revolvers. "How did you gain entry?" the man demanded. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to seek him," the Asian youth replied. "Though should he be reluctant to accompany me, I may require your assistance." Yet before the youth could finish his statement, the boy lunged forward, propelled like a cannonball, leaving a small crater where he had just been glaring. Observing this, the Asian youth swiftly holstered his firearms and retreated, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. A shockwave from their collision forcing the other two to shield themselves from the debris flying around. "My time is precious, young one. The client operates under a deadline." "Richard," the Asian youth admonished. Just then, a child, having appeared unnoticed, pressed a gun against the woman's lower back, compelling the boy to halt. "Boss, the task is complete. Though I am not fond of such assignments. Richard, as an employee of the firm, you are obliged to accept all commissions, for this is our duty. Understood?" the Asian youth instructed. "Understood, boss." Thus, these two were revealed to be Li Qingyue and Richard, who had accepted a commission from the hand, tasked with bringing forth the extraordinary child before them. Under Li Qingyue's coercion, the boy and his family found themselves led to the Marvel agency nestled within Hell's kitchen. "Please, take a seat. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" Li Qingyue asked with a smile directed at the boy's parents. "What do you intend to do?" the man inquired, feigning composure. "Fear not. We are merely acting upon a request. There is no need to query the identity of our client, for they have arrived." True to the reputation of the Marvel agency, efficiency was paramount as a cadre of ninjas entered, led by one clad in deep blue, who applauded while addressing them. However, upon noticing the unrestrained boy, the blue-clad ninja scowled, pointing an accusatory finger. "Why is he not bound? You made no such stipulation. If you doubt me, consult the contract. You merely instructed me to bring him here, without specifying the manner of his arrival. Now, if you would kindly settle the payment," Li Qingyue responded with a smile, presenting the parchment before the ninja. Despite his displeasure, The blue-clad ninja refrained from confrontation and promptly transferred the funds to Li Qingwei. Upon receiving the payment, Li Qingwei tossed the parchment into the air, remarking, "I am quite satisfied with the speed of your payment, yet your tone leaves much to be desired. However, as guests, I hope you will be more considerate in the future." After speaking, the boy surged forward, his hands enveloped in golden energy, charging at the group of ninjas. The ninja clad in deep blue was caught off guard and sent flying with a single punch. Upon witnessing this, the other ninjas swiftly unsheathed their katana and launched an assault on the boy. "Boss, should we not intervene?" one asked. "Why intervene? They are no match for him. He is Iron Fist. If he cannot defeat these foes, he is unworthy of the title," replied Li Qingwei, reclining on the sofa while sipping tea. "Iron Fist? What does that mean?" a woman inquired. "Let your son explain that to you. The battle is over," Li Qingwei responded. No sooner had he spoken than the remaining ninjas lay defeated on the ground, leaving only the boy standing, albeit slightly out of breath. "Well then, everyone, you may take your leave. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of the Marvel Agency. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Only things you have yet to conceive. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me," Li Qingwei said, opening the door and handing each of the three a business card. As he watched them depart, Li Qingwei turned his gaze with a smile towards the fallen ninjas, saying, "You may also leave now." The group of ninjas remained silent, with the deep blue-clad ninja casting a venomous glare at Li Qingwei before turning away. Li Qingwei paid it no mind, as he had accrued many enemies and did not particularly concern himself with one more. Chapter 54. The Sacred Society. In the affluent neighborhood of Manhattan, within the opulent villa of the Rand family, a man and a woman gazed at the child before them. The woman spoke first. "Daniel, what has transpired with you? What did that office manager mean by Iron Fist?" "Iron Fist? Did he utter this term?" The boy's reaction was unexpectedly profound. He mentioned that if one cannot defeat that group of ninjas, then one is unworthy of being called an Iron Fist. What could that possibly mean? Upon hearing this, the boy exhaled deeply and replied, "Father, Mother, do you recall my trip to Huagua?" "Indeed. But wasn't there an incident with your flight? I arranged for numerous people to search for you. Yet they only found the wreckage of the plane and no trace of your body. We believed you to be alive, but the absence of your remains was disheartening. They searched for 6 months, and eventually we had no choice but to withdraw the rescue teams." At this point, the woman could not suppress her tears, memories flooding back, and the sense of despair compelled her to embrace her child. The boy, unable to do otherwise, continued to speak while gently patting her back. "After my accident, I was rescued by a local monk who turned out to be a master from Kunlun, a dimension near Earth that opens only once every 15 years. Following my rescue, I resided in Kunlun, where I mastered various martial arts and participated in challenges. I triumphed over Shou Lao, thus acquiring the power of the Iron Fist and the title itself." "And how did you manage to return? Wasn't it said that one must wait 15 years? The man inquired. "Shou Lao sensed that the Hand Association was plotting a threat to Kunlun, so they utilized a divine artifact to transport me back to Earth, instructing me to thwart the Hand Association's plans and to capture the 5 defectors, ensuring my permanent stay on Earth. I will return to Kunlun only after both of you have departed. Why must you stop the Hand Association? Would it not be better to hide in a place they cannot find? Furthermore, if Kunlun trained you, could they not produce other Iron Fists? Why must it be you?" The woman questioned, her maternal instincts unwilling to place her child in danger. "Mother, there can be only one Iron Fist in each generation of Kunlun, and the Hand Association is also in pursuit of this power. No matter where I hide, they will seek me out to kill me and seize the Iron Fist power within me. Thus, I understand the necessity of stopping the Hand Association." "Why?" The woman cried out in despair, having waited so long for her child's return, only to face the prospect of him confronting a notorious gang. "Mother, do not weep. I do have allies, namely, the Sacred Society. It was founded by former Iron Fists, and their purpose is to capture all the traitors of the Hand Association and bring them back to Kunlun for judgment. I'm not alone in this fight." After the boy offered some comforting words, the woman gradually ceased her sobbing, yet she continued to hold the boy tightly in her embrace. At that moment, a series of sharp knocks resonated from the window, prompting the trio to turn their gaze. they discovered an elderly man clad in sunglasses standing outside. The source of the noise being a long stick he wielded, which he had used to strike the window. Who was he? The current leader of the Holy Society. The Stick Elder. Greetings, contemporary Iron Fist, the Stick Elder said, nodding slightly. Please, come in, Mr. Stick Elder, the man replied as he stood up. The Stick Elder then entered the residence, and though the specifics of their conversation remain unknown, it ultimately led to the decision not to hinder the boys' confrontation with the Hand Association. In a show of support, the boy's father even began to provide financial assistance to the Holy Society. In return, the members of the Holy Society were tasked with ensuring the safety of the couple. Thus, the Rand Group and the Holy Society formally forged an alliance. At this juncture, the Hand Association remained oblivious to the newly formed alliance between the Rand Group and the Holy Society, and they continued to leverage their influence to encroach upon the Holy Society's territory. It is crucial to note that as a gang, the Hand Association had vested interests with local authorities. They exploited these connections to issue warrants for the known members of the Holy Society, rendering them unable to walk freely in public. They were left with no choice but to operate under the cover of night or disguise their identities, which significantly hampered their movements. However, following their alliance with the Rand Group, and with the latter's assistance, the members of the Holy Society swiftly shed their fugitive status, finally able to walk openly on the streets. Yet, the Hand Association soon discovered the connection between the Rand Group and the Holy Society. Consequently, Lady Gao dispatched a multitude of ninjas to abduct the upper echelons of the Rand Group. To their surprise, Wendell Rand, the father of Iron Fist Daniel Rand and the current chairman of the Rand Group, had also engaged the Holy Society to protect them. After deliberation, the Holy Society decided to use these individuals as bait. When the ninjas from the Hand Association appeared, they executed a swift ambush, quickly dispatching the group of ninjas. The Hand Association suffered a severe blow, despite their frequent displays of ninja prowess. Training a single ninja demanded not only substantial financial resources but also an invaluable investment of time. Typically, it took 3 to 5 years to cultivate an ordinary black-clad ninja, while a more formidable ninja required both time and innate talent, which was even rarer. This setback incensed Lady Gao, who realized she had fallen into a trap. However, for the sake of her grand scheme, they could only postpone their efforts against the Rand Group and the Holy Society. Thus, after several days without any attacks on the Rand Group and the Holy Society, they began to sense something amiss, particularly the Stick Elder, who felt the impending storm. In response, he swiftly mobilized all his connections to uncover the Hand Association's plans. Yet ultimately, he discovered nothing. At that moment, Daniel arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Order, perched atop a steep cliff known as the Wall. To gain entry, one must ascend the sheer rock face unaided. Similarly, aspiring members are required to undertake this arduous climb as a test of their worthiness. However, for someone endowed with the formidable strength of Iron Fist, this challenge proved to be a mere trifle, and he effortlessly made his way into the inner sanctum of the Order. There, he encountered other members of the Holy Order. Observing those before him, Daniel offered a slight nod and proclaimed, "Greetings, I am Iron Fist." Upon hearing this name, nearly every gaze in the room turned towards Daniel. Chapter 55. Subversion. Upon the arrival of Daniel, the elder immediately invited him to take a seat and proceeded to introduce the individuals present. Iron Fist has arrived. Please, allow me to introduce you. This is Claw, a martial artist skilled in the use of artificial claws. And here is Sacred Flame, whose inner energy embodies the essence of fire, with every move accompanied by flames. Meet Arrow Shaft, an impeccable marksman, hitting his target with unwavering precision. Stone, a practitioner of external martial arts, possesses skin as resilient as the strongest walls, rivaling the hardness of stone itself. Star Dart excels in the art of throwing darts, a true master of concealed weaponry. Lastly, we have Wing, a psychokinetic with the ability to manipulate objects with his mind. Though his powers have their limitations, he can at best achieve flight, yet he is also a formidable martial artist. Once the introductions were complete, Iron Fist rose and offered a slight bow to the group. Greetings to all. I am the contemporary Iron Fist, sent by Kunlun to thwart the plans of the Hand Union. It has been several days since we have heard from them, and through my father's investigation into their financial movements, It appears they are mobilizing significant funds, amounting to nearly billions. This sum represents almost all the wealth the Hand Union can access. Moreover, they have been liquidating various properties worldwide. It seems they are on the verge of executing their plans. Iron Fist shared the intelligence he had gathered. After hearing this, the elder spoke first. Currently, we are completely unaware of the Hand Union's plans. Our infiltrators within have gone silent, and it seems their fate is grim. We have two choices ahead. Either we storm the Hand Union's territory and confront them directly with our strength, or we continue to seek an opening. Sacred Flame. You should know that engaging them head-on would be out of the question, remarked another. I understand, but we have no other recourse. If we cannot uncover the Hand Union's conspiracy, Kunlun will be in peril. Should Kunlun fall and they acquire what they seek, I am certain the Hand Union will emerge immensely powerful, the elder lamented. Upon hearing this, the others sighed in unison. Suddenly, the elder had a thought and turned his gaze toward Daniel. Iron Fist, I recall a remarkable agency in Hell's Kitchen. You might consider seeking their assistance and issuing a commission there. That would be futile. I have already visited them, but the Hand Union outmaneuvered us, Daniel replied. What do you mean? Has that agency become mercenaries for the Hand Union? The elder furrowed his brow, questioning the implications of such a revelation. Not quite. Rather, the Hand Union has issued a commission forbidding the agency from intervening in matters between us and them. No means allowed, Daniel responded with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps we should consider subverting a member of the Hand Union. I have an excellent candidate in mind, the Scarlet Ninja, Erica. Are you certain she can be turned? The elder inquired, directing his question towards Stardart. I am certain, for Erica was not trained by the Hand from childhood. Rather, she joined their ranks midway through her journey. Due to her extraordinary talent, she quickly distinguished herself among the ninjas, becoming an exceptional assassin. Though she has aided the Hand in eliminating many lives, a flicker of kindness has always lingered within her. I believe we can exploit this vestige of goodness. Understood. I shall undertake this matter alongside Iron Fist. You all continue to trace the whereabouts of those 5 fingers. It would be even more advantageous if you could uncover intelligence regarding their plans. The group nodded in agreement, and soon afterward, Stick and Daniel departed from their location. Returning to New York. That very evening, they arrived at Hell's Kitchen. With the aid of the intelligence division of the Chaste, they swiftly identified the target that the red-clad ninja, Erica, intended to assassinate, a police detective. The two stood on the rooftop, observing the detective's quarters. Suddenly, the red-clad ninja Erica stealthily approached the detective from behind. Just as she prepared to strike, her sixth sense alerted her, instinctively. She rolled aside as a stone shattered the glass and shot toward her previous position, embedding itself into the floor tiles. The commotion naturally startled the detective, who immediately drew his weapon and scanned the vicinity. He soon spotted the still-prone Erica, and without hesitation, he fired. However, she deftly evaded the bullets, realizing that someone was covertly obstructing her assassination attempt. Thus, she decided to retreat from the detective's residence. During her escape, she encountered Stick and Daniel. Upon seeing them, Erica instantly recognized them as the individuals who had thwarted her earlier attempt, and without a moment's hesitation, she engaged them in combat. Unfortunately, their fighting prowess equaled, if not surpassed, that of the red-clad ninja, and soon Erica found herself at a disadvantage. Cease this. We are not here to cause you trouble, Daniel interjected, noticing her inclination to flee. Who are you? She demanded. We are from the Chaste, Stick replied calmly. Upon hearing the name of the Chaste, Erica's expression shifted. As she prepared to escape, Daniel called out, Wait. We are not here to confront you. We need your assistance. At this, Erica hesitated, regarding the two men with curiosity. What do you mean? She inquired. We seek your help to dismantle the Hand. Have you lost your minds? I am loyal to the Hand, Erica retorted coldly, launching herself at Daniel once more. Daniel, anticipating her attack, sidestepped a bullet, then struck her abdomen with a forceful palm, infusing her with the might of the Iron Fist. This energy coursed through Erica's neurons, shattering the Hand's indoctrination. Once she regained her composure, she looked at the two men and asked, How do you wish for me to assist you? We seek to comprehend the Hand Alliance's plans concerning Kunlun. My knowledge of this scheme is rather limited, however. They are in pursuit of an item known as Dragon Bone. as well as a creature referred to as beast, though the specifics elude me. Just as the crimson-clad ninja. Erica concluded her statement. She abruptly launched an attack against the two individuals, who were taken aback. Yet, in a hushed tone, Erica whispered, "There are ninjas behind you. Let us perform a ruse." Upon hearing this, the two promptly retaliated against Erica, allowing her the opportunity to flee. When they turned to look behind, they discovered that the group of ninjas had also departed. "Let us proceed. I believe she knows what actions to take," the elder murmured. Daniel nodded slightly, and then turned to leave. Chapter 56. Betrayal. Erica followed the group of ninjas back to the base of the Alliance in Hell's Kitchen, where she was met with the sight of countless ninjas lifting bodies draped in white cloth on stretchers. As she gazed upon these corpses, Erica fought to suppress her emotions. Having been molded into a heartless, desireless super assassin under Lady Gao's indoctrination. However, she was not entirely devoid of feeling. Akin to those injected with sleep-inducing agents in Torn Apocalypse, her emotions were merely repressed, not eradicated. Subtle fluctuations in her emotional state were permissible. Yet any significant display of sentiment was strictly forbidden. Especially now, even knowing that beneath the cloth lay the remains of children, she had to maintain an expression of indifference. At that moment, Lady Gao stood before Erica and spoke in a calm tone. "Your mission has failed." Upon hearing this, Erica immediately knelt on one knee, striving to adopt her former tone as she replied, "I apologize, Chief. It was an old man and a child who thwarted me." "A child?" Lady Gao inquired. Her interest piqued. Indeed, that child could manifest yellow energy in both hands, and during combat, a crimson Eastern dragon tattoo would emerge on his chest. Understanding dawned on Lady Gao. She had not anticipated that Iron Fist would ultimately ally with the Holy Society, which clarified why the Rand group had moved to eliminate their bounty. Lady Gao murmured to herself before turning her gaze sharply towards Erica, "Did you engage them in battle?" "I did, Chief, but I was no match for them. I escaped while they were distracted," Erica responded. "Return to rest and eliminate the target as soon as possible." "Understood?" Lady Gao commanded. "Yes, Chief." Yet, just as Erica turned to depart, a commotion erupted behind her. A child burst forth, charging like a wild bull, scattering anyone in his path. Even the blue-clad ninjas attempting to intercept him were sent reeling by his force. Seeing this, Erica rushed back, seizing a katana and swinging it at the child. To her astonishment, the blade struck the boy as if it were striking steel, producing only sparks without any other effect. "Success! Erica, do not harm him," Lady Gao cried out in excitement. Yet, in the next moment, the child began to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground. The darkness receded from his eyes, revealing azure irises, but his face was marred with spiderweb-like black lines. Witnessing a child perish before her very eyes inflicted a profound emotional blow upon Erica. Nevertheless, she stifled her inner turmoil and turned to inquire, "Chief, are you all right? You should return to rest." "Yes, Chief." With that, Erica drove the katana into the ground and began to walk away. After taking only a few steps, she overheard Lady Gao conversing with the deep blue-clad ninja behind her. "How many more children are there?" "Not many." "Then continue the search." Unable to find a solution, the detective's continued existence posed a grave threat. Should he remain alive, our next smuggling vessel would undoubtedly be discovered. If he were to upload the video online, or if rival factions were to become aware of it, the consequences would be dire, leaving us with no refuge on this planet. "We must locate Jean Bing. He is our ally," Lady Gao stated coldly. "If it were possible to find him, I would have done so already. Have you forgotten that when we divided territories, we were assigned the responsibilities of smuggling, human trafficking, and narcotics? Thus, there are no children in Jean Bing's domain that we require." "I understand. I will instruct Erica to swiftly deal with the detective," Lady Gao replied, closing her eyes in resignation. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by Erica, who stood concealed behind the wall. Shock etched across her face. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes, yet she suppressed her emotional turmoil and departed to the room prepared for her by the syndicate. Even upon returning, she dared not reveal a single expression. As before, she changed her attire, washed up, and lay in bed, forcing herself to drift into slumber. Just as she was on the brink of sleep, a knock echoed from the door. Rising, she opened it to find a cloaked ninja, who reverently presented her with an envelope. Upon opening it, Erica discovered it was a letter from Lady Gao. After reading its contents, she cast the letter into the fireplace. The message was straightforward. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Erica was mandated to eliminate the detective within 3 days. Aware that her time to escape the syndicate was limited to 3 days, she resolved to utilize the remaining hours to discern Lady Gao's intentions regarding the children involved in the experiments. As night fell, Erica opened her eyes, donned her attire, and vanished into the shadows. However, she did not head towards the detective's residence. Instead, she made her way to the location from which the children had been previously removed. Employing her exceptional stealth skills, she infiltrated the premises, only to be greeted by the cacophony of anguished cries. Inside, she discovered numerous glass chambers, each containing children writhing in agony upon the ground. Erica yearned to rescue them, but the presence of numerous ninjas guarding the area made such an act perilous. Should she attempt it, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Thus, she averted her gaze from the tragic scene. At that moment, she spied a figure clad in a white lab coat, emerging with a tray laden with small jars, each containing a viscous black liquid that churned ominously. Observing the figure, she deduced that he had emerged from the innermost chamber. Quietly, Erica slipped into that room, finding herself enveloped in darkness. However, as she stepped onto the floor, lights flickered to life one by one. At last, she discerned the object at the center of the room, and as the realization struck her, her pupils dilated in shock. She swiftly exited, hastening her escape, only to encounter Lady Gao just as she emerged. "Erica, I never expected you to betray me," Lady Gao remarked coldly. Erica remained silent, instead producing several spherical devices which she hurled to the ground. Instantly, the spheres detonated, emitting a powerful explosion akin to a weakened grenade, though capable of inflicting harm. They simultaneously released a dense cloud of smoke that obscured visibility. This smoke was specifically utilized by the ninjas of the Hand Association to facilitate their escape from combat. Consequently, as Erica unleashed these spheres, the group of ninjas behind Lady Gao rushed forward, yet they were too late. Erica's figure had already vanished without a trace. Send others to deal with that detective and place Erica on the wanted list. Yes, leader. Chapter 57. Exorcism at the Marvel Agency. Li Qingwei and Richard eagerly unwrapped the gift box, only to find it filled predominantly with culinary delights they had never encountered before. Among the treasures were Birdie Bot's every flavor beans, butterbeer, lemon snowballs, and an assortment of chocolates reminiscent of those from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. While they relished snacks, Li Qingwei yearned for items that could enhance their strength. At that moment, a radiant golden light caught Li Qingwei's full attention. He noticed several employee cards and 2 shimmering golden cards piled in Richard's area. "Well done, Richard. Your luck seems to be quite extraordinary," Li Qingwei remarked, affectionately ruffling Richard's hair. He then picked up one of the golden cards and discovered it was a temporary employee recruitment order. Temporary employee recruitment order, usable only when handling a commission. Upon use, it allows for the temporary summoning of an employee capable of perfectly managing the current commission, with no limits on strength. "Wow, this is rather precious," Li Qingwei mused. "As a reward, Richard, you may select some snacks for yourself." Richard shot him an exasperated glance and chose a few snacks to bring back to Vanessa, who had developed a fondness for these uniquely flavored treats ever since she first tried them. Thus, whenever Richard had the opportunity, he would bring these snacks home for her. Li Qingwei stored the 4 employee badges and 2 temporary employee recruitment orders in his inventory. Just as he intended to take a break, Walter returned at last. "Is the commission complete?" "Indeed. And I discovered that the blood orchid seems capable of enabling organisms to surpass the Hayflick limit. Additionally, it contains a substance that appears to extend cellular lifespan," Walter exclaimed, cradling the blood orchid with excitement. "What is the Hayflick limit?" The Hayflick limit refers to the maximum number of times a normal human cell can divide in vitro. Typically, human somatic cells can divide approximately 40 to 60 times, with each division cycle lasting about 2 years. This means that the normal human lifespan ranges from 80 to 120 years, and the substance within the blood orchid is capable of transcending this limit and prolonging cellular life, Walter explained, prompting Li Qingwei to nod thoughtfully. "All right, boss. I won't elaborate further. I need to plant the blood orchid immediately. Otherwise, if the quantity is too small, I won't have enough for my experiments. So, please handle the finances. Just get the funds from old Jack, purchase what you need, and let me know the total later, then bring the receipt for reimbursement. Li Qingwei replied with a hint of resignation. Walter flashed a charming smile, then suggested that Connor entertain himself while he approached old Jack to discuss his requirements. However, much to his dismay, old Jack frowned upon hearing his needs. Other items are trivial, but the soil will take some time to gather. How long will that take? Approximately half a month, old Jack replied. Walter's brow furrowed at this news. Can it be expedited? No, that's not correct. I remember you have an employee capable of exorcism, right? If he truly possesses such abilities, I believe you could acquire the necessary soil within a day, old Jack asserted. He tossed a location to Walter, who accepted it and mounted Li Qingyue's dilapidated motorcycle, heading towards the apartment. They fortuitously intercepted Connor and Constantine, who were about to venture out. Constantine, Connor, come with me. What for? I have a commission for you. Upon hearing this, Constantine did not decline. After joining the agency, he had only accompanied Li Qingyue on a single assignment and did not wish to lag behind Walter and Richard. Additionally, he yearned to accumulate some points, believing them to be invaluable in the future. Where are we going? To the affluent district of Manhattan. Walter then switched to another vehicle, driving them towards Manhattan's wealthy enclave. After 2 hours on the road, they arrived at the outskirts of the district. However, lacking a reservation or any form of guarantee, they found themselves barred from entry. Is there truly no way for us to get in? Walter inquired, exasperated. The security guard shook his head, placing a hand on his firearm, ready to draw. Walter sighed in resignation, but at that moment, Connor sprang into action, seizing the guard by the neck and disarming him with the other hand. Since he refused to cooperate, I have no choice but to resort to this. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. With that, Walter proceeded towards the address provided by old Jack. Soon arriving at the front of a villa, the four disembarked, and Walter pressed the doorbell. Shortly, a weary-looking middle-aged woman emerged. Who are you? We were sent by old Jack for an exorcism. Upon hearing the term exorcism, the woman's eyes sparkled with hope, and she quickly opened the door. See? I told you we would have someone invited. Consider this 1,000 as a gesture of goodwill. With that, Walter slipped $1,000 into the guard's pocket before releasing him. The guard, seeing the opportunity, nodded at the group and departed. Let us enter and ascertain the situation. The group stepped into the villa, discovering that apart from the woman, there were no servants in sight. Walter produced a sheepskin scroll, and after a brief exchange with the woman, they descended into the basement. As they approached the basement door, they were met with a primal, inhuman roar. Constantine recognized the sound and promptly introduced the demon to the others. This is a possession demon, a lower-tier entity from hell. Its ability lies in its capacity to inhabit various creatures, manipulating their bodies to commit murder and seize souls. To eradicate it, ordinary individuals must clear the vicinity of any living beings within a 100-meter radius, then eliminate it from a distance. If it remains without a host for a day, the possession demon will perish. After the introduction, the three individuals pushed open the door, and 4 of them entered the basement in a single file. Inside, one could observe crucifixes, Buddhist statues, dust motes, and inscriptions from various religions. Yet, for the possessing demon, these held no significance whatsoever. To prevent their daughter from inflicting harm upon herself, they were compelled to bind her securely with chains, prying her mouth open entirely to avert the risk of her biting her own tongue. My daughter, can you truly assist her in expelling the demon? The woman cried out, covering her mouth in despair at the sight of her daughter. Rest assured, leave it to us, Constantine replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Constantine signaled for the others to step back, and then he focused intently on the possessed girl. The demon seemed to sense his gaze, letting out another piercing shriek. Chapter 58, Exorcism, Part 2. In the depths of the basement, Constantine fixed his gaze upon the possessed demon before him. With a swift motion, he clapped his hands together and forcefully pulled them apart, summoning forth a long whip of energy that materialized in his grasp. The woman, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Without hesitation, Constantine lashed the whip, which pierced the body of the possessed girl, and with a powerful tug, he extracted the demon from within her. The energy whip then transformed into a blade, and he deftly severed the demon's head. The demon lay vanquished, yet its residual energy was absorbed by Connor. Connor, you can absorb the demon's energy? Constantine inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, I can, Connor replied. Naya, how are you feeling? The woman rushed over to embrace the girl, concern etched on her face. Mom, I feel awful. Can you let me go? The girl weakly asked. The woman turned to Constantine, who nodded in affirmation. Trembling, she attempted to unlock the chains binding her daughter, but her hands shook too violently to succeed. Connor, assist her, Walter urged. With a nod, Connor stepped forward, grasped the chains, and with a gentle pull, the steel links were effortlessly severed. He then lifted the girl in his arms and inquired, Where is her room? Upstairs. Please, lead the way, the woman instructed. Under her guidance, they arrived at the girl's chamber. Upon observing the delicate decor, Constantine's attention was drawn to a small stone on the desk. He approached and asked, Is this a trinket your daughter brought back? The woman glanced at the stone, her brow furrowing. My daughter has been studying geology, often traveling the world and collecting various stones, minerals, and soil. I presume this may be one of her finds, she explained. Do you know where she obtained it? Is it related to the demon within her? Constantine pressed. Indeed, he confirmed with a nod. At that moment, Connor quietly slipped away. I am unaware of its origin. Perhaps you could ask her when she awakens, the woman suggested. Constantine acknowledged her with a nod, and just then, the girl's brow furrowed before she slowly opened her eyes. Bewildered and scanning her surroundings as if awaiting her mind to fully engage. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Mom, who are they? Naya, you're awake. They are here to help exorcise the demon from you. Do you remember? The woman said, sitting beside the bed and gently holding her daughter's hand. I have a vague recollection, the girl replied weakly. What is that delightful aroma? Walter interjected. Everyone inhaled deeply, noticing a subtle fragrance in the air that steadily intensified until the door swung open, revealing Connor, who entered with a bowl of porridge. This is a congee I prepared following a recipe from the Eastern nations. Let us eat, Connor said cheerfully. When did you learn to cook, Connor? Walter exclaimed, visibly astonished. It is Gaia. She said that since I have become human, I need to procreate. Thus I must learn a skill to secure employment in the future. Consequently, she recommended that I learn to cook, Connor replied candidly. Upon hearing that it was Gaia's suggestion, Walter helplessly rubbed his forehead and chuckled. For Gaia had evolved to be nearly indistinguishable from humans. Lately, she had even implored Walter to exchange points for a physical body. Do as you wish. Allow me to serve you. I possess a caregiver certificate, Connor gently spoke, holding a bowl of porridge on the boat, addressing the girl. Walter's eyes widened as he observed Connor's every move, slowly approaching Constantine and whispering, Is Connor attempting to woo her? What else could it be? Have you ever witnessed Connor being so amiable towards anyone else? Constantine replied, astonished that their agency was witnessing Connor's first foray into romance. His certainty stemmed from the girl's gaze towards Connor, which was laden with longing, as if she wished to kiss him at that very moment. Connor spooned the porridge, feeding it to the girl, and once she finished, her spirits noticeably lifted. It was then that Constantine spoke up. Naya, may I inquire about the origin of this small stone you brought back? St. Vangasa town, though it has long been abandoned. Legend has it that all the residents made a pact with Satan, and at the moment the pact was fulfilled, Satan absorbed their souls, leading to the town's desolation. However, this is merely a tale. I retrieved that small stone from there, as I had never encountered a material like it before. The girl replied earnestly. What is the matter? Constantine? She had not merely recounted a legend. What she spoke of had genuinely transpired. The St. Vangasa contract is something Mephisto has been seeking, containing a multitude of souls. Should Mephisto acquire it, his power would surge, and with Dormammu's alliance, danger would ensue. Naya, do you recall the location of St. Vangasa town? I do. Connor then produced a map, and Naya examined it before pointing to a spot, declaring, Right here. Thank you, let us proceed. Having obtained the location, Constantine intended to depart. Yet as Connor turned to leave, the girl grasped his arm and asked, Will we meet again? If the need arises, you may find us here. There is nothing we cannot accomplish, he replied, leaving her a business card before they departed. The girl held the card, feeling the warmth it radiated. So, have you developed a fondness for this big oaf? Her mother teased, unable to resist the jest at her daughter's bashful demeanor. Mom, the girl shyly protested. Her mother burst into laughter, the tension finally dissipating. By the way, have you mentioned my situation to Dad? Don't let him worry. Oh, how could I forget? I'll make sure to tell him. On the other side, Constantine and his companions hurried back to the office, only to find a bald woman enjoying tea with Li Qingyue, while Tom and Jerry stood obediently nearby. Teacher, what brings you here? Constantine inquired. Indeed. The visitor was none other than the Ancient One, who drained her cup of tea and declared, I have come to assign you a task. The Sanctum Sanctorum contract must be handled with utmost care. Otherwise, Earth will be in peril. Do you understand? Understood, teacher. I will ensure it is managed properly. Very well. Then, in that case, I shall take my leave. With that, the Ancient One opened a portal and departed. Chapter 59. The Great Battle Against the Heart Demon in the Western Reaches of America. A motorhome traversed the highway. Inside, Constantine perused a tome borrowed from Kamartaj, filled with the experiences of numerous sorcerers, deepening his understanding of magic. Constantine, do you not possess the ability to open a portal? Why not simply create a door to our destination? Inquired Walter, perplexed. The locations accessible via portals must be places you have previously visited. Alas, I am unable to open a portal to the town of San Vengasa, Constantine replied without lifting his gaze. It is time to eat, announced Connor, who arrived with 3 plates, each adorned with steaming steaks. A question arose, with all 3 men present, who was driving? A glance towards the driver's seat revealed an empty space, the steering wheel adjusting itself autonomously. Gaia, at this pace, how long until we reach San Vengasa? Walter asked. A feminine voice, gentle yet playful, responded, at this speed, we shall arrive in no more than 36 hours. However, I am curious as to why you do not simply fly there. Walter remained silent, casting a resigned glance at Constantine. Sensing Walter's gaze, Constantine turned the page and explained. My teacher advised that my heart is not yet tranquil enough. She suggested I take in the scenery along the way, which may also expand the locations where I can open portals. By the way, I am not familiar with your experiences in your previous world. Would you be willing to share? Constantine fell silent for a moment before recounting the tale of his life. Upon hearing it, Walter could not help but marvel at the trials Constantine had faced. Do you harbor hatred towards God and Satan? Walter asked. I do not. My ire is directed solely at myself. If I were strong enough to stand against them, I would not be a mere pawn in their game. You see, upon learning of my lung cancer, I felt an overwhelming desire to enter paradise. However, the heavenly realm orchestrated a ruse to ensure I would thwart Mammon's plans. From that moment, I realized I was nothing more than a piece on their chessboard, dedicating my life to escaping their control. And the outcome? Walter prompted. I lost utterly. Just as they intended to split my soul in two, the boss appeared. He granted me a second chance at life, an opportunity for transcendence. Now, I can finally claim my true freedom. A smile graced Constantine's lips. This version depicts the Keanu Reeves portrayal of Constantine, distinct from the DC canon. The boss indeed bestowed upon us a new lease on life. As the conversation turned to Li Qingyue, Constantine, with a hint of curiosity, asked, By the way, you have been the boss's longest-serving employee. Have you ever witnessed him seeking a girlfriend or even female companionship? I suspect his orientation may be rather unconventional. How could this be? However, I once harbored similar doubts until I learned of the events that transpired in my boss's life. What did you come to understand? Constantine inquired. His curiosity piqued. The boss had a girlfriend, but circumstances arose that seemed to have been shrouded in secrecy. No one knows the details. Only that one of the world's largest crime syndicates, the New York Mafia, was eradicated under his command. According to available information, nearly 3,000 members of the New York Mafia perished overnight. It is said that the military was deployed solely to apprehend the boss, yet he managed to evade capture. Subsequently, it appeared that he struck a deal with the government, which subsequently suppressed the incident. From that point on, the boss transformed into his current reclusive self, resembling a hermit, and according to Richard, that night marked his first act of murder. Upon hearing Walter's account, Constantine's curiosity regarding the boss's drastic transformation was ignited. Did you truly uncover no information about what transpired? No, the matter has been entirely erased from existence. I only learned a fragment through old Jack and Richard. And considering it is a source of sorrow for the boss, I refrained from delving deeper. I advise you to do the same. Otherwise, should you evoke his painful memories, no one can predict his reaction. Rest assured, I understand. After enduring 2 uneventful days and nights, the trio finally arrived at the quaint town of San Bengasa. However, as they neared their destination, they beheld a swirling black tornado above the town. A closer inspection revealed that this vortex was composed of amalgamated souls. Suddenly, the tornado surged downward, vanishing in an instant, only to be succeeded by a fiery whirlwind, which was swiftly dissipated by a shroud of black mist. Goodness! Are we too late? Walter exclaimed as they hastened towards the scene. Upon reaching an elevated vantage point, they observed a figure, a skeleton enveloped in flames, alongside another individual exuding a sinister black aura, his pallid visage unmistakably foreboding. "Constantine, do you discern anything?" murmured Constantine, pondering the unexpected clash between the Witch King and the Ghost Rider, who were not supposed to be adversaries. At that moment, the figure cloaked in black mist spoke. "I never anticipated the presence of 3 little mice. How amusing." With that, he extended his arms towards Constantine and his companions, a torrent of black fog surging forth. Without hesitation, Constantine opened a portal and, clutching his companions, leaped through to emerge behind the dark figure. "Witch King, Earth is not your domain," Constantine declared, summoning the Ring of Lagder and charging toward the Witch King. The flaming skeleton, realizing they were allies, joined the fray, and together they engaged the Witch King in combat. Yet, having absorbed the San Vangasa covenant, the Witch King's power had grown formidable enough to disregard the Temple's constraints, effortlessly repelling both warriors with a mere strike. "Quickly, employ your judgmental gaze." The judgmental gaze is of no use against him. The skeletal figure spoke in a deep, resonant voice. That was the former version of him. Now, having absorbed countless souls, your judgmental gaze could very well prove lethal. Constantine bellowed in fury. The skeletal figure, realizing the gravity of the situation, charged towards the witch heart demon. However, Constantine's loud proclamation had not gone unnoticed. The witch heart demon had overheard their exchange. With a forceful thrust of his palms, he conjured 2 enormous hands of dark energy, which surged towards the duo. Had they not evaded swiftly, they would have undoubtedly been sent flying. "Huh! You cannot even approach me, let alone judge me with your gaze." The witch heart demon cackled maniacally, oblivious to the unexpected figure that had materialized behind him. Chapter 60, The Great Battle Against the Witch Heart Demon, Part 2. The Witch Heart Demon, wielding formidable power, rendered Constantine and the Hell Knight utterly incapable of approaching. Without the ability to draw near, they were unable to employ the Eye of Judgment to vanquish the demon. At that critical moment, a figure emerged behind the Witch Heart Demon, seizing the demon's throat with a fierce grip, as dark energy flowed ceaselessly into his being. "Connor!" Walter shouted, but Connor paid no heed, steadfastly clutching the demon's neck. "Walter, Connor's condition is precarious. His energy levels are surging uncontrollably. However, his rate of evolution pales in comparison to the speed of energy absorption. If this continues, he will explode." Hearing Gaia's anxious voice, Walter promptly ingested an enhanced version of NZT. Despite his brain having developed significantly from prolonged use, it still could not compare to a fully optimized mind. With the aid of this substance, a realization dawned on Walter. "Kill him now," Walter commanded loudly. As the Hell Knight and Constantine approached, the Witch Heart Demon, sensing the threat of imminent death, regained control over the dark energy being absorbed by Connor. With a furious roar, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent all 3 tumbling backward. Nevertheless, Connor had absorbed nearly 10% of the Witch Heart Demon's energy, enough to facilitate his further evolution. "You dare challenge me? I shall imprison your souls and torment you for a millennium or even an eternity," the Witch Heart Demon hissed through clenched teeth. As the dark energy behind him coalesced into a towering demon over 100 meters high. "I have but one chance. You must seize it. Understood?" Constantine whispered. Locking eyes with the Witch Heart Demon, The Hell Knight nodded slightly in response. Then, Constantine surged forward, utilizing portals to appear in unforeseen locations, launching a barrage of spells that staggered the Witch-Heart demon. Yet, he still struggled to find an opportunity to allow the Hell Knight to close the distance. Recognizing that it would be exceedingly difficult for Constantine to eliminate him, the Witch-Heart demon chose to disregard Constantine, focusing solely on the Hell Knight. In doing so, he seemed to overlook Connor, who had once again experienced a surge of power. Now, he appeared to possess a fragment of a soul, lending his eyes a newfound spark of life. "Connor, are you all right?" Walter asked, supporting him. "I am fine, Walter. I feel different somehow." "What do you mean?" "I believe I have acquired his soul," Connor replied softly. "Let us set that aside for now. We must deal with the Witch-Heart demon first." "Leave it to me," Connor declared, rising to his feet as a surge of energy coursed through him, his eyes glowing red. The three fighters, caught in their battle, suddenly sensed a shift and halted simultaneously, turning their gazes toward Connor. "Father, no, it cannot be you. What is happening? Such malevolence, such overwhelming evil," the Hell Knight exclaimed, poised to strike at Connor. However, the human soul within the Hell Knight intervened, for he understood that Connor had come to aid them. The essence of Mephisto. What could this possibly mean? Connor charged at the Witch-Heart demon, who felt an inexplicable tremor within, compelling it to flee without a second thought. Observing this, the Hell Knight swiftly swung its chains to ensnare the airborne Witch-Heart demon. As Connor reached the ground, he propelled himself into the air and embraced the Witch-Heart demon. The Hell Knight, seizing the moment, utilized Constantine's magic to ascend and grasped the shoulders of the Witch-Heart demon. In that instant of their gaze meeting, the Eye of Judgment activated. The Witch-Heart demon sensed its very soul being consumed, and it could not suppress a cry of agony. Connor and the Hell Knight hastily returned to the ground, while the Witch-Heart demon in midair clutched its eyes, shrieking in despair. The next moment, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Witch-Heart demon self-destructed, unleashing the fallen souls within like aimless specters swirling through the air. Witnessing this, Connor gaped and inhaled them all into his being. "Connor, are you mad? Can you digest all that?" Walter exclaimed. "I'm fine, Walter. I compressed them into a singular mass to integrate within me. It's not a one-time absorption, but a gradual assimilation," Connor explained. "Ah, I see," Walter sighed in relief. "Thank you." "There's no need for thanks," the Hell Knight, now returned to human form, replied. "By the way, here is our business card. Feel free to reach out if you require assistance." Walter handed the man the card, and then Constantine opened a portal, driving their RV back to the office. "Boss, we're back," Walter announced loudly as he pushed the door open. "You're back. So what else with the commotion?" Li Qingwei, appearing slightly irritable as if just awakened, responded. "Boss, have you been slacking off again?" "Slacking? I merely rose a tad later than usual. Now that you're back, let us get to those commissions." Li Qingwei gestured towards the parchment scrolls on the desk. "Why? Go take a look at the vending machine. There's a new item I think Constantine might find quite useful." Constantine and Walter exchanged glances before hastily approaching the vending machine, pulling the offerings to the end, revealing a new product. Random dimension. Acquire a random dimension upon purchase. Is it really that simple? Simple? You should be aware of the origins of your magic, Li Qingwei remarked, looking at Constantine. Contemplating, Constantine lowered his head, brows slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. After a while, he finally raised his gaze. "Is it truly feasible?" Constantine inquired. "Absolutely. Although its description is brief, these dimensions are anything but ordinary. They primarily consist of pure energy. With this, you won't need to borrow energy from various dimensional deities. However, upon its emergence, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of dimensional deities. So it's advisable to wait until your strength is sufficiently formidable before making a purchase. Of course, you'll likely need to accumulate those points over several years." After hearing this, Walter glanced at the vending machine's display, which showed 6 zeros, an astounding 1,000,000 points, making it the most expensive item in the machine. "I too wish to offer you my financial support, but regrettably, I possess only a few hundred. Nevertheless, I can manage to save up on my own." Subsequently, Constantine seized the stack of parchment scrolls from the table and embarked on the task of fulfilling numerous commissions. However, these assignments were relatively uncomplicated. Thus, the points accrued were not substantial. He merely earned around 1,000 points by completing the tasks at hand. Boss, is there a way to earn more points? Constantine inquired. Oh, the commissions you seek have arrived, replied Li Qingwei. Following Li Qingyue's gaze, Constantine noticed a new commission displayed on the bulletin board. Without hesitation, he accepted the assignment and promptly vanished from sight. At that moment, a red-clad ninja burst in, clutching his abdomen in distress, and urgently exclaimed to Li Qingwei, I need to issue a commission. Save me. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingwei swiftly retrieved a parchment scroll. The red-clad ninja proceeded through the necessary formalities, only to ultimately succumb to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of ninjas appeared at the entrance of the office. Chapter 61. Five Fingers Boss Li. This individual is a ninja from our alliance. We kindly request that you allow us to take her back, the blue-clad ninja said politely. She is not one of your alliance's ninjas, is she? If she were, she would be unable to sign a contract with me. The very fact that she can sign such a contract indicates she is neither a member of your alliance, nor of the Holy Order, nor affiliated with the Rand Group. Do you comprehend my words? Upon hearing this, the blue-clad ninja was about to take action when an aged hand grasped his shoulder, causing him to kneel on one knee instantaneously, followed by the other ninjas who also knelt in submission. You must be Edley. I kindly ask you to hand her over to me. We have no quarrel with one another. What do you think? The elder inquired with a smile. Li Qingwei responded with an international gesture, yet the elder remained unperturbed, vanishing in an instant to appear behind Li Qingwei, wielding a katana aimed at his neck. However, to the elder's astonishment, Li Qingyue's speed surpassed his own. The blade glided effortlessly past Li Qingyue's neck, but the elder did not exhibit any signs of satisfaction, as he sensed no resistance from the sword until the figure of Li Qingwei slowly dissipated, revealing that he had merely struck at an afterimage. You are too slow. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Leave this place and do not compel me to act, Li Qingwei stated, now positioned behind the elder, aiming a gun at him with a calm demeanor. To think your speed is so remarkable. Unless you defeat me, I will not relent, the elder challenged. Am I to interpret this as a provocation? Li Qingwei inquired, holstering his weapon. Indeed, this is your own choice. Do not regret it. The elder sneered. Just as Li Qingwei prepared to strike, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance. Murakami, enough. Madame Gao's authoritative voice rang out from outside. The elder frowned, and upon seeing Madame Gao's furious expression, he shrugged sheepishly and departed, but not before leaving a threatening remark for Li Qingwei. Our matter is far from resolved, boy. Madame Gao disregarded him and entered the office, offering an apology to Li Qingwei. I sincerely apologize, Boss Li. I failed to communicate clearly with them. I assure you they will not trouble you again. Let us hope so, Li Qingwei replied. Madame Gao nodded and subsequently led the group of ninjas away. Upon returning to the Alliance's stronghold, the elder voiced his displeasure. Madame Gao, what was that all about? Why did you obstruct me? Do you have any idea who he is? Isn't he merely the owner of an office? What is there to fear? You have no comprehension of his strength. Listen closely. If anyone dares to provoke him again, I will expel him from the Alliance, even if he is one of the fingers. Do you understand, Murakami? Observing the furious Lady Gao, Murakami's expression darkened as he nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the fact that the founding members of the Alliance numbered 5, Alexandra, Lady Gao, the Gambler, Sawanda, and Murakami, they were all from Kunlun. However, due to their advanced age, they wished to prolong their lives and resorted to the use of dragon bones. This act was discovered by the enforcers of Kunlun, resulting in their expulsion. Out of respect for their years of service to Kunlun, their lives were spared. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their previous use of dragon bones led them to contemplate stealing more to achieve immortality. Regrettably, their intentions were uncovered, and the dragon bones went missing amidst the chaos. Lady Gao was convinced that the dragon bones were on Earth, not in Kunlun. To enhance their chances of locating the bones, the 5 established the Alliance, pooling substantial financial resources and manpower to track down their elusive prize. However, as the other 4 lacked business acumen, the Alliance's development largely fell upon Lady Gao, granting her considerable influence among them. When the remaining 3 members arrived, the 5 fingers of the Alliance were finally assembled. Lady Gao, what news? One inquired. The dragon bones have been located, and furthermore, I have uncovered a secret capable of granting us complete control over Kunlun. What do you mean? Another asked. If we invade Kunlun, I possess a method to control Shou Lao, compelling him to serve our interests and transforming Kunlun into our stronghold, Lady Gao replied, her eyes ablaze with ambition. Are you certain? A robust elderly Caucasian inquired. Absolutely. What stage is the plan at? Another member asked. We're nearly there. We merely await the arrival of a machine. Only with this device can we unlock the passage into Kunlun, Lady Gao explained. What about manpower? Please don't tell me you intend to rely solely on the 5 of us. No, I have been harnessing the power of beasts to mass-produce beast warriors. However, I am currently stalled at the fusion stage, which is why I summoned you all. Beasts? Indeed. Do you recall the year 1588 when we suffered a devastating blow from Iron Fist? To recuperate, we entrusted the alliance to a certain islander. This individual, unbeknownst to us, had learned of the existence of the primal demon, the beast. He absorbed its essence, becoming the first host, and, leveraging the beast's power, he communicated with the entire island, initiating an expansion. Unfortunately, during a subsequent conflict, he lost the beast's power, and since then, we have been searching for its whereabouts. Recently, however, we have reclaimed the beast and, utilizing its energy, developed a potion known as Black Void. Consuming this elixir grants one a fraction of the beast's power, significantly enhancing their strength, albeit still inferior to Iron Fist, yet capable of mass production. Where's the beast? Follow me. I hope you possess a solution for the fusion issue. The group proceeded to a chamber where they beheld the beast, an ebony skeleton, or rather, not entirely a skeleton, for it bore a thin layer of flesh, so delicate that it appeared almost non-existent. Moreover, the chest of this skeleton exhibited a faint rise and fall. He is not dead? No, he is not dead. But his demise is imminent. I attempted to utilize dragon bones to resurrect him, yet this meager amount is utterly insufficient, unless it is the dragon bones from Kunlun. For now, I can only sustain his life by using his blood to create the Black Void. Let us go and examine the test subjects. Madame Gao promptly led them outside, where one after another, children succumbed in agonizing struggles. Why use children? Because they are the most amenable to fusion. If even children cannot be integrated, then one can hardly expect adults to succeed. I understand now. Bring me a vial of Black Void, demanded Sawanda. Madame Gao immediately instructed the personnel here to comply with his request, while she and the others returned above. Meanwhile, in the Marvel office, the crimson-clad ninja woke under the care of Li Qingwei. Chapter 62. The Mischievous Duo. Thank you, Boss Li. The crimson-clad ninja, Erica, began. Oh. There is no need for gratitude. All I require is the payment, a modest sum of $50,000, Li Qingwei promptly interjected, waving his hand dismissively. I understand. I currently lack the funds, but rest assured, I will arrange for the money to be transferred to you. Erica hastily replied upon noticing the change in Li Qingyue's expression. Very well. Having spent considerable time within the alliance, you should be aware of our office's protocols. Please expedite the transfer, he asserted. Of course, Boss Li. May I borrow your telephone? Erica requested. Li Qingwei handed her his phone, and she quietly conversed with the person on the other end for approximately 10 seconds before hanging up. About an hour later, a bridge truck arrived at the entrance, and Daniel alongside the old stick emerged from within. Erica, are you all right? Daniel inquired. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Erica replied. Daniel produced a check and handed it to Li Qingwei. After scrutinizing it to ensure its authenticity, he tossed the parchment scroll into the air. Just as the three were about to depart, Daniel paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and turned to ask, I wish to inquire about a few matters. What are your fees? Ah, a business proposition. Each piece of information is priced at $100,000. Please consider your questions carefully, Li Qingwei responded, swiftly rising from his seat to prepare tea. The old stick, attracted by the aroma, approached and seated himself to savor the brew. This is exquisite tea. It must be rare, he remarked. Indeed, I had to exert considerable effort to procure this tea from the mother plant. I only have a little over a pound. And now merely half remains, Li Qingwei replied. Seeing this, Daniel also took a seat, and with Erica's assistance, he completed the necessary formalities. Once his name illuminated, he inquired, what is the Alliance's plan? to seize Kunlun, acquire all dragon bones, and gain control over Shou Lao, Li Qingwei disclosed with a smile. Daniel was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated the alliance's ambitions, but never anticipated such audacity as to attempt an assault on Kunlun. Knock, knock. Li Qingwei rapped on the table, bringing Daniel back to reality. He quickly handed the check to Li Qingwei. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted outside, and they witnessed Daniel's vehicle being crushed into a mere disk of metal. To make matters worse, a group of ninjas, emanating an ominous aura, glared intently at the office with their crimson eyes, though they refrained from making any rash moves. Do not look at me. I possess a commission, and until the time is up, I cannot assist you. Furthermore, upon receiving your payment, you have effectively joined the sanctified order. Hence, I am unable to accept your commission. My sincerest apologies, Li Qingwei declared, raising his hand in protest as the three turned to him. What do we do now? Erica asked. Fight our way out. The old stick replied coldly. They are not ordinary ninjas. Their strength has been enhanced, and I may not even stand a chance against them. Erica lamented with a wry smile. What kind of power is this? Uncertain, I sought clarity when Lady Gao discovered that I had broken free from her brainwashing, prompting her to dispatch numerous pursuers to eliminate me, explained Erica. This appeared to be the power of the Black Void. Black Void. The old man nodded and proceeded to elucidate the origins of Seishin Kyoka and the formidable power of the original demon beast, revealing that the Black Void was a diluted version of this primal strength. Upon learning of the Black Void's capabilities, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Daniel's eyes. His hands became enveloped in the might of iron fists, and a crimson eastern dragon flickered into view upon his chest. Daniel, do not act impulsively. The old man extended his hand in an attempt to restrain him, but it was too late. Daniel propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of yellow light that surged ahead. The group of ninjas outside immediately sprang into action, their figures flitting through the shadows like phantoms. Yet, to Daniel, they were insufficient. Each punch he threw could fell a ninja, but their numbers were overwhelming. Furthermore, as many Black Void ninjas perished, the energy of the Black Void diffused into the remaining ninjas, amplifying their strength. This phenomenon made it increasingly difficult for Daniel to withstand their assault, and he suffered a grievous wound to his arm. Left with no choice, the old man and Erica intervened to assist him. One was a master of weaponry, the other a master of combat. However, even they found themselves challenged against ninjas whose speed and power far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Nonetheless, as both masters acclimated to the intensity of the conflict, they began to handle the Black Void ninja's onslaught with more finesse, particularly the old man, who, amidst a flurry of attacks, navigated the chaos with the grace of a wandering cloud, wielding his staff with remarkable skill. Yet, the trio understood that the current predicament could not persist. Thus, they resolved to break through in a unified direction. Old man, there is but one opportunity, Daniel urged. What do you intend to do? There is but one chance, Daniel reiterated, closing his eyes as he concentrated the iron fist energy into his hands. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, a golden divine dragon accompanying the strike as it surged forward, annihilating the Black Void ninjas in its path. Observing this, the old man swiftly lifted the staggering Daniel and charged ahead. Erica, witnessing the unfolding chaos, promptly produced the remaining smoke bombs and hurled them to the ground, enveloping the area in a thick fog before following suit to escape. Li Qingwei watched their struggle, unable to suppress a shake of his head. However, upon surveying the battle's aftermath at his doorstep, his expression darkened. The fence lay in ruins, and the ground was marred with craters. Damn it! This destruction will cost the gang hundreds of thousands and cannot quell my fury. Li Qingwei seethed, yet he still sought out Tom and Jerry, employing a tin of fish and a piece of cheese to hire them for the restoration of the battlefield. Tom and Jerry scampered outside, elated, for their propensity for destruction seldom allowed them such freedom. Now, with the opportunity to frolic openly, their joy was unmistakable. Nevertheless, they were still aware of their responsibilities. However, the inherent nature of the two little ones led them to indulge in play shortly after commencing their tasks. The incident was sparked when Jerry, while attempting to fill a pothole with cement, inadvertently splattered a small amount onto Tom. Although Jerry promptly offered his apologies, Tom perceived it as a deliberate act, prompting him to feign an accident of his own by striking Jerry with a bamboo pole intended for fencing. Thus, the curtain was drawn on their playful conflict. As Li Qingwei approached the doorway, the scene before him assaulted his senses. He inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes, murmuring repeatedly, "It is all an illusion, merely an illusion." Yet, upon reopening his eyes, the tableau remained unchanged. Enraged, Li Qingwei bellowed, "Tom, Jerry?" startled by his outburst. Tom and Jerry leapt into the air and promptly fled the scene. "You dare to run!" Li Qingwei shouted as he pursued them, but their speed was remarkable, even surpassing his own. Left with no choice, he returned to the office to tidy up the aftermath of their mischief. Chapter 63, Battle Preparations at the Headquarters of the Holy Order. The Elder and Erica returned with the unconscious Daniel and summoned all the members of the Holy Order. "What happened, Elder?" Iron Fist? Stone inquired. "We have discerned the plan of the Hand Union, yet the specifics of its execution remain elusive. Hence, I have called you here to explore any potential strategies you might propose," the Elder explained. He then unveiled the intentions of the Hand Union. The existence of the original Demon Beast and the Black Void Ninjas, each revelation darkening the expressions of those present. "Do you have any viable solutions?" the Elder asked after laying out the dire circumstances. "To thwart them, we have but one recourse, to confront them head-on. The challenge lies in our inability to muster the strength for such a direct assault on the Hand Union unless we ally with other organizations," Yui lamented. "What about joining forces with S-H-I-E-L-D? What do you think?" the Elder suggested. "That is not feasible. S-H-I-E-L-D has long sought to recruit us. Should we engage them now, I fear that once the dust settles, our holy order will no longer remain untainted. They will undoubtedly infiltrate our ranks and ultimately absorb us into their organization," came the retort. "Are there any alternative approaches?" the Elder countered. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the members pondered, realizing their options were dwindling. The actions of the Hand Union indicated that their plan had nearly reached its climax, leaving precious little time. "Is there no other way?" the Elder pressed. One by one, the members shook their heads. With a sigh, the Elder rose to contact S-H-I-E-L-D, while the others sat in despondency, some sighing repeatedly. Observing this, Erica could only lift Daniel and place him gently on a bed. As she laid him down, Daniel's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, recognizing the familiar surroundings, understanding that the Elder and the others had escaped the encirclement. "You're awake. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, merely depleted of all my Iron Fist energy, which left me momentarily weakened. However, I shall recover once I regain a modicum of Iron Fist power," Daniel replied weakly. Erica nodded, "Then rest well." After she departed, Daniel closed his eyes. An hour passed before a faint trace of Iron Fist energy began to circulate within him. With this revitalizing energy, Daniel regained some strength. He rose from the bed, seated himself cross-legged, and placed his hands in a lotus position on his legs, allowing the Iron Fist energy to flow throughout his body. Simultaneously, he began to absorb the cosmic energy that permeated the air. However, cosmic energy could not be absorbed directly. It required purification to eliminate the unsuitable energies, leaving only that which could be transformed into Iron Fist power. As time elapsed, a soft golden light emanated from his dantian, and a crimson Eastern dragon manifested across his chest. The crimson Eastern dragon emanated an intense heat that corroded even the fabric of Daniel's clothing, swiftly reducing it to black ash. Simultaneously, the power of his Iron Fist surged back within him, restoring him to his former self. After donning a fresh outfit, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to discover a multitude of individuals clad in black suits. Who are they? They are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., here to assist us in vanquishing the Hand. The Elder stood beside Daniel, elucidating the situation. But why would they choose to help us? Daniel inquired. The Elder remained silent, merely sighing softly, and Daniel understood that the price they had paid must have been quite burdensome. "Hello, you must be Iron Fist." A middle-aged man with a slight baldness greeted with a smile. "And you are?" "I am Agent Coulson, tasked with providing our team with equipment," he replied with a warm expression. Daniel nodded, observing the chaotic scene around him, and quietly retreated back to his room. "What troubles you?" The Elder seemed to sense Daniel's shift in mood and followed him, softly asking. It's nothing, just a sense of discontent. Why do you choose to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you not aware of their motives? I am, but do you know the original intent behind the establishment of the Sanctum? Daniel shook his head, as he had not been part of the Sanctum for long, and no one had shared its history with him. The Sanctum was founded to resist the Hand. If we could decisively defeat them this time, what could the Sanctum offer them? This way, we could retire, could we not? Cooperation is not entirely detrimental. It can yield benefits, the elder remarked with a smile. Very well, it's your call regarding the Sanctum. If you bear no concern, why should I? When do we depart? Once they assess the Hand's capabilities, they will accompany us in action. Are you certain they can contend with the Hand? Many of them appear to be mere ordinary individuals. Do not underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D., though they have not been established as long as we have. They are backed by 5 powerful nations, and their resources are beyond our imagination. Moreover, they rely heavily on technological equipment, the elder explained. I understand. Let me know when we are set to leave. I wish to rest. The elder nodded and took his leave. At that moment, Agent Coulson received intelligence confirming the Hand's firepower. He promptly determined the necessary personnel and equipment before seeking out the elder. Elder, we are ready to depart at any time. Are you prepared? We are all set. Then let us leave tomorrow morning. Ensure your men rest well tonight. Just as the elder intended to depart, Coulson called out to him. Is there something else? After this matter is concluded, what are your plans? I may consider retirement. As for others, I cannot ascertain their thoughts. You may seek to recruit them, provided they are willing. It's of no concern to me. Really? Coulson inquired with a hint of astonishment. After all, each member of the Sanctity Society possesses formidable strength, making them highly sought after wherever they may be. Thus, witnessing the elder's unexpected willingness to release them, his initial reaction was to suspect a potential trap. Our founding purpose for the Sanctity Society was to combat the Hand. If the Hand is resolved, what then remains for the Sanctity Society? I understand. Coulson turned to depart, seemingly intent on reporting the information gathered here to Director Fury. Chapter 64. The Battle of the Alliance. The following day, the members of the Holy Order had already awakened, donning their battle attire and arming themselves with their respective weapons. Is everyone here? Coulson shouted above the din of the helicopter. They are here. What about your people? The old man with the staff retorted. They are also present. Let us depart. As the old man raised his staff, the members of the Holy Order orderly boarded the transport aircraft. Once seated, they either inspected their weapons or offered prayers to their faith. Meanwhile, in New York, Steve and Barton received a directive from Director Fury. Without further ado, they made their way to the New York branch, where Steve donned the revamped Captain America suit and grasped his emblematic vibranium shield. The updated attire was considerably darker in hue, no longer resembling the garish costume of a jester. Once prepared, they proceeded to Hell's Kitchen and directly entered the office. What brings you here? Are you in need of my services? Li Qingwei inquired, raising an eyebrow upon seeing them. We're just here to wait for someone. Steve replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwei's expression shifted instantaneously, akin to the speed of light. Why are you waiting here? How long will it take? He retorted, visibly irked. Wow, does your attitude shift so dramatically? Let us not forget we have S.H.I.E.L.D. backing us, Barton interjected. Oh, are you attempting to leverage S.H.I.E.L.D. against me? Li Qingwei countered. No, I merely wish to inform you that S.H.I.E.L.D. has numerous cases requiring attention. If you maintain this demeanor, we would prefer to shelve these cases rather than seek your assistance, Barton shrugged. At this, Li Qingwei swiftly moved beside Barton, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with a smile. Come now, with this cheerful face, how could my attitude possibly be poor? Barton rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Steve couldn't help but chuckle at Li Qingwei's rapid demeanor shift. By the way, regarding those cases you mentioned, would you like us to assist you? Barton asked. Let us discuss this further once we have resolved the alliance matter, Li Qingwei responded. You must promise not to deceive me. I assure you, I will not. Barton affirmed. After several hours, the members of the Holy Order finally arrived alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Upon spotting them, Steve and Barton informed Li Qingwei before joining the formation. The members of the Holy Order acknowledged Steve and Barton with nods of greeting as they entered the ranks of S. H. I. E. L. D. Coulson approached, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Steve, who was well aware of Coulson's reverence. "Coulson, how did Fury send you here?" Steve inquired. "I'm not certain. Since the director summoned me, here I am. By the way, do you know who our adversary is?" The two shook their heads, knowing only that they had come for assembly, yet lacking details about the specific mission. Seeing the situation, Coulson proceeded to elaborate on the adversaries they would encounter during their mission. "The hand," he explained, "seems to lie beyond the purview of our S. H. I. E. L. D. operations." Barton inquired, "Is that so?" Coulson replied, "The director has struck a deal with the Sanctum, though I am unaware of the specifics. Our task is to assist them in vanquishing the hand." As the group conversed while making their way, Steve suddenly furrowed his brow and said, "Do you sense something amiss?" "What seems to be the issue?" came the response. "It's too quiet here. This is Hell's Kitchen. It should not be this silent." Coulson explained, "It appears the director has contacted Kingpin, instructing him to warn others to refrain from wandering about Hell's Kitchen today, which accounts for the unusual calm." "Does that mean the hand is also aware of our intended assault?" Barton questioned. Coulson shrugged helplessly. "It is a requirement of the Sanctum." "Very well. Let us hope we do not encounter an ambush along the way," Steve murmured. Perhaps it was an ill omen. In the next moment, a multitude of ninjas emerged from the shadows of the buildings, their crimson eyes glowing ominously against the night. "Darts, shields up," Coulson shouted. The S. H. I. E. L. D. agents swiftly drew two batons, which they extended, revealing a thin layer of black fabric at their center. As the dart struck these fabrics, they instantly lost their momentum and fell to the ground. The ninjas, witnessing this, leaped down to the ground, brandishing their katanas as they charged towards the agents. Without needing further command from Coulson, the S. H. I. E. L. D. operatives drew their firearms and began firing. However, the reflexes of the Void ninjas were adept enough to evade the bullets. The agents promptly switched to assault rifles. In response, the ninjas unleashed smoke grenades, engulfing the area in a thick cloud. "Gather around me," Coulson called out. The S. H. I. E. L. D. agents and members of the Sanctum, upon hearing this, cautiously focused ahead and began to converge towards Coulson. At that moment, Steve and Barton appeared to sense something, and they dashed into the smoke. "Captain, Barton, don't," Coulson shouted. Yet it was too late. The two had vanished into the fog, and as silence descended, the sounds of their movements echoed from all directions. "Do not fire recklessly. Remember your training," Coulson instructed, fully aware that the ninjas believed in the philosophy of a single, lethal strike. Should they exhaust their ammunition, the time spent reloading would grant the Void ninjas the opportunity to eliminate them. Hence, Coulson urged them to refrain from firing indiscriminately, for once their bullets were spent, their lives would be forfeit. "In hindsight, I should have brought more personnel," he continued. "Let us tighten our formation, dividing into two rows, with the front row kneeling." The S. H. I. E. L. D. agents complied, orderly arranging themselves into two circles, with Coulson and the Sanctum members at the center, while the outer circle knelt on one knee, and the second stood vigilant. As Coulson issued his command, the first group of agents began to fire into the smoke, rapidly exhausting their ammunition, followed closely by the second group opening fire. This exchange of gunfire continued for nearly 30 seconds until the smoke finally dissipated, revealing three lifeless bodies of the Black Void ninjas ahead. "Captain, Barton, are you unharmed?" Coulson inquired, his gaze fixed on the two men in front. "We're fine. Let's proceed." "They have retreated," came the response. "Very well, everyone onward." However, they remained on high alert, wary of the possibility of a Black Void ninja suddenly emerging. Consequently, they advanced in a tactical formation, soon arriving at the headquarters of the Alliance. Chapter 65. The Battle of the Hand Association. 2. Before me stood the Japanese-style stronghold of the Hand Association, where the Old Master and a number of Sanctum members entered first. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, the massive door was firmly shut. Simultaneously, numerous heavy machine gun turrets emerged atop the formidable city walls, their barrels slowly aligning towards us. Upon witnessing this, Coulson immediately shouted, "Take cover." The group swiftly dashed towards nearby shelters. However, under the relentless barrage of such caliber bullets, even a concrete wall half a meter thick would be reduced to rubble, let alone the flimsy cover available. Consequently, casualties among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents soon ensued. In an effort to mitigate further losses, Steve rose to his feet and sprinted towards one of the machine guns. It seemed that his movement was detected, for at that very moment, all the machine guns redirected their aim towards him. Yet, their rotation was too sluggish, and the bullets perpetually lagged behind Steve. Upon reaching the base of the wall, the 5-meter-high structure appeared to him no different than an ordinary railing. With 2 powerful kicks against the wall, he grasped the edge and vaulted atop it. He then approached the turrets, wielding sheer strength to dismantle them, ultimately obliterating the last turret with a decisive shield strike. Having accomplished this, Steve promptly returned to the ground, his gaze darkening at the sight of the suffering S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. "What is the status of the casualties?" Steve inquired softly. 3 severely injured. 2 deceased, Coulson replied, his expression grim. This was no ordinary loss. These were the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D., typically deployed to resolve global crises. Yet, in merely confronting a gang, they had already sustained the loss of 5 agents, a significant blow for the organization. You must exercise even greater caution from here on. As we are within enemy territory, it would be advantageous if someone familiar with this place could guide us, Steve sighed. I know the way. Follow me. Erica stepped forward. You do? I was once a member of the Hand Association. They have a practice of abducting gifted children from around the globe, subjecting them to relentless indoctrination day and night, molding them into their most loyal assassins. Therefore, I am more acquainted with this place than any of you. However, I cannot ascertain whether they have made alterations since my departure. They have not. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, prompting everyone to turn in unison. A mysterious figure clad in a dark red suit, wielding 2 short staffs, stood atop the wall. You've arrived, Daredevil, the old master remarked. Indeed, master. The commotion you caused was too significant for me to ignore, Daredevil replied as he descended to the ground, standing alongside the old master. What did you mean by they have not? In recent days, the Hand Association has been incessantly transporting children here, and I have been surveilling the area for several days. They have not commenced any renovations on their stronghold. Instead, it appears those children are enduring some form of experimentation. I can hear their agonizing screams each day. As Daredevil spoke, he could not help but tighten his grip on the baton in his hand, the bones creaking under the strain. Stay calm, Daredevil, the old man cautioned. Noticing the tension, I apologize, master. I am simply desperate to rescue those children. It is too late, Erica replied coolly. What do you mean? You should have saved them when you discovered their plight. Now it is too late. The experiments had already begun by the time they were taken. I have witnessed that scene. Their chances of survival are non-existent. Upon hearing this, Daredevil's chest heaved, his breathing becoming labored, a sentiment echoed by others around him. Erica was right. He should have acted sooner to save them. Regrettably, in his quest to catch a bigger fish, he had allowed those children to perish at his hands. Madame Gao stepped from the shadows, followed by a group of expressionless children, each wielding a weapon. What have you done to them? Daredevil roared. I merely made them stronger and more obedient, my little darlings. Eliminate them. Madame Gao chuckled, but as she uttered her last words, her expression shifted instantly. The throng of children surged forward, their speed surpassing even the fastest human sprinting record. Everyone, be cautious. They are no longer children, but shadows of darkness. Do not hold back, or it will be your own demise. Erica shouted, leading the charge into the fray, her dual trident striking at the children. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the children exhibited extraordinary reflexes, blocking attacks with remarkable agility. Observing their movements, it became evident that they lacked any combat skills. They were merely relying on their swift reactions and immense strength to confront their opponents. Nevertheless, this was enough to challenge everyone. For the sight of these adversaries as mere children compelled even the most seasoned agents to instinctively temper their blows, opting to incapacitate rather than deliver fatal strikes. As Erica extricated herself from the melee, witnessing the others struggle, she cursed under her breath. Without hesitation, she thrust her weapon forward. piercing through the throat of a nearby child, black blood oozing from the wound. For an ordinary person or even a superhuman, this would be a lethal injury. Yet for these children of darkness, it was inconsequential. They continued to retaliate against Erica with fervor. Do you see? They are no longer human. Do not hold back, or we shall be dragged down with them. Erica yelled once more, her words drawing the attention of the others to the child with the pierced neck. Seeing that sight, they understood that the beings before them could no longer be considered human. With hardened hearts, they shifted into a mode of slaughter, every move now aimed at lethal intent. Yet, despite this, the group of shadowy children continued their relentless assault, bearing a myriad of fatal injuries, which gradually resulted in casualties among the crowd. Decapitate them, Erica suddenly proclaimed. What did you say? Night Demon incredulously inquired. There is no other option. If we allow this to drag on, we shall all perish here. Gazing at the grotesque, almost unrecognizable children before them, they ultimately sighed and charged forward, commencing the grim task of severing their heads. Daniel and Night Demon remained stationary. One adhered to a strict no-kill philosophy akin to Batman, while the other was merely a child. However, the others had reached their limit. After an indeterminate period, they stood amidst a sea of lifeless children and severed heads, the sheer horror incessantly assaulting their moral compass. Once that threshold was breached, their minds would be overtaken by madness. Do not linger, press on. You must find a way to vent your frustrations, the elder remarked. The group followed Erica in silence, traversing a corridor and disabling several mechanisms until they finally arrived at the site of the experiments conducted by the hand. This is where they carry out their experiments, everyone. Proceed with caution, Erica instructed, stepping forward to push open the door. Chapter 66, The Battle of the Alliance. As the group pushed open the door and entered the laboratory, a scene unfolded before them that made their teeth clench in anguish. Before their eyes lay a multitude of lifeless bodies, the majority of which were children. Steve glanced around, estimating that there were nearly 1,000 corpses present, a truly horrifying figure. The Alliance cannot be allowed to remain, Steve stated coldly, a rare fury igniting within him. He had not felt such rage in a long time. Not even during World War II had his anger reached such depths. The others shared his sentiments. What about the Alliance members? Surely, they wouldn't dare flee, Daniel murmured. Impossible. Hell's Kitchen is encircled by our heavy forces. They have no escape, Coulson replied grimly. Phil, weren't you supposed to have brought only these individuals? When we first encountered those children, I transmitted the scene to Director Fury in real time. He immediately alerted the Security Council, which granted us full authority over this incident. The Alliance must be eradicated. Thus, we mobilized a substantial military presence to surround Hell's Kitchen. They are trapped, he continued. No. It seems they may have an alternative route, Erica interjected, interrupting Coulson. What? I vaguely recall that long ago, beneath the Alliance's base, there was a tunnel leading to the outskirts. However, my memory is not entirely clear due to my youth at the time, and I cannot recall its exact location. It appears you may require my assistance. Accompanied by stirring music, Tony descended from above. Yet, upon witnessing the thousands of corpses, his tone shifted dramatically. What on earth has transpired here? Tony demanded, struggling to suppress his fury. Mr. Stark, we can discuss the details later. Right now, our priority is to locate the Alliance's tunnel. If they manage to escape, we will be unable to avenge these children, Coulson insisted. Tony nodded and addressed J.A.R.V.I.S. Scan the entire building to confirm the existence of a tunnel. As several metallic spheres shot forth from Tony's suit, they swiftly scanned the entirety of the Alliance's base. Indeed, there is a tunnel, more precisely, an illegally constructed subway. The entrance has been marked J.A.R.V.I.S., informed Tony, displaying the scanned results in his field of vision. Follow me. Leading the way, Tony opened a concealed door and entered a vast elevator. As he pressed the button, J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately sounded an alarm. Emergency. Emergency. A significant number of explosives are buried below. Should the elevator activate the switch, the bombs will detonate, capable of obliterating all of Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing J.A.R.V.I.S., SS warning, Tony instinctively attempted to halt the elevator. However, this was a trap set by the Alliance that would not afford them any opportunity for retreat. The elevator continued its rapid descent. J. A. R. V. I. S. Is there any way to force it to stop? I apologize, sir. But this elevator is entirely reliant on mechanical systems, and I am unable to assist. However, I am capable of detecting the elevator's vulnerabilities if we can shatter it. We may avert the explosion of the bomb. Regrettably, for everyone inside the elevator, save for you, sir, survival seems improbable. As they listened to Jarvis's voice, the pallor drained from everyone's faces. They had never anticipated that before truly confronting their adversaries, they would meet such a wretched end. Tony Stark, I knew your father. He was an extraordinary scientist. Act now, Steve urged Tony. No, there must be another way. If we do not take action, all of Hell's Kitchen will perish alongside us. Steve insisted. Yet, Tony remained unresponsive, his mind racing in search of a solution. Meanwhile, in the Marvel office, Li Qingwei felt an inexplicable sensation and yearned to investigate. However, due to contractual obligations, he was unable to proceed. Just then, a child dashed into the office, exclaiming, Sir, I wish to submit a request. What request do you wish to make, child? Li Qingwei inquired. To save Hell's Kitchen, the child replied, swiftly completing the necessary procedures. Li Qingwei soon realized that this child was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., the offspring of a pair of agents. Upon learning of Coulson's predicament, they had urgently dispatched their child to locate Li Qingwei. Without delay, Li Qingwei arrived at the Hand Association's base, observing the rapidly descending elevator. Despite the occupants' frantic efforts, they were unable to halt its descent unless the entire elevator were to be obliterated, which would leave no chance for survival for those inside. Tom, Jerry? It's time for you to atone for your sins, Li Qingwei declared, casting Tom and Jerry downwards. The individuals inside the elevator heard shouts from above and instinctively looked up, witnessing a cat and a mouse engaged in free fall. As they neared the elevator, their momentum shifted dramatically, accompanied by an astonishing transformation in their attire. The cat clapped its hands, summoning a colossal feline composed of purple energy, which caught the entire elevator and forcefully hurled it upwards. Simultaneously, the mouse clapped its hands, causing numerous towering trees, each reaching heights of 100 meters and measuring a meter in diameter, to spring forth from the Hand Association's base. Intertwined among these trees were thick vines, creating an immense and resilient net. As the elevator plummeted, it crashed onto the vine net, the tremendous impact nearly overwhelming the vine's resilience. It was only thanks to Jerry's continuous infusion of chakra that the vines maintained their strength. Through their collaborative efforts, they successfully rescued everyone inside the elevator. Moreover, Li Qingwei descended to the lowest point, securing all the bombs into a storage compartment. Fortunately, the compartment allowed for the infinite stacking of identical items. Otherwise, he would have been unable to transport them. Are you all right? Li Qingwei inquired as he opened the elevator doors. We're fine. Were they Tom and Jerry? Steve glanced at Tom and Jerry, who were standing behind Li Qingwei, and inquired, Is it truly them? Did you not assert that you would refrain from intervening in our affairs? Daniel questioned Li Qingwei. Indeed. I cannot meddle in matters between the sanctum and the hand, yet the predicament at hand encompasses the entirety of Hell's Kitchen. Thus I am compelled to act. Fortunately, there remain astute minds within your S.H.I.E.L.D. ranks. Otherwise, you would be awaiting the entire Hell's Kitchen to accompany you to your doom. We wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Madame Gao and her associates. Might that be possible? Coulson inquired. I regret to inform you, it is not. However, I suggest you visit the old man's bar. The intelligence available there surpasses my own knowledge. Thank you, Coulson replied. There's no need for such formality. Oh. And do remember to remit payment promptly, Li Qingwei said with a smile, before departing alongside Tom and Jerry. This operation had failed, and it was imperative to swiftly locate the whereabouts of the hand. Coulson sighed, reflecting on this endeavor as one of the most disastrous in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recent history. I shall accompany Daredevil to the old man's bar to ascertain whether we might genuinely uncover information regarding the hand, Erica proposed. The others nodded in agreement and subsequently dispersed, leaving the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, as they were the experts in such affairs. Chapter 67. The Battle of the Hand Association. For in the depths of Hell's Kitchen lies a bar known as Old Dad's, a hub for the clandestine trade of information. The identity of its shadowy proprietor remains a mystery, even to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who possess only scant details about the establishment. Erica and Daredevil entered the bar, casually selecting a table. Before long, a server approached and seated himself across from them. "Is this your first visit?" he inquired. Just as Daredevil prepared to respond, Erica interjected, though she acknowledged the server with a nod. "Are you here for drinks or to purchase information?" The moment Erica produced a wad of cash, the server promptly retrieved paper and pen. With precision, Erica inscribed the words, "Whereabouts of Lady Gao." "Oh, you seek the location of Lady Gao, the leader of the Hand Association," he remarked. Erica nodded in affirmation, and the server produced a small computer, tapping away for a considerable time before finally speaking. "No problem, but this information comes at a price of $1 million. Do you have any objections?" Erica presented a bank card, which the server accepted with a smile. "Very well, please wait a moment." After approximately an hour, the server returned, holding a document pouch. He placed it on the table and said, "Good day, madam. Here is the information you requested. May your transaction be pleasant." Erica nodded slightly, took the pouch, and departed with Daredevil. Once outside Old Dad's, Erica exhaled deeply. Daredevil, puzzled, asked, "Why didn't you let me speak? Did you notice that no one else in the bar was conversing aside from the server?" He is equipped with a miniature recording device that captures the voices of all patrons, cataloging them in their information database. By comparing our voices to their records, they could unearth our true identities, thus acquiring yet another piece of information to exploit. Therefore, when in such a place, it is prudent to remain silent whenever possible. "Is it truly that frightening?" Daredevil inquired. "That is merely the beginning. The bartender is a world-renowned psychological profiler. A mere glance into your eyes allows him to analyze your character and experiences. This is the true horror of this place. Were it not absolutely necessary, I would never step foot in here to procure information," Erica replied, her voice tinged with apprehension. It was evident that Erica had previously frequented this establishment for intelligence. "Let us return and confer with the others. This time, we must devise a meticulous plan before confronting the Hand Association. Otherwise, we may not even comprehend how we met our demise. Let us not forget, they excel in the art of assassination." Thus, the pair returned to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York headquarters, where Erica unsealed the document pouch. To her astonishment, it contained the coordinates of a small island, along with details regarding the Hand Association's forces. Upon discovering that the Hand even possessed a nuclear weapon, the atmosphere grew tense and fraught with concern. "Where on earth did they acquire a nuclear bomb?" Rock exclaimed, furiously pounding the table. "Rock, calm down." The expressions of the crowd suddenly turned grim. Now, not only did they need to devise a method to disarm the nuclear bomb without alarming the Hand Association, but they also had to capture all of its members. A task that seemed insurmountable. "Why don't we first disable the nuclear bomb, and then deal with as many of the Hand Association as we can afterward? What do you think?" Night Demon cautiously suggested. The others, recognizing the peril posed by the nuclear bomb, reluctantly agreed. It was far too dangerous, especially considering that the Hand Association, a ruthless gang willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their goals, controlled it. Thus, they decided to prioritize neutralizing the nuclear threat, with addressing the Hand Association taking a secondary position. With Tony's assistance, they gained insight into the military deployment on the small island and soon began formulating their plan. Once the strategy was confirmed, they resolved to launch an immediate surprise attack that very night to prevent the Hand Association from having any time to react. Once everything was prepared, they soared over the island in a Quinjet, gazing down into the abyss below as the fierce winds tousled their hair. After exchanging knowing glances, they initiated their descent. Upon reaching the designated altitude, they deployed their parachutes. Approximately 10 meters above the ocean's surface, they detached from their parachutes and plunged into the water. "Is everyone here?" Steve inquired, wiping the seawater from his face. "All accounted for." Next, we must locate and dismantle the nuclear bomb before we tackle the hand association. Understood? Steve spoke in a hushed tone. The group nodded in agreement and with a decisive wave of his hand. Steve divided them into several small teams to launch simultaneous assaults from various directions. Should they be discovered, they would engage openly to draw enemy fire, thereby alleviating some pressure on their comrades tasked with disabling the bomb. Thus, the teams began their stealthy approach, however, apart from Erica. The other squads were swiftly detected by the Hand Association's shadowy ninjas, and a fierce skirmish erupted. Upon learning of this, Lady Gao promptly dispatched a multitude of shadowy ninjas to safeguard the machine that would unlock Kunlun, while she allocated only a minimal number of defenders for the nuclear bomb, never truly believing that they were there for it. Consequently, as a significant number of shadowy ninjas were redirected, Erica and her team stealthily approached the bomb's location. After an arduous battle with the guarding ninjas, they finally overcame them and entered the facility. With Tony's remote assistance, they ingeniously utilized various materials to dismantle the bomb's detonation mechanism, while coordinating with SHIELD agents to transport the bomb away. Once the nuclear bomb was fully evacuated, Erica and her team joined the fray, and even Tony arrived on the scene. Sensing something amiss, Lady Gao ordered all available shadowy ninjas to mobilize and intercept them, planning to escape by yacht. However, what Lady Gao did not anticipate was that their adversaries were equally cunning. All her vessels, planes, and other means of escape were obliterated. This left them with no options for fleeing the island, save for swimming. Upon realizing that their meticulously devised plans had been so recklessly undermined, Lady Gao, alongside the remaining 4 fingers, was consumed by rage. They exchanged a knowing glance, and with a dark scowl, Lady Gao declared, "Esteemed companions, it appears we may truly be unable to escape this predicament. Perhaps we should embrace our madness." A glint of insanity sparkled in her eyes, mirrored by the others. Meanwhile, those engaged in battle suddenly felt a chilling presence behind them, as if a formidable entity was observing them intently. "This bodes ill. Someone approaches with alarming speed." Nightcrawler exclaimed in terror, for the velocity of their assailants was astonishingly swift. No sooner had Nightcrawler uttered his warning than the heads of 5 SHIELD agents were severed in a flash, and even Steve was sent flying. It was at that moment that they realized the newcomers were none other than the 5 fingers who had established the hand. Chapter 68, The Battle of the Alliance. The onlookers gazed at Lady Gao and her 5 companions, feeling the formidable aura that radiated from them. For a moment, they even halted their breaths, but soon enough, they regained their composure. The old master faced off against Lady Gao, Steve matched against Murakami, Daniel confronted Alexandra. Barton squared off against the gambler, and Leclaw stood against Elika, who faced Swanda. Each had found their adversary, yet they underestimated the quintet. With the aid of the Dragonbone, despite their seemingly aged appearances, their bodies remained in peak condition, complemented by the myriad martial arts they had mastered in Kunlun. In terms of martial prowess, they were decidedly non-inferior to any generation of Iron Fist, and in fact, they were even more formidable. Were it not for the protective power bestowed upon each generation of Iron Fist, it is likely that this quintet could single-handedly vanquish any of them. Thus, when they finally engaged with Lady Gao and her companions, they realized the extent of their discomfort. The diverse martial arts overwhelmed them. And even Steve found himself under pressure from Murakami. The strength he prided himself on seemed to diminish under their skillful techniques. "This is utterly unmanageable," Barton lamented, as he forced the gambler back with his arrows. "Captain, we are on the verge of collapse. Should we retreat?" Coulson shouted, firing to fend off the Black Sky ninjas. Steve glanced back and saw that SHIELD agents and members of the Sanctity Order were being overwhelmed by the Black Sky ninjas, with casualties already beginning to mount. It appeared that their chances of victory were virtually non-existent. "Retreat. You cannot escape," Murakami proclaimed, cleaving SHIELD agent in half with his katana. Witnessing the brutal demise of his comrade ignited a surge of fury within Steve, who lunged back into combat with Murakami. However, the gap in skill was not something one could bridge in a brief skirmish. Soon enough, Steve bore numerous wounds, blood staining his battle attire, yet he refused to fall, declaring the iconic words, "I can do this all day." Murakami let out a cold laugh, cracking his neck as he replied, "Then you shall remain lying down forever." At that moment, the previously empty sky was suddenly pierced by the arrival of a Quinjet, and the onlookers beheld a green figure descending from above. The tremendous force creating a massive crater upon impact. "Hulk!" Steve exclaimed in astonishment. Lady Gao and her companions sensed the imminent threat and quickly huddled together for warmth. Yet they underestimated Hulk's might. Emerging from the crater, a voice echoed from the Quinjet, belonging to Natasha, "You all need to leave this place quickly." Hulk cannot distinguish friend from foe. Upon hearing Natasha's words, the crowd began to retreat, but Lady Gao would not allow them to depart so easily. She commanded the surrounding Black Sky ninjas to sacrifice themselves to delay their escape. Seeing this, Steve turned to Coulson, urging, "Lead them to safety. We will hold the rear." Coulson hesitated, contemplating saying more, but ultimately refrained, leading the injured away. Steve and his companions intercepted the Dark Void ninjas, carefully distancing themselves from Hulk's descent, fearing that he might unleash his fury upon his own allies. Lady Gao and her team, witnessing the situation, attempted to hold their ground. However, Hulk emerged from the pit, his eyes ablaze with rage, exhaling a plume of white vapor. In response to Hulk's formidable presence, Lady Gao and her allies immediately assumed a defensive stance, their battle resembling a contest between absolute skill and sheer brute strength. With a thunderous roar, Hulk charged towards the five, who understood that confronting such overwhelming power required a strategy of yielding to strength. Thus, they employed Tai Chi techniques. In that moment, the force of Hulk's punches was deftly neutralized by their mastery of Tai Chi, making his strikes feel as though they were landing on cotton. This inefficacy infuriated Hulk, escalating his agitation and amplifying his strength. Ultimately, their techniques faltered, and a single punch from Hulk dented the katana held by Murakami. The punch, still potent, struck Murakami's chest, and he distinctly heard the sound of his bones fracturing, feeling as if his heart had been pierced, as he sensed the life ebbing away. Murakami managed a resigned smile before collapsing to the ground. With the first casualty, the remaining four experienced an instinctive urge to flee. Yet, they found themselves on an island, devoid of boats or aircraft, with the nearest land over 100 nautical miles away, an obvious path to demise. Realizing they had no escape, the four resolved to make a final stand. United, they charged at Hulk, targeting his eyes, neck, groin, and temples with swift, lethal strikes. Regrettably, Hulk's defenses were unparalleled in the Marvel Universe, rendering their efforts futile. Nevertheless, their attacks incited Hulk's wrath, and with a casual blow, he shattered Lady Gao's spine. The remaining three, unable to bear the threat of death, scattered in different directions. As Hulk observed their flight, he uprooted a nearby tree, effortlessly transforming it into a spear, which he hurled at one of them, impaling him to the ground. The last two, witnessing the scene, quickened their pace, but no speed could outmatch Hulk. In a single leap, he soared into the air, crushing one adversary beneath his feet as if he were squashing an egg. Finally, he obliterated Alexandra's head with a single punch, effectively eliminating all 5 members of the Hand Association. Inside the Quinjet, Natasha took immediate action, maneuvering the weapons to cover Steve and his allies as they retreated, leaving the Dark Void ninjas for Hulk to deal with. Once Hulk had completed his task, Natasha turned to another occupant of the Quinjet, saying, "Boss Lee, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, I've been eager to have my turn with Hulk." Li Qingwei replied with a smile. As Li Qingwei descended, it appeared that Hulk had discovered an amusing plaything, engaging in a fierce struggle with Li Qingwei. Without resorting to weapons, Li Qingwei relied solely on his fists and feet to combat Hulk, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, however, Li Qingwei managed to revert Hulk back to his human form. Observing Bruce Banner clad only in a pair of oversized shorts, Li Qingwei chuckled and summoned Natasha, tossing her into the Quinjet before returning to the office. Shortly after their departure, a retrieval team dispatched by SHIELD arrived, collecting all the corpses, as well as the gold, silver, jewels, and machinery left behind by the Hand. Thus, the Hand was utterly obliterated. Chapter 69. The mouse-tied Li Qingwei descended from the upper floor, yawning as he listened to the gunfire outside, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Still not finished? He sighed. Well, there's no helping it. After the Hand Association was dealt with, a multitude of gangs has been battling daily over territory. I nearly fell victim to a stray bullet myself. Had it not been for Connor shielding me, I might well have been 6 feet under by now. Walter shook the bun in his hand, exasperated. By the way, Connor, I've noticed a girl has been seeking you out recently. Are you perhaps pursuing a romantic relationship? Li Qingwei teased. Boss, I intend to refrain from romance until my evolution is complete, Connor replied. Once your evolution is complete, that girl may well have moved on to someone else, so you must seize the opportunity. Here, this is your employee badge. Although it was redeemed by Walter, you are no longer merely a machine. It is your choice whether to join. With that, Li Qingwei placed the badge on the table. Connor contemplated the badge, then glanced at Walter. Join if you wish, or don't if you prefer. It's entirely up to you. With Walter's support, Connor resolved to join. And thus the agency welcomed another member. By the way, Walter, since Connor is joining, you should take him to customize a few outfits. And then you both ought to acquire a vehicle for more convenient travel. Certainly, boss. Thank you, boss. Your generosity is commendable. By the way, how is the blood orchid faring? Li Qingwei suddenly inquired. It has successfully been cultivated. However, I discovered that during its growth, it emits a hormone undetectable to humans, yet perceptible to other animals, which find it irresistibly alluring. Is that your explanation? Constantine's voice erupted in anger, prompting Walter to quickly hide behind Connor. What is going on? Li Qingwei asked, perplexed. The apartment is uninhabitable now, infested with stray cats, mice, snakes, and insects. I suspect all the rodents from Hell's Kitchen have congregated here, Constantine replied irritably. It's just mice, snakes, and insects. What's the big deal? Boss, you should see for yourself. Is it really that outrageous? Li Qingwei opened the apartment door. The first floor appeared tidy and pristine, but upon reaching the second floor, he was met with a horrifying sight, a swarm of mice attacking a glass enclosure that housed the blood orchid. The overwhelming stench and the sheer number of rodents triggered his claustrophobia, leaving him gagging as he hastily retreated from the second floor. Upon seeing him return in a panic, Constantine remarked, Now do you understand my ire? The moment I opened the door, a tide of mice surged forth. If you had witnessed that scene, even if you weren't afraid, it would have been utterly repulsive. You are correct. Walter has given you 1 day to thoroughly clean the entire apartment building and to disinfect it as well, should a single cockroach be discovered. A penalty of 100 points will be imposed, to be distributed among Richard and his companions. Wait, why does Richard receive a share? He does not reside here. Regardless of his residence, if you fail to accomplish this within a day, you may anticipate your points being divided among them. Walter departed with his head hung low. Observing this, Connor stuffed 2 buns into his mouth and followed suit. I shall also see if there is any assistance needed, Constantine remarked, watching the retreating figures. Li Qingwei shook his head helplessly, suddenly haunted by the image of the recent rodent surge, sending a shiver down his spine. Such a scene was profoundly disturbing. Reminiscent of a game he had played named A Plague Tale, Innocence, which featured a similar rodent tide. However, what Li Qingwei had just experienced was an authentic rodent infestation, which was the true source of his horror. Time passed, and suddenly Li Qingwei noticed white gas permeating the apartment building. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, rushing into the building, only to find Constantine and the others donned in gas masks, continuously spraying white smoke. What are you doing? Boss, what brings you here? Did you not instruct us to exterminate these rats? Walter explained, I specifically developed this gas for the purpose of eliminating rats, snakes, cockroaches, and various insects. As you can see, they are nearly all dead. At this moment, Li Qingwei, prompted by Walter's words, observed the floor littered with the corpses of rats. This is utterly disgusting. You must dispose of these carcasses immediately. Fear not, boss. I have prepared a decomposition powder that will reduce these rat bodies to mere liquid in a matter of seconds. And what do you intend to do with that liquid? Oh, great inventor. Simply pour it down the drain. The liquid has no odor and is akin to ordinary water. Very well, expedite this process. I suspect someone may have already reported a fire. Rest assured, boss, nearly all are dead. Only a few stray cats remain, but Connor expressed a desire to adopt them. which is why I did not create a lethal gas for cats. Now, we merely need to gather these bodies and apply the decomposition powder. Then why are you not hurrying to collect them? Heh, perhaps you could lend a hand. Boss, we are quite overwhelmed. Reluctantly, Li Qingwei joined in. And after a full hour, they had gathered all the corpses of rats, cockroaches, snakes, and various insects atop the manhole cover. As Walter sprinkled the decomposition powder, the pile of bodies dissolved like foam boxes exposed to fire, transforming into clear water that flowed into the sewer, ultimately reaching the sea. Phew. Finally, it is clean. Next comes the disinfection, which is also quite simple. Humph. Constantine, go fetch old Jack and purchase some daily necessities again. Dispose of all these items. Connor, since you wish to adopt these stray cats, ensure you clean them thoroughly and teach them to use the litter box. Should I catch them relieving themselves indiscriminately, I shall dispose of them all. Rest assured, boss, I will take good care of them. Very well. I expect to see them all properly attended to before dinner. Understood? The group nodded in agreement, and Constantine accompanied Connor to seek old Jack, one to procure a litter box, cat litter, cat food, and the like, while the other restocked a batch of daily supplies. As old Jack's warehouse was well stocked, they quickly loaded the vehicle and set off. Meanwhile, Walter had already disinfected the entire apartment building, while the stray cats remained confined in their cages, their unwavering gaze fixed upon the blood orchid within the glass enclosure. Chapter 70. The Reward Commission. As night fell, Li Qingwei closed the door of the office and, accompanied by Tom and Jerry, made his way to the adjacent apartment building. Upon pushing open the grand entrance, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Tom and Jerry to close their eyes in delight, floating toward the source of the fragrance. In the kitchen, Connor, who was busy cooking, suddenly spotted the two little ones drifting in and couldn't resist capturing them, placing them on his shoulder as he remarked, "I'm still a dish away from finishing, so don't rush." Upon being seized by Connor, the two awakened. Embarrassment etched on their faces as they perched on his shoulder. 5 minutes later, the final dish was ready, and Connor hurriedly brought all the food to the table while calling out, "Boss, what? John, come to dinner." Hearing Connor's call, the three immediately took their seats. Gazing at the spread of delectable dishes, they couldn't help but swallow hard. But just as they lifted their bowls to begin eating, Li Qingwei noticed Connor stepping aside. "Connor, it's time to eat. Where are you going?" "I'm going to feed the kittens. You all start without me. I'll be back shortly," Connor replied. "All right then, let us dig in." The three, along with one cat and one mouse, wasted no time, eagerly devouring the delicious food. Fortunately, Connor had prepared ample portions, otherwise they might have found themselves wanting. By the time Connor returned from feeding the kittens, half of the food had already disappeared. Thus, Connor no longer hesitated, and together they polished off enough food meant for 10 adults. "Connor, your culinary skills are quite impressive," one of them exclaimed. "It's decent, I suppose. I learned quickly." Connor replied with a hearty smile. "Come on, Tom, let us go check on your kind," Li Qingwei said, gently grasping Tom by the scruff of his neck. Reluctantly, Tom followed Li Qingwei, with Jerry, curious, trailing behind. They arrived at a well-appointed room on the first floor, featuring a large floor-to-ceiling window made of bulletproof glass, filled with numerous cat-climbing frames and cozy little houses for the kittens. The window had several openings leading to the balcony, where many litter boxes were placed, allowing the kittens to step out and relieve themselves. The variety of cats present was quite impressive, including British Shorthairs, Maine Coons, Ragdolls, Dwarfs, and even Chinese garden cats. It was a mystery how they ended up outside, but they seemed well fed, each one plump and adorable. As Li Qingwei and the two little ones entered, they instantly captured the attention of all the kittens, who turned in unison to gaze at him. One British Shorthair approached Li Qingwei's feet, rubbing against him. Overwhelmed by the soft sensation, Li Qingwei couldn't resist sitting down to cradle the British Shorthair in his arms, eliciting a soothing purr from the contented feline. Seeing this, the other kittens rushed over to nuzzle against Li Qingwei, leaving him utterly besieged and unable to attend to them all. At this moment, Tom sprang into action, seizing a ginger cat and enthusiastically grooming its fur. If it were Tom doing this, it would be acceptable, but Jerry is also indulging in petting the cats. which seems a bit contradictory. After nearly 2 hours of playing with them, Li Qingwei reluctantly took his leave. "Boss, you seem to have a fondness for these cats," he remarked. "Indeed, I quite enjoy petting them. It helps me unwind. Moreover, she also adores cats. However, I am not keen on taking care of them. I merely enjoy stroking them," he replied. What heard Li Qingwei mention she, yet he feigned ignorance and continued his inquiry. "May I utilize them for experiments? Aren't you concerned about hurting Connor's feelings? My experiment will only benefit them. I intend to conduct tests on them using blood orchids. Discuss it with Connor. I have no objections." "All right then, as long as you're fine with it." Upon returning to the office, Li Qingwei was astonished to see the bulletin board emanating a golden glow, revealing a dark red parchment scroll. Zombie Oblivion. This commission is a reward event. The host may find the person they desire in this world. Employees can earn substantial points in this realm. 100 points for a licker, 50 points for a zombie dog, 1,000 points for a tyrant, and half a point for a regular zombie, with no upper limit. There are a total of 48 hours to accumulate points. Li Qingyue's gaze fixated on the phrase, "The host may find the person they desire in this world." System. Is this true? It is indeed true, host. Years ago, the system was not fully activated and could not ensure the complete survival of Sienna Gale. However, this system placed her in a small world, granting her a second chance at life, albeit she no longer recognizes you. You must pursue her anew. I understand, Li Qingwei said, staring intently at the parchment. He then notified all employees, who quickly gathered in the office. "Boss, what's the matter? Take a look at the bulletin board. Who among you does not wish to go?" Li Qingwei gestured for everyone to observe. As they approached the bulletin board and comprehended the reward commission, particularly Constantine's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, I want to go. I shall go as well." "Same here, one." Thus, everyone resolved to join. At that moment, Tom and Jerry immediately seized Li Qingwei, pouting and gazing at him with pleading eyes. "All right, you may come along. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving you here." Upon hearing that Li Qingwei would take them, they joyfully embraced each other and began to dance hand in hand. "Richard, since you are also going, remember to inform Vanessa, so she doesn't worry, understood?" "Yes, I'll let Mom know right away. Just a moment. By the way, remember to bring all your ammunition. How many rounds do you have?" Li Qingwei inquired. "Over 15,000 rounds, as I had used quite a bit before. So I had Grandfather Jack custom make a few thousand more." "All right, bring everything over. This time it will consume quite a bit of ammunition. In that world, there are no suitable bullets for your handgun, so you need to bring them separately," Li Qingwei advised. "Understood, boss." Before long, Richard returned, accompanied by several robust men, each carrying 2 iron boxes filled with Richard's ammunition. Li Qingwei carefully placed all the boxes into the storage compartment. The others also made their preparations, and soon after, Li Qingwei closed the office door, flipping the sign to indicate that they were no longer open for business. Then, the group placed their hands upon Li Qingyue's shoulders, and as he tore apart the parchment scroll, they were suddenly enveloped by a wave of dizziness. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a city that appeared to have suffered some calamity. The streets were eerily deserted, and the surrounding shops had been ransacked. As they walked along the street, Li Qingwei's gaze fell upon something, and he led the group in that direction. Chapter 71. The one who occupies my thoughts before a church. A group of individuals appeared at the entrance. "Boss, what brings you here?" "To earn some points, of course." "Inside, there are 3 lickers. Whoever eliminates one first will earn 300 points. Upon hearing this, they pushed open the church doors, unaware that a group of people was hiding within, already targeted by the 3 lickers. The noise from the doors caused the lickers to abandon their prey and head towards the entrance. "They're coming. Let us rely on our own skills," Constantine remarked calmly. "You may be swift, but my gun is swifter," Richard replied with a smile, listening intently before firing at one of the lickers. The bullet pierced its body, but it merely inflicted a minor injury. Richard furrowed his brow, then took a running leap, skillfully handling his revolver, landing a precise shot to the licker's head, ultimately slaying one of them. Simultaneously, Constantine dispatched another licker with ease, summoning the sword of Vis Sand to sever its head. Lastly, there was Connor, the most violent and shocking of the trio, who simply seized the charging licker and with a slight exertion, separated its head from its body. Thus, the three formidable lickers were effortlessly dispatched, drawing the attention of those hiding in the church. Among them, a woman completely captivated Li Qingyue's attention. Her features were strikingly sculptural. With deep, bright eyes resembling shimmering pools, elegantly arched eyebrows like willow leaves, a high-bridged nose, and a small, rosy mouth, all framed by her unforgettable short brown hair. Her beauty transcended mere appearance. It was her spirited and graceful aura that ensnared the hearts of onlookers. "Jill Valentine, is that you?" Li Qingyue murmured, his gaze fixed on the woman clad in knee-high boots, a blue strapless top, a black skirt, and a white jacket casually tied around her waist. "Who are you?" the woman demanded, aiming her pistol at them. Richard, about to respond, was silenced by Walter, who covered his mouth and smiled. "We are merely passing through. He is our leader, so speak to him." Upon seeing this, the woman immediately aimed her gun at Li Qingyue, but instead of fear, he stepped closer. The woman's expression shifted as she pressed the gun against his head once more, reiterating her question. "Tell me, who are you?" What she did not expect was for Li Qingyue to embrace her waist without hesitation, pulling her into his arms before she could react. "I've missed you so much, Sienna," he murmured, burying his head in her neck. As the woman regained her composure, she was poised to deliver a knee strike that would render Li Qingyue childless. However, she suddenly sensed a warmth enveloping her neck. It was as if she could feel Li Qingyue's sorrow, which inexplicably stirred a wave of sadness within her. Instinctively, she began to gently pat Li Qingyue's back in a gesture of comfort. Goodness, has the boss already struck up a connection with her? What was taken aback by the turn of events? "Someone's coming," Connor whispered. The group turned their attention to the entrance, where a woman clad in a red tank top and armed with an array of weapons entered. She surveyed the surroundings and noticed the corpses of 3 gorgers on the ground. "Did you kill them?" the newcomer inquired. "Yes, we did. What's it to you?" What retorted. "Nothing. You all seem quite formidable. Are you all right?" The woman cradled in Li Qingyue's arms asked softly. "I'm fine, thank you, Jill." "I feel much better," Li Qingyue replied, reluctantly releasing Jill as she spoke gently. "Boss, we're heading out on our own," What informed Li Qingyue. Having come to understand that the boss's purpose in this world was indeed for the sake of the woman before him. Thus, they decided to leave the two undisturbed and ventured outside to accumulate points instead. Li Qingyue nodded in acknowledgement and handed a pile of bullets to Tom and Jerry, assigning them the task of managing Richard's logistics. With a sufficient supply of ammunition secured, Richard departed with them. "Who exactly are you?" Jill asked, her brow slightly furrowed. Observing her troubled expression, Li Qingyue couldn't help but reach out, gently smoothing her furrowed brow to ease her tension. "Sign your name and drop a drop of blood, and I shall reveal our origins," Li Qingyue said, producing an employee badge. Jill glanced at the badge and without hesitation inscribed her name. Using a dagger, she made a small incision on her hand, allowing her blood to drip onto the badge, which subsequently transmitted information about the agency into her mind. "How does it feel? Is your worldview shattered?" Li Qingyue smiled at Jill. "Is this truly real?" Jill murmured in disbelief. "Indeed it is." Suddenly, gunfire erupted from outside, prompting Jill to swiftly raise her weapon and move towards the source of the commotion. Li Qingyue followed closely behind her, and others exchanged glances before also trailing after them. Upon exiting, they discovered a horde of zombies emerging from the graveyard behind the church, with the gunfire originating from Richard's revolver. Richard rapidly pulled the trigger, discharging 6 bullets in mere seconds, reloading with astonishing speed, and continuing to fire. Within half a minute, he had dispatched 20 to 30 zombies, showcasing a level of marksmanship that left many in awe of the young boy's prowess. "Is this child's shooting skill truly that formidable?" a black detective remarked. "By the way, Peyton, I recall you were bitten. How are you feeling now?" Jill suddenly remembered and turned to the black detective with concern. "Feeling unwell. I sensed that my fate was sealed." "Jill, promise me, should I transform into such a monster, you must end my life." "I will," Jill replied firmly, nodding earnestly. The detective, a man of African descent, then allowed a smile to grace his features. "Do not be so sorrowful. I recall a girl who possessed a serum, one that could potentially cure the zombie virus, provided it is found before the transformation occurs." "Where is the serum?" Jill inquired, grasping Li Qingyue's arm. "At Raccoon City Junior High School." "Let us proceed." Peyton, rest assured, I shall save you, Jill assured the detective, an assertion that ignited pangs of jealousy in Li Qingwei. Jill seemed to notice his change in demeanor, holding his hand and whispering softly in his ear, "Help me, boss." Captivated by the fragrance of Jill, Li Qingwen nodded as if enchanted. With a smile, Jill led him towards the exit. The other survivors glanced at Richard and his group, who were moving in the opposite direction, and after considerable hesitation, they ultimately opted to follow the seemingly stronger Richard. Not everyone, however, chose to join Richard's group. For instance, a woman clad in a red tank top, the detective, and a female journalist decided to accompany Li Qingwei and Jill. Thus, they set forth towards Raccoon City Junior High School. Chapter 72, Resident Evil 2, Revelation in Raccoon City, along an unnamed street. A group of 5 individuals made their way towards the end of the road, where Raccoon City Junior High School stood. Among them were Li Qingwei and Jill, walking side by side at the forefront, while the woman in the red suspenders, the destined protagonist of this world, accompanied them. At the rear was Alice, with the 2 others, Detective Peyton and a female journalist, supporting each other in the middle. However, the journalist's eyes betrayed a hint of terror, for she was acutely aware that Peyton had been bitten by a zombie and could mutate at any moment. Were it not for the allure of a breaking news story, she would never have placed her life in such peril. It must be said that this journalist was indeed ruthless in her pursuit of fame. Suddenly, a public telephone by the roadside began to ring, instilling fear in the group that the sound might attract zombies. They hastened their steps to leave, but to their dismay, the ringing seemed to follow them wherever they went. Reluctantly, Alice answered the call. On the other end was Dr. Charles Ashford, a scientist working for Umbrella Corporation, and also an improver of the T-virus. He sought to enhance the T-virus to cure his daughter's polio, unaware that calamity would ensue. The purpose of his call was to enlist Alice and her companions in rescuing his daughter. In return, he promised to aid their escape from Raccoon City, as the Umbrella Corporation had decided to launch a nuclear strike in 2 days. Upon hearing the location of the girl, Alice agreed without hesitation. As they had originally intended to head to the junior high school in search of a serum, and since the girl was there, they would rescue her as well. Relieved by Alice's agreement, Dr. Ashford utilized his hacking skills to create a diversion nearby, drawing the zombies away from their path and alleviating some of the burdens on the group. Soon, they arrived at Raccoon City Junior High School, but due to the chaos, the entrance was blocked by several relatively intact vehicles. To avoid triggering the car alarms, the group decided to scale the wall. With a light leap, Li Qingwei reached the top of the wall, surveyed the area below, and then helped each member up. Unbeknownst to him, this leap had attracted the attention of the Umbrella Corporation. His extraordinary jumping ability indicated that he was no ordinary individual, and his association with Alice prompted them to grant him 48 hours. If he could demonstrate his worth within that time frame, they would refrain from deploying the nuclear strike. As they entered the school, it was too long before Peyton collapsed in pain, feeling disoriented. He urgently pushed the journalist away and exclaimed, "I think I'm about to mutate." "Peyton, hold on. Just 10 more minutes. I don't know if I can last that long. Lock me away. If you truly find the serum, come back to save me," Peyton said weakly. Li Qingwei and his companions exchanged glances before acquiescing to his request. They found a storeroom, using the ropes within to bind him securely, and gagged him with cloth, leaving the female journalist to keep watch and providing her with a firearm. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to remain, for it seemed the safer option. The group then commenced their search for Dr. Charles Ashford within the school, which was teeming with nearly 100 zombies. They endeavored to keep their voices low while seeking Angela Ashford, the doctor's daughter. Initially, Li Qingwei had intended to act decisively, but upon witnessing Jill standing protectively in front of him, he found himself unexpectedly savoring the sensation of being shielded. As they continued their search, they finally discovered Angela hidden in an art classroom. However, she was not alone. A pack of zombie dogs and a throng of zombies accompanied her. Just as the group pondered why these zombies were not troubling Angela, gunfire erupted in the distance, drawing the attention of all the zombies and dogs, which surged towards the sound. Li Qingwei instinctively pushed Alice aside while sheltering Jill against the wall, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the undead. The horde trampled over their fallen comrades as they raced towards the gunfire. Once the chaos subsided, Li Qingwei and his friends cautiously entered the room to retrieve the little girl hiding in the corner. "Are you Angela?" Jill asked gently, crouching to stroke the girl's head. Angela nodded in response, prompting a smile from Jill, indicating hope for Peyton's rescue. However, just as the four of them planned to leave, they found themselves surrounded by a pack of zombie dogs. "Why haven't they left?" Jill whispered protectively around Angela. "Leave it to me. You all get out," Alice said, brandishing 2 submachine guns and firing at the dogs. But their speed was formidable, and except for a few that were hit, most evaded her shots and encircled the group. Just as Alice prepared to fire again, a golden whip materialized, ensnaring one of the zombie dogs and slicing it into pieces with a swift motion. "What brings you here?" Li Qingwei asked with a frown, clearly displeased. "We had no choice, boss. Someone drew all the zombies away, and while we were tracking their trail, we heard gunshots. You know that gunfire attracts zombies, so we came," Walter explained. "Indeed, it was Constantine who fired earlier. The others entered through the window." "All right, let us wrap this up quickly," Li Qingwei gestured dismissively. Walter nodded and was about to take action when Constantine, quicker than the rest, swiftly dispatched all the zombie dogs in the room. "Wow, Constantine, are you not even leaving us any scraps?" "I can't help it. You know I'm desperately short on points," Constantine replied with a hint of exasperation. "Very well. Since you have insisted, I shall lend you my points. We can purchase the dimensions together. Let us first assess the situation, and if it proves insufficient, I shall seek assistance from you." As a few individuals engaged in casual conversation, a sudden scream pierced the air, prompting everyone to rush outside. They beheld a horde of zombies surrounding a group of people. Upon witnessing this, Constantine dashed forward, initiating a massacre. In less than a minute, he had eradicated all the zombies drawn to the school. "All done. Now let us rescue Peyton. The serum is in Angela's small backpack," Li Qingwei advised. Jill swiftly retrieved the serum from Angela's backpack and, together with Li Qingwei, they located Peyton, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. With determination, they injected the serum into his body. Chapter 73, Resident Evil 2. Revelation. In this chapter, Li Qingwei supported Peyton as they gathered with the others, only to discover that 2 formidable men had joined their ranks, Carlos Oliveira and Nikolai Genevieve. Both were mercenaries affiliated with Umbrella, yet they had been abandoned due to the overwhelming infection in Raccoon City. The unfortunate duo had even suffered bites from zombies, and had it not been for Angela's serum, they would likely have succumbed to mutation by now. "Boss, you're back," one of them greeted. "Yes, but none of you were bitten, I hope? If so, hurry and inject the serum. Do not conceal the truth. Once you transform into a zombie, there will be no salvation," Li Qingwei cautioned. "We have all been injected with the serum," Carlos replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Qingwei declared, "All right then, it's time to confront the tyrant." "The tyrant?" "Indeed. This creature is worth 1,000 points. You shall deal with it," Constantine said with a grin. The group then made their way outside the school, and as they stepped onto the street, a ringing phone caught their attention. Alice answered the call and learned that the doctor had arranged a helicopter awaiting them on the rooftop of the city hall. However, time was of the essence, and they needed to quicken their pace. Upon hearing the news of their impending departure from Raccoon City, Peyton, the female journalist, and Carlos all sighed in relief, promptly heading towards the city hall. Along the way, any zombies encountered were dispatched by Constantine, although his magical prowess had caught the attention of Umbrella personnel. This unique ability even attracted the interest of Albert Weskier, a high-ranking official responsible for overseeing the scattered research facilities worldwide, essentially acting as Umbrella's grand steward, wielding considerable power. Upon reaching the rooftop of the city hall, they spotted the helicopter. Just as they were about to approach it in jubilation, Li Qingwei spoke up. "Everyone, step back." Hearing his words, Carlos and the others halted, confusion etched on their faces as they wondered about his intent. Suddenly, a squad of fully armed Umbrella operatives, brandishing 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, aimed their weapons at the group. With a crisp sound, Weskier, clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, his golden hair slicked back, appeared, exuding an air of mystery and menace. "No wonder you were chosen by the company," Your perception is quite keen. What do you want? One of them inquired. Nothing much. Merely testing your capabilities, Weskier replied nonchalantly. And what if we refuse? Came the retort. Then we shall have no choice but to send you to your demise, Weskier said, casually gesturing. Instantly, the rifles redirected, focusing particularly on Jill, who found herself targeted by at least 5 guns. Witnessing this alarming scene, Li Qingyue's anger flared. Oh no. Walter remarked, you're in trouble now, the boss is furious. Watts quickly stepped back, followed by Richard, Connor, and Constantine, each retreating in unison. Weskier seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The air was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire. And one umbrella operative after another fell to the ground, leaving Weskier as the sole survivor. Witnessing such terrifying speed and impeccable marksmanship sent a chill down Weskier's spine. Li Qingwei holstered his weapon and advanced towards Weskier step by step. Seeing this, Weskier hastily exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. If you do, the nuclear bomb will be triggered, obliterating Raccoon City within a minute." However, this did nothing to halt Li Qingyue's advance. With a powerful punch, he knocked Weskier down and mounted him, raining blows upon his face while shouting furiously, "How dare you treat her like this? Boss, enough. The boss lady is fine. Calm down. You can leave with us. But your friends cannot." Jill snapped back to reality and quickly restrained the enraged Li Qingwei. Gasping for breath, he stood up and, upon seeing Weskier's battered visage, retrieved a glass vial resembling an exo liquor bottle filled with a crimson liquid. He poured the red liquid onto Weskier's body, and the injured areas began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. "Do not provoke me further. I was holding back. Understood?" Weskier nodded hastily, fearful that Li Qingwei might indeed kill him. In truth, Li Qingwei was correct. He had been restraining his strength. Given his current power was akin to that of the Hulk, a full-force strike would likely obliterate Weskier's body. As Jill continued to soothe the furious Li Qingwei, a heavy footfall echoed in the air, heralding the arrival of the tyrant, goddess of vengeance. With a rocket launcher slung over her left shoulder and a 6-barreled heavy machine gun in her right hand, Weskier smiled at the sight of the goddess of vengeance. Yet, the unfolding events quickly extinguished his mirth. Connor approached her, and the goddess immediately opened fire. But alas, the bullets had no effect on Connor, merely shredding his clothing or slightly impeding his advance. "This is impossible. Who is he?" Weskier's face contorted with disbelief. Connor, unfazed by the barrage of bullets, reached the goddess of vengeance, gently crushing the barrel of her weapon into scrap metal before sending her flying with a single punch. The fallen goddess rose from the ground, leveling the rocket launcher at Connor. Constantine intended to assist but was halted by Connor. "I wish to test my defenses." "Don't be reckless." Li Qingwei frowned. "Boss, trust me." Connor turned resolutely to gaze at Li Qingwei. By the time he glanced back, the shell had already approached. With his hands crossed before his face, a tremendous explosion ensued, enveloping Connor in smoke. All eyes were fixated on the haze until Connor emerged, his upper garments reduced to ashes and his trousers tattered. He charged towards the goddess of vengeance, striking her arm with a powerful blow before deftly evading her retaliatory punch, following up with an elbow strike. He shattered her other arm as well. Finally, he aimed a kick at her knee and executed a rear-naked choke to subdue her, casting a glance towards Constantine. Instantly comprehending the situation, Constantine approached and summoned the sword of the Byzantine emperor, effortlessly severing the head of the goddess of vengeance with a single stroke. Witnessing this scene, Weskier was struck with fear, hesitating to act recklessly. "Boss, the Umbrella personnel intend to launch a nuclear strike. Can we prevent this?" "Rest assured. Gaia has intervened and altered the coordinates of the nuclear missile to their Umbrella base. Unfortunately, their stronghold is too well concealed to yield any significant impact. This is sufficient. It serves as a deterrent. Should they dare to proceed, we shall have Gaia control the global nuclear arsenal and obliterate them. I believe our words have reached them by now. You should have satellite access to verify the locations of nuclear silos across nations." Umbrella's AI, Red Queen, promptly investigated and transmitted the footage to the upper echelons of Umbrella. Upon confirming that Li Qingwei and his team indeed possessed the capability to manipulate nuclear weapons, the Umbrella personnel were deterred from taking any further action. "Let us proceed to accumulate points. You are free to depart from this place." The bioweapon virus has already begun to spread, and the world is on the brink of transformation. Whether you choose to be a lone wolf or a savior of humanity, you must prepare yourselves. With that, Li Qinghua led Jill and the others away. Alice turned back to Westgear and promptly took him hostage as they boarded the helicopter, with the others following suit. Chapter 74, Resident Evil 2, Revelation 2. After the group departed from the rooftop of the city hall, they commenced their quest for points. First, they sought a sufficiently open space, followed by the collection of ample firepower, and finally, the task of luring the entire horde of zombies towards them. As for the method of attracting the city's undead, Walter had devised a plan. He ingeniously assembled a colossal speaker using available components, while Gaia employed various means to utilize car alarms to draw the zombies within earshot of the sound system. Once the speaker was operational, Li Qinghua and the others donned soundproof headsets, allowing them to converse normally without being disturbed by the cacophony. With Gaia's assistance, hundreds of thousands of zombies began to converge. When Gaia's signal resonated, Walter activated the massive speaker, and the exhilarating tune of Apex filled the air. Constantine leaped from the rooftop, observing the oncoming horde with a smile gracing his lips, and charged into the throng of zombies, unleashing an array of spells, transforming the scene into a veritable feast of magic. "Are you not going to assist him?" Jill inquired. "Haha, don't worry, boss lady. Even a million wood teas stand a chance against him. In fact, that wouldn't even be sufficient for him to satiate his thirst for battle," came the reply. "He's right, boss lady. Also, Walter, switch to another song. I prefer something other than pure instrumental." "You can't even hear it. What does it matter? As long as it draws them in," Walter retorted. "Who says I can't hear it?" Jill countered. "All right, which song? How about Immortals by Fall Out Boy?" "Understood, Gaia. Change the track." As the stirring melody erupted, it further accelerated Constantine's onslaught. He fought with the fervor reminiscent of Zhao Zilong from Dynasty Warriors, and the group atop the rooftop observed the zombies diminishing at a visible rate. When the song concluded, Constantine stood amidst a sea of corpses, the first rays of sunlight illuminating him, a scene that could easily be likened to a world-renowned masterpiece. "Ah, finally done. Boss, are there still zombies left?" Li Qinghua inquired softly. "There are, but not in Raccoon City. They've migrated to other cities, and time is not on our side. It's time for us to leave," he replied. Constantine returned to the group, and Li Qinghua turned to Jill beside him, gently asking, "Would you like to leave with me? If you prefer not to, I will not impede you." Jill, touched by Li Qinghua's tenderness, smiled and nodded. Delighted, he embraced her, and the group returned to the Marvel office, collectively exhaling in relief. At that moment, Walter appeared suddenly anxious, asking, "Boss, the biohazard virus 1T follow us into our world, will it?" "Rest assured, it 1T. During our transit, the bacteria on our bodies will be thoroughly cleansed. Likewise, the same applies upon our return. You can have it tested. By the way, let Gaia arrange an identification document for Jill. You can inquire about her details. I'll assist you in securing a room." Jill nodded, and then Gaia's voice resonated, inquiring about Jill's information before infiltrating the government system and fabricating an identification document. After Li Qinghua tidied up, he escorted Jill to Old Jack's grocery store. Upon seeing Jill beside Li Qinghua, Old Jack was momentarily taken aback and asked with surprise, "Who is she?" "Jill Valentine, my employee, and of course, the one I am currently pursuing," replied Li Qinghua. "Jill Valentine, a rather charming name. Have you just come from battle?" Old Jack inquired. "How did you know?" "The scent of blood emanating from you is unmistakable, even from 10 meters away. Wouldn't you agree? Have your people accompany me to the warehouse. I intend to take Jill shopping for some everyday clothing and necessities," Li Qinghua stated. "Let us head straight to Jack's supermarket, the newly opened establishment in which I hold a stake." Old Jack gestured towards a direction outside. "Truly affluent. Let us go. I shall take you shopping." Li Qinghua grasped Jill's hand and led her onto his old motorcycle, heading towards Old Jack's indicated location. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Jack's supermarket, an expansive establishment covering 100,000 square meters, the largest in Hell's Kitchen and the surrounding area. This supermarket was a collaboration between Old Jack and Jane, and due to their reputations, no one dared to steal or rob here. Consequently, Many luxury brands were eager to set up branches within this locale. Jack's supermarket boasted a vast array of products, including fresh fruits, hardware, firearms, various meats, daily necessities, snacks, beverages, clothing, luxury items, and fast food. It could be said that everything imaginable was available here. If you could think of it, you could purchase it. Jill first acquired a set of lingerie, a short-sleeved shirt, a pair of skinny jeans, and canvas shoes. Afterward, she visited a nearby inn to bathe and changed into these entirely new garments before exploring Jack's supermarket with Li Qingwei. They truly resembled an ordinary couple, savoring complimentary delicacies while browsing around. Li Qingwei even purchased a women's watch and some jewelry for Jill, who had clearly expressed her reluctance to accept such gifts, yet ultimately capitulated to Li Qingwei's insistence. "Ed, it seems someone has set their sights on us," Jill suddenly remarked. "Not to worry, merely some petty thugs. They appear to be outsiders. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare trouble me," Li Qingwei replied nonchalantly, taking the opportunity to wrap his arm around Jill's waist and draw her slightly closer. Jill shot him an exasperated glance but did not resist. As the afternoon approached 4 or 5 o'clock, the pair made their way towards the exit. Upon reaching the parking lot, the group of thugs who had been watching them immediately surrounded them, brandishing a handgun. Yet, it seemed this was their first robbery, as the hand wielding the gun trembled visibly. "Ah, it appears your gun isn't even off safety," Li Qingwei chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Seizing the moment when the gangsters diverted their gaze toward the safety of his handgun, Li Qing sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating them with remarkable speed while simultaneously disarming their weapons. Without a backward glance, he departed with Jill in tow. Shortly after their exit, several security personnel approached, casting a gaze upon the gangsters akin to that reserved for the deceased. At the gangsters' desperate pleas, the security officers drew silenced firearms and executed them without hesitation. They had gravely miscalculated their actions during this crucial period following the mall's grand opening, a time dedicated to establishing authority, regardless of who dared to disrupt the peace. Their fate would undoubtedly be dire. They had unwittingly become the sacrificial lambs in a lesson meant to instill fear in others. Chapter 75, Alien Invasion in the Marvel Office. Jill lounged on the sofa, clad in a snug, crop top and low-rise shorts, her feet adorned with flip-flops, as she playfully massaged Tom's head. Despite Tom's persistent attempts to escape, he found himself ensnared in Jill's grasp. Each time he managed to take a few steps away, Jill would seize him by the tail and drag him back, leaving Tom with no recourse but to surrender, transforming into a limp feline, allowing Jill to toy with him at her leisure. Li Qingwei observed the scene from his office chair, a subtle smile of amusement creeping onto his lips. Sensing his gaze, Jill turned around, their eyes locking. Releasing Tom, she approached Li Qingwei. "Ed, do we have any assignments?" "I'm dreadfully bored here," she remarked, stretching languidly. However, Li Qingwei was oblivious to her words, his attention captivated by the alluring contours revealed during her stretch. When Jill noticed his prolonged silence, she glanced down to find him fixated on her form. With a sigh of exasperation, she pinched his cheek and demanded, "Did you even hear what I just said?" "Ah, what did you say?" he stammered. "I mentioned my boredom and inquired if there are any tasks available," Jill exclaimed, tugging at his ear. All right. No need to raise your voice. The recent assignments have all been taken by Constantine. I truly have nothing else for you. If you're that restless, perhaps you should go shopping with Vanessa," he replied, shaking his head. With a resigned sigh, Jill returned to the sofa, this time sparing Tom and directing her attention to Jerry, relentlessly petting him. So tedious as Jill lamented her fate, Li Qingwei found himself equally helpless. Constantine had been zealously taking on assignments, accumulating an astonishing 50,000 points, with just half that amount needed to exchange for a dimension. However, that 50,000 points was no trifling sum. Unless another extraordinary assignment akin to the biohazard mission arose, it would take nearly a year or two to gather such points. Just as Li Qingwei pondered when Constantine might achieve his goal, a screeching halt echoed from the entrance, followed by a cadre of individuals clad in black suits. Upon entering, one of them spoke urgently. "Boss Li, we require the assistance of your entire office." "Who are you?" Li Qingwei inquired. "We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Earth is in grave danger." According to reliable intelligence, an alien invasion is imminent, and we need to issue a contract to enlist your entire staff to combat the extraterrestrials. Sounds good. How will the compensation work? He asked. $1,000 per alien. Does that work for you? Absolutely. I trust you know the procedure, Li Qinghua confirmed. The leading agent spoke, and then Li Qinghua produced a parchment scroll. Following a specific procedure, the scroll transformed before his eyes, revealing not only monetary rewards but also points. A Chidari soldier was worth 10 points, while a Leviathan commanded a staggering 10,000 points. Destroying an entire Chidari battalion would yield 500,000 points. Upon witnessing this, Li Qinghua promptly contacted Constantine and turned to Jill, saying, "As you wish, there is now a commission. Hurry and change into a suitable outfit." Tom and Jerry. You should accompany her as well. Tom and Jerry immediately stood at attention and saluted Li Qinghua. Meanwhile, Jill excitedly made her way to her room. Donning a fitted tank top and tight jeans, layered with a leather jacket, she then opened her wardrobe to reveal an array of neatly organized firearms. From handguns to assault rifles, nearly every type represented. She selected 2 handguns and 2 submachine guns, finishing with a dagger, before heading downstairs. Upon arrival, she found Constantine and the others gathered. The lead agent handed Constantine a picture, and upon examining it, Constantine promptly opened a portal. On the other side lay the most formidable technology of SHIELD, a helicarrier. The group passed through the portal in an orderly fashion, guided by the lead agent, and entered a conference room where several individuals awaited them: the original Avengers, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Hulk, Black Widow, and Director Fury. You have arrived. What is the situation? Fury inquired. Not good. Although we captured Loki, who stole the Tesseract, Hawkeye, under his control, remains missing. I have a nagging suspicion that Loki is orchestrating some scheme, and the whereabouts of the Tesseract are still unknown. If he opens a portal, a horde of extraterrestrial soldiers could invade Earth, Constantine explained. So, the aliens have yet to invade, correct? Indeed, Constantine replied, his expression tinged with disappointment, as he had hoped for a more significant opportunity to shine. At that moment, Steve noticed Richard and could not help but ask, Lee, why did you bring the child along? Do not underestimate Richard. If the two of you were to spar, the outcome is uncertain, came the response. After all, since returning, Richard had been injected with the T-virus, which is known for its perfect compatibility. In essence, Richard was a replica of Alice, his physical abilities enhanced, along with the acquisition of psychokinesis, although he still needed to refine his control, as he could currently manage objects weighing roughly 100 grams. Is he truly that formidable? Steve remained skeptical about a child's immense power. Captain America, while you are my idol, I will not tolerate such belittlement. Richard retorted, indignant. If you wish to determine who is stronger, why not settle it with a match? Tony chimed in, adding to the commotion. Enough. We did not come to engage in combat, but rather to address the matter of the alien invasion. Thor, Loki is your brother. Can you fathom his scheme? He is the god of mischief. How could I possibly predict his plans? Precisely, one is a mind filled with intellect, while the other is a mind filled with brawn. Tony quipped. You are insulting the god of thunder. Thor exclaimed in anger. The god of thunder? I fail to see it. I perceive you more as the god of the hammer, Tony retorted. Thor rose, incensed, prompting Steve to intervene. Not only that, but the others, too, were bewildered as to why a quarrel had erupted. Just as it seemed on the verge of escalating into a brawl, a tremendous noise startled everyone, drawing their attention toward the source of the sound. Chapter 76. The onslaught of Hawkeye. The assembled crowd turned in unison towards the source of the thunderous noise, discovering that it emanated from Li Qinghua, who had forcefully struck the metallic wall. The wall, approximately 50 centimeters thick, bore the unmistakable imprint of his fist. Ed, what troubles you? Jill inquired cautiously. It is not I who is troubled, but rather you all. It appears you have fallen into a trap. Loki intended for you to capture him aboard the aerial carrier. By the way, when you apprehended him, was there any weapon by his side? There was a scepter. Over there, Tony pointed towards a distant table. Following Tony's indication, Li Qinghua beheld a scepter resting on the table, surrounded by countless electronic tendrils that were scanning and analyzing it. Do you know what this is? What? It is the Mind Scepter. Just now, you were all influenced by it, rendering you irritable. Had it not been curtailed, you would have engaged in conflict. Does it possess such power? Tony queried. Jarvis monitored it closely. Aside from its constant emission of gamma energy, it has shown no other effects. How could it have influenced us? I believe I have already disclosed its name, the Mind Scepter. Its purpose is evidently to affect the mind, thus causing emotional disturbances and irritability. You must all adjust your mental states. If necessary, refrain from speaking altogether, understood? The group nodded in silent agreement, each finding a place to sit, seemingly apprehensive of further influence. Conversations ceased, replaced by the sound of toys being fiddled with, phones being scrolled through, or other distractions. Silence reigned among them. Time passed, and Tony, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, was the first to exit for fresh air. Observing this, Dr. Banner hastily followed, fearing the potential transformation that could result from the Mind Scepter's influence, aware of the catastrophic damage his alter ego could wreak. Director, I shall attempt to extract some information, Natasha stated. Proceed with caution. After all, he is the god of mischief, the director replied. Understood, director. Natasha then departed, with the others soon fabricating various excuses to vacate the meeting room where the Mind Scepter lay. Before long, only Li Qingwei and Director Fury remained. Li Qingwei approached the scepter, poised to reach out and touch it when Jill grasped his arm, gently shaking her head. The terror in her eyes compelled him to embrace her in comfort. Please, do not touch it. It is all right. In fact, there is something I have yet to disclose. Within it lies a gem, the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones birthed from the cosmic explosion at the dawn of time. It belongs to no one. Do you understand what I mean? I do, but I do not wish for you to take such risks, Jill responded, pressing closely against Li Qingyue's chest. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, Li Qingwei gently reassured her, patting her back. Yet they underestimated the terrifying power of the Mind Scepter. Doctor. Banner stood in a room just a wall away from the deck, gazing at the endless expanse of white clouds. Suddenly, an unsettling restlessness surged within him. The discussions of S.H.I.E.L.D. nearby intruded upon his thoughts, heightening his agitation, while the bracelet on his wrist emitted a frantic alarm. Dr. Banner. Are you all right? At that moment, Steve entered and saw Banner hunched over the table. Captain, hurry. Find Thor. I can't hold on much longer. What do you mean you can't hold on? Steve inquired, puzzled. Dr. Banner lifted his head, a mix of helplessness and bitter laughter etched on his face. I'm sorry, Captain. In the next instant, his body transformed into a vibrant green, his physique expanding rapidly. Realization dawned on Steve, prompting a curse as he dashed outside, shouting, Run. Hulk is coming. Bring Thor. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. felt an immediate sense of dread. They were thousands of meters in the air. And if Hulk caused any destruction, they would all be doomed. Thus, they raced frantically to locate Thor. Soon enough, they found him and relayed the urgent situation regarding Hulk. Thor sprinted towards the deck, only to witness Hulk wreaking havoc. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful blow, sending Hulk flying. Thor, we can't leave him on the carrier. Take him to a deserted area and let him revert to Dr. Banner. Steve shouted against the howling winds. Will he die from the fall? No, he won't. Just do it. Understanding that Hulk would survive the fall from this height, Thor fully unleashed his strength. As Hulk charged towards him, Thor gripped the handle of Mjolnir, spinning it with intent to strike Hulk as he approached. However, Hulk, though not particularly bright, was not foolish. He halted suddenly within 3 meters of Thor, crouched low, and slammed his palms down, unleashing a gale that sent Thor hurtling away, a testament to the wind's sheer force. Hulk initially aimed to continue his assault, but then spotted Li Qingwei, roaring and charging towards him. Li Qingwei, recognizing the threat, had no choice but to engage in combat. Hulk, snap out of it. Li Qingwei shouted, landing a punch on Hulk's head. Hulk shook his head, bloodshot eyes fixated on Li Qingwei. Without warning, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Li Qingwei swallowed hard, acutely aware of the terrifying aura emanating from Hulk, one that he could not contend with at present. Just then, Thor returned, delivering a decisive blow that sent Hulk flying off the carrier. Thanks, brother. I'll take care of him. Be swift and return. Li Qingwei waved him off. Thus, the immediate threat from Hulk was neutralized, but this did not signify the end of their crisis, as a swarm of Chitauri fighters appeared around the carrier, encircling them tightly. "It's Hawkeye. Capture them if possible," Director Fury commanded without hesitation. Yet, they seemed to have overlooked Hawkeye's formidable abilities. With a decisive movement, the controlled Hawkeye launched 2 explosive arrows directly at the turbines, causing a powerful detonation that temporarily incapacitated both. The aerial carrier tilted precariously as a result. Moreover, Hawkeye ascended to the control room above. As the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were drawn away by the mercenaries he had summoned, he swiftly fired a USB arrow at the control console. This USB device contained a virus capable of paralyzing the entire operations of the aerial carrier in a remarkably brief span of time, leading it into a state of freefall. Although the other agents in the control room sensed something amiss, the virus had already been uploaded. Even with JARVISS intervention, it would take several hours to purge the virus completely. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that both turbines were offline, leaving Tony no choice but to collaborate with Steve in an attempt to restore power to the turbines, striving to get them operational, albeit at a reduced capacity, as any semblance of power was preferable to a complete free fall from the sky. As the team labored to revive the aerial carrier, Hawkeye had already succeeded in rescuing Loki. "Is everything prepared?" "It is indeed ready, poised for activation at any moment." "Very well, it is time to welcome your king," Loki proclaimed as he raised his arms triumphantly before departing aboard his vessel. Chapter 77, The Battle of New York Above the Atlantic. The space carrier was forced to land here. Director Fury, gazing helplessly at the distant coastline, remarked, "From here on, it is in your hands. The space carrier has completely ceased operations, and it will take another 4 hours to eradicate the virus." Truly, Hawkeye is a tactical master, Li Qingwei mused. His relentless assaults, at the cost of a mere few lives, have managed to halt the entire space carrier. Though praising Hawkeye, Director Fury sensed an underlying implication in Li Qingyue's words directed at them. "My armor is damaged. I need to return to replace it. Can your spacecraft still be used?" Tony inquired, having found his suit severely compromised after being ensnared in the turbine during repairs, resulting in the majority of its flying components being rendered inoperative, leaving him capable of only limited movement. "Yes, but I believe it's unnecessary," Li Qingwei replied, casting his gaze toward the direction of New York City. "What do you mean?" Tony asked, puzzled. "Tony, look," Steve chimed in. It was then that Tony sensed something amiss. He turned to witness a beam of blue light shooting skyward, forming a colossal vortex from which an influx of Chitauri soldiers poured forth. "At last, they have arrived, Constantine. It is time to act," Li Qingwei declared, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. Constantine nodded and opened a portal, allowing them to traverse directly to the base of Stark Tower. Observing the blue beam emanating from his building, Tony attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Li Qingwei. "Have you lost your mind? In your current state, are you certain you can contend with Loki?" "You're right, but summon the latest Mark suit through Jarvis," Tony insisted. Before long, a new suit descended from the sky, and Tony swiftly donned the upgraded armor just as the Chitauri began their assault on innocent civilians. "Boss, I'm off to score some points," Constantine declared before sprinting away. As Steve surveyed the swarm of Chitauri, he began issuing commands, instructing everyone to prioritize the evacuation of civilians before addressing the Chitauri threat and shutting down the portal. However, when he turned to coordinate with Li Qingwei and the others, he discovered they had vanished. "Stop looking. Their mission differs from ours. Theirs is to annihilate the Chitauri. You know their nature. They will only fulfill their assigned tasks, disregarding anything outside that scope." "I understand, yet I still hold a glimmer of hope," Steve sighed. Enough with the sighing. The subway nearby is packed with people, and Chitauri have already infiltrated. "I'm going to assist," Tony stated before departing. Steve and the others set aside their concerns and focused on cooperating with the police to evacuate the crowd. Meanwhile, Natasha arrived at a school where Chitauri soldiers were frantically searching for humans to slaughter. Fortunately, Natasha intervened, skillfully dispatching them with her marksmanship. The gunfire drew a multitude of Chitauri soldiers toward the scene, leaving Natasha alone. She gazed upon the overwhelming horde of Chidori, swallowing hard. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted, and she turned to find Richard and Jill approaching. "Natasha, we're here to assist," Jill said with a slight tilt of his head and a smile. "What brings you here? What was our mission?" Natasha inquired. "Our directive is to eliminate extraterrestrials. So it's only natural that we appear here," Jill replied. "Eagle Eye is here," Richard suddenly interjected, raising his weapon and firing. His bullet struck the explosive arrow shot by Hawkeye, causing it to detonate midair. "I'll deal with Hawkeye. You handle the aliens," Natasha declared before sprinting towards Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Richard and Jill opened fire on the airborne Chitauri, and despite wielding laser weaponry, their armor proved inadequate against bullets, a rather dismal performance. With their nearly impeccable marksmanship, the duo swiftly dispatched the group of Chitauri soldiers. Subsequently, Jill led a group of students to the military, facilitating their safe evacuation from New York City. On another front, the battle between Natasha and Hawkeye had escalated to a fever pitch, with both combatants evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand until Richard arrived. He fired at a billboard above them, shattering the screws, causing it to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha delivered a powerful kick that sent Hawkeye flying, the billboard crashing down upon him, rendering him unconscious. "Are you all right?" Natasha approached Richard, playfully ruffling his hair. "I'm fine. Don't touch my head," Richard replied grumpily, prompting Natasha to laugh heartily. At that moment, Hawkeye stirred, his eyes opening. Richard immediately aimed his gun at him, but Natasha quickly intervened. Clint was merely under control. "We just need to break the hold," she insisted. Yet Richard remained steadfast, keeping his weapon trained on Hawkeye. "Natasha, I'm fine. The control has been lifted." Barton spoke up. "How do we know you're truly free from control?" Richard challenged. "Richard, he genuinely has regained control. Look into his eyes," Natasha urged. Richard shifted his gaze to Hawkeye's eyes, observing that the once yellow pupils had returned to their original hue, confirming his liberation. Only then did Richard lower his weapon. "Everyone, I do not wish to alarm you, but you need to look up." Tony's voice crackled through their earpieces. Natasha distributed earpieces to Barton and Richard, allowing them to share intelligence. As they all looked up, a colossal creature emerged from the portal, a Leviathan, the Chitauri's transport mechanism for soldiers. Though it served primarily as a troop carrier, its formidable defensive capabilities and unparalleled destructive power rendered it a potent weapon for siege warfare. "Does anyone know where Hulk is?" "We need Hulk," Steve shouted. Moments later, the voice of Dr. Banner echoed through the earpiece. "Captain, I'm back." But just as Dr. Banner finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky, hovering effortlessly. With a mere wave of his hand, the colossal Leviathan vanished into thin air. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, dozens of Leviathans emerged once more from the portal above, forcing the group to brace themselves for the impending challenge. Chapter 78. The Arrival of Dr. Green. What shall we do next? Tony has drawn away one of the Leviathan beasts. Yet his attacks lack the necessary penetration to breach its formidable exterior. "Hulk, smash!" Steve urged the transformed Hulk. Upon hearing this, Hulk let out a series of excited roars and leapt onto the head of one Leviathan, delivering a crushing blow with his enormous fist that created a deep indentation. A few more punches sent it crashing down from the skies. However, a multitude of Chitauri soldiers emerged from the creature's belly, incessantly firing their laser weapons at Hulk. Although these weapons failed to penetrate his defenses, they still caused him discomfort. Growing impatient from the relentless barrage, Hulk seized the Leviathan's head and forcefully lifted it. The Chitauri soldiers continued to shoot without attempting to evade, ultimately meeting their demise as Hulk used the Leviathan to obliterate them into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, Tony devised a plan, burrowing into the Leviathan's mouth to breach its interior, successfully dispatching another beast. On the other side, Li Qingwei arrived at the New York Sanctum, where he encountered the assisting Ancient One. "Oh, what brings you here?" the Ancient One inquired, effortlessly casting a spell that dispatched an approaching Chitauri soldier. "Can't I come to chat if there's nothing else? Am I not welcome?" Li Qingwei replied. He had attempted to slay the Chitauri soldiers as well, but realized that his demonic lineage showed no signs of evolution. It dawned on him that these soldiers were not true beings. They were akin to characters controlled by humans in a game, not genuine life forms. Thus, his attempts to eliminate them would not enhance his demonic bloodline. He recalled the events of Avengers, endgame and wondered if individuals from other parallel universes might indeed arrive, hoping to acquire some tasks from them. I know why you are here. Please, take a seat. Our guests will arrive shortly, the Ancient One said, pressing her palms together. Summoning an array of magical runes. As she spread her hands, a barrier invisible to ordinary eyes materialized, causing all Chitauri soldiers that struck it to disintegrate into sparks. Remarkable magic. Please, enjoy some tea, she conjured an entire tea set. Li Qingwei sat down without hesitation, but upon tasting the tea, he felt as though he had entered a surreal realm, where his thoughts seemed to stretch infinitely. Odd yet charming little sprites appeared, encircling him and singing. The melody, although close, seemed to waver in and out of clarity, causing him discomfort. Just as he contemplated moving, he was abruptly returned to his original location, astonished to find that his demonic bloodline had undergone another evolution. How was it? Not pleasant, I gather. Those who drink this tea for the first time often experience such sensations. Each person's vision is unique, but as you can see, the benefits are evident. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Qingwei desired another cup. However, Ancient One intervened. The potency of this tea is only effective upon the first sip. Subsequent indulgences merely yield ordinary tea. Realizing this, Li Qingwei's excitement waned, yet he continued to savor the tea, which was quite to his liking. Thus, the two engaged in leisurely conversation while sipping their tea. Before long, a bearded figure of slightly diminutive stature emerged, the Hulk, who was none other than the Green Doctor from alternate realities, a fusion of Dr. Banner and the Hulk. Guests have arrived, he announced. Greetings, esteemed sorcerer. We seek Dr. Strange. The doctor you seek is currently performing surgery 5 blocks from here. You have arrived 5 years too early, replied Ancient One, rising gracefully. She waved her robe, causing all the tea implements to vanish instantly. The Green Doctor was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the eye of Agamotto upon Ancient One's chest, he spoke, I am here for that. I hope you can lend it to me. Lending it to you is certainly feasible, but do you comprehend what it is? Are you aware of its preciousness? Should your plans falter, our universe will bear the same consequences as yours. Have you pondered this thoroughly? Ancient One deftly evaded the Green Doctor's grasp, bombarding him with a series of questions that left him flustered. I. The Green Doctor found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled that they merely intended to utilize the gem to snap their fingers. How could that pose any danger? Esteemed sorcerer, we only wish to snap our fingers. There is no danger involved. Once we have done so, we shall return the gem. He insisted. Those who toy with time shall inevitably be toyed with by it, Ancient One retorted, directly handing the time stone to the Green Doctor. Just as the Green Doctor prepared to depart, Li Qingwei called out to him. Green Doctor, wait a moment. I am the proprietor of an agency, and I believe you will require our assistance in the future. Please accept this. If you find the compensation agreeable, sign it and press your blood seal, and we shall aid you in overcoming the crisis. The Green Doctor regarded the parchment Li Qingwei offered, bemused by his eccentric manner of speaking. Just as he contemplated leaving, Ancient One interjected, Proceed, you will indeed need their aid. Hearing Ancient One's endorsement, the Green Doctor hesitated not at all, accepting the scroll, fully aware of the esteemed sorceress's formidable identity. Remember, you must sign your names and affix the blood seal of the signer for it to take effect. Li Qingwei shouted as the Green Doctor glanced back, then opened a portal to the quantum realm before departing. Then, esteemed sorcerer, I take my leave, he said. Ancient One merely smiled without a word. After Li Qingwei exited, she raised her gaze towards the formidable Constantine in the air, murmuring, Were you not a guest from another world, the position of Supreme Sorcerer would undoubtedly belong to you. Alas, it is a pity. Though she did not complete her thought, it was evident to any discerning listener what she lamented. As the crowd had nearly evacuated all ordinary individuals, they began devising methods to shut down the portal. However, upon reaching the rooftop, they discovered that no means, be it physical or energetic, could breach the portal's mechanism. It was only then that they learned from the control doctor, Eric Selvig, that to close the portal, an energy of equivalent magnitude was required, and the Mind Stone in Loki's possession was one such source. Consequently, they were compelled to search for Loki's whereabouts. Anticipating their intentions, Loki seized a spacecraft and began to roam the expanse of New York City, evading capture. Just when the group found themselves at a loss, a voice crackled through their earpiece. Chapter 79, The Destruction of Dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have detected Loki's whereabouts. Should we proceed to eliminate him? The voice of Barton echoed through the earpieces, prompting a smile from Steve. Take him down and report the location. Upon receiving permission, Barton swiftly loosed an arrow towards Loki, who, without a glance back, extended his hand to catch it. Gradually turning his head, he revealed a wicked smile. Yet in the next instant, the arrow detonated. While the shockwave did not harm Loki, it did send him hurtling from the ship, as the others rushed over in alarm. Particularly Hulk, who seized Loki's hand and began to pound him mercilessly. Natasha seized the opportunity to grab the Mind Stone from the ground, tossing it to Tony. Upon receiving it, Tony promptly initiated the closure of the portal. However, just then, Director Fury's voice rang in their ears. Do not close it. A nuclear missile has been launched towards New York City. The portal must remain open. Otherwise, the missile cannot detonate. Who issued that order? Tony shouted in fury, realizing it was too late. Just as he was shutting the cube portal, Fury's voice had come through. As the portal began to close, a figure appeared in the path of the missile. It was Constantine. I was just lamenting the lack of points. Constantine smiled as he opened a portal ahead of him, leading directly to the closing cube portal. The missile traversed through the portal and entered the cube portal, heading towards the sanctum, culminating in an explosive spectacle as the Chitauri forces sent to invade Earth were utterly obliterated, with their control severed. All Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan beasts instantaneously lost their capacity for movement and plummeted from the sky. Constantine's points skyrocketed to 2 million, sufficient for him to exchange for a dimension space uniquely his own. Thus, the Chitauri invasion reached a conclusion. Surveying the devastated streets, the group gathered on the rooftop of Stark Tower, where Loki was bound, his hands restrained and his mouth sealed by Thor's Asgardian gag. It was here that Li Qingwei first laid eyes on Loki, the familiar scene prompting him to utter a phrase, the God of Stories. The God of Stories? Which deity is that? Gil could not help but inquire. He is the God of Stories, Li Qingwei replied, gesturing towards Loki from the corner where he and Gil were concealed. But isn't he the God of Mischief, Loki? Gil questioned, puzzled. No. Eventually he will become the God of Stories, a powerful yet solitary being. Li Qingwei envisioned Loki ascending to the Golden Throne, harnessing his power to transform the entire multiverse into a genuine world tree. Unbeknownst to them, their hushed conversation was overheard by Loki, who initially intended to refute the title of the God of Stories. However, upon hearing the compassion in Li Qingwei's voice, he hesitated, momentarily taken aback. And it was during this moment of distraction that Li Qingwei and Gil slipped away. Li Qingwei, accompanied by Jill, approached Director Fury and presented him with a parchment scroll containing a figure that made Fury's scalp tingle. $1 billion. When can we expect the funds to arrive? Are you certain this figure is accurate? Fury inquired, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Do not forget that nuclear bomb was sent by Constantine. You should grasp my implications. In 3 days, the funds will be deposited into your account, Fury replied, rubbing his nostrils in discomfort. Very well, do not default on this, or I cannot predict what may transpire. Thus far, no one has dared to renege on our agreements. After issuing this warning to Director Fury, Li Qingwei and the others returned to their office, stretching their limbs, particularly Richard, who had exhausted the 2,000 rounds he brought along. In the later stages, he primarily relied on conventional firearms. Although he could withstand the recoil, the cumbersome length of the weapons made them difficult to handle, leading to some discomfort in his arm muscles. Nevertheless, having completed their assignment, they not only earned a substantial amount of points but also received generous rewards. The group promptly made their way to the vending machine, allowing Constantine to make his purchase first. Constantine navigated to the end of the vending panel, selecting to buy the dimension valued at 1 million points. Instantly, a new dimension manifested around Earth. As the proprietor of this dimension, Constantine teleported into its realm, where he was greeted by a vibrant purple hue. This dimension transcended the concepts of time and space, existing solely as an expanse of boundless energy. Upon entering this dimensional space, Constantine underwent a transformation, becoming an immense and magnificent apparition. Draped in a purple cloak and garbed in a robe adorned with flecks of purple nebulae, exuding an air of authority. This form became his true essence, while his human guise morphed into a mere avatar. Now, akin to Dormammu, he was immortal. As long as the dimension persisted, he could never be completely extinguished. Returning to Earth, Constantine was immediately surrounded by his companions. "How did it go, Constantine? Did you succeed?" Constantine nodded and then manifested his true form. The sight of such an imposing Constantine elicited admiration from the group, and even the Ancient One appeared, smiling at the transformed Constantine. "By the way, Constantine, what is the nature of your dimension?" "I have named it the Destruction Dimension, for its energies possess destructive properties. For instance, the power of the Sword of the Vishanti is akin to this." Constantine summoned the Sword of the Vishanti and made a shallow cut against a nearby wall, leaving only faint traces. Now, this is the Sword of the Vishanti as utilized within the Destruction Dimension. With that, Constantine conjured a violet energy Sword of the Vishanti and, with a gentle stroke against the wall, rendered it completely non-existent, as though it had never existed. "Goodness, is it truly that terrifying?" Walter exclaimed in shock. "Indeed. I have aptly named it the Dimension of Destruction. By the way, Constantine, may I have a moment of private discourse with you?" At this juncture, Ancient One interjected. Constantine nodded in agreement, and the two promptly traversed the portal to arrive at Kamartash. Meanwhile, Richard utilized his points to exchange for a considerable number of T-viruses, a complete set of elixirs, potions to augment his magical salt capacity, and several female T-1000s to safeguard Vanessa, thus depleting his points entirely. Walter, on the other hand, merely exchanged for a single T-virus, as the other viruses held little value for him. Being beyond his capacity for research, his sole intention was to bolster his physical prowess, a sentiment shared by Jill. Conversely, Connor chose not to exchange for anything, recognizing that the enhancements offered were minimal, and he deemed it more beneficial to confront a few more demons for a greater amplification of his strength. Chapter 80. The Development of Dimensions in the Tranquil Meditation Chamber of Kamartash. Constantine sat opposite Ancient One, their gazes locked in mutual understanding. As customary, Ancient One produced a teapot and commenced the art of brewing tea. "Constantine, you are aware of the purpose behind my summons, are you not?" she inquired. "Indeed, I am. You should understand that the practice of magic is fraught with peril for ordinary sorcerers. Unlike myself, they risk becoming mere puppets of the dimensional deities when they draw upon their power. Thus, we primarily rely on the energy of familiar dimensional entities. However, these entities are notoriously stingy. Should multiple sorcerers attempt to harness their energy simultaneously, it would raise alarm, prompting them to sever access. Consequently, we are often compelled to clandestinely reopen dimensional gateways to extract the necessary power." Ancient One's words were veiled in a gentler tone. Yet the truth remains stark. All magical energy wielded by sorcerers originates from various dimensions, and the dimensional deities stand as their adversaries. There exists an accord among these deities, forbidding them from granting energy to sorcerers. When denied, the sorcerers are left with no choice but to resort to theft, creating minuscule rifts that go unnoticed by the deities, thus allowing them to perform magic. Yet, this method is not without flaws. Discovery leads to the immediate closure of such gateways. To counter this, Ancient One resorted to more forceful measures, seeking out a weaker dimensional deity and compelling it, through sheer might, to permit access for the sorcerers. This deity is the very source of the energy frequently siphoned by the sorcerers, explaining why the majority of their spells manifest in hues of orange. "I comprehend, Master. I can enable them to utilize dimensional energy. As you have witnessed, the destructive potency of this energy is formidable, and unless absolutely necessary, I would advise against its use. Moreover, my dimension possesses a peculiar limitation. It cannot be expanded. The total energy is finite, and any consumption results in a proportional depletion. Hence, after drawing upon this energy, you must devise a means to replenish what has been spent." "And how much energy does your dimension contain?" Ancient One inquired. "Approximately the equivalent of 10 million stars worth of energy. While this may seem modest compared to other dimensions, it is ample for our needs, is it not? Is there a way to expand your dimension?" Ancient One asked. Constantine shook his head. "No, Master. As you have observed, my dimension was acquired through a vending machine. The only way to augment it would be to purchase additional dimensional space from the same source and merge it." "I see your point. How then do you propose to replenish the dimensional energy? Quite simply, the remains of living beings will suffice. One need only cast them into the destructive dimension. Then let us formalize our pact, Ancient One said with a smile. Constantine nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Ancient One summoned the three sanctums, gathering all but the stationed sorcerers at Kamartaj. Upon the arrival of all the individuals, Ancient One commenced to elucidate the purpose of their gathering, simultaneously conjuring a multitude of contracts. Under Ancient One's guidance, they began to sign the agreements, one by one, as portals unfurled before them. As the master of the dimension of destruction, Constantine could distinctly perceive the subtle sensation of energy depletion, albeit faint. Following the signing of the contracts, several mages endeavored to harness the so-called destructive energy. Upon witnessing the transformation of their ordinarily mundane magic into something formidable when drawing upon destructive energy as a source, they were astounded by its potency, which even possessed the capacity for obliteration. This revelation underscored the terrifying nature of this destructive energy. I trust you have all witnessed the formidable power of destructive energy, therefore, refrain from its reckless usage unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, bear in mind that for every unit of destructive energy utilized, an equivalent amount of biological corpses must be provided, which can simply be cast into the dimension of destruction. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, as the conditions seemed remarkably generous compared to those imposed by other dimensional entities. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. Constantine returned to his office, greeted Li Qingwei and Jill, and then retreated to his chamber. Connor, from now on, if there are any exorcism commissions, you may handle them yourself. I believe Constantine will require some time to rest, Li Qingwei remarked. Connor, who was preparing a meal, nodded in acknowledgement. How do you know Constantine will rest? His nature is inherently somewhat lethargic. Were it not for the dimension exchange, he would not be so industrious, Li Qingwei replied, reclining on Jill's lap. Jill, in a playful reprimand, tapped his head and said, Stay still. If you keep moving, I shan't assist you in cleaning your ears. In response, Li Qingwei complied, settling comfortably and gradually drifting into slumber, savoring Jill's warmth. Meanwhile, Walter returned to his laboratory, observing the kittens scattered around the floor. He casually picked up a British Shorthair, weighing its plump little belly in his hands. The soft texture captivated him until the kitten, unable to endure any longer, nipped at Walter, making its escape. Ouch! You little rascal, do you still wish to partake in the blood orchid? Upon hearing the term blood orchid, all the kittens gathered around, gazing up at Walter with wide, teary eyes. Walter, looking at them, then spoke, Providing you with food is not an issue, but you must understand the rules. In response, the kittens scampered to another corner, seemingly deliberating amongst themselves. Ultimately, they returned to Walter's feet, unable to truly resist the allure of the blood orchid. Walter led them to the rooftop, which he had developed into a cultivation base for blood orchids. After harvesting the flowers, each kitten would receive a bloom. At this moment, Walter noticed a tiny orange kitten, merely a month old and the smallest among the group. The other kittens often cared for it, as it embodied the essence of a beloved pet. However, now faced with the allure of the blood orchid, they have forgotten all about the little orange cat. Observing this, Walter grasped the flower in his hand and then lifted the small orange feline, tearing the blood orchid apart to feed it to the cat. Once all the cats had finished their meal, Walter returned to the laboratory with them to draw their blood, examining the effects of the blood orchid on their physiology. As Connor entered, he noticed the cats gazing at him with a look of indignation. "Walter, have you drawn their blood again?" he asked. "Oh dear," Walter replied. "You dare to file complaints? Do not forget that you have consumed my blood orchid. This was a mutually beneficial exchange. How dare you lodge grievances? Believe me, I might just withhold your meals in the future." This frightened the cats, prompting them to scurry over to Walter in an attempt to curry favor. Connor could only shake his head in resignation at the scene.